Chapter 1. The gentle sea breeze of the East Sea caressed the rippling waves, as if it were following a flock of foraging seagulls, softly blowing towards an island. At this moment, moored at one side of the island, was a ship adorned with a pirate flag that fused a skull and a heart. Undoubtedly, this was the vessel of the infamous pirate of the East Sea, the formidable ironclad Alvida, who commanded a bounty of 5 million berries. Who was the most beautiful woman upon these vast seas? Alvida, wielding her spike club, inquired. This was her signature phrase. Why, of course, it is you, Miss Alvida. Upon hearing the question, all the pirate crew responded instinctively. Indeed, precisely because I am the most beautiful woman at sea, I detest all things filthy. With such beauty, I must possess a ship equally exquisite. Lads, continue your work. I demand this vessel be scrubbed to perfection. Yes, beloved Miss Alvida. Upon hearing her command, the crew on deck began to toil vigorously, eager to scour the ship from bow to stern. Meanwhile, in a storage room aboard the pirate's ship, one pirate exclaimed, "What? Kobe, did you say you salvaged some barrels of liquor from the sea? 2 of them? What luck! I never imagined that the useless Kobe would prove beneficial." Ha ha ha. Point 3 pirates, hiding in the storeroom to shirk their duties, laughed maliciously as they shoved a short, stout man with pink hair aside while bringing 2 barrels into the room. What are we waiting for? Let's drink every last drop. One pirate, wearing a bandana, rubbed his hands together in excitement. But the elder pirate with a scruffy beard hesitated, recalling their erratic captain. If we are caught stealing by the captain, we'll be doomed. How could we possibly be discovered? The last pirate, with flowing golden locks, who appeared more astute than the others, replied, "It's just the 3 of us, plus that useless one. As long as we keep our mouths shut, no one will know." Upon saying this, they all glanced aside. There, a short, stout boy with pink hair and glasses shook his head frantically. 2 saw nothing. "Then let's hurry and pop open the barrels, starting with this one." Just as the pirate spoke, preparing to smash the barrel's lid with his fist, bang! The wooden barrel suddenly exploded. Clearly, this was not the doing of the 3 pirates, for at the moment the barrel shattered. A pair of long arms shot out from within, fortuitously striking the jaw of the more cerebral pirate and sending him flying. The direction of his fall seemed destined to land right onto another barrel. "It appears I may have been saved." A clear and bright voice, reminiscent of a youth who seems forever untouched by sorrow, suddenly echoed within the room. At that moment, everyone realized that a boy had emerged from a barrel. That he donned a red waistcoat, paired with blue denim shorts, and on his feet, he wore a seemingly casual pair of straw sandals. The only peculiar aspect of his attire was the rather ordinary straw hat perched atop his head. The boy glanced around the room, then a radiant smile broke across his face. Observing the bewildered expressions of the others, he innocently inquired, "Who are you?" "That's a question we should be asking you." Upon hearing the boy's query, the remaining 2 pirates seemed somewhat rattled, with one, adorned with a bandana, stepping forward to grab his waistcoat and shake him vigorously. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King." In response to the question, Luffy, devoid of any ulterior motives, shared his name and dream with a beaming smile. A peculiar awkwardness enveloped the room in that instant. "Ha! Who is this lunatic claiming he will become the Pirate King? Ha ha! If you're the Pirate King, then I must be the Fleet Admiral. Ha ha!" After a brief silence, the 2 pirates burst into laughter, as though they had heard the most absurd joke. They laughed so hard that they pounded the floor in delight. Luffy, however, remained unfazed by their reactions. He deemed it unnecessary to respond to those who so casually mocked another's aspirations. "Excuse me, are you planning to venture into the Grand Line in search of the One Piece left by Roger?" At that moment, a cautious voice broke through. Luffy then noticed Kobe's presence. "Indeed, don't jest." For reasons unknown, the typically timid Kobe suddenly became animated. "That's something every pirate in the world is searching for. There's no way you could ever obtain it. You will surely perish. Enough of your ramblings. I fear no death." In response to Kobe's remarks, Luffy raised his hands high, his expression turning serious as he proclaimed, "I will become the Pirate King. Even if it costs me my life, I will." His voice grew louder with each declaration, leaving Kobe momentarily stunned. Could he possess such determination? As Kobe gazed at Luffy's confident demeanor, he found himself sinking to the ground, murmuring to himself, "If only I, too, were unafraid of death. Could I also realize my own dreams? Could someone like me become a just marine?" "Mr. Luffy," in his final plea, tears streamed down Kobe's face as he turned to Luffy. "How would I know?" Luffy tilted his head slightly, then broke into a wide grin, saying, "However, I firmly believe you will succeed. Every individual with a dream deserves respect. Yet at that moment, two obnoxious voices echoed once more that I cannot simply ignore. This Kobe actually dares to aspire to become a Marine. Have you gone mad like that straw hat brat, Kobe? Are you planning to betray Captain? The two pirates unsheathed their swords, advancing step by step towards the two. Whether it be Marines or Pirate Kings, you two shall perish here today. Just as they raised their blades to strike and Luffy prepared to retaliate, a new voice interrupted. Excuse me, are we filming a movie right now? A stranger's voice resonated within the room, prompting everyone to turn abruptly toward its source. The golden-haired pirate, whom Luffy had sent sprawling, lay unconscious on the ground. Beside him, amidst the shattered remnants of broken barrels, there was a boy. The boy sported long hair, donned a blue robe, black trousers, and a pair of ordinary cloth shoes. What set him apart was his strikingly handsome visage, albeit one currently adorned with a hint of bewilderment. Bai Ye, who should have awakened in the Wudong Temple, surveyed the familiar yet foreign faces before him and couldn't help but rub his head in confusion. The one in the red vest is Luffy? The one with pink hair is Kobe? Am I in the world of One Piece? As a trio of questions echoed in his mind, Bai Ye ventured a conjecture. Could it be that I have traversed dimensions? Bai Ye was a young Taoist monk adopted by Wudong Mountain in Blue Star. Although Wudong is the epitome of the Chuanjian school of Taoism, known for its numerous regulations, it still possesses certain allowances akin to camartage in Marvel. Bai Ye had spent 17 years on a mountain training under his master, with his greatest passion being anime. One Piece was undoubtedly among his favorites. Yet, despite his fondness, Bai Ye had never envisioned being transported into the world of One Piece. He raised his gaze once more to the individuals before him, particularly the one wearing a straw hat, unmistakably destined to become one of the 5 emperors in the future. Next to him, the short, plump boy with pink hair and glasses seemed to be the renowned Marine Kobe, known from the Marine-Ford War, although Bai Ye's memories of him were somewhat hazy. Goodness, have I arrived at the very beginning of the plot? However, Bai Ye, in a frenzy, raked his fingers through his hair. As a Wudong disciple, he adhered to a regimen of early nights, healthy eating, and had no vices whatsoever. How could he have met an untimely demise? Is this era so reckless in selecting its transmigrators? Bai Ye patted his head, meticulously recalling the events leading up to his arrival here. He remembered being summoned by his master just before falling asleep, during which he was introduced to a peculiar tome titled Taoist Collection. According to Master Bai Ye, this book is a compilation authored by a legendary figure within the Taoist sects, encompassing the myriad philosophies and techniques of Taoism. Within its pages, aside from the inner alchemy of Wudong, it also contains the mystical arts of the practitioners from Chimen, the dual cultivation of life and death from Longhushin, as well as the talismanic techniques of Maozhan, the In summary. As Master Bai Ye aptly puts it, had it not been for the present age of decline, this tome would be regarded as the ultimate treasure of Taoist mastery. And Bai Ye, indeed, is a rare prodigy of Taoism, a once-in-a-century genius. As he reminisced, he finally recalled that fateful night when his master had engaged him in a lengthy conversation, during which he had, in a daze, thrust this book into Bai Ye's hands. Before retiring for the night, he had placed this collection of Taoist talismans beside his pillow, only to awaken and find himself transported to another realm. Bai Ye felt as though he had been outwitted by that old rascal of a master. What is this? A dead friend, but not a dead Taoist? As Bai Ye pondered this, the two pirates in the room could no longer contain themselves. They had merely sought a moment of respite, indulging in a drink, yet one of their companions had been knocked unconscious by a fellow in a barrel, who had then proceeded to boast. Alongside Kirby, now another individual, seemingly emerging from a similar barrel, had made a nonsensical remark and stood there, lost in thought, his expression shifting erratically. Witnessing this scene, the two pirates felt somewhat aggrieved that it was sheer mockery at least show some respect for their profession. As thoughts of indignation swelled, the pirate adorned with a bandana felt a surge of anger, his malevolence igniting. Raising his large blade, he bared his teeth and charged at Bai Ye, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he shouted, "Ha ha! Perish, you little brat!" At that moment, even in his reverie, Bai Ye sensed the malice directed at him. Turning to face the menacing pirate, Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly assessed his opponent's strength. Conclusion: a mere rookie, a non-threat. In an instant, the pirate had closed the distance, intent on delivering a decisive blow, convinced that within a second, he would cleave the boy in two. However, just as the moment hung in the balance, Bai Ye sprang into action. To the pirate's astonishment, the boy merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. While the pirate was still reeling from shock, Bai Ye moved again, not even casting a glance at his assailant. he executed a fluid series of movements. Employing a technique he had honed for a decade to G, push hands wherein his steps flowed like water. To the observers, it appeared as though Bai Ye had simply dodged the initial strike and lightly pushed the banded pirate. Yet only the pirate himself understood the extent of the injury he had sustained. He swore that even a blow from Alvida's iron rod would not have felt this devastating da-da. The bandit pirate's abdomen was struck with such force that it arched painfully, his tongue and eyeballs nearly bursting from their sockets, as he was propelled backward at an alarming speed, crashing directly into a middle-aged pirate with a scraggly beard. Boom! As dust swirled in the air, only two figures remained standing in the room, Bai Ye and Luffy. As for KB, he had succumbed to fear once again, collapsing to the ground. Wow, that's amazing. Witnessing Bai Ye's effortless defeat of the pirate, Luffy gazed at him with starry eyes. Long-haired guy, that move you just executed was incredible. Bai Ye, long-haired guy? How dare you casually assign me a nickname? Though slightly exasperated, Bai Ye, familiar with the intricacies of One Piece, understood Luffy's thought process and chose not to dwell on it. He adjusted his Taoist robe and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect toward the two Wudong Bai Ye. Yes, I am a Taoist at a Taoist. Not only had Taoists never appeared in the One Piece universe, but considering Luffy's limited knowledge, he likely wouldn't even remember if they had. Is it delicious? How on earth did you glean anything edible from my words? Speaking of food, I'm a bit hungry. Long-haired guy, would you like to eat? That was quite the rapid topic shift. Also, my name is Bai Ye. 5 minutes later, in another storage room aboard the ship, Luffy was devouring an entire bucket of fruit with great enthusiasm. As for Bai Ye, while he ate with more elegance than Luffy, he couldn't help but notice a peculiar change within himself. His appetite seemed to have transformed into something rather alarming. Even when compared to Luffy, who was known for his voracious eating, Bai Ye's consumption was no small feat. Could it be that his physique had altered since his arrival in this world? At that moment, Bai Ye recalled the incident of sending the pirate flying. Though he was confident in his abilities, he had never anticipated that a single Tai Chi push would knock both men out cold. Tai Chi push involves using one's strength against an opponent's force. Yet Bai Ye distinctly felt that his strength had amplified tenfold, if not more, since his previous life. Had it been the old him, he would have merely used a technique to deflect the weight of an opponent. Now, however, it was as if he could exert 1,000 pounds with just a mere 2 ounces of effort. Even without employing Tai Chi, he could easily knock those two pirates out with a single punch. With this thought, a surge of excitement coursed through Bai Ye after all. Who wouldn't wish to be superhuman? Especially in this chaotic era of pirates. Power is the ultimate determinant of everything. With absolute strength, even allegiances become inconsequential. Reflecting on this, Bai Ye once more pondered the possible source of his transmigration tome of Taoist teachings. If his previous studies at Wudong could be categorized within the realm of martial arts, they might parallel the Navy's 6 forms and other martial techniques of this world. The Taoist arts recorded in the Taoist Compendium are known in this world as the treasures of the Great Sea, which encompass the devil fruits and the advanced skills of Haki. Bai Ye, deep in thought, sensed the presence of something within his mind as he contemplated this matter. Indeed, it was the Taoist Compendium. It appeared that this was the golden opportunity bestowed upon Bai Ye upon his arrival in this world. Just as Bai Ye was preparing to delve into his studies, Luffy finally concluded the battle. Propped up with his ample belly, he gazed at Bai Ye, his eyes seemingly shimmering with excitement. Luffy grinned broadly, took a deep breath, and visibly, his belly returned to its normal state. Then, adjusting his hat with one hand while extending his thumb with the other, he declared, Bai Ye, I have made up my mind. I want you to join my crew and become my companion. In his previous life, while watching anime, Bai Ye was deeply impressed by the scene where Luffy invited his friends onto the ship. He even had the thought that it would be amazing to become one of this guy's companions. However, when he actually stood in front of Luffy and received an invitation from him, even the first invitation, Bai Ye was still a bit stunned. My name is Luffy. Monkey de Luffy. I'm going to be the Pirate King. After inviting Bai Ye, Luffy repeated his iconic line. Although it was quite a clutch statement, it suddenly gave Bai Ye and Kobe a feeling that the man in front of them was serious. He really could become the Pirate King. The White Knight hesitated little. Since the opportunity had arisen, what was there to worry about? All right, Bai Ye replied, saying that he had no family or friends in this world. Since you want to become the Pirate King and have invited me to be your partner. Bai Ye didn't salute with a fist this time. Instead, he stood straight and looked directly at Luffy, his eyes filled with confidence and expectation. Then let's cause a ruckus together, Captain. Great. Upon hearing Bai Ye's response, Luffy gently tapped his left palm with his right fist. He didn't expect to find a partner right after setting sail. Now he just needed to find 9 more. And there must be a musician among them. After all, How could a pirate party be without music? Ha ha ha. Bai Ye is really amazing. Listening to Luffy's ramblings, Bai Ye's gaze softened, and a beautiful arc formed at the corners of his mouth. Truly, he is Luffy. He completely ignored the surprised expression of Kobe beside him. If there were a narrator at this moment, it would say, to Kobe, the two people in front of him looked like madmen. One shouting about wanting to become the Pirate King and inviting a person he had just met. The other person gladly accepted the invitation. Kobe felt that his limited worldview was showing signs of collapse. However, Bai Ye and Luffy wouldn't care about others' gazes. Especially Bai Ye, although he readily agreed. He indeed had his own logic regarding joining the Straw Hat Pirates. Looking at the various factions in the world of One Piece, the most common ones are just a few. Mountain bandits need not be mentioned. In a world where the sea reigns, being a mountain bandit is simply unthinkable. Bounty hunters are decent, no one to constrain them, self-sufficient. But they also have the drawbacks of making too many enemies and needing to do everything themselves. The Revolutionary Army and the Navy can actually be considered a type of force with a certain system of rules and upgrades. The former does not pique Bai Ye's interest at all because the Revolutionary Army in the original work really doesn't have anything impressive. The latter is quite acceptable, but unfortunately, with Bai Ye's strength, he will inevitably face the problem of protecting the celestial dragons in the future. He doesn't like it, that's all. No one wants to be a dog for a bunch of pigs. Thus, without considering the option of being a lone wolf, Bai Ye was left with only one choice, to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Moreover, there are several obvious benefits to joining the Straw Hat crew. First, unlike other protagonists in heroic shonen manga, Luffy's protection and care for his crewmates is evident. So, Bai Ye doesn't have to worry about being sacrificed later. Second, the entire One Piece manga unfolds from Luffy's perspective, which is equivalent to having a foresight ability for Bai Ye. Why not take advantage of it? Although Luffy can often be unreliable with himself around, there's no need to worry too much. He can also make up for some regrets from his past life of watching anime. Third, this is the most important point, Luffy is the most extraordinary second-generation heir in this world. Just looking at how many C's Sengoku and Kizaru released during the Marineford War tells you everything. Who could refuse such a fateful child and second-generation heir? His grandfather is a top naval powerhouse, Garp. His father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, known as the most notorious man by the world government, Dragon. His brothers are Ace, the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard, and Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, and his guide is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Shanks. He himself has also consumed the Zoan-type human fruit in its mythical form, Nika. Nika is a deity from the legends of the land of cherry blossoms, a spirit that lives in rubber trees. Before awakening, he had abilities like free stretching similar to the rubber fruit, plus the robust recovery abilities of a Zoan. After awakening, to quote the Gorosei, he can fight in any way he wishes, bringing joy and laughter to everyone, known as the sun god Nika, who liberates warriors. In other words, Luffy is destined to become a being that liberates the world in the future, the new Joy Boy. With such treatment and identity, Bai Ye would dare to believe that Luffy is the son of the world. So what reason could there be to stop Bai Ye from boarding the ship? Since he had already decided to board, Bai Ye then focused again on the Taoist scripture in his mind. After a while, Bai Ye excitedly opened his eyes. According to the information conveyed from the scripture, it indeed recorded the techniques of the Taoist sect from ancient times to the present. For example, the 8 trigrams technique to utilize territory, or the wind and chi of the 5 elements. For instance, the golden light spell and thunder technique from the head of the Zhengyi Dao at Longhu Mountain, or the Maoshan talisman techniques, which are most adept at talismans. There are even methods for alchemy and artifact forging, making it quite comprehensive. However, Bai Ye cannot directly comprehend the techniques in the scripture. He needs to practice and understand them. The only good news is that Bai Ye can enter the inner scenery of the book, where the flow of time can be adjusted, allowing Bai Ye to buy some time. After all, not long after Luffy set sail, the Marineford War would come. There would be no shortage of experts afterward, so the sooner Bai Ye learns the techniques above, the more choices he will have. Besides that, the Taoist scripture also provided him with a newbie gift package. That is the innate chi. After coming to this world, Bai Ye had already discovered that besides having a stronger physique, he also possessed inner strength, which is the existence of chi. However, this chi pales in comparison to the innate chi. In simple terms, it is the difference between martial arts and cultivation. The Taoist scripture gave Bai Ye a seed, and he just needs to use his inner strength to catalyze the seed, then convert all his inner strength into a higher level of chi, allowing him to significantly increase his strength in a short time. Thinking of this, Bai Ye looked at the captain he had just met. Luffy, next. I need you to help me with something. Huh? Bai Ye, are you hungry again? Hearing Bai Ye's words, Luffy, the foodie, instinctively thought he wasn't full. With a silly laugh, Luffy took a banana from a nearby barrel and handed it to Bai Ye. Although he had anticipated Luffy's train of thought, seeing the banana being handed to him still made Bai Ye's forehead twitch with a few black lines. I've already eaten enough. Taking a small step back, Bai Ye said seriously, although it's not the right time to do this, I still hope to resolve it as soon as possible. Next, I will sit here and... Bai Ye was about to say that he wanted to practice the transformation from chi to vital energy, but he felt that Luffy wouldn't understand and would seriously ask him what cultivation was, so he changed the subject. I'll take a nap here, so you can watch over me and don't let anyone touch me, okay? Having just obtained his cheat, Bai Ye naturally wanted to collect his beginner's gift pack as soon as possible. Moreover, the Yalata pirates weren't even considered minor bosses in Luffy's journey, so Bai Ye wasn't worried that his decision would cause any difficulties for Luffy. Is that so? Seeing Bai Ye's serious expression, Luffy clenched his right fist and hit his palm, looking as if he had just realized something. Don't worry, Bai Ye. I'll keep a good watch here. Luffy always took his friend's request seriously. Hearing Luffy's agreement, Bai Ye sat cross-legged and assumed the 5 hearts to heaven posture. When Bai Ye began his transformation, he needed to enter the inner world of the Taoist door. At that moment, Bai Ye was in a state akin to leaving his body, with his physical defenses being virtually zero and unable to perceive anything from the outside world. If Luffy weren't there, Bai Ye wouldn't be in such a hurry and would definitely find a more secluded place. In the next moment, he entered the inner world of the book and began to quickly receive his beginner's gift pack. To his surprise, it seemed that he also received a Taoist technique during the process of practicing vital energy. Heaven and earth, mysterious origin, all chi as the root. Cultivating for billions of eons, I certify my divine powers. Within and outside the 3 realms, only the Tao is supreme. Switching perspectives back in the room, after Bai Ye assumed his posture, he quickly became as if he were sleeping, his breath long and steady. KB found it a bit strange and couldn't help but quietly ask Luffy, Mr. Luffy, is Mr. Bai Ye really sleeping like this? Doesn't this position feel uncomfortable? Shouldn't be. Luffy thought seriously for a moment, turned to KB and smiled. I sometimes sleep sitting up too. My grandpa sometimes sleeps standing up. It should be fine. KB, you sleep sitting up too? Your grandpa can sleep standing up? What's wrong with this world? Is lying down to sleep wrong? Just as KB was questioning life, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the room. A familiar voice rang out. Miss Yalata, I swear I saw KB bringing outsiders on board. I was just knocked out by an outsider. That's right, Miss Yalata. Those 2 outsiders are young but very strong. They must be bounty hunters KB brought to deal with you. They're right here. As the voice came, the pirates on the ship opened the door to the room. It was indeed the few people who had been knocked out by Luffy and Bai Ye earlier, and the headscarf pirate was very excited after opening the door. Miss Yalata, see? I wasn't lying. KB really brought outsiders on board. Ah, it's that ugly uncle who was knocked away by Bai Ye. And the bearded uncle. Inside the room, Luffy showed no signs of tension. Instead, he greeted them warmly as if he were meeting old friends. This action made KB go crazy with sharp teeth. Luffy, can't you read the room? Haha, I'm really surprised. A rough voice sounded, and upon hearing this, the pirates collectively fell silent and made way. I didn't expect the useless KB to dare betray me. Bang! A huge spike club smashed down, instantly shocking everyone present except Luffy as if a great terror was about to descend. Are you really not afraid of dying, KB? At the door of the room appeared a short creature, yet with a body like a ball. It was the bounty of 5 million berries, Iron Rod Yalada. After squeezing into the room, Yalada first glanced at Luffy and then at Bai Ye sitting there. Realizing that he was not the bounty hunter with 3 swords she had imagined, she felt somewhat relieved. If it were that man, Yalada would have to think long and hard. Then she noticed Bai Ye's handsome face, and a ripple stirred in her heart as she couldn't help but think. Such a man deserves to be with the most beautiful woman on the sea. My dear, dear Yalada. When Yalata appeared, KB had already instinctively slumped to the ground, and at this moment, he couldn't help but tremble, wanting to explain something. His cowardly demeanor made Luffy frown slightly. KB, who is the most beautiful woman on the sea? Seeing KB's cowardly appearance, Yalata enjoyed it and couldn't help but repeat her catchphrase. She relished the feeling of being admired by everyone. However, before KB could answer, Luffy had already begun picking his nose and nonchalantly asked, Who is this barbaric ant? If it were intentional mockery, it would be fine, but Luffy's innocent expression instantly left KB on the ground, and the pirates outside the room all with their mouths agape, as if petrified and unable to move. "You little brat." Hearing Luffy's words, veins bulged on Yalida's forehead, and her teeth ground together. "Go die." Having ruled the seas for years, no one had ever dared to mention the word ant in front of her. In an instant, Yalida's mind was filled with a single thought: to smash the guy in front of her to pieces. As for the other guy, she was determined to lock him in her room and torture him every night. Bang! Like a ball, Yalita charged over, then swung her spiked club fiercely. Seeing this scene, Luffy had no intention of fighting. He first quickly retreated and then extended his hands, grabbing Bai Ye and KB, and rushed out of the room to the larger deck. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight Yalita. It was just that Luffy remembered what Bai Ye had told him to do. The space in the room was too small. Luffy was worried it would affect Bai Ye, which was why he pulled the two of them onto the deck. After Luffy's main character speech, KB finally shook off his psychological shadow. He shouted crazily at the approaching Yalita on the deck. "You are not the most beautiful woman. You are just an ugly, fat, detestable ant. Ha ha ha, KB. You really know how to talk. Then, I'll take care of this ant. KB, just keep an eye on Bai Ye." Speaking of which, Bai Ye can really sleep. He hasn't woken up even now. After giving these instructions, Luffy also took up a stance and looked at the already close to berserk Yalita. "Very well. It seems you all want to die early." A person at the peak of anger is calm. Yalita's voice was low, and in her eyes, besides that handsome boy, everyone else was already dead. Boom! In an instant, Yarlita's massive body moved, perhaps using all her strength, causing even the deck to be unable to withstand it, leaving behind a series of shattered craters as she advanced. In the blink of an eye, Yarlita had already arrived in front of Luffy. "Die, you little brat." Accompanied by an angry shout, the spike club came crashing down on Luffy from above. Just at this critical moment, KB noticed something unusual about Bai Ye beside him. From his body, strands of dazzling golden light began to emanate, and KB even vaguely heard a grand and distant voice that he couldn't understand. "3 realms guards, 5 emperors welcome. All gods tribute, commanding thunder." Demons terrified, spirits vanished. Within is Thunder, the god of thunder hidden name. Golden light swiftly appears, shielding my body. It seemed that in an instant, a beam of golden light disappeared from KB's view and appeared between Yarlita and Luffy the next second. The spike club did not hit Luffy, and the technique Guama no was not completed. Yarlita had no time to react as the spike club crashed down upon the golden light. Bang! In an instant, a visible shockwave swept across the entire deck. Yarlita flew backward at a speed even faster than before, crashing into several pirates who were watching the spectacle, instantly flattening those unfortunate pirates. Although the golden light was in front, Luffy was still pushed back a few steps by the shockwave. He adjusted his straw hat and looked up ahead. As the smoke cleared, a figure wrapped in dazzling golden light appeared before everyone. It was Bai Ye. At this moment, he was somewhat excited, not only successfully transforming his inner strength into innate chi, but also having mastered the golden light spell of Mount Longhu. Although the innate chi in his body was still very little, Bai Ye had officially stepped into the realm of chi practitioners. As for the golden light spell, Bai Ye was only just beginning and could only achieve the external projection of golden light, providing basic protection. It was like putting on a layer of shield for himself. Once Bai Ye practiced to a higher level, he could transform chi into form, using golden light as an extension of his will, becoming a means of offensive attack. Overall, achieving such results in a short period of time made Bai Ye very happy. He stood with his hands at his sides, looking at the just-recovered Yarlita, with a slight smile. "How can I let you touch my captain so easily? So damn pretentious." Bai Ye felt his Chinibu spirit igniting. Wow. At this moment, Luffy, with stars in his eyes, came to Bai Ye's side, filled with curiosity as he looked at the golden light surrounding Bai Ye. "Bai Ye, what is this? You're glowing. Did you also eat a devil fruit like me and become a golden light person?" "Golden light person?" Bai Ye's mouth twitched slightly. "What devil fruit? I've already said. I'm a Taoist." Oh, a Taoist?" Luffy had a look of sudden realization, and with his right fist, he knocked on his left palm, seriously saying, "So it's indeed an incredible profession?" Bai Ye was very suspicious that Luffy really understood what a devil fruit was. Devil fruit? Kobe couldn't help but interject upon hearing their conversation. Is that the legendary treasure of the sea? Does such a magical thing really exist? The devil fruit is a special product of the One Piece world. It can grant the eater powerful abilities, but the side effect is that they cannot swim, and they are also considered to be abandoned by the sea. Therefore, for those who sail the seas, these peculiar fruits are referred to as devil fruits. That's right. Hearing Kobe's question, Luffy answered from his side. He suddenly stretched out his arm and swung it a few times in front of Kobe, saying, I am the rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. Just kidding. Bai Ye glanced at the foolishly showing off Luffy and thought to himself, you're not eating a rubber fruit, but a legendary top-tier fruit. However, Bai Ye wouldn't say this out loud, as it wouldn't help promote Luffy's awakening anyway. He turned to look at Alvida. At this moment, this notorious pirate from the EC was already in a state of madness. Damn it, you little brats, you all deserve to die. The spherical Alvida charged at Bai Ye again, momentarily making him feel the momentum of a wild boar rushing forward. But facing the swinging spike club, Bai Ye not only felt no tension, he even wanted to laugh. Truly, this is the world of One Piece, only relying on brute force with no technique whatsoever. Thinking this, Bai Ye simply moved his feet slightly, and the spike club brushed past his body, crashing down onto the deck. Seeing Bai Ye dodge, Alvida gritted her teeth and thrust the spiked club upward again, swinging it once more. Bastard! Bastard! In Bai Ye's effortless dodging, every heavy attack from Alvida fell into empty space. In her eyes, she felt like a clown, utterly losing face. At this moment, she completely lost her reason and shouted at Bai Ye, what kind of skill is it to keep dodging? Come and face me head on. Alvida, with red eyes, looked at Bai Ye, who was untouched, panting heavily. Well, the fun has been enough. Bai Ye looked at Alvida, who was about to explode with anger in the next second, and waved his hand. The golden light on him suddenly surged. Whoosh! To everyone's eyes, Bai Ye almost instantly disappeared from his spot. That little brat, where did he hide this time? Alvida hurriedly swung her wolf tooth club, looking around, but before she could find anything, she was still empty-handed. The white knight had already appeared behind her. Bang! A fist infused with golden light struck heavily at Alvida's head. She only felt a buzzing in her head, and then her vision blurred, slowly kneeling down. At that moment, Alvida felt like the whole world was spinning. Bang! The next second, Alvida's plump figure collapsed onto the deck. That was it. Bai Ye clapped his hands, showing no signs of having just gone through a fierce battle, and even seemed a bit unsatisfied. He turned to the group of pirate extras, a perfect smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Although they were just some low-level monsters from a beginner village, I had just leveled up, and I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable without some easy prey. After murmuring to himself, Bai Ye activated his golden light, channeling energy throughout his body, and charged into the crowd of pirates. In an instant, shouts erupted. Tai Chi fist. 18 falls of clothing. Great stone slap. 8 trigrams body movement palm. Beside him, KB, who was already dumbfounded, saw Luffy's mouth involuntarily curl up in a smile. After chuckling twice, he said, Bai Ye is indeed strong. I didn't expect to find such a companion right after setting sail. Luffy adjusted his straw hat. I will definitely become the Pirate King. As the sun gradually descended toward the horizon, the pirate ship was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Let us have a feast. Finally, amidst Luffy's excited voice, Bai Ye finally stopped. Shortly after, a bonfire was lit on the ship, and a variety of food and drinks were laid out on the deck. Luffy, Bai Ye, and KB started their banquet. As for the pirates on the ship, after preparing for the feast, they were tied up and locked away by KB. At the banquet, the few who had finally relaxed were very happy. Luffy, Bai Ye picked up a banana from the table, peeled it slowly, and put it in his mouth. To be honest, the fruits in this world are really quite good. So what should we do next? Well, for the next step, we need to continue to find some amazing partners, like you, Bai Ye. We need a chef, a navigator, and write. Luffy clapped his hands excitedly and said, we definitely need a musician. Bai Ye couldn't help but smile. Luffy's obsession with musicians was really quite deep. However, that guy Brook was still wandering around the terrifying triangle ship, and it would take quite some time to get him on board. Meanwhile, Kobe, who had been listening to their conversation, couldn't help but chime in. If Mr. Luffy is looking for a strong partner, I might know someone. Who is it, Kobe? A very powerful bounty hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Is he called the Pirate Hunter? Upon hearing Kobe's description of Zoro, Luffy felt an unusual sensation in his heart. He seemed like a pretty good person. He rubbed his chin with his right hand and made a decision. All right, let's go find this pirate hunter next. If he really is a good person, let's make him our partner. Since we've made a decision, let's set sail tomorrow. After hearing this, Bai Ye also echoed, saying that Zoro was once regarded as the vice captain of the Straw Hat crew by fans in the previous life, which shows Zoro's significant status in the Straw Hat crew. Bai Ye would not disrupt the rhythm of recruiting Zoro. In other words, under the premise of making up for regrets, Bai Ye would ensure that the plot does not deviate too much from his previous life, so that he can better utilize his foresight ability. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Bai Ye looked at the pirates before him and smiled again. However, in the eyes of these pirates, Bai Ye's smile was even more terrifying than that of a demon, because just the day before, he wore that same smile while beating them to the point of crying for their mothers. The harm was significant, and the humiliation even greater. Don't be nervous. I called you all here this time because I have something to ask of you. Bai Ye did not put any psychological pressure on the few people, and directly said, my captain wants to go to the nearest naval base. Could you please help us by sailing there? Looking at Bai Ye squinting his eyes and smiling brightly, the few pirates felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their bodies trembling with fear. They hurriedly nodded and bowed, disregarding the ropes still tied around them, and tried to adopt a humble posture. Yes, Lord Bai Ye. We promise to take you to your destination as quickly as possible. Please trust us, Lord Bai Ye. We'll handle everything on the ship. Me too. Listening to everyone's promises, Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. A flash of golden light passed through his hand, and the ropes on several people were untied. Then Bai Ye turned and left, just as these pirates had not yet had the chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Ye's voice floated back to them once more. Oh, and one more thing. Please go to the naval base and turn yourselves in. Pirates! White Knight must be a devil. Huh? White Knight, are you going to sleep again? Luffy turned his head in surprise. Just now, White Knight found him and once again asked for protection like last time. Actually, it's not sleeping, it's training. Bai Ye felt a bit helpless as he tried to explain to Luffy the reason for his actions. It may seem like I'm sleeping, but my spirit has actually entered another place. In that place, I can train and become stronger faster. The golden light on me before is a result of my return from that place. Wow, there's such a place? Hearing Bai Ye's words, Luffy didn't care about the different training system compared to the rest of the world. Instead, he was more interested in the other place Bai Ye mentioned where his spirit went. Hey Bai Ye, can I go to that place too? Not for now. But who knows what the future holds? What is that place like? Is it big? Well, if I really have to say, that place can change according to my thoughts. Wow, I really want to go there. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes turned into two shining golden stars, and he had no doubts about Bai Ye's astonishing claims. To him, if Bai Ye said it existed, then it definitely did. Bai Ye, I want to go too. Hey, don't suddenly hug me like that. I get it as soon as it's possible. I'll let you go first. Get off me, you idiot. After a series of chaotic moments, Bai Ye finally managed to calm Luffy down. Then, after explaining some matters to KB and having friendly conversations with the pirates on the ship again, Bai Ye returned to his room and entered the inner realm of the Taoist door for the second time. In Taoist terminology, the inner realm is an independent space that is connected to the real world. Anyone who has mastered the strange door techniques has the possibility of entering the inner realm. In this space, the stronger one's understanding of strange door, the deeper one can control the space. Although Bai Ye was not entering his own inner realm, he still had certain permissions in this space. The first aspect is the flow of time, based on his previous experience. Bai Ye estimated the time-flow ratio to be about 10-1. Simply put, if Bai Ye cultivates for 10 days in the inner realm, only 1 day will have passed in the outside world. This is undoubtedly a key factor in enhancing his strength. After all, Taoist techniques are different from ordinary physical training. The more one practices, the more one needs to comprehend the Tao. It is not something that can be achieved through sheer effort. It requires painstaking work. Just like the math problems in his past life, if you don't understand, you just don't understand, no matter how much pressure you apply. Next is the spatial attributes. In Bai Ye's perception, it seems he can store inanimate objects in a space within the inner realm. According to his rough estimate, this space could easily accommodate a naval warship. Bai Ye was not particularly excited about this ability of the inner realm. After all, as a transmigrator, it would be embarrassing not to have some sort of backpack-like function. Then there are the cultivation conditions. After cultivating the innate chi to increase his chi capacity, he needs to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In this inner realm, the concentration of spiritual energy is more than 10 times stronger than in the outside world. It is simply a sacred place for cultivation. The last point is what Bai Ye appreciates the most, giving him a fleeting illusion of being the protagonist. In the inner realm, his comprehension ability will be maximized. In simple terms, Bai Ye in the inner realm has a buff for maximum comprehension. This means that when he cultivates Taoist techniques, he will break through bottlenecks in the shortest time possible. Such a place with time, flow, speed, if placed in some of the Xinxiang novels from his past life, would probably attract countless powerful beings fighting over it, to the point of shattering the heavens and earth. Thinking of this, Bai Ye felt a sense of pride as a transmigrator for the first time. If he still couldn't succeed with such advantages, he might as well just hit his head against a block of tofu and die. With this thought, Bai Ye collected his mind and began to select the techniques he would cultivate during this period. Currently, Bai Ye could only be considered to have entered the threshold of a Chi cultivator. There was still a long way to go to reach a more advanced level. Therefore, Bai Ye also summarized some of his shortcomings. First, the innate Chi is the premise of a Chi cultivator's strength. Any technique requires Chi to support it. If Bai Ye wants to cultivate more Chi faster, he needs a top-tier cultivation method. For this, Bai Ye had already made his choice, the pure Yang Wujigong, created by his ancestor Zhang Sanfeng. As the only existing immortal cultivator at that time, the method he established was naturally focused on Chi cultivation. Otherwise, how could he be invincible for 100 years? Similarly, Bai Ye himself hails from Wudong, and his martial arts foundation is rooted in Wudong. Now, cultivating the pure Yang Wujigong will naturally yield twice the result with half the effort. Second, a strong need for Taoist techniques. In his past life, Bai Ye practiced for over a decade at Wudong, and he could say he had mastered most of the martial arts within the temple. Even his master praised him as a rare martial arts genius. However, now that he is a Chi cultivator, if he doesn't know a few powerful elemental spells that can manipulate the forces of nature, how can he introduce himself to others? Moreover, compared to martial arts, the Taoist techniques recorded in the Taoist collection are clearly of a higher level, so Bai Ye has no reason not to practice them. Therefore, Bai Ye now needs to select a few suitable Taoist spells for himself. After briefly flipping through the Taoist collection, he made his choice. Currently, Bai Ye actually has quite a few methods. After obtaining innate Chi, Bai Ye's physical quality has significantly improved, and the effect of transforming internal strength into Chi is evident. Raising the power of his martial arts moves by more than one level. Additionally, after cultivating innate Chi, the Taoist collection enabled him to comprehend the Golden Light spell. As the top technique of Longhu Mountain, it is both offensive and defensive, making it very practical. More importantly, neither martial arts nor the Golden Light spell requires Bai Ye to practice excessively. From here on, he just needs to gradually increase his Chi, which will allow his martial arts to exert greater power and enable the Golden Light spell to naturally enter the next stage. Therefore, in Bai Ye's view, his primary focus now is to learn the pure Yang Wujigong and quickly cultivate it to perfection. At that time, the method will operate within his body on its own, like breathing, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Aside from that, Bai Ye does not plan to spend the precious time in the inner realm on the Golden Light spell and Wudong martial arts. After all, with the buff for maximum comprehension, he should tackle some tougher challenges. The White Knight chose the Chimen Duanjia. Speaking of Chimen Duanjia, it is recorded in the Taoist scriptures that it first appeared in ancient times. At that time, the Yellow Emperor fought against Chi Yu, whose camp was filled with many monsters capable of summoning wind and rain, putting the Yellow Emperor in a very passive position. To assist the Yellow Emperor, the nine heavens Xian Nu descended and taught the Chimen Duanjia to him. With this knowledge, the Yellow Emperor was able to turn the situation around and defeat Chi Yu. Afterward, the Yellow Emperor passed the Chimen Duanjia to his subordinate Feng Ho, who, after a long period of research, simplified and refined the Chimen Duanjia, which was ultimately inherited by later Taoist practitioners. Thus, Chimen Duanjia came to be known as Feng Ho Chimen. The reason Bai Ye chose Feng Ho Chimen as his main focus for cultivation is partly because this technique is extremely difficult. The foundation of Chi Min lies in Chi Hua formation, which then uses the formation to manipulate the 4 plates and 8 trigrams of heaven, earth, humanity, and gods. It sounds simple, but during combat, one must not only pay attention to their own trigram position, but also calculate the opponent's trigram position. From there, one must choose the most suitable technique to use, and the variations to remember and learn can be said to be endless. Without a maximum level insight buff, Bai Ye would truly be skeptical about whether he could learn Feng Ho Chi Min. On the other hand, once this technique is cultivated to the highest level, it could indeed become invincible. If at the beginning one still needs to follow the trigram positions and borrow the power of heaven and earth to fight, then when cultivated to perfection, Bai Ye can achieve the state of being the position itself, of being the good and bad fortune. He would be able to freely manipulate the 4 plates to harness the power of heaven and earth. It is important to know that borrowing and invoking are not the same concept. Of course, the cultivation of Feng Ho Chi Min cannot be completed in a day or two. Therefore, while dedicating most of his time to this, Bai Ye also prepared to learn some other things for balance. Refining tools, according to the records in the Taoist scriptures. The tool refining of Qi practitioners has truly reached a level where nothing is unrefinable, and they can borrow the power of heaven and earth to empower magical tools. Although Bai Ye has no intention of using weapons, refining some small gadgets suitable for travel is still feasible. Alchemical pills. This pill is different from the inner alchemy practiced by Wudong. It refers to medicinal pills. As a disciple of the Taoist sect, taking pills during battle is the greatest respect for the enemy. Talismans. As one of the most practical and versatile means in Taoist techniques, Bai Ye naturally has no reason to give up on this. After considering for over 2,000 words, Bai Ye finally set his current cultivation goals. Before entering the internal scene, Bai Ye asked KB, and he realized he had about 3 days in the outside world, roughly a month in the internal scene, to cultivate. Time was tight and the task was heavy, so Bai Ye quickly entered a state of cultivation. Time does not count in the mountains, and there are no years in the internal scene. When Bai Ye came out of his room, the pirate ship was about to dock. "Hey, Bai Ye, have you finished your cultivation?" Although it wasn't a long time, Bai Ye would come out during meals. But for Luffy, being in a room like Bai Ye except for eating would definitely drive him crazy. Although the time was short, I still gained something. Just that I wasn't quite used to it first. Bai Ye smiled and nodded, but felt a bit bitter inside. After a month of dedicated cultivation, even Bai Ye, the little Taoist from Wudong, was starting to feel overwhelmed. He began to doubt whether the immortals in those cultivation novels, who would often meditate for tens of thousands of years, might have become mentally ill. This was also the reason why Bai Ye later chose to come out during mealtime. "Let's set off and find that pirate hunter to be our partner," Luffy said excitedly, clapping his hands and revealing a sunny smile. These past few days on the ship had been too boring, and even because of Alvida's notorious reputation, some Navy officers chose to ignore them. Now that they had finally reached land, Luffy naturally wanted to enjoy himself and have a barbecue. "Luffy, you go ahead. I still have some things to do at the Navy base." Watching Luffy jump around like a monkey, Bai Ye couldn't help but smile. "Looking for the Navy? Aren't we pirates now? Shouldn't we be avoiding the Navy?" Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, even Luffy was a bit puzzled. Normally, that would be the case. But we just set sail. Not to mention a bounty, we don't even have a pirate ship. In this situation, as long as we don't say anything, who would know we're pirates? White Knight patiently explained that in the original work, Luffy and Kobe arrived here on a small boat. The reason he specifically brought the entire pirate crew along was for the upcoming plan. "By the way, Luffy, before you go ashore, let me show you something fun," Bai Ye said with a smile. "Something fun? What is it?" Sure enough, upon hearing this, Luffy looked at Bai Ye with great anticipation. Then, the three of them arrived at the place on the pirate ship where treasures were stored. The treasures inside had already been packed into a large bundle by KB. As a pirate, defeating opponents and plundering wealth is a basic operation, right? "Luffy, pay attention and don't blink." After Bai Ye finished speaking to Luffy, he walked over to the large package, placed his hand on it, and concentrated. What? Kobe felt that what he had experienced in these few days was more than in his entire life. "Where's the package I packed? How could such a large package just disappear? So amazing." Compared to Kobe's shock, Luffy was completely excited. He rushed to Bai Ye's side and started to feel around. "Is Bai Ye a magician? Where did you hide that package?" "Bai Ye. Bastard, where are you touching? Bastard, where are you touching?" Bai Ye clenched his right fist and smashed it towards Luffy's head, instinctively using the golden light spell. Bang! Luffy, who had eaten the gum-gum fruit and was not afraid of blunt weapon strikes, actually ended up with a big bump on his head from Bai Ye's hit. It hurts so much." Luffy covered his head and stood up, not angry at all. After all, in the future, everyone on the ship could give Luffy a beating. "Bai Ye, how could you hurt me? You're just like my grandpa." Luffy's Nika fruit allows him to have the properties of rubber, so he can almost ignore any attacks that don't have haki attached. Bai Ye knew that he did not possess haki, so there was only one truth. Could his chi actually achieve the same effect as haki? With this thought, Bai Ye thoughtfully looked at Luffy, who was still rubbing his head, and threw another punch. Bang! Bai Ye, why did you hit me again? This time it didn't hurt? Luffy was a bit confused. Could it be that he had hallucinated before? And Bai Ye, looking at his unremarkable fist that was not wrapped in chi, confirmed his guess. It seems that haki, like chi, is an energy substance hidden within the human body. If that's really the case, then Bai Ye wouldn't have to worry about where to find training methods for haki before everyone entered the new world. Perhaps after entering the Grand Line, he could bring it up with everyone. It might really be promising. Just as Bai Ye was contemplating future developments, Luffy spoke up. "Hey Bai Ye, you still haven't told me where that big package was hidden." Luffy had been hit for a day or two, so he quickly brushed off that matter and continued to ask about the disappearance of Bai Ye's package. Luffy, do you still remember the place I mentioned before? Bai Ye came back to his senses and decided to speak the truth directly. This ability would eventually be exposed anyway, and it wouldn't have much impact on Bai Ye himself. So, when facing his companions, there was naturally no need to hide anything. Oh, so Bai Ye put all the treasures in that place? Can I go in and play too? In comparison, Luffy was still fixated on the idea of going inside. Alright, I promise you, when it's possible for others to go in, you'll be the first one allowed in, okay? Bai Ye looked at the eagerly anticipating Luffy with some helplessness, then took out a stack of berries from his inner pocket and handed it to him. I heard the barbecue here is really delicious. Don't you want to give it a try? This money should be enough. Let Kobe guide you. As someone who has read the original work twice, Bai Ye naturally knew the best way to deal with Luffy. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Luffy immediately yelled, "Meat! I want to eat meat!" In order to eat meat, Luffy even used his devil fruit ability, wrapping one hand around Kobe and wildly swinging the other towards the stone pillars at the port. Then, amidst laughter and screams, the two zoomed off to the port. Well, I'll start too, Bai Ye murmured as he saw Luffy disappear into the small town on the island. The Jolly Roger of the Heart Pirates belonged to Captain Eustace Kidd, who had a bounty of 5 million berries. In the East Blue, known as the weakest sea, he was considered a vicious pirate. Therefore, as soon as the port station navy spotted the pirate flag on the ship, they immediately rushed back to the base to report. It wasn't long before a sound of orderly footsteps approached the pirate ship. A squad of Navy soldiers armed with firearms was making their way over. In the white night, one can clearly see the panic in their eyes, but also a hint of determination in their gaze. At least these soldiers are not that bad. In the white night, murmurs were heard. Then, a voice from the Navy at the port called out, "Hey, Alvida pirate crew, listen up. Leave the port immediately. This is Colonel Monka's naval base." "Hey, Alvida pirate crew, listen up. Leave the port immediately. This is Colonel Monka's naval base." "Hey, Alvida pirate crew, listen up. Leave the port immediately. This is Monka." Bow. Just as the leading Navy was repeating the important message, a huge object suddenly flew down from the bow of the ship and crashed right in front of him. "Alvida, are you talking about this lady?" The one speaking was naturally Bai Ye, and at this moment, the Navy, who had come to their senses, also noticed the situation. The spherical creature before them seemed to be the bounty of 5 million berries, Alvida. Seeing her tied up like this, was she defeated? Speaking of which, the person who just spoke, "I'm a passing bounty hunter, and I want to exchange her with your Navy for the bounty. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Just as the leading Navy was still trying to identify Alvida, Bai Ye had already brought KB and a group of pirates from the ship to stand before him. He smiled and pointed to the long line of pirates behind him, their wrists tied together. "And these guys, I'll hand them over to your Navy as well. Although they don't have bounties, they are pirates, aren't they?" Bai Ye was making an effort to play the role of a polite bounty hunter, naturally with his own objectives in mind. Inside a room at the naval base, the bounty hunter was told, "Sir, this is your bounty. In addition to the 5 million berry for Yalida, the bounties for the other pirate crew members are also included, totaling 34 million berry. You can count it." Seeing an entire pirate crew tied up, the Navy naturally had no intention of making things difficult for Bai Ye. Thus, as a pirate, Bai Ye openly walked into the naval base, even being served tea by a dedicated staff member. "No need to count. I trust you, Navy." To be honest, Bai Ye felt a sense of relief. After all, in the original story, Monka had nearly extorted the entire town's residents to build a massive statue for himself. He was really worried that this naval base might be so poor that they couldn't even pay the bounty. Fortunately, things hadn't reached that level. Even a madman like Monka wouldn't dare to touch the bounty budget allocated by the naval headquarters. Bai Ye placed his hand on the pile of berries, and in the blink of an eye, over 5 million berries vanished from the room. The nearby Navy officer gaped, his eyes nearly bulging as he looked at Bai Ye. Just a small ability, nothing to mention. Bai Ye does not care about exposing these abilities, nor will he explain to the Navy. No wonder he was able to defeat the Yarlita pirates. It turns out he is a devil fruit user. The Navy quickly reacted and asked tentatively. Bai Ye didn't pick up the conversation, but instead changed the subject. "Speaking of which, I do have some things I need your help with." After Bai Ye walked out of the naval base, he encountered acquaintances just after a turn. Luffy and Kobe were at that moment peering over the wall of the naval base, pointing and discussing. "White Knight, come on. This is a naval base. And you guys just climbed over the wall? If this were Blue Star, you'd probably be pinned to the ground by hidden soldiers as soon as you got within 10 meters. What? It's the world of One Piece? Then it's fine." After some thought, White Knight ultimately couldn't resist the temptation to watch the scene up close. With a slight bend of his knees, he jumped steadily onto the wall, almost startling Luffy and the others into falling off. White Knight, you're here. Look, the pirate hunter is that guy over there. Luffy greeted him happily, enthusiastically pointing in the direction. Following Luffy's finger, White Knight immediately spotted a familiar yet unfamiliar man. In an open space, there was a cross, and a man was tied to it. The man wore a green hood, a white short-sleeved shirt, and a green belt wrapped around his abdomen. Upon closer inspection, he had 3 earrings on his ears. Even though his hands were bound by the cross and ropes, the man still exuded a fierce, beast-like aura. Bai Ye felt a bit emotional seeing this scene. Here it comes. The green algae head with 2 eyes. Present. In his previous life as a shrimp, Bai Ye had a pretty good impression of Zoro. Just based on that statement, nothing happened back then. Bai Ye determined that Zoro was a real man. However, looking at the still somewhat naive and silly Zoro now, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel nostalgic. It seemed that as long as the rope was untied, he could be set free. Luffy, standing beside him, said seriously, which made Bai Ye feel an urge to roll his eyes. As a representative of brainlessness, according to Luffy's thought process, he was probably thinking about going over to untie the rope and then inviting him, expecting him to agree happily. How could it be that simple? Before Bai Ye could retort, Kobe, who was nearby, was already scared and shouted, "Don't say such stupid things. If you let someone like him go, who knows what will happen? You will definitely be killed." When Kobe first introduced Zoro to Bai Ye and the others, he only thought of him as a formidable bounty hunter. But after arriving at Shell's Town and discovering that Zoro had been captured by the Navy and was labeled a demon, his perspective on Zoro naturally changed. Luffy raised an eyebrow and said, "Arresting old comrades? I'm quite strong." Hearing this, Kobe seemed to lose all color. This guy is completely hopeless. Speaking of which, I have some information that you might be interested in. Bai Ye stroked his chin, recalling the plot he had once seen, and began to narrate it to the two. This small town is called Shell's Town, which is also home to the Navy's 153rd Division. At first, the people in this town lived relatively peacefully and happily. But a few years ago, things changed. At that time, a sergeant named Monka encountered the infamous pirate group, the Black Pirates, while following a warship out to sea. Monka became the only survivor of this encounter. Even more surprising, Monka managed to capture the leader of the Black Pirates, the notorious Bucky the Clown, who had a bounty of 16 million berries, a fake. With such an achievement, Monka was directly promoted to lieutenant and then came to the 153rd Division in Shell's Town, eventually becoming a colonel. It was from this point that Monka's character began to change. He became autocratic and did not allow anyone to oppose him. Thus, Monka started his dictatorship. In such an environment, Monka's son, Barumabur, naturally grew up to be a typical second-generation rich kid, running rampant in the town and committing numerous misdeeds. Just 20 days ago, he even threatened to capture a bounty hunter from Tavern and tied him to a cross at the naval base. Hey, you three. Just as Luffy and Kobe were digesting Bai Ye's story, Zoro, who was tied to the cross and looking down, seemed disturbed by the noise. He slightly raised his head and saw the 3 of them peering over the wall. Unable to help but frown, he spoke out, "Don't block my view. Hurry up and get lost." Although his tone was very fierce, the concern in his eyes was noticed by Bai Ye and Luffy. The reason he displayed such an expression was simply to avoid involving others. "Mr. Luffy, Mr. Bai Ye, if you really want this guy to be your partner, even a few lives wouldn't be enough." Although Bai Ye's story was quite shocking, seeing Zoro's condition made the timid Kobe feel somewhat scared. At this moment, he even had the impulse to escape down the ladder. Wait, a ladder? Kobe suddenly turned his head and discovered that at some point, a ladder had appeared next to him and the others. A little girl with brown hair, tied in twin tails and about the same height as Kobe, climbed up. First, she gestured for everyone to be quiet, then looked around to confirm safety before using a rope to flip into the open space and quickly walked towards Zoro. Was that girl not afraid of that man at all? Kobe found it hard to believe. Bai Ye, on the other hand, had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Now the actors were basically in position, just waiting for the good show to start. Bai Ye, "Hey Luffy, it looks like something fun is about to happen. Want to go check it out?" Luffy turned to look into Bai Ye's eyes, and in the next moment, he readily agreed. "Sure, let's go together." When Bai Ye and Luffy reached the intersection, Zoro, who was afraid that the little girl Ligia would be discovered, was on the verge of a breakdown. "I told you I'm not hungry. You're really annoying. Just go back." When Ligia heard this, she was holding a rice ball, feeling at a loss. "To be honest, your fierce look isn't scary at all." A voice echoed in their ears, and then a pair of hands appeared behind Ligia, directly picking her up. "See, Even a little kid like this isn't afraid of you, right? Bai Ye held Li Jia in his arms and smiled as he looked at Zoro, saying, "You guy, didn't I just tell you to roll?" Hearing Bai Ye's words, Zoro's mouth twitched slightly, but he ultimately said fiercely, "Oh, are you sure about that?" "Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro," Bai Ye said with a smile that seemed not quite a smile. After participating in Zoro's storyline following Luffy, he was still very happy. "If we leave, you might be killed here." "What? Big brother he..." Li Jia suddenly woke up and couldn't help but shout. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "As long as I hold on for another 10 days, I will." Before Zoro could finish speaking, Bai Ye directly interrupted, saying, "You'll be free, right?" "I didn't expect the famous pirate hunter to have such a naive side." "Hey, you bastard you." Hearing Bai Ye's words, Zoro's head was filled with several crossroads. Just as he was about to retort, he was interrupted again by Bai Ye casting a spell. "Little Li Jia, can you tell me why you are delivering rice balls to this guy? The guy tied up by the Navy should be heinous, right?" Hearing this, Li Jia, who was stunned by the news that Zoro would die, immediately retorted angrily and explained the backstory. 20 days ago, Monka's son Remember walked into Li Jia's tavern with his pet wolf in a grand manner. How good could a second-generation pet be? The pet wolf ran rampant in the tavern, and Li Jia, unable to bear it, charged up with a broom. The pet wolf felt insulted and was about to pounce on Li Jia to bite her. At this moment, Zoro, who was sitting next to him drinking, intervened, not only injuring the wolf, but also giving Remember a good beating. Remember, who had never been hit since childhood, couldn't bear this humiliation and immediately threatened Zoro. "As long as my dad knows about this, everyone in this tavern will be sentenced to death." He then used this as leverage to strike a deal with Zoro. Zoro would take the punishment in place of Li Jia and her mother, and as long as he held on for a month, the matter would be settled. At this point, Li Jia couldn't help but sob softly, and Bai Ye could only squat down and comfort her gently. After hearing this, Zoro's expression did not change, but there was still a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. On the other hand, Luffy, who had been silent all along, looked at Zoro with completely different eyes after hearing Li Jia's story. The intensity of his gaze made Zoro feel a bit uncomfortable. After comforting Li Jia, Bai Ye stood up and looked Zoro in the eye, saying, "If you really don't believe it, then just answer me a few questions." Hearing Bai Ye's words, Zoro's expression became serious. "You guy, let's analyze simply, what exactly is Remember's purpose? He made you take the punishment for Li Jia and her mother, and as long as you hold on for a month, you'll be released. This is the agreement you two reached. Let's not even talk about whether Remember would actually honor this agreement, just the underlying logic of this agreement. Zoro, you completely failed to grasp it. I only have one question. Is there really a normal person who can go without food or drink for a month?" "Zoro, shut up. I'm about to." "Exactly. You are supposed to succeed in holding on, but before this agreement takes effect, Remember does not think so. In other words, when he proposed the 1-month agreement, his goal was only one thing." At this point, even Zoro understood. That guy actually wanted me to die from the beginning? Congratulations on getting the correct answer, but unfortunately, there's no reward. Bai Ye lightly applauded, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "By the way, guess what kind of situation Li Jia and her daughter will find themselves in after your death?" Upon hearing this, Zoro's pupils suddenly constricted, and his mood shifted from guilt to fury in an instant. "That bastard, will he continue to lay hands on them?" "You should have already known the answer when you asked that question, right?" Bai Ye said, "When you choose to lay down your weapons, you have already lost the qualification to protect them. Compromising with the enemy is truly a foolish decision." Bai Ye shook his head and spoke his mind. In his past life, when watching anime, Bai Ye couldn't understand why a second-generation rich kid, without even capturing a hostage, could make Zoro compromise. It was absurd to hope that someone who bullied others daily would keep their promise. It was simply outrageous. If Zoro lacked the ability, it could be understood as a compromise for survival. But he had the power to defeat Monka and still chose to compromise. This behavior was exactly like Odin's back in the day. Thinking of this, Bai Ye suddenly shouted to Luffy, who was staring at Zoro, "Captain, what would you do if someone threatened you like this?" Upon hearing this, Luffy was taken aback for a moment, then energetically waved his fist. "I would knock them all away." Bai Ye laughed. It really is Luffy's style, when faced with a dilemma, to solve it with a punch. "Zoro, hey, aren't you afraid that the other side will take action against your friends afterward?" "Huh?" Luffy tilted his head, picking his nose with a carefree expression. "Then we'll beat them until they don't dare to act. And besides, will they stop if we don't fight them?" "Exactly. Will they really stop if we don't fight?" Recalling the usual behavior of that guy Bellamy, the answer was already obvious. He looked at the unreliable guy beside him with a complicated expression, Unexpectedly, this kind of person understood things even better than he did. Zoro felt like his previous actions were foolish, wishing he could slice that bastard right now. Thinking of this, Zoro began to miss his 3 swords. The long-haired bastard was right. When he chose to put down his weapons, he had already lost the qualification to resist. It seems you've come to a realization, so how about we reach a new agreement? Seeing Zoro's silence, Bai Ye knew the other side had figured it out. So he took the opportunity to propose a new choice. Zoro remained silent for a long time before raising his head. You just called that guy captain, so you guys are pirates and you want to bring me on board? At this moment, your reaction was quite quick. Bai Ye shrugged and gestured for Luffy, who was standing by, to come over. He said, I forgot to introduce him. His name is Luffy, and he is my captain. Bai Ye put down leadsto and adjusted his robe. My name is Bai Ye, and I am Luffy's partner. We formed a pirate crew a few days ago, and are currently looking for companions to head to the Grand Line together. You probably guessed the terms, right? We rescue you, and you join our ship. After all, our captain is quite concerned about you. Luffy, haha, that's right. Zoro, I want you to be my partner. Is it really a pirate crew? Zoro murmured. Hearing this, Bai Ye seized the opportunity. That's right, we are pirates. After all, mister. Zoro is currently a prisoner of the Navy, and no one else will help you except as pirates. Bai Ye directly revealed his intentions. As long as mister. Zoro doesn't want to die. He is destined to fight against the Navy here. By that time, whether you like it or not, you will be treated as a pirate and have a bounty on your head. In the original work, when Zoro heard Luffy mention his pirate status, he decisively refused and asked, do you want me to actively become the bad guy? It is evident that Zoro was quite averse to the identity of a pirate at the beginning. However, at that time, Zoro still held the naive idea that if he could endure for a month, he would be free, so he naturally wouldn't consider becoming a pirate. But now he understands that if no one helps him, he will definitely be killed by Baroque Works. Therefore, he just looked at Bai Ye and Luffy, his voice low. Well, it's pointless to dwell on the issue of being a bad guy now. Hey, Bai Ye, Luffy. I have a reason that I absolutely cannot stop here. So rather than dying here, I might as well become a pirate. Upon hearing this, Luffy jumped up joyfully. Great. You're willing to be my partner. Then he turned and patted Bai Ye on the shoulder, excitedly saying, Bai Ye, you're amazing. Why don't you take charge of bringing people onto the ship from now on? Don't casually increase my workload like that. Bai Ye suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and said somewhat helplessly. But at that moment, Zoro's voice sounded again. Let me make this clear. I have my own ambitions, and I will definitely see them through. He raised his head, looking at the two. I want to become the world's #1 swordsman. If you prevent me from achieving this ambition, then be prepared to commit seppuku to atone for it. Zoro's eyes were full of seriousness. Becoming a pirate was whatever to him. But if anyone dared to hinder him from realizing his ambition, even if the two in front of him were his saviors, he would never forgive them. The world's #1 swordsman? That sounds good. Luffy showed a beautiful smile. As the Pirate King's partner, at the very least, you have to be like that. Zoro looked at Luffy, who was grinning foolishly, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this seemingly unreliable guy actually wanted to become the Pirate King. He turned to Bai Ye. Is this the reason you acknowledge him as captain? Bai Ye didn't answer, just shrugged. Of course not. I know the identity of this guy as the son of the world, and am preparing to do big things with him in the future. All right, then let me board your ship and become a villain. Zoro replied again. Bai Ye stepped forward and patted Zoro's shoulder, speaking in a very relaxed tone. So next, let's get down to business. Bai Ye lifted leadsto in his arms in front of Zoro and said, she came all the way here to bring you rice balls at the risk of her life. Isn't it a bit unreasonable for you not to eat? Enough. I'll eat, but first untie me. The ropes can wait. This little girl is ready to feed you herself. Come on, open your mouth, ah? Bai Ye, you bastard. Don't be shy. I'm gonna kill you. Just as Bai Ye was teasing Zoro madly, a very unpleasant voice came from a distance. Hee. I didn't expect someone would actually come to save you. Arrogant pirate hunter. Not far from the open ground, several figures were slowly approaching. At the front, strutting with an arrogant gait, was the ruler of this town, Monka's son, Barumabur, with a greasy pompadour and a chin that looked like it was growing upside down. Barumabur's sinister smile was exceptionally nauseating, causing Bai Ye's mouth to twitch slightly. People Shun-Ti, at least Shun-Ti, looked like that. As he got closer, Barumabur, dressed in a flashy suit, glanced at the others with his triangular eyes. Seeing Luffy, who was indifferent and still picking his nose, Barumabur couldn't help but be taken aback, thinking, Isn't this guy fool? Then he saw Bai Ye in a long robe, looking incredibly handsome, and Barumabur instantly felt threatened. This level of attractiveness was almost a danger to him. If Bai Ye had mind-reading abilities at that moment, he would definitely be slapping Barumabur's chin and asking if he got his courage from Liang Jingru. Hee, is this your partner? Barumabur quickly assessed the strength of both sides and felt confident. That's right. Zoro has already agreed to join my crew. He is already our partner. Luffy immediately responded, as if wanting to tell the whole world that Zoro had become his partner. He then decisively activated his taunting skills. Are they here to save you? So you're planning to tear up our agreement? Barumabur showed a look of regret. If only you could hold out for 10 more days. Could you please stop acting? Bai Ye really couldn't stand that pair of chins shaking in front of him, interrupting his words. Even if Zoro insisted for 10 days, you still wouldn't let him go. Bai Ye spoke calmly, with a hint of sarcasm. How could you possibly tolerate someone who hits you living in this world? Your dad has never hit you, so you were prepared for this all along. Even if Zoro insists for 10 days, you would still kill him. No, you might not even be able to wait that long. Are you planning to take action today? Upon hearing Bai Ye's analysis, Balumabur's mouth twitched slightly, feeling offended. It wasn't because his little schemes had been exposed. After all, he had never considered disguising himself. It was simply that Zoro had been too foolish. The reason he felt offended was entirely because of this bastard. Why was he talking to himself in another direction? Look at me, you coward. Balumabur was furious. Although Bai Ye didn't say it, he felt as if he was being insulted. I'm sorry. My mom taught me from a young age that looking at dirty things hurts the eyes. Bai Ye did not look back and continued speaking to himself. Dirty thing? Is it that yellow-haired man? Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the naive Luffy delivered a direct punch. Bastard, you too. Just as Barumabur was about to start cursing, Zoro suddenly spoke up. Bastard. So you never intended to follow the agreement from the start? Perhaps it was because he had just eaten a rice ball. Zoro now had a strong voice, his wolf-like eyes glaring fiercely at Barumabur, this second-generation heir. If before was just Bai Ye's guess, now Barumabur's tacit acknowledgement made Zoro completely disheartened. He also realized that his previous actions were foolish. Without the appearance of Bai Ye and Luffy, he would be, thinking of this, Zoro's gaze became even more ruthless. A pampered second-generation heir had never encountered such a killing intent, and he instantly felt his legs go weak, almost collapsing to the ground. When a person is pushed to the extreme of fear, they become angry. Could he endure this humiliation? He was the son of Monka. You guys hurry up and shoot. Kill these guys who offended me. Barumabur raised his right hand to signal, and the soldiers behind him also lifted their firearms. Seeing this scene, Zoro's pupils constricted. At this moment, he calmed down, and he couldn't help but exert force with his bound hands. A sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. They were in an open space, and there was nowhere to dodge the bullets in front of them. Damn, if only I still had my sword. Zoro couldn't help but vow silently that he would never carelessly leave his weapons behind again. In his eyes, these people were undoubtedly doomed, but then he saw Bai Ye and Luffy looking completely unconcerned. He couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Could it be that these two had a backup plan? Bam! There was no time to think more, as a dozen bullets had already been fired, rushing towards them with tremendous force. But I'm not afraid. Luffy raised both hands and faced the bullets coming towards him. The bullets hit Luffy but did not penetrate. They merely sank into his body, dragging out several long strips of rubber. Then, they were shot back into the sky by Luffy. Bang! Bai Ye leaned forward and used the golden light spell to block the other half of the bullets. The bullets made crisp sounds and then lost all their power, falling to the ground. At this moment, Bai Ye was even holding the little girl, Li Jia. Hey, what is this? Looking at everything in front of him, Zoro felt like his worldview was about to collapse. Blocking bullets? Is this still a human? Don't underestimate our captain. Luffy is a rubber man who has eaten the gum fruit, and he's really strong. Then Bai Ye briefly explained the concept of devil fruits. After understanding, Zoro looked at Bai Ye, who was shining with golden light, and asked, So, you are also a user of a devil fruit? Me? Bai Ye smiled and said, I'm just an ordinary Taoist priest, nothing special, not comparable to those devil fruit users. Although he said this, his relaxed tone made Zoro feel that, in Bai Ye's heart, the so-called priest was even stronger than the users of abilities. Since they would be partners from now on, it was necessary to get to know each other's strengths. Bai Ye thought for a moment, first untying Zoro, and then turning to look at the dumbfounded Balumabur and the others. Next, what I used was the mysterious escape technique of my Taoist sect. In the White Knight, holding Rika in one arm and transforming the other into a sword pointed diagonally across his chest. He smiled lightly and looked at the enemy before him with a relaxed expression. The soon hexagram whirlwind formed in an instant, creating a powerful gust of wind before everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, It became a tornado strong enough to overturn houses, seemingly with a consciousness of its own, rapidly advancing toward Balumeb and the others. They had never witnessed such a scene, and how could ordinary people withstand the might of nature? Amidst the despairing screams, they were quickly swept up by the tornado and flung into the sky, becoming little specks of light. Looking in the direction where the few had disappeared, Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. The 8 trigrams of Qian, Koan, Zhun, Sun, Li, Kanjen, and Dui correspond to different powers and also relate to the 5 elements. The Chiman technique practiced by Bai Ye involves using the innate Qi to set up an 8 trigrams formation in a certain surrounding area, and adjusting his position during battle to unleash various powers. The move Bai Ye just used represents the power of wind, corresponding to the Sun hexagram, located in the southeast and associated with wood. From the results, Bai Ye is quite satisfied. So amazing. As expected, upon seeing Bai Ye use a new technique, Luffy immediately rushed over with stars in his eyes. That last move was incredible. Wow, it blew them all away. Luffy, excited, almost wanted to pounce on Bai Ye. Can you teach me that? I want to fly too. White Knight, do you want to be thrown to your death? I'm a rubber man. I won't die from being thrown. Bai Ye, I almost forgot about this. All right, next time for sure. After dealing with Luffy, Bai Ye turned to look at Zoro. I almost forgot. This thing should belong to you, right? Bai Ye flipped his palm, and 3 swords suddenly appeared in his hand, which were exactly Zoro's weapons. What? Even Zoro couldn't help but widen his eyes. He was already astonished by Bai Ye's ability to summon a tornado, and now he saw Bai Ye pull items out of thin air. His feelings were very complicated. He thought he had seen enough already. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, he encountered a legendary devil fruit user and an even more amazing Taoist. Here, the swords are back to their owner. Ignoring Zoro's current emotions, Bai Ye shoved the 3 swords into Zoro's hands, saying, "You shouldn't easily throw them away in the future. After all, you're a swordsman." Bai Ye smiled and said, "Speaking of which, the sword in Zoro's hand isn't particularly important. He has changed it several times along the way." "I understand." Zoro nodded seriously while looking at the sword in his hand. After this incident, he had realized that not having a sword and having a sword were completely different concepts. "By the way, how did you get these 3 swords?" Zoro asked, looking up. "Ah, that's a long story." Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. "I'm afraid I don't have time to explain right now, as it seems trouble is coming again." He looked toward the other side of the open space, where a tall figure and dozens of Navy soldiers were marching over. "I heard that a few rats have wandered into my execution ground." A villainous voice that sounded like it wouldn't survive 3 chapters came from the direction of the leader. It was Monka, the tyrannical ruler of Shell's Town, a colonel from Navy Branch 153. As the tall figure approached, everyone could see his metallic jaw and the giant axe embedded in his right arm. To be fair, Monka's presence was quite imposing. He first scanned the area and pondered. "That foolish kid Barumaber isn't here. Did you drive him away? Was it that blonde guy?" He was blown away by Bai Ye. Luffy seriously answered Monka's question and even pointed to Bai Ye's location. "Bai Ye, is that so?" Menka looked at Bai Ye. It didn't matter anyway. After all, the Great One is the ruler of this base, me. After shouting in a Chinibu manner, Menka looked down at the few people in front of him. "Before you die, I allow you to say your names." His gaze was cold, as if he were looking at a few corpses. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." Luffy seemed unfazed by the killing intent in the other's words, and instead raised his hands passionately, loudly declaring his dream. Bai Ye. Bai Ye spoke briefly, showing no interest in Monka. In fact, Monka wasn't even an elite monster. At this moment, he only cared about one thing. "Zoro, there's still a chance now." Bai Ye turned to look. "Just now, you didn't make a move, so you can completely distance yourself from us." "Stop the nonsense," Zoro said without hesitation. "I haven't fallen to that level yet. Whether it's a bad reputation or anything else, I will become the world's greatest swordsman. I want my name to resonate in heaven." He unsheathed his 3 swords and took a stance, then shouted at Monka, Roronoa Zoro. "Pirate King." Monka was both shocked and angry. A brat dares to say he wants to be the Pirate King in front of me. Who do you think I am? A sharp giant axe was raised above Monka's head, and then, with a whoosh, he swung it down towards Luffy. "I am Colonel Monka." Clang. Just as the giant axe was about to hit Luffy, Zoro's 3 swords firmly blocked it. "What?" Monka's pupils shrank slightly, just as he was about to apply more force. Zoro struck first, sending Monka flying back, crashing heavily into the Navy soldiers behind. "Captain, can I take care of him?" Zoro looked at Luffy and said. He didn't explain his reason, just looked seriously at Luffy. "Sure," Luffy said without hesitation, smiling. Then I'll leave it to you, Zoro. He even patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I won't go down here. Zoro also smiled, filled with confidence. In that case, let us eat something first. Bai Ye's voice came from his side. When Zoro turned his head, Bai Ye flipped his wrist, and two crystal-clear pills appeared in his palm. Since we're going to fight, it's better to adjust our bodies to the best condition first. Just as Bai Ye was about to explain to Zoro, Luffy's hand had already stretched out between them. The target was the pills in Bai Ye's hand. Food. I want to eat too. Fortunately, Bai Ye was quick enough to prevent Luffy from succeeding. At this moment, even with Bai Ye's high-level cultivation, he couldn't help but lose his temper. He grabbed Luffy's outstretched wrist. Don't just take other people's things, you brat. Saying that, he activated the golden light spell. A moment later, I'm really sorry. Luffy, with a bruised face, said. While practicing the Taoist alchemy in the inner world of the Taoist sect, Bai Ye also embraced the idea of having learned it, and, in his spare time, he refined some basic pills. Fortunately, in the inner world of the Taoist sect, the spiritual energy was abundant, and there was no shortage of materials for alchemy. Plus, with Bai Ye's maximum comprehension, he quickly produced a bunch of 9th grade pills. The grades of the pills were 9th grade as the lowest, followed by 8th grade, 7th grade, 6th grade, 5th grade, 4th grade, 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, and heavenly grade. The two pills Bai Ye took out were a healing pill and a blood replenishing pill, both 9th grade. The names were simple and straightforward, and their effects were easy to understand. One healed injuries, while the other helped replenish energy. Although they were 9th grade pills, they were more than enough for Zoro at this moment. Such a miraculous thing? After hearing Bai Ye's explanation, Zoro nodded and took the two pills. After being shocked by Bai Ye a few times, Zoro had already gotten used to it. Without asking about side effects, he directly threw the pills into his mouth. Soon, he felt two energies spreading through his body. A moment later, Zoro sensed his body and found that not only had all the accumulated injuries and fatigue from the past 20 days disappeared, but even the lingering internal injuries showed signs of improvement. Whoosh! Zoro couldn't help but swing his sword, feeling the changes brought by the two pills, and couldn't help but be amazed. He looked at Bai Ye, astonished by how this person could accomplish so many shocking things, and was also happy to be this guy's partner. Is this what a Taoist is like? That big guy can be left to Zoro. Seeing that Zoro was ready, Bai Ye turned to Luffy and said, As for us, why don't we have a competition to see who could defeat more Navy soldiers? All right, let's do it. I won't lose to you. With such voices, the entire Straw Hat crew launched their attack. Rubber whip. Wind blade of the Sun trigram. As Luffy and Bai Ye made their moves, the dozens of soldiers brought by Monka began to fall into despair, setting aside their firearms. They were just ordinary people after all. How could they possibly win against Luffy and Bai Ye? The former was a devil fruit user, possessing the power of rubber. As for Bai Ye, this guy was a cheat. Fighting against a cheat was like looking for poop in a toilet with a light. Thus, amidst the cries of despair, these soldiers were either knocked out by Luffy or severely injured by Bai Ye's wind blades. Meanwhile, Zoro also faced off against Monka. If we just looked at their momentum, it seemed like the two were about to engage in a great battle. But in reality, three-sword-style demon slash. In just a moment, Zoro cut several large gashes into Monka's chest. As blood gushed out, this once passionate man, who had changed his temperament after being defeated by Kuro and hypnotized by Zango, slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, in the open execution ground, only Bai Ye, Zoro, Luffy, and Legia, who had been in Bai Ye's arms, remained standing. Hey, Bai Ye, that move of yours is too exaggerated, Luffy said, somewhat aggrieved. He had knocked out quite a few soldiers, but there was still a considerable gap compared to Bai Ye. After all, he could only be considered a meat shield warrior. And how could he compete with a mage like Bai Ye when clearing out small monsters? Haha, Captain, I appreciate it. Bai Ye was quite happy about this. Luffy, Bai Ye. Zoro sheathed his sword and walked over to the two. Next, we should leave, while the others in this Navy base haven't reacted yet. All right. Luffy clapped his hands and happily said, while adjusting his straw hat, Since Zoro has agreed to become our partner, there's no need to stay here any longer. So next. Rubber bind. Luffy suddenly stretched out his arms and tied a dead knot around Bai Ye and Zoro. Let's hurry and run away. Ha ha ha. As Luffy laughed joyfully, Bai Ye and Zoro's expressions changed drastically. Zoro, hey, you can't be. White Knight. Luffy, wait a minute, we don't need to. Before the two could finish their words, Luffy took a step forward and ran towards the nearest wall. Amid the screams and laughter, the three of them directly climbed over the wall and ran off into the distance. Luffy even remembered to call on Kobe. who had already watched several chapters of the play. Watching Zoro and White Knight being dragged by Luffy on the ground, occasionally bouncing up, Kobe swallowed hard. Fortunately, Luffy doesn't have a third hand. Thinking this, Kobe quickly left the naval base with Licca, who had already climbed over the wall. The moment everyone left, many Navy personnel suddenly emerged from the area that had just been rummaged through by White Knight and the others. They acted swiftly and methodically, binding and taking away the people in the open space. Their leader then walked up to Monka. Colonel Monka, no, Monka. The leader adjusted his collar and shouted loudly at Monka. The crimes you and the soldiers who assisted you have committed have all been reported to the naval headquarters. Here, I officially announce that you are under arrest. Perhaps to vent the grievances of these years, the leader's voice grew louder, enough to wake the already fainted Monka from excessive blood loss. Monka struggled to open his eyes. The sunlight piercing down made it somewhat unclear for him. But Monka still remembered who he was, as the voice was very familiar. It was the voice of the one who had resisted him the most over the years. Major Brian, it seems you have reached an agreement with the pirates. At this moment, Monka also realized something. No wonder. A cloud floated by, blocking the sun. The figure of the person in front of Monka gradually became clearer. It was a Navy officer who had previously received White Knight and paid the bounty for him. Time rewinds to when White Knight said he wanted to seek help from the Navy. Help? Mr. White Knight, I don't quite understand what you mean. The Navy was somewhat at a loss. Actually, it can't be said to be help, perhaps. Bai Ye had a kind smile on his face. It could be said to be a mutually beneficial cooperation. What? In Li Jiao's tavern, Luffy spat out his juice. Bai Ye, you actually collaborated with the Navy? You really know how to surprise people all the time. Zoro was also a bit surprised at this moment, although he had already been surprised many times today. Is there a problem? Bai Ye wiped his damp face and said irritably, We are pirates. Luffy suddenly shouted, How could the Navy collaborate with bad guys like us? Bai Ye, you have a clear understanding of your position. First of all, we don't even have a pirate flag or a pirate ship right now, and we have just 3 people. Bai Ye patiently explained. So, in a strict sense, we are not considered real pirates, even in the eyes of the Navy. At most, we are just idle people who claim to be pirates. Nanny? Luffy widened his eyes at Bai Ye. Are we really not considered pirates? Then Luffy slapped his palm. No wonder I haven't seen my bounty notice yet. White Knight. So based on this premise, seeking the Navy's cooperation isn't a difficult task. I see. Luffy showed a look of sudden realization. White Knight, you're so smart. Bai Ye. Thank you, but your praise doesn't make me feel proud. So, you idiot, do you know where you went wrong? Bai Ye smiled broadly, resembling a girl from Blue Star questioning her partner. Huh. Obviously, Luffy did not realize the seriousness of the situation. You don't have to drag us over the wall. You jerk. Golden light spell. Moments latte. Luffy, I'm really sorry. Ha ha ha, this is so interesting. Meanwhile, Zoro was drinking from his cup, watching the two of them so close, feeling a bit of anticipation. Going to sea with these two? It seemed like a good choice. The captain seemed unreliable, yet surprisingly had a convincing charm. The other guy was like a treasure chest. You never knew what surprise he would bring next. Just like this time, he was able to save himself while also gaining benefits from the Navy. Wait, Zoro suddenly discovered the crux of the matter. Bai Ye, you jerk. Clang. Zoro drew his sword, the Wad Ikamanji, and slashed towards Bai Ye. Hey Zoro, are you drunk? Since you've already teamed up with the Navy, why not just go and take down Monka? Why come here to put on a show just to trick me on the ship? You jerk. Damn, your brain is a mess. Why does it always work in such strange ways? All right, Bai Ye is so mean, actually tricking Zoro. Luffy, you jerk. Which side are you on? You better die for me. Watching the 3 of them shout and tussle without breaking anything in the tavern, Liga and her daughter couldn't help but laugh. Mom, Mr. Bai Ye and the others are really gentle people. That's right, little Liga. You should also become a gentle person like them in the future. I understand, Mom. For a moment, the tavern was filled with a joyful atmosphere. That night, under the leadership of Liga and her daughter, the town of Shells, long under the brutal rule of Monka, decided to hold a grand banquet for Bai Ye and the others. Upon hearing this news, Luffy immediately declared that he would cover all the expenses. Bai Ye remained non-committal. After all, he had over 7 million berries from the Alvida pirates, so covering a night-s banquet was more than enough. Ypsilonohoho. Compared to the banquet held on the ship before, this one was obviously larger and more lively. Luffy not only performed his chopsticks and nose trick again, but also led the islanders in singing the pirate song. Deliver Bink Sake to your side, like the sea breeze at will, riding the wind and waves. Ypsilonohoho. On the other side, Bai Ye walked over to Zoro. Don't pay too much attention to Luffy like this. Actually, at times, he can be quite reliable. Looking at Bai Ye speaking helplessly, yet always with a smile, Zoro couldn't help but say, "You seem very confident in that guy." He didn't understand why someone like Bai Ye would choose such an unreliable person as captain. Even if the two had a good relationship, Bai Ye should be more suitable to be the captain. Moreover, he had also learned from Kobe about how the two met. On a pirate ship, two people who had just met. One shouted that he wanted to be the pirate king and invited the other, who readily agreed. Zoro felt it was a bit absurd. Even the novels and newspapers wouldn't dare to write it like that. I'm very confident. The smile on White Knight's face showed no signs of fading as he looked at Luffy in the center of the banquet and said, "I believe that Luffy is destined to change the world, and he can absolutely become the pirate king." Zoro noticed the way White Knight looked at Luffy and couldn't help but be stunned. It was as if the man in front of him could foresee the future and saw the day Luffy became the pirate king. Actually, he was pretty close. While White Knight couldn't predict the future, he had watched the original anime. By the way, how about trying this? Bai Ye suddenly thought of something, flipped his wrist, and a wine jar appeared in his hand. Gently lifting the lid, a rich aroma of wine, unlike anything from this world, fiercely penetrated Zoro's nose. Zoro couldn't help but swallow hard, staring intently at the wine jar in Bai Ye's hand, his index finger twitching. This smells quite good. Seeing Zoro's expression, Bai Ye couldn't help but smile. Besides being directionally challenged, Zoro's biggest trait is his love for alcohol. In the original story, after Zoro arrived in Wano and got separated from everyone, he headed straight for a tavern. Now, with such a wine aroma wafting through the air, he naturally couldn't hold back. "Come on, you'll know when you try it." Bai Ye began to pour the wine. Thud, thud, thud. As the fine wine flowed into his stomach, Zoro felt as if he had found an oasis in the desert, completely rejuvenated. "Damn it, this wine is nothing like the inferior stuff you had before. Savor it slowly, you bastard." Seeing Zoro gulping it down like water, Bai Ye couldn't help but scold him with a laugh. Zoro wiped his mouth with his hand and let out a satisfied groan. "This wine seems a bit similar to the pills you gave me before." Feeling the changes within his body, Zoro voiced his doubt. After finishing the wine, he could already sense a warm current flowing gently through him. "You have quite a keen perception." Bai Ye's reaction to Zoro was not unexpected. He put away the empty wine jar and took out another jar to hand to him. This was indeed wine, but it was also referred to as water dan, which is considered a type of elixir in our Taoist practices. The dragon and tiger seal jar and Tai Chi sealed and hidden represent a unique brewing method from the Zhengyi faction of Longhu Mountain in our Taoist scriptures, resulting in a wine with an excellent taste. Each jar weighs 3 jin and 3 liang, embodying the concept of Tao giving birth to 1, 1 giving birth to 2, 2 giving birth to 3, and the cycle of life continuing endlessly. It is brewed using the spiritual rice from the spiritual fields. The process is not complex, and with the time flow in the inner scene and the rich spiritual energy, Bai Ye has brewed quite a bit. Although it is not as miraculous as a 9th grade elixir, it does have effects such as dispelling fatigue and promoting qi and blood circulation. If an ordinary person has a small cup every day, it can also improve their constitution. For Zoro, the effect is comparable to a cup of invigorating coffee. Zoro let out a groan again. Clearly, this time the spiritual wine made him feel very comfortable. "Your goal is Mihawk, right, Zoro?" Seeing that the atmosphere had built up, Bai Ye took the initiative to bring it up. "That has always been my goal. I want to become the world's #1 swordsman, and no matter what, I will succeed." With the good wine in his belly, Zoro didn't mind chatting a bit more. "Forgive me for being direct." Bai Ye pretended to examine Zoro and deliberately teased, "If Hawkeye goes all out, he only needs 1 slash to make you kneel on the ground, begging not to die." Upon hearing this, several crosses popped up above Zoro's head. "You bastard." Zoro's forehead was covered with black lines as he grit his teeth and said, "Don't be so anxious. I didn't mean to discourage you." Bai Ye first smiled and explained, then said, "I just want to tell you, living in the East Sea, you have no idea how terrifying the strong are in this world. Zoro has great talent. There's no doubt about that, but the East Sea limits his perspective. In the original story, Zoro spent so long as a bounty hunter in the East Sea that he grew less than he would have by traveling the first half of the Grand Line. Just think about it. As the weakest sea controlled by the Navy, how could reliable, strong individuals possibly emerge here? When a frog looks at the sky from the bottom of a well all year round, it naturally believes the outside world is only that big, so it lacks the motivation and courage to jump out of the well. I wanted to ask for a long time." Upon hearing this, Zoro looked at Bai Ye and asked, "You seem to have a deep understanding of the Grand Line, or rather the outside world. Whether it's his understanding of devil fruits or his own set of mysterious Taoist techniques, Zoro believes that Bai Ye must be from the Grand Line. You don't need to look at me with those eyes, Bai Ye said, staring directly at Zoro and shrugging. I'm just an ordinary Taoist priest with my own sources of information. That's reasonable, right? Zoro, do these two things have anything to do with each other? Hawkeye, is he really that strong? Zoro thought for a moment, and then gave up on further questioning Bai Ye's secrets, instead continuing to ask, is he strong? Very strong. Bai Ye took out a jar of wine again, handed it to Zoro, and said seriously, so strong that the opponent only needs a small knife to block your strongest move, and they don't even have to exert their full strength. Bai Ye did not lie, nor was he afraid to say these things now, fearing it would undermine Zoro's confidence. On the contrary, Bai Ye was very certain that even after saying this, when the Bartai incident began and Mihawk appeared, Zoro would still rush forward to challenge him. After all, that was the promise he made with Queen Ah. After a long silence, Zoro grabbed the wine jar and drank it all in one go. That's more like it. Bai Ye felt that Zoro's aura had changed, becoming sharper, as if he were about to pierce through the sky above him. If it were that easy to achieve, it would be too boring. The world's number one? I will get it sooner or later. At this moment, the frog decided to jump out of the well. I believe in you, Zoro. You will definitely get it. White Knight firmly believes in the way. At this moment, White Knight, Zoro, accompanied by loud laughter. A figure wearing a straw hat quickly rushed towards the two. Bang! Zoro, are you an idiot? White Knight, bastard. You got all the crumbs on your mouth on my clothes. Three-sword style, tiger hunt. The next afternoon, the port of Shell's Town was crowded with people. Big brother, Li Jia said, looking reluctantly at Zoro while in her mother's arms. But she also knew that Big Brother was a man destined to go to sea, and she had no reason to stop him. So, at least for the last time, this is the rice ball Li Jia made by herself, sweetened with sugar. For Big Brother, Li Jia took out the rice ball she had prepared long ago and handed it to Zoro. We will never forget your help to us, Mr. Zoro, Li Jia's mother said, bending down seriously at that moment, looking at the rice ball in his hand, and then at Li Jia and her mother who were staring at him. Zoro said nothing. He silently opened the rice ball and stuffed it into his mouth, filling it to the brim. Zoro didn't care about that, saying while eating, "It's delicious, a really good rice ball." Then he turned and left without looking back at the mother and daughter. Mr. Luffy, I have officially joined the Navy. With tears in his eyes, the pink-haired Kobe said to the still, smiling Luffy, I am very grateful for your previous help. If I hadn't picked you up at sea, I might still be living in fear on a pirate ship. If I hadn't seen your courage to risk your life for your dream, I might still be timid and afraid to move forward. But Mr. Luffy, please forgive me. From today on, we are enemies, Mr. Luffy. Kobe said with tears in his eyes, but with determination. I will train hard, and in the near future, I will put all the pirates on this sea, including Mr. Luffy's pirate crew, in prison. The Navy is justice. Although Kobe was shouting at Luffy, he knew in his heart that this was merely a promise to himself. All right, but you want to catch me. Luffy smiled broadly after hearing this, full of confidence and anticipation. I want to stop my steps until I become the Pirate King. See you on the sea, Mr. Luffy. Mr. White Knight. At this moment, Navy Brian was facing White Knight, dressed in plain clothes, looking at the man who saved Shell's Town and also saved the 153rd branch. His eyes were filled with complexity. On one hand, he was grateful for everything White Knight had done, even though White Knight had made quite a few conditions and demands from them. But compared to what White Knight had done, those things were completely insignificant. On the other hand, as an upright Navy officer, Brian's beliefs did not support him in thanking White Knight. After all, the man in front of him had already decided to walk the path of a pirate. What he should do is arrest him, not bid farewell here. This is the transponder snail you need, and Brian hesitated, unsure if giving such a thing was right or wrong. But at this point, even if he didn't give it, this man would probably take it by force. In the navigational chart of the Grand Line, Brian ultimately chose to hand over the sea chart. That's right, Mr. Brian certainly kept his promise and fulfilled this part of the agreement. Bai Ye took the items from Brian's hand, putting the nautical chart away in his inner scene, while the phone bug was tucked into his pocket. There was no other choice. Neither Bai Ye's cultivated inner scene nor the Taoist sect's inner scene allowed any living beings other than Bai Ye to enter. This was what the hero, who was saving this small town and the naval branch, deserved. At this moment, Brian also faced everything that was about to come with composure and said casually, Then it's settled, Mr. Bai Ye. Until you have your own pirate flag, our Navy Branch 153 will not consider you pirates. During this period, Mr. Bai Ye can initiate a call to us according to the previous agreement, and we will take over as soon as possible. And when you raise your pirate flag on your own ship, That will also be the day we no longer conceal your identity. That's correct, isn't it, Mr. Bai Ye? Brian finished in one breath, looking at Bai Ye. Yes, that's about it. Bai Ye replied, don't worry, Mr. Brian. Helping to conceal our pirate identity is just temporary. It won't be long before you see our bounty. After all, this is something our captain cares about a lot. At this point, Luffy's voice could be heard from the harbor behind them. Hey, Bai Ye, it's time to go. Hearing this, Bai Ye clasped his hands in front of Brian. Well then, I look forward to our next meeting, Mr. Brian. Yes. I hope our next meeting will not be as enemies, Mr. Bai Ye. Brian watched Bai Ye board the ship, then lowered his head and turned to disappear into the crowd. Seeing Bai Ye board the ship, Luffy clapped his hands and made a decision. Then let's set off and continue sailing. Are you an idiot? Zoro's voice came at this moment, arms crossed, looking at Luffy with a helpless expression. Can you take a good look at the ship under your feet? Huh? Luffy glanced around. The swan-head pirate ship of Alabasta looked no different from before. Seeing Luffy's expression, Zoro rolled his eyes. How can the three of us operate such a big pirate ship? It seems we either need to switch to a smaller boat or hire some crew. But we are pirates, so it's not certain anyone would be willing to board. As he spoke, Zoro began to analyze seriously. Is that so? Luffy suddenly realized. Then let's switch to a smaller boat. He had no intention of hiring anyone. In Luffy's view, sailing out to sea should naturally be done with his companions, just like Shanks. No need to switch ships. Bai Ye's voice came again, and at this moment, he had a stack of humanoid yellow paper in his hands, covered in many incomprehensible patterns. I can solve the problem of insufficient manpower. Bai Ye is not particularly fond of this ship, the Alvida, but has other reasons. On one hand, he does not want to be crammed into a small boat with several people before getting the Mary, as depicted in the original work, with no place to sleep. On the other hand, this pirate ship is also part of Bai Ye's subsequent plans. Although it is not irreplaceable, there is no need to specifically discard it. Wow. Seeing Bai Ye take out something he didn't recognize, Luffy, who is already used to the surprises Bai Ye occasionally brings, immediately rushed to Bai Ye's side, staring at the stack of yellow paper with shining eyes. Indeed, it is something incredible, so amazing. Zoro, no matter how you look at it, that's just a stack of paper. How do you find incredible? Complaining inwardly, Zoro's gaze couldn't help but turn to the stack of yellow paper. Although he hadn't been in contact with it for long, based on his guess, it must be something very magical if Bai Ye could conjure it out of thin air. Seeing the expressions of the two, Bai Ye decided to stop keeping them in suspense. These paper figures were naturally created by Bai Ye through the Taoist methods he learned. The art of making paper soldiers is a type of secret technique in Taoism. It requires the practitioner to draw a soul-gathering symbol on the human-shaped talisman paper, then place it in a spirit-nurturing array for 49 days, after which the paper figures can become soldiers. The method of use is also very simple. Bai Ye formed a hand gesture and chanted a spell, then threw the stack of yellow paper onto the empty deck. The paper figures, which were only the size of a palm a moment ago, suddenly swelled in the wind, each becoming a giant over 9 meters tall. These paper figures were also the result of Bai Ye's training with talismans in the inner scene. As a martial artist who advocates for direct combat, Bai Ye certainly did not intend to create a wave of paper soldiers. What kind of skill is relying on numbers? A man should fight bare-chested. That's right. It's just that Bai Ye currently cannot refine such paper figures. Therefore, these paper figures can only perform simple physical labor, barely serving as guards on the ship. When faced with slightly stronger opponents, they would be easily defeated. Nevertheless, the 30 or so standing paper figures in front of Luffy and Zoro still brought them great shock. Although they couldn't understand it, they were deeply impressed. Whoa! Upon seeing the paper figures grow taller in the blink of an eye, Luffy couldn't help but exclaim, then transformed into a monkey, bouncing around the paper figures. He even couldn't help but poke and prod at them. Then, hey, Luffy, don't bite them. Your saliva will get on them. Bai Ye finally couldn't help but complain. Do these paper people fear water? Hearing this, Zoro couldn't help but speculate. Of course they don't fear it. I've treated them to be waterproof. It's just that Luffy's saliva is a bit disgusting. Bai Ye said without looking back. Zoro, Luffy. After a chaotic commotion, Bai Ye and the other two finally decided to get down to business. After a brief explanation, the paper figures on the deck began to walk towards their respective workstations. Moments later, the pirate ship slowly sailed out of the harbor. As for Luffy and the others, it's known that in this world, any man going to sea would never refuse to lie on a deck chair, facing the gentle sea breeze at a beautiful evening, enjoying a bit of their favorite food. For the next few days, the three were almost doing one thing. Luffy was eating grilled meat. Zoro was holding a jar of sake, and Bai Ye had a glass of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. The three looked at the sun about to set in the distance, and couldn't help but exclaim at the same time. So comfortable. So comfortable. Goodness. Luffy and Zoro simultaneously looked at Bai Ye, their faces showing some dissatisfaction. That formation-breaking bastard. The White Knight is certainly not intentional, but just now, he received a piece of information from the paper figure. It seems that an outsider has sneaked onto this ship. Based on the general description from the paper figure, Bai Ye is 99% confident that this outsider is. Wow, what on earth is that? Why is the paper figure moving? A girl's voice, tinged with crying, came through, and Bai Ye turned his head to look, unable to help but smile knowingly. Sure enough, it's you little thief, Nami. At this moment, Luffy and Zoro also turned their heads upon hearing the sound. A girl is being controlled by two paper figures walking towards them. The girl is clearly frightened by the paper figures, screaming and wailing all the way, with her eyes closed and just making noise. It seems that a thief has boarded the ship. Looking at the girl in front of him, wearing a black headscarf with hints of orange hair peeking out, her figure clearly starting to take shape. Bai Ye said with a teasing expression, Is someone talking? Nami was taken aback. Just now. Those paper figures could move, but couldn't speak, and now was obviously a human voice. So it should not be the paper figures, right? At this moment, she realized that the paper figure that had been controlling her was no longer by her side. Thinking this, Nami also raised her head to look in the direction of the voice. Three men came in her view. Seeing Bai Ye in a Taoist robe with his long hair tied up, Nami thought, so handsome. Seeing Zoro with 3 swords at his waist, arms crossed, she thought, so fierce. And seeing Luffy with a straw hat, picking his nose, she thought, such an idiot. A thief? It seemed she had heard Machino mention it. Luffy, completely unaware that Nami had labeled him an idiot, spoke to himself. It seems like I can't eat it. Nami asked, why would you think about eating? Luffy's rating in Nami's mind dropped another notch. Should we chop it up and throw it into the sea? Zoro said indifferently. For him, encountering a sudden situation and just chopping it was the quickest way to solve the problem. Nami exclaimed, you don't even ask and are ready to take me out? Are you a murderer? In Nami's mind, Zoro had already become a pervert who took pleasure in killing. Beside them, Bai Ye watched as Nami's expression changed from him, I encountering a fool, to sister, I might be done for, and he nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. Damn, is there a display screen on your face? The little thief from the East Sea, although he likes to steal other people's treasures, is also quite an outstanding navigator. At this moment, Bai Ye spoke up and turned to the two. It seems we are quite lucky. Huh, she's actually a navigator? Luffy exclaimed. Although he was silly and didn't understand some basic common knowledge, he was quite clear that a navigator was necessary for going to sea. What kind of look is that? Can a thief know navigation skills? Nami, feeling a bit embarrassed and angry at being looked at with doubt by Luffy, whom she considered an idiot, shouted at him with her teeth bared. All right, I've made up my mind. Unexpectedly, Luffy completely ignored Nami's meaning and instead clapped his hands, saying, since you, Bai Ye, say she's quite outstanding, let's make her our partner and our navigator. It seemed like he had solved a major issue, and Luffy joyfully raised his hands in celebration. At this moment, even Luffy himself didn't realize that his trust in Bai Ye had reached quite a commendable level. Nami, I don't care about this kind of thing. Seeing that Luffy had already made a decision, Zoro turned to leave. Since there was no need for a fight, he didn't need to be involved. The jar of alcohol Bai Ye had given him earlier seemed to still be half full. Don't make decisions without me. Watching as the others quickly settled matters regarding her, Nami once again loudly complained. At this moment, she regretted her decision to sneak onto this seemingly empty pirate ship just to gather the 100 million berries needed to redeem her village. She never expected things would turn out like this. Her fate seemed to be decided once again amidst the laughter of others. Remembering her painful experiences, a hint of hatred and despair flashed across Nami's face. Indeed, she hated pirates the most. Speaking of which, this should be yours. At that moment, Bai Ye's voice came. He was holding the package that the paper figure had just handed to him. It was the treasure Nami had previously collected. That's my treasure. Seeing Bai Ye obtain the treasure she had worked hard, or rather, stolen, to gather, Nami didn't have time to think about pirates anymore. She directly lunged at the handsome man with her teeth bared. Taoist secret technique, golden light spell. Bang! Ouch! Nami, who crashed into Bai Ye's protective golden light, felt as if she had run into a wall. She held her head and looked at the shimmering Bai Ye. What kind of magic is this? Damn, this handsome man is glowing. No, it's just a Taoist secret technique. Bai Ye replied with a smile. In the original work, Nami is considered the big sister on the ship, and Luffy and the others often receive her loving iron fist. The White Knight has no intention of being a masochist. So, since you are unwilling to be our navigator, these treasures will be our spoils. Bai Ye weighed the package in his hand and estimated its worth. It seemed to be around 2 million berries. While not a lot, it was enough to throw a grand feast for Luffy and buy Zoro a nice sword. Watching Bai Ye seriously claim his treasure, Nami gritted her teeth. This man was not handsome at all. Feast. Luffy's eyes lit up at the mention of the word. A new sword? That sounds great. Zoro, who was drinking nearby, chimed in as well. Hey, what kind of joke is this? That treasure was something he had worked hard to collect. He just needed to steal a little bit more, just a little bit, and he could redeem the village. Thinking of the village, he had endured the oppression of Arlong and his crew. Nami could only look up at the three of them and say, I can help you with navigation, but I won't get on your ship. Until this moment, Nami was still holding her ground. Huh? Why? Luffy asked in confusion, tilting his head at Nami. Because I hate pirates, I really hate them. Just as Luffy was about to say something, Bai Ye stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Let's leave it at that for now, Luffy. Don't be in such a hurry. Hearing Bai Ye say this, Luffy nodded without hesitation. Okay. Bai Ye is his first partner and the one who convinced Zoro to join the crew. So, Luffy is still very willing to listen to Bai Ye on such matters. Well then, Miss Nami, congratulations. You have successfully won back your treasure. Bai Ye turned to Nami and handed her the package in his hand. Since he had read the original work, he naturally knew that in order to truly free this poor girl, they had to deal with Arlong first. So, it was pointless to say much now. As long as she stayed on the ship, that was enough. He thought of this as the fee for hiring Miss Nami during the upcoming voyage. All right, as long as you give me. Nami started to say, but suddenly felt something was off. Aren't these treasures hers? How did they turn into a hiring fee after being in this man's hands for a while? Could it be that she was being taken advantage of? I've never seen such poor pirates. Nami exclaimed. Before she was captured, she had snuck into the treasure room on the ship. After entering and taking a look around, Nami's feelings were quite complicated. How to put it? With this level of cleanliness, any other thief would have left some belly behind. As for Nami, what a joke. No one would get a single cent from her. No one. Now that I think about it, I feel like I should have some insurance. Bai Ye said as he took back Nami's package, emptied half of it, and handed it to Nami. Then, with a swipe of his right hand, he stored the remaining half of the belly into his internal space. To prevent Nami from running off midway, he decided to give her half first. Nami, what do you mean by giving me half first? You jerk. It's all mine. It's one thing to freeload, but isn't it too much to take and eat it all? At this moment, Nami was raging internally, not even noticing Bai Ye's ability to make things disappear out of thin air. They had been at sea for a while now, and the navigator had become familiar with the ship, so it was time to discuss the next destination. Bai Ye looked at the three people in front of him and said, unlike the Grand Line, the East Sea doesn't have a fixed pointer that indicates which island to go to. In other words, you can choose your destination freely here. It doesn't matter, as long as there are enemies to fight. Zoro was the first to express his opinion, as a frog that had jumped out of the well. He was now eager for battle. I want to find partners and then go to the Grand Line. Luffy was obviously a bit more excited. I want to express an opinion. I'll just be responsible for using navigation skills to help you reach your destination faster. After this period of sailing, Nami also understood the identities of the few people. They were actually the great heroes who saved Shell's Town. Coincidentally, just as Luffy and the others had left, Nami arrived at Shell's Town. It was also at this time that she learned about 3 self-proclaimed pirates who defeated the Navy colonel that had been brutally ruling over the town. Her first reaction upon hearing this was disbelief. However, the entire town was telling the legends of these 3, and Nami couldn't help but start to wonder, are there really such pirates in this world? She wouldn't have thought that just a few days later, she would see them in person. After this period of contact, Nami had a deeper understanding of these people. How should she put it? Luffy was just an idiot. Zoro spent every day either training or drinking. Those paper figures were just tools for 007. As for Bai Ye, that guy who took half of her treasure, he was the worst. Is that so? Bai Ye nodded, completely unaware that he had been scolded again, and continued, since that's the case, I have a suggestion. In my previous collaboration with the Navy branch in Siertsi Town, one of the items was that they provided a sea chart of the Grand Line. However, when I got my hands on it, I found that the chart had already been taken by someone. As for this person, saying this, Bai Ye flipped his wrist, and a piece of paper appeared in his hand. He unfolded the paper and displayed its contents to the others, a pirate emblem featuring a clown skull, along with the phrase, "This lord graciously accepts it." The bounty was 15 million berries, claimed to be the great pirate known as Buggy the Clown. He was also an intern crew member of the pirate King Roger and was a close friend of the current red-haired Shanks. This Bai Ye did not mention. Is this the so-called immortal Buggy? Zoro crossed his arms, pondering. I feel like I've heard that name before. A bounty over 10 million? He should be quite a formidable opponent. All right. Luffy clapped his hands, his face serious. Then let's go find him and get the sea chart back. Hey. That a pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. And it said that Buggy can't be killed no matter how he is attacked. Nami was somewhat exasperated, thinking that these idiots and murderers were not afraid at all. Although she also had a dream of drawing the sea chart of the Grand Line, facing such an enemy. It seemed impossible to win, but that's an immortal body. It's not that he can't be killed. Buggy is just like Luffy, a devil fruit user who ate the chop fruit. Just like Luffy, the chop fruit. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, both Nami and Zoro questioned simultaneously. Nami looked at Luffy, who was pulling on his cheeks, stretching them out, and said, I'm a rubber man who ate the gum fruit. Nami replied, isn't that a monster? At this moment, Bai Ye had to explain the setting of the devil fruits again. He then answered Zoro's question. That's right, Buggy is a chop man who ate the chop fruit. He can split his body at will, which allows him to completely ignore slashing attacks, leading people to think he has an immortal body. It sounds really powerful. Luffy's eyes lit up at such a miraculous ability. He can actually ignore slashing attacks? A hint of seriousness flashed in Zoro's eyes as he couldn't help but speculate in his heart how he could defeat him if he were to face him. Such an ability was indeed a natural enemy for a swordsman like him. You actually know about such things? Nami was surprised that Bai Ye was aware of this secret. It's not hard to guess. I just have a bit more experience. Bai Ye first spoke to Nami, then looked at Luffy and Zoro. Since Luffy has made a decision, let's set off. Our destination is Orangetown Island. Orangetown is an island in the East Sea. It was burned down by pirates over 40 years ago, and later, people rebuilt the town on the ruins. They relied on the local oranges to live a relatively peaceful and tranquil life. Until that day, when a group of pirates arrived. How we finally arrived? So boring. Luffy lay on the deck with a face full of despair. Being an adventure-loving person, he naturally couldn't endure the dull days of sailing at sea. If it weren't for Miss Nami's help, it might have taken even longer to get here. Bai Ye also arrived at the bow of the ship, looking at the island in front of him, and sighed. If he hadn't happened to meet Nami, Bai Ye was really prepared to ask the group of Navy from Branch 153 for help. After all, they had also gotten the location of Buggy's pirate crew from him. Hey, you guys see that pirate ship? That should be Buggy's, right? Zoro said, standing on the other side of the bow, pointing at a ship flying the clown's skull flag. The Baikadapo, Buggy the clown's vessel. Bai Ye nodded and suddenly said to Nami, Nami, do you want to get off the ship and take a look together? Nami was momentarily stunned by this remark. Who cares about you? I don't want to go. Is that so? Bai Ye stroked his chin and continued. I was thinking if Nami is willing to help us collect the treasures of the Buggy pirates, we could share some rewards with you. Hey, please be sure to take me along. Upon hearing about the treasure and rewards, Nami's eyes instantly turned into the shape of berries. Haha, then let's hurry down. As they spoke, they arrived at Buggy's pirate ship. After Luffy easily defeated a few small guards on the ship, they began their treasure hunting adventure. Luffy rushed into the kitchen first, not really knowing if he understood the meaning of treasure hunting. Nami, however, couldn't wait to dash towards the treasure room. Zoro didn't have much to look for. If it were before, he might have gone to find some sake. But now, with Bai Ye's sake, he naturally looked down on other inferior drinks. In the end, Zoro just walked into the ship's armory, hoping to find a better quality sword to change his equipment. Bai Ye watched the backs of the departing crowd and turned to enter a room. It was the most important room on the entire ship, the bedroom of the clown Buggy. One could say that it truly lived up to the reputation of a great pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. Compared to Alvida's ship, just Buggy's captain's quarters were enough to be completely overwhelming. In the original story, Buggy gave off the impression of a lucky opportunist. Yet his identity always felt somewhat out of place. So Bai Ye wanted to check the captain's quarters to see if he could find any secrets. The room was simple. Aside from some disorganized personal items, there were countless treasure maps. As for how many of them were real, it was hard to say. After searching for a while, Bai Ye didn't find a map of the Grand Line, but he did come across a notebook containing important content. Of course, it wasn't a diary. After all, who writes diaries if they're a serious person? Surprisingly, it contained training methods for observation haki and armament haki. Bai Ye had to admit he was quite surprised. Although he couldn't use haki, the content of the notes clearly indicated that they were written by a haki master. Just by looking at the creases on the pages of the notebook, it was evident that Buggy hadn't really gone through it since he got it. What a waste. Bai Ye shook his head and turned to the last page of the notebook, and just one glance made his pupils slightly contract. Because the last paragraph clearly stated, In the face of this vast world, ridiculous dreams will become the direction for your advancement. Joel D. Roger. Could this notebook actually have come from Roger's hand? Bai Ye murmured to himself, his eyes gradually brightening. This is indeed quite a nice gift. After searching once more, Bai Ye left the captain's cabin and reunited with the remaining three. Nami was carrying a huge package, radiating a sense of happiness. Zoro was holding a sword, which seemed to have been taken from the ship. As for Luffy, he looked quite full. Bai Ye even suspected that Luffy had eaten everything edible on the ship. It seems you guys didn't find the sea chart either. Bai Ye looked at Zoro and Nami, and after seeing both of them shake their heads silently, he said, "Huh, did we come on board to look for a map?" At that moment, Luffy, realizing it late, said, then clapped his hands. "There's nothing in the kitchen, but the meat is delicious." White Knight, Zoro, Nami. Boom! At this moment, a series of explosions echoed in the ears of the three. Thick smoke filled the air above the small town inside the island after the explosions. It was Buggy's bombs. Nami seemed to think of something and said, "It said that Buggy can create a powerful bomb. It seems that Buggy should be in the town." White Knight nodded, as he naturally knew that this was Buggy's homemade Buggy bomb. "All right, let's go." With Luffy's command, the four of them set foot on the island and headed towards the town. Orange Town wasn't particularly wealthy, but thanks to the town's specialty oranges, the residents lived relatively well. Such a town, which had no navy stationed yet accumulated considerable wealth, was naturally prone to pirate raids. Just a few days ago, it had attracted the infamous pirate Captain Buggy from this sea area. At first, after the town's residents paid enough treasure, Buggy had no intention of attacking. However, to the surprise of the townspeople, Buggy suddenly said that one of the kids claimed to be a red nose. In an instant, he became furious. No matter how the townspeople explained, he wouldn't listen and even threatened to blow up the town. Fortunately, the mayor quickly led everyone to hide in the mountains behind, which prevented casualties. Meanwhile, as the four advanced towards the place where the bombs were launched, they fell silent upon seeing the houses around them destroyed and engulfed in flames from the bombs. This was the true nature of pirates. Boom! 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 On the rooftop of the tallest building in Orange Town, a loud laugh erupted as Buggy admired the destruction caused by the Buggy bombs. The great Buggy, who possesses Buggy bombs, is the strongest in the East Blue. Dressed in a circus-like outfit and painted like a clown with a big red nose, Buggy stood arrogantly with his hands on his hips, showing off to his subordinates. He was feeling quite proud. Oh, Captain Buggy's bombs are invincible. A little monster beside him, also dressed in circus attire, eagerly flattered him. Ha ha! Hearing such praise, Buggy was naturally very pleased. At this moment, he bore no resemblance to the former Pirate King's crew member or the future warlord of the sea. "Keep praising me, you little ones. Praise your great Captain Buggy." Upon hearing this, various voices rose from below. Captain Buggy is the most powerful pirate in the East Blue. Captain Buggy is the nightmare of all Navy. Captain Buggy is the pirate with the most treasure. Captain Buggy. Hey, Red Nose. Amidst the flattery, a voice suddenly rang out. Not loud, but instantly silencing the crowd. All the extra pirates stiffened and turned their heads towards the direction of the voice. Who else could it be but Luffy and the others? Your observation skills are sharp, Luffy. The most distinctive feature of the clown Buggy is his red nose. White Knight smoothly picked up the conversation without caring about the surrounding atmosphere. "Yeah, it really is a very conspicuous red nose. I wonder if it's real," Zoro said, crossing his arms and observing seriously. Hey, I say, you guys, don't you pay attention to the occasion when you talk? It's obvious that red nose is a prohibited word here." Among the four, Nami was the most nervous, as if only she sensed something was off around them. But the extra pirate, "You just said those 3 words too, and super loud." Hee. A low, ominous laugh sounded. "You little brats just said red nose, didn't you?" Buggy shouted angrily at the few, his twisted expression combined with the clown makeup looking extremely strange and comical. Seeing Buggy's reaction, all the pirates present trembled. Their captain was particularly sensitive about the red nose. Even if they were suspected of saying those 3 words, they would face Buggy's most cruel and ruthless punishment. And now, the 4 in front of them had each said red nose. "You little ones, bring the cannon over here." Under Buggy's command, a cannon filled with Buggy bombs was pushed over. Buggy looked at the 4 in front of him, one holding 3 swords, one who threatened his appearance, one wearing a straw hat that made him very displeased, and a trembling blonde woman. "Who gave you the courage to provoke me? You scum." With the cannon fired, a Buggy bomb, even more terrifying than a regular cannonball, flew towards them. At that moment, in Buggy's view, the next second, the buggy bomb would blow them to smithereens. But, let me do it. Luffy saw the bomb coming, adjusted his straw hat with his right hand, and stepped forward. Gomu gomu novelun. In an instant, Luffy inhaled a large amount of air, turning into a giant rubber ball, catching the bomb steadily before bouncing into the air. One sword style, pistol. Seeing the bomb ascend, Zoro quickly stepped forward, using Luffy's belly as a springboard to launch himself into the air as well. One slash sent the bomb crashing to the ground, where it exploded in midair, creating a massive shockwave that rushed toward the ground. Wind-flowing firefly. Bai Ye raised his hand and conjured a gust of wind, blocking the heat wave above a few people. From the launch of the bomb to Bai Ye's action, it took only a short amount of time. However, the abilities they displayed left all members of the buggy pirates with their mouths agape, staring intently at the few individuals. At that moment, they all had one thought in their minds. Who the hell are you? Buggy, no longer acting crazy, could naturally see the extraordinary nature of these individuals with his keen insight. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy boldly declared his iconic line again, then pointed to the three people behind him and said, "They are my companions. Zoro is a swordsman, Bai Ye is a Taoist, and Nami is a navigator." Nami exclaimed, "You actually explained that in such detail, you jerk? Also, who said you're my partner?" Buggy, looking at Zoro first, then at Luffy and Bai Ye, asked, "Did you guys also eat devil fruits?" "No, I ate the gum-gum fruit and became a rubber man." Bai Ye hasn't eaten one. He's a Taoist, a very powerful profession. Luffy corrected while proudly introducing Bai Ye. Buggy responded with confusion. "Are you guys here for some kind of collaboration? What else with that expression of yours like my Bai Ye is amazing? Are you making fun of me?" Buggy shouted angrily, "What do you want to do?" "All right." Luffy snapped his palm, realizing, "We want to take the sea chart of the Grand Line from you. And by the way, I want to knock you out, Buggy." "A few little brats think they can take my sea chart? Don't joke around." Buggy shouted, "I am the great pirate of the East Sea, Buggy." "Men, attack." White Knight, speaking the most cowardly words in the most arrogant tone. "You really are something, Buggy. Buggy, your opponent is me." Luffy doesn't care about that. Now that the words have been said, let's just get straight to it. Rubber, rubber, gun. A fist that stretches and comes in, piercing through the crowd, directly hit Buggy on the head. Bang! Buggy didn't expect Luffy to be so ruthless. Before he could detach his head, he was sent flying by the immense force. Seeing that he hit his target, Luffy charged towards Buggy again. At this moment, Buggy's three main officers were preparing to intercept Luffy, but two of them were stopped first. Looking at the three in front of him, oh no, two people and one beast. Bai Ye and Sauron stood side by side in front of them. Bai Ye casually said, "How could we let you disturb our captain's battle?" The "you" refers to the members of the buggy pirates. The vice captain, known as the beast tamer, Machi, was dressed in a costume resembling a polar bear plush toy and wielded a beast-taming whip. Machi's partner was a large and ferocious lion named Ricky. The chief strategist of the pirate crew, known for his performance skills, Kabaji, had a Shamate-style side fringe and rode a unicycle, armed with a knife. Looking at the three distinctly different figures, Zoro and Bai Ye exchanged glances. Zoro said, "I'll take the one with the knife." "Bai Ye, since that's the case, I can only choose the remaining one." "Kabaji, don't be so casual about it like you're picking fruit, you bastard." "Machi, long-haired kid, I'm really sorry to be your opponent along with Ricky. The atmosphere has reached this point, and we can't avoid a fight anymore. Straw Hat Pirates versus Buggy Pirates. Ready, go." Over here, Zoro drew his three swords and took his stance, looking at the man riding a unicycle. Kabaji was also constantly testing Zoro, even feeling a bit desperate. As a member of a well-known pirate crew in the East Sea, he had naturally heard of the infamous reputation of the bounty hunter, but he had never taken this person seriously before. However, from Zoro's sword technique that sliced the bomb just now, Kabaji was already starting to feel uncertain. Moreover, Kabaji looked at the man in front of him, who was ready for battle. This person is a three-sword style user. On the other side, the beast tamer Machi and the lion Ricky had already surrounded Bai Ye from the front and back. At this moment, these two were even more uncertain than Kabaji. If Zoro's swordsmanship displayed earlier was still within the range that the few of them could bear, then the abilities shown by Bai Ye and Luffy clearly exceeded that range. Although Luffy denied it, Machi still believed that this man in front of him, like his captain, possessed the cursed abilities of the sea. He could no longer be considered human. "White Knight, are you polite?" Although Kabaji and the others are uncertain in their hearts. In the minds of the other members of the Baki pirate crew, these three are their top executives. As long as they take action, victory is guaranteed. So at this moment, the crowd that has formed a circle around the battlefield began to cheer. Go, Vice Captain Machi. Give that long-haired brat a taste of his own medicine. Ricky, your dessert is ready. Bite that brat's thigh off. Kabaji, show off your magnificent swordsmanship and let that green-haired guy see your power. Against these two brats, it will only take the three of you 10 minutes to settle the battle. Bastard, do you look down on the three of us so much? It's clearly 3 minutes. Machi and Kabaji, I didn't tea, don't talk nonsense. But sometimes, being in a high position also means being in a difficult situation. Their own crew had already elevated the atmosphere to this level. If they admit defeat directly, how can they lead the team in the future? How can they command respect? So even though he saw White Knight's teasing gaze, Machi gritted his teeth and had no choice but to step up. Go, Ricky, bite that brat to death. Since Ricky is my partner, him going in is equivalent to me going in. That makes sense. After all, Ricky is an animal and clearly doesn't have Machi's roundabout ways. After hearing this, he pounced directly at White Knight. But in the next instant, neither Ricky nor Machi, nor the pirates watching the show, could see White Knight's figure. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared. Then, Ricky heard White Knight's voice from his back. I have to say, riding this kitty is quite comfortable. Ricky, you're the kitty. Feeling the weight on his back, Ricky rolled on the ground, trying to pin White Knight down. But White Knight had already disappeared again a second prior, appearing beside Machi and even patting his shoulder. Slap! Startled, Machi first shivered and then reacted quickly, lashing out with a whip towards White Knight. But he only struck air, and in the moment of distraction, White Knight reappeared in the place he had been standing at the beginning. The corner of Machi's mouth twitched slightly. Although White Knight did not unleash that devilish power from earlier, the fact that he could toy with both himself and Ricky purely with speed was evidently even more terrifying. Machi had a feeling that just now, if White Knight had wanted to, he could have snapped his neck in an instant. This kind of movement technique is too frightening. Wudong. Ti-Yunzong, this is the top lightness skill of the Wudong sect, and after White Knight cultivated the innate chi, its power has clearly reached a new level. Although there wasn't a direct comparison, White Knight felt that his Ti-Yunzong was not at all inferior, even when compared to the shave and moonwalk from the Navy 6 styles. As for why White Knight didn't directly finish off the two earlier, it was naturally to test a new technique. Maoshan's secret technique, talismans. The previous paperman transportation technique is considered one type of talisman, and aside from this paper cutting technique, the most common talismans are divided into three main categories: auxiliary, defensive, and offensive. Auxiliary talismans have effects similar to buffs in online games from the previous life. Whether it's positive buffs that enhance one's side or negative buffs that affect the enemy, they cover everything. For example, the speed talisman that makes one faster and the immobilization talisman that prevents the opponent from moving both fall under the category of auxiliary talismans. Defensive talismans, as the name implies, serve to increase defense. By analogy, offensive talismans are easier to understand. For example, the talismans White Knight stuck on Ricky and Machi. Lightning Strike Talisman, activate. Explosion Flamme Talisman, activate. With White Knight's two light shouts, a burst of lightning suddenly erupted from Ricky's body. This lion was electrified to the point of being crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, making the neighboring pirates drool. Machi was also hit by a burst of flames, directly blasting him away, leaving him half alive at best. It looks like the power is pretty good. Bai Ye looked at the effect of his talismans and nodded in satisfaction. As two of the most basic entry-level talismans, their effects were quite good. On the other side, Nami observed Bai Ye summoning flames and thunder with just 2 pieces of paper, her eyes reflecting deep thought as if she was pondering something. But she quickly snapped back to reality. At this moment, aside from Bai Ye, the battles on the other 2 sides were also reaching their conclusion. In the original story, Zoro, despite being severely injured, managed to defeat Kabaji on his own. Now, in full condition, he easily took care of him. As for Luffy and Buggy, after their exchange of blows, it ended with Luffy knocking Buggy's head off and knocking him out. It was only at this moment that Nami belatedly realized that this pirate trio she had looked down upon had actually reached such a level. Even Buggy, who had a bounty of 16 million in the East Sea, along with his pirate crew, had been completely wiped out by the 3 of them. The pirate lackeys, who had just been watching the show, gasped when they saw the crispy Leaky, the charred Machi, the blood-soaked Kabaji, and Captain Buggy, who had been separated from his body and fainted. We were defeated? At this point, no matter how much they refused to believe it, they had to accept reality. Watching Bai Ye slowly approach them, these pirates decisively chose the best course of action. A uniform sound rang out as all the pirates knelt on both knees, their heads tightly pressed to the ground. "Big brother, we kneel to you." Seeing this scene, Bai Ye felt a bit of a headache. Should he say that it was typical of Buggy's crew? Their ability to change their attitude was remarkable. "I wonder if anyone can answer me a question?" Bai Ye stroked his chin and said, "Bucky should still be carrying a part of his treasure with him, right? Can someone tell me where it is?" Previously, Bai Ye had counted the berries that Nami had scavenged on the ship. Although there were a full 4 million, it was still a bit too little for a pirate crew like Bucky's. Furthermore, considering Bucky's love for treasure, Bai Ye naturally didn't believe that Bucky would keep all his wealth on the ship. Of course, the most important reason was that Bai Ye remembered from the original manga that Luffy had taken out half of Bucky's treasure to help rebuild Orange Town. That would mean there were 5 million berries. So now, there should be at least 6 million berries that haven't been discovered by everyone. After thinking it over, without considering the butterfly effect, there was only one answer. "Brother, I know," a pirate said. "Treasure," with an insider leading the way, and Nami's natural sensitivity to treasure. Bucky's base in this town was once again thoroughly looted. Looking at Nami carrying a bag containing over 6 million berries, Bucky, who had just woken up from a coma, nearly fainted again. Just as Nami was counting her little money, Bai Ye extended his sinful right hand. "Thank you so much, Miss Nami, to show my gratitude for your contributions in this operation." Bai Ye intentionally paused, looking at Nami with an expression full of anticipation. After rummaging through his bag for a while, he said, "Let's consider this 10,000 berries as a service fee." After speaking, Bai Ye took out 10,000 berries and handed them to Nami. 10,000 berries. Nami nearly lunged at Bai Ye to give him a kiss. She had never experienced such treatment as a little thief. Adding the 4 million berries found on the ship, the total loot from the Buggy pirates had reached 10 million berries. If all this money were hers, then the 100 million berries needed to redeem her village would be within reach. But Nami also knew that without Bai Ye and the others, it'd be a pipe dream to get that 1 million berries on her own. Does Miss Nami think there's too much money? Bai Ye Vokit. I didn't expect Miss Nami to be so honest, knowing that I didn't participate in the battle at all, and even didn't collect any intelligence. I can't take so much reward money. Since that's the case then, as he spoke, Bai Ye pretended to reach out to take back the money in Nami's hands. "Don't just talk to yourself," Nami shouted at Bai Ye with a sharp-toothed expression. Not even willing to give a single 1,000 berries. This guy, Bai Ye, must be a devil. Haha, I'm not joking anymore. Seeing the little thief getting worked up, Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Nami, why not join us and become our navigator? Every time the Straw Hat crew makes a haul, you'll get your share." Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ye extended the invitation again. "Who cares about you?" Nami rolled her eyes and said, "I already told you. The thing I hate most in my life is, but we're not the kind of pirates you think we are we?" White Knight interrupted Nami's words and said seriously, "This sea is vast, and not all pirates are heinously evil people." Then, White Knight looked at Nami with a hint of meaning and continued, "Having seen the darkness of the Navy, you should understand this point well." The darkness of the Navy. Nami had certainly witnessed it. If it weren't for Captain Mouse's protection of the Arlong pirates, her village wouldn't have. But how would White Knight know? Perhaps she was overthinking it. Nami shook her head, believing that White Knight was referring to her previous experiences in Shell's Town. Even so, just as Nami was about to speak, White Knight interrupted her again. "By the way," White Knight lifted the package in his hand and said, "Luffy has already made the decision to give half of what we gained from the Buggy pirates to help the town rebuild. Although that guy Luffy is sometimes unreliable, he surprisingly sees things clearly in certain matters. Giving away half." Nami instinctively wanted to refute, but when she thought of Luffy, it seemed reasonable. Perhaps this pirate crew really is different? Bai Ye is not talking nonsense. In the original work, Luffy does act this way. However, it is precisely because of Luffy's attitude of not treating money as money that the Straw Hat crew has remained in a state of poverty despite defeating many strong enemies during their journey. Now that I have crossed over, I will definitely not allow this to happen. Of course, this does not mean that Luffy should not spend money. After all, Luffy is the captain, and Bai Ye has no intention of refusing when it comes to helping others. The most important thing for accumulating wealth is to increase income and reduce expenses. What Bai Ye needs to do is to open source. After annihilating the Buggy pirates and seizing their treasure, he still needs to further extract the utilitarian value of these people. After all, Buggy is worth 15 million berries. In the next few days, upon learning that Luffy and the others defeated the Buggy pirates and were willing to offer 5 million berries to help the town rebuild, the entire town held a grand feast for the Straw Hat crew that lasted several days. During these days, Bai Ye also handed over the buggy pirates to the arriving 153rd Marine Branch and received the bounty of 15 million berries. As a result, in the original story, Buggy and Alvida, who were supposed to capture Luffy in Logtown and take him to the execution platform for execution, were all handed over to the Marines by Bai Ye. This also led to a surge in funds for the Straw Hat crew, with the previous 7 million berries, the remaining 5 million from the buggy pirates, and Nami's 2 million, reaching nearly 30 million berries. That's right, in Bai Ye's eyes, Nami, as a crew member who would eventually board the ship. Her money is the Straw Hat crew's money. Speaking of which, Nami still has nearly 100 million berries saved at home. In the original story, all this money was taken away by Captain Mouse, but Bai Ye would naturally not let such a thing happen now. This way, wouldn't the wealth of the Straw Hat crew soar tenfold? Just thinking about it is a bit exciting. If Nami knew about Bai Ye's current thoughts, she might scream, "Are you a devil, you bastard?" A few days later, at the port of Orangetown, Mayor Butler and the little dog Shio led the townspeople to the dock. Watching the 4 figures on the pirate ship that had already set sail, they deeply bowed. Safe travels, Straw Hat Kid and his companions. This is the map of the Grand Line. Luffy sat at the bow of the ship, looking at the sea chart that Bai Ye placed among them, and said with emotion, "It should be correct, there is no such route in the East Sea." Nami also said at this moment, as a navigator, she is naturally very familiar with such matters. "So with this, we can enter the Grand Line, right?" Luffy was obviously very happy, clapping his hands and saying, "Speaking of which, we should have our own pirate ship now." Zoro interjected from the side. Although he didn't care much about these things, since they had decided to become pirates, he naturally hoped to have a ship belonging to their team. "That's right. We are pirates. Of course we need our own pirate ship." Hearing this, Luffy also echoed loudly. Among these people, he values being a pirate the most. "No problem, Luffy." Bai Ye turned his head and said, "From what I learned from those guys, I also got some useful information. On the nearest island from here, there just happens to be someone who can build ships. Ah, what a pity that old man doesn't want to board my ship. On the sea, a pirate ship that was once buggies is moving at a constant speed." At the bow, Luffy looked a bit disheartened. That person must have lost the courage to sail, Zoro said casually while lifting a huge barbell to train. After pursuing the treasure for 20 years, only to find it empty, that old man must be very desperate. Nami also felt a bit emotional. Just a day ago, while sailing, they encountered a deserted island. They found a man who had been trapped in an empty treasure chest for 20 years. What he sought was the treasure on top of the giant rock on the island. But he was unable to climb up the rock because he couldn't get out of the chest. When they arrived and helped him to the giant rock, they found that there was no treasure, only a pile of empty treasure chests. The man was completely disheartened. Luffy had invited him to board the ship, but he refused. "Well, Luffy, at least that old man told us some very useful information, didn't he?" Bai Ye comforted Luffy. Before the few of them left, the man expressed his confidence about the Grand Line. The Grand Line is a very special sea area. Whether it is the first half, known as Paradise, or the second half, called the New World, the most dangerous aspect of sailing, there is not just the many ruthless pirates, but also the natural disasters. In this sea area, from geomagnetism to celestial phenomena, from ocean currents to atmospheric flows, it can almost be said that there are no traces to be found. In this place, no navigation technique is as reliable as a single compass needle. To sail in such waters, one key element is a pirate ship capable of handling extreme weather. Sirolob Village? Luffy asked, puzzled by Bai Ye's explanation. "Can you find shipbuilders there?" "It should be possible." Bai Ye nodded and said, "From the information obtained from Buggy's crew, there is a wealthy family in Sirolob Village, and their butler can build ships." Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out in Sirolob Village. "Pirates! Pirates have come! The pirates are in the village! Everyone, hurry and escape!" With each desperate shout, the villagers of Sirolob knew that a new day had begun. Some watched the young people running outside from their homes, laughing and scolding. "That liar Usopp is at it again, coming up with tales every single day." Others opened their doors and called out to the young man running and shouting in the distance. "Hey Usopp, you're up pretty early today?" Of course, there were also those with a bad temper who rushed out of their houses, scolding the young man, "You brat, don't wake people up so early. If I catch you, I'll teach you a lesson." But no one believed that pirates had really come. The young man was named Usopp, with curly hair and a brown bandana, wearing brown overalls. Of course, the most striking feature was his long nose, inherited from his mother. Usopp's father was a pirate who chose to go to sea after knowing that his wife was pregnant, claiming that the pirate flag was calling him. Although Usopp's father's irresponsibility led to a very difficult life for his mother, who even passed away from illness when Usopp was very young. She never blamed her husband. As his mother lay dying, Usopp lied and said that pirates had come to the village to help her hold on. From that moment on, everyone in the village could hear Usopp's lie about pirates coming every morning. Influenced by his mother, Usopp's dream since childhood was to become a brave warrior at sea. On this day, as usual, after dodging some villagers' pursuits, Usopp found himself in front of the most luxurious villa in the village. He looked around, then carefully climbed over the wall and up the big tree in the yard. "Kaya, I'm here." Usopp happily greeted a figure in the window of the second floor of the villa. "Usopp, you made it." A pleasant female voice responded, which belonged to Kaya, the owner of the villa. Kaya once had a happy family, but her parents had unfortunately passed away, and her health was deteriorating. Usopp sympathized with Kaya due to his similar background and came to the villa at this time every day to invent various stories and cheer her up. In the end, I led my crew of 8,000 pirates into their lair and found a golden fish bigger than an island. Usopp said excitedly while dancing on the tree. "Wow, is there really such a thing?" Kaya clapped in delight. Due to her health, she couldn't go downstairs often, so she longed for the outside world. Thus, the two young people formed an extraordinary friendship through a window. As for why Usopp didn't use the front door, it was naturally because the villa's butler, Cultivating, did not allow the young lady to interact with outsiders, especially not with Usopp, the village's notorious liar. "Miss Kaya, I've told you many times. It's best not to meet with outsiders," Cultivating said as he entered the room, slightly bowing. "And don't keep the window open. It's not good for the wind to blow too much." Before Kaya could explain anything, Cultivating walked to the window. "And you, if you sneak into the villa's yard again, I will definitely hand you over to the village chief." Cultivating, dressed in a black butler uniform and slicked back hair, adjusted his glasses with his hand. "Kaya, I'll take my leave now. I'll come to see you tomorrow." Usopp ignored the man, tilted his head to greet Kaya, and climbed down the big tree. "Honestly, Cultivating, don't be so harsh on Usopp." Kaya complained helplessly. "Miss, I don't quite understand why you're so nice to this big liar." Cultivating said as he closed the window. "Usopp is a really good person," Kaya said, sitting on the bed, lost in thought. "I still can't understand." Cultivating shook his head, turned around, and handed a bowl to Kaya. "Miss, it's time to take your medicine." "Thank you, Cultivating. You've really taken care of me all these years." Kaya smiled as she accepted the bowl of medicine. Cultivating watched as Kaya drank the medicine down to the last drop, and then took the bowl back, saying, "Everything I do is for you, Miss Kaya, so that you can die quietly." After leaving Kaya's house, Usopp was about to head home when he was stopped on the road by two children. "Usopp pirate crew, assemble." "Usopp captain, good morning." One child wore a skull cap, and the other wore a skull t-shirt, both raising their short swords and shouting at Usopp. You're in good spirits," Usopp said, hands on his hips, nodding in satisfaction. These two kids were among the few in the village who were willing to acknowledge Usopp's pirate dreams, and willingly became his crew. The one with the skull cap, known as Green Pepper Head, dreamed of becoming a great carpenter. The one known as Carrot Head was steadier, with long bangs covering his eyes, and dreamed of running a tavern. Aside from these two, there was one more member of Usopp's pirate crew. "But why are there only you two, Onion Head?" Usopp asked in confusion. "I don't know." They both shook their heads. "He might still be sleeping at home." "Captain." Just as the three were exchanging glances, a familiar voice came from afar. It was the last member of the pirate crew, Onion Head. "Captain, everyone, not good." Onion Head, wearing glasses, ran toward them, crying and shouting, "The pirates have come. I saw the pirate ship coming." "What?" Among the few people, the one who reacted the most intensely was Usopp. He looked at the gasping Onion Head and exclaimed, "You're kidding, right? It's real. That ship is huge. And I've seen its picture in the newspaper." Onion Head hurriedly explained, "Although I didn't see a pirate flag on the ship. That design is undoubtedly Buggy the Clown's pirate ship." Buggy the Clown. Upon hearing this, Usopp nearly jumped into the air. "Is it the one with a bounty of 16 million? Buggy?" "That's right, it's him." Onion Head was equally excited. "Ah, I remember now." Usopp suddenly said seriously, "It seems like it's time for afternoon tea. I'll head back first." After saying that, Usopp really turned around and prepared to run off. "Don't run away. Captain, it's not even noon yet. What afternoon tea are you talking about? And you don't even drink tea, Captain." The three kids immediately started to tease Usopp when they saw him about to flee. "Have you seen through me?" Usopp stopped in his tracks, turned to the three of them, and said seriously, "To be honest, I have a disease that makes me die if I don't go home." The three of them, enough. "Captain Usopp, there is no such disease." "That's right, Captain. You're a brave warrior of the sea. How can you be afraid of just 4 pirates?" After Onion Head said this, Usopp immediately noticed the flaw. For people? Are you sure? Onion Head? Yes, I was also curious at first. So I waited for the ship to get a bit closer and looked carefully again. There were really only 4 of them. Onion Head adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "In that case, let them see my strength." After receiving a positive answer, Usopp instantly revived. Usopp pirate crew set sail. Oh, found it. On Buggy's pirate ship, while Bai Ye and the others were leisurely sunbathing, Luffy's excited voice suddenly rang out. The reason was simple. Luffy had spotted the island. Gum Gum Pistol. With a burst of laughter, Bai Ye and the others watched as Luffy flew towards the nearby island. This made Nami unable to help but complain, "That idiot. Can't he wait a moment?" Zoro nodded, looking quite in agreement, and said to Bai Ye beside him, "What should we do? Given Luffy's personality, he is probably going to cause a lot of trouble before we reach the island." "Remove the word probably, Zoro." Bai Ye turned his head, his tone carrying a hint of complaint. But his expression remained relaxed. "That guy Luffy, if he doesn't cause any trouble, that would be strange. So we should hurry and catch up with him." "How is that possible? This ship can't go any faster," Nami asked first, well aware of this as a navigator. "Who said we have to go by ship?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ye raised an eyebrow and started to stretch his wrists. "Oh, is there something new?" he asked. "What do you Taoists call it? A pill or talisman?" Having spent a long time with Bai Ye, Zoro had also noticed some of his little habits. For example, when he began to stretch his wrists, it meant he was about to pull out something magical. His 3 swords, the paper dolls on the ship, the miraculous pills, and his favorite fine wine were all taken out by Bai Ye in this manner. Really? I want to see what Bai Ye is going to pull out this time. Nami, who was beside him, also became very curious and stared intently at Bai Ye. Hey. You guys looking at me like this puts a lot of pressure on me." Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh at the sight of these 2 lively characters. However, this time I'm not going to take anything out. Bai bent his knee and formed seals with both hands again. With the hexagram sun, he commanded the wind to move. As Bai's voice fell, the previously calm deck suddenly seemed to become the center of the world, with all the air rushing towards him. Immediately, an invisible vortex began to form beneath the feet of the 3. Hey, this can't be serious. Zoro, feeling the force beneath his feet, also became a bit unsettled. He stopped crossing his arms and instead began to sway to find his balance, as he was gradually starting to rise into the air. "Wow, I'm flying." Compared to Zoro, Nami's reaction was even more pronounced. She was already lying in the air, flailing around, even exposing some private parts. "All right, let's hurry up and set off. We can't keep Luffy waiting too long." Bai Ye intentionally did not comfort the 2, but instead controlled the wind to quickly take the 3 of them flying towards the small island. The target was Luffy, East Sea, West Rob Village. As Bai Ye brought Zoro and Nami flying towards here, Luffy unexpectedly ran into Usopp. "Let's rewind a bit. That must be the pirate ship, right? It really looks like Buggy's ride." In a patch of grass, Usopp and his 3 little brothers, Onion Head, Radish Head, and Green Pepper Head were hiding here, secretly watching the pirate crew coming this way. Although they couldn't see clearly, there were indeed only 3 people. Moreover, it seemed that there was no sign of Buggy. Usopp rubbed his chin, deep in thought. "I'm not wrong, am I, Captain?" Onion Head nodded in agreement. "So, Captain Usopp, should we wait until they land on the island and then go take them out?" Radish Head said excitedly. "Defeating the pirates who attacked the village, what an honor." Ahem. Usopp looked at his little brother's hopeful expressions, coughed lightly, and put on a confident demeanor. He tilted his head and said, "Of course, I am Usopp." "Wow, Captain Usopp is mighty." Green Pepper Head and Radish Head loudly flattered him. "But what if they are really strong?" Just then, Onion Head's weak voice rang out. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in Usopp, but after all, they were from Buggy's crew. Even if Buggy himself didn't come, 1 or 2 of his officers should be quite strong, right? Usopp obviously thought of this too. He knew his own strengths. Although Usopp liked to brag, he also knew that he couldn't even beat some of the people in the village. So, could he really defeat the pirates? Usopp felt a little guilty. But then Usopp thought of many things, like his dream of becoming a warrior of the sea, thinking of Kaya, and thinking of his 3 little brothers. No matter what, he couldn't let them get hurt. "So little ones, come with me, let's prepare some traps." To be on the safe side, Usopp decided to make some preparations. After all, charging in recklessly was not his style. Without hesitation, under Usopp's leadership, the 4 began to set traps on the steep slope that was the only way to the island. "Hey, Onion Head, what are you looking at?" Usopp asked curiously when he saw Onion Head looking up at the sky. "Captain, there's someone flying over." Onion Head first showed an expression of disbelief, then exaggeratedly shouted, "Damn, how could someone?" Bang! Before Usopp could finish his sentence, a figure had already fallen from the sky, landing right on top of Usopp. A cloud of dust was instantly kicked up. Captain Usopp! The three little brothers all opened their mouths wide, shouting anxiously. As the dust settled, a boy wearing a straw hat came into view. Smooth landing. Luffy raised his arms and shouted happily. Then he noticed the three little ones staring at him. Who are you guys? Who are you? The three little ones instantly turned into sharp-toothed creatures and shouted at Luffy. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. I came here to find a pirate ship that can take me to the Grand Line. Hearing the question, Luffy once again carelessly revealed his background. Pirate. Upon hearing Luffy's words, the three little ones instantly panicked. After all, they were just kids. When they heard that the newcomer was really a pirate, they instinctively became afraid. It's over. Am I going to be killed? Ah, if only Captain Usopp were here. Captain Usopp! At this moment, the three little ones finally realized that Usopp was still under Luffy. Huh, there's actually someone under me? Luffy also belatedly noticed that he was sitting on someone. Seeing that the other party was motionless, Luffy instinctively asked, is he sleeping here? Won't he catch a cold? Who would sleep here? The three little ones once again collapsed and shouted. Damn it, I was ambushed. Usopp at this moment also slowly woke up, turning his head to look at Luffy. Who the hell are you? But when Luffy saw Usopp's face, he instinctively shouted. What? Your nose, did I stretch it? Luffy mistakenly thought that Usopp's nose was caused by him, and immediately began to cry while hugging Usopp. Huh? Usopp was first taken aback. Then he became angry. Damn it, my nose has always looked like this. Saying that, he threw a punch at Luffy. What? He is a pirate. Usopp's eyes widened, pointing at Luffy with disbelief. Just then, Onion Head and the others pulled Usopp aside and told him Luffy's identity. That's right, I'm a pirate. Luffy nodded seriously upon hearing this. No way. Usopp still couldn't believe it. The pirates in his mind weren't like this at all. But since the other party admitted it, Usopp had no choice but to accept it. For the village, for Kaya. Hey, let me tell you, I have 8,000 subordinates. You better leave quickly. Usopp used his traditional skill, bragging. Normally, normal people wouldn't believe such nonsense. But fortunately, Luffy was not a normal person. What? You're that awesome. He looked at Usopp with wide eyes, full of surprise and disbelief. Ha ha, scared, right? It was the first time Usopp found his bragging going so smoothly, and he couldn't help but raise his chin, arrogantly saying to Luffy, Today I'm in a good mood, so as long as you leave right now, I'll let you go. No. Luffy grinned and naturally rejected Usopp's proposal. That expression was as sarcastic as it could get in Usopp's eyes, as if saying, I believe you, but I'm not afraid. I haven't got my own pirate ship yet, so I'm not leaving. Luffy added, Hey, I have 8,000 subordinates. Aren't you afraid of dying? Usopp's face couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Is this person crazy? I won't back down until I achieve my goal, even if it costs me my life. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, suppressing his smile, and said seriously to Usopp, This guy's so cool. For some reason, looking at Luffy in front of him, Usopp suddenly had this thought. Aren't I also going to be a brave warrior of the sea? Under Luffy's influence, Usopp began to seriously consider things for the first time. However, at that moment, Onion Head's voice rang out again. Captain Usopp, someone is flying over. Hearing this, Usopp instinctively looked up and saw a green figure right above his head. What? Boom! Another cloud of dust rose. White Knight, you bastard! Zoro stood up, holding his head. Are you getting back at me for drinking so much of your alcohol? Bai Ye looked innocent and said, What are you talking about, Zoro? You are my brother from another mother. Our bond flows in our blood. Upon hearing this, a black line appeared on Zoro's forehead. Is that guy Bai Ye being influenced by Luffy? How could he do such ridiculous things? Ugh, it's all Luffy's fault. So amazing. Zoro, did you guys just fly down from the sky? It must be Bai Ye's doing. Luffy's eyes lit up, and then he ran over to Bai Ye, bouncing around. Bai Ye, let me try it too. Just once I want to fly in the sky. Golden Light spell. Force Calm, Fist. Luffy, with a big bump on his head, sat on the ground, showing a very good attitude in admitting his mistake. I'm so sorry. Seriously, I'm clearly a very peaceful person. Bai Ye shook his head at Luffy's appearance, lamenting that he had been increasingly fond of getting into fights lately. Could it be that his training had led him astray? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's all Luffy's fault. You two, stop messing around and let's figure out the situation first. That person seems to have fainted. Nami couldn't stand the antics of the few people any longer, interrupting while pointing at Usopp. Wow, has this guy really embedded himself into the ground? Huh, the long-nosed guy has fallen asleep again? He'll really get sick. Luffy said seriously from the side. I already said, who is sleeping? The three little kids nearby once again transformed into sharp-toothed shouts. 10 minutes later, on the pirate ship docked at the shore of the small island. The Straw Hat Pirates. For members, along with Usopp's pirate crew, also 4 members, had a friendly and warm discussion. Both sides engaged in a deep yet straightforward discussion about the misunderstandings that had arisen earlier and quickly reached a consensus. Next, they moved on to the next topic of discussion. What? You defeated the buggy pirates. Usopp looked incredulous. That's a big-time pirate with a bounty of 15 million. Just a few of you. Halfway through his words, Usopp suddenly froze. Thinking back to the 2 sets of skills that had descended from the sky, he couldn't help but believe it a little. To be precise, it was the 3 of us. Bai Ye took over the conversation, pointing at himself, Luffy, and Zoro with one hand while gesturing towards Nami with the other, saying, Nami has not yet accepted the invitation aboard. For now, she's just our hired navigator. Nami, I don't know why, but when I heard Bai Ye explain his identity so seriously, I felt a bit disappointed. Even she herself didn't realize that, unconsciously, she was slowly accepting Bai Ye's words that they were different from other pirates. Whether it's 3 or 4, they're all quite formidable. Usopp nodded and then couldn't help but boast. But the buggy pirates are indeed not to be feared. After all, I have 8,000 subordinates. Haha, that's a lie. Hearing this, Zoro muttered from the side. What? Usopp instantly exploded, jumping up from his seat, looking at Zoro in shock. Was I exposed so quickly? Seeing this, Nami couldn't help but retort. It's obvious that you're lying. Who would believe such nonsense? Nami expressed strong disdain for someone like Usopp, who wouldn't even deceive people. Is it true or not? Another incredulous voice rang out. And I don't know why there's so many. Is the long-nosed guy actually lying? Luffy looked shocked, his eyes full of disbelief as he stared at Usopp. He didn't even notice it. Luffy. Bai Ye pressed his hand against Luffy's head, gritting his teeth, and saying, Could you please stop showing off your IQ? Although it seemed funny while watching anime, when such things really happen in reality, especially when it involved his own captain, Bai Ye felt very embarrassed. This guy might need a little anti-fraud class. But Bai Ye glanced at Luffy's silly expression. Can this guy really understand? Temporarily putting this matter aside, Bai Ye turned to Usopp and said, We have no ill intentions for coming here. We just want to buy a seaworthy ship. According to our previous information, the richest family here can meet our needs. I wonder if you have any information about this family. As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, the 3 kids next to Usopp instantly understood who he was referring to. It's Sister Koya's family. Hey, you guys. Usopp instinctively wanted to stop them, but was interrupted by Bai Ye. I said we have no ill intentions. If we want to do something bad, this village wouldn't have the strength to resist at all. Saying this, Bai Ye gathered golden light in his hand and effortlessly sliced the table in front of the 2. Now Usopp was completely shocked and couldn't say a word. He had no idea what these people were planning to do. If he could, he would want to run back to the village right now. Just as he was still in turmoil, Luffy had already started playing with the 3 kids. They also revealed information about Koya's family, including Usopp's relationship with Koya and that Koya was seriously ill, which Bai Ye already knew. Don't be nervous. Bai Ye comforted Usopp, who was about to dash away in the next second, and then said, As for the reward. Bai Ye pondered for a moment, then looked up and smiled, saying, How about helping Koya become a healthy person at this price? When Usopp heard that Bai Ye could help Koya regain her health, he couldn't help but exclaim, Is what you said true? It's quite strange that the characters in the world of One Piece are very easily convinced by what others say, even if the other party hasn't provided any evidence at all. However, this made things easier for Bai Ye. Of course it's true, although it's a bit troublesome. I might be able to experiment on you first. Bai Ye flipped his wrist, and a pill appeared in his hand. That's right, regarding this regret about Koya. Bai Ye had long prepared a solution. If it were just about dealing with Baijike Luo, it wouldn't be much different from the original work. Only by solving Koya's health issues could the regret truly be remedied. After all, according to the original work, Koya's body was really struggling to hold on until Usopp returned. As for the method, it's quite simple. There's nothing that a recovery pill can't solve. If there is, then just add another one. Experiment? What experiment? Nami, who was nearby, asked curiously. This pill in my hand, once consumed, will make even the weakest person instantly full of energy. Bai Ye said slowly, then looked at Luffy. The experiment is quite simple. I just need to beat Luffy down first and then feed him the elixir. Hee. Bai Ye suddenly revealed a sinister smile and walked towards Luffy. Golden Light Curse. Watching Luffy getting beaten and shouting, Nami, Zoro, and Usopp simultaneously had a thought. Absolutely do not provoke Bai Ye, Captain's exclusive fist of the Golden Light Curse. Under Bai Ye's loud shout and the sounds of screams, Nami, Zoro, and Usopp watched a thrilling one-sided massacre. This doesn't mean that Luffy was much weaker than Bai Ye. The latter knew this well. Although he had cultivated Taoist techniques and possessed a power stronger than devil fruits, his cultivation time was still short, and he might not be able to defeat Luffy in terms of strength. However, the coincidence was that Bai Ye's chi had the same effect as Haki, and Luffy, who was never afraid of blunt weapons and fists, was truly subdued by Bai Ye. At the same time, it was also because Luffy knew this was not a life-and-death battle. He always had a high level of tolerance towards his companions. Otherwise, how could even Nami beat Luffy to a pulp in the original work? How could the supernovas be so weak? While fighting, Bai Ye was also thinking about how strong he had become. This dilemma was actually easy to solve. He just needed to find a powerful opponent with reference value. It was also because the East Sea was too weak, with only a few notable pirates. In the original work, Luffy and the others could clear their way through, and that was partly because they often played around and increased the difficulty for themselves. So if Bai Ye were to estimate his current strength, he could only say he was better than some, but worse than others. Fortunately, after resolving the Zillabu village incident, Bai Ye would soon have an opponent to test his strength against. Thinking of this, Bai Ye suddenly realized he seemed to be getting carried away and forgot to hold back. Looking down, he saw Luffy had already been flattened to the ground like a pancake. Hey, that is quite evenly beaten. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel proud. Meanwhile, Nami and Zoro were thinking. They didn't expect Bai Ye, who usually acted like a nice guy, to be so brutal when he fought. Could it be that he was mentally unstable? Usopp thought that Bai Ye was afraid they would think they were faking it, which was why he was so heavy-handed. It must be said that this product introduction was too hardcore. Looking at Luffy's miserable state, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Just now, Nami also educated him on the common knowledge of devil fruits and the like. Seeing the ability user beaten like this, he couldn't help but think. This Bai Ye, could he really be mentally unstable? The White Knight would naturally not know what the people around him were thinking at that moment. Otherwise, he would definitely argue fiercely. You are slandering me. Well, this should be fine. Bai Ye picked up Luffy and tidied up his clothes, then stuffed the prepared recovery pill into Luffy's mouth. Moments later, a completely intact Luffy, without even a scratch, appeared before everyone. His first words were, "Delicious. Bai Ye, do you have any more?" White Knight, if you want to get beaten up again, go ahead. Listening to White Knight's nonchalant words, Luffy struggled internally for a long time before ultimately choosing to give up. After all, White Knight's punches really hurt. There will always be opportunities in the future, he thought to himself. Seeing Luffy silent, White Knight turned to Usopp. You saw it too? The effect was pretty good, right? For some reason, upon hearing White Knight's calm words and seeing his deep gaze, Usopp felt that if he didn't agree, he would get beaten. No problem. I'll take you to Kaya right now. After a standard 90-degree bow, Usopp shouted loudly. With Usopp leading the way, Luffy and the others quickly arrived in front of the most luxurious two-story building in the village. Usopp, you're back. Just as they reached the door, a surprised voice came from the courtyard. A girl sitting in a chair, wrapped in a coat, with a pale face, waved happily at Usopp. Kaya. Upon seeing Kaya, Usopp's voice also softened unusually. I came this time because I told you if you come here again, I will definitely hand you over to the village chief. Before Usopp could explain his purpose, a man in butler attire, with elegant manners, walked over and interrupted him. It seems you didn't take my words to heart. Clawhatel adjusted his glasses with his palm and stared at Usopp sternly. How dare you bring outsiders here? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of White Knight and the others, and his pupils constricted. These people seem to be strong. Clawhatel's heart stirred. Could it be that his identity has been discovered? Although confused, he maintained a calm exterior. Clawhatel, don't do that. Cough, cough. Usopp is not a bad person. Kaya's voice came from behind, and she even coughed twice from urgency. If a liar isn't considered a bad person, miss, then who is a bad person? Clawhatel said calmly, but his eyes were still fixed on Luffy and the others. Moreover, these people beside him don't seem to be from the village. Clawhatel implied, this guy who keeps shouting about pirates might actually have brought real pirates with him. Hey, you guy, they're not. Hearing this, Usopp was initially shocked, and then wanted to lie and explain. How does the glasses uncle know we are pirates? Before Usopp could finish, Luffy's voice had already sounded. Damn it, can't you not be so honest? Nami beside him punched Luffy hard, feeling exasperated. Huh, can I say that? Luffy covered his head, looking confused. In this situation, it's obvious that the other party would see us as bad people. Zoro crossed his arms, equally helpless. Usopp. Hearing the conversation, Kaya covered her mouth, looking at Usopp in disbelief. Were you kidnapped by pirates? Until this moment, Kaya still refused to believe that Usopp voluntarily brought pirates with him. Kaya, you misunderstood. They are not bad pirates. I brought them to help you with your illness. Trust me, White Knight has a kind of elixir. Seeing Kaya's expression, Usopp felt like he was pricked by a needle and hurriedly started to explain. However, Claudel interrupted again. Ridiculous. Is your lie really that lowly now? He adjusted his glasses again, as if he had taken a moral high ground. Even the best doctor in the village is helpless about the young lady's health. How can you say pirates can treat her? That's something only to fool children. Hey, you guy, why do you always interrupt Usopp? Nami, unable to take it anymore, spoke up. Of course it's because... Claudel said seriously, but this time, someone interrupted him. Of course, it's because this uncle is also a pirate. After all, those who know pirates best are their peers. As Bai Ye spoke, he slowly stepped forward, locking eyes with Kuro. I'm not wrong, am I? The captain of the black pirate crew, Kuro. Upon hearing this, Kuro's expression changed drastically. Oomph. Kuro quickly masked the shock on his face and coldly replied, I am Kuro Hatler. I don't know the Kuro you mentioned, and I'm certainly not a pirate. Although he appeared calm, Kuro still felt the 10 blades hidden in his gloves. If things really got exposed, he wouldn't hesitate to take drastic measures. After planning for many years, Kuro didn't want all his efforts to go to waste. Kuro, huh? At this moment, Zoro also recalled something and said, it seems he was indeed a great pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries. But after I set sail, Kuro was already captured by the Navy, right? Did he escape? It wasn't an escape. Bai Ye picked up the conversation, his eyes still fixed on Kuro. It's just that he was never caught. What? Zoro was also startled. Could it be that the Navy arrested the wrong person? How is that possible? Before Bai Ye could continue explaining, a voice interrupted. Enough. Kaya was surprisingly angry at this moment. Kuro has been with our family for 3 years and has been taking care of me. I won't allow you to slander Kuro. Usopp. Kaya turned to Usopp, who was still confused about the situation, and said, I appreciate your concern for my health, but you can't do this. Just go back. Kaya had deep feelings for Kuro, but she also had strong feelings for Usopp. So she could only make this choice, letting him leave and never meet again. Miss Kaya, don't be in such a hurry. It's not too late to decide after you hear what I have to say next. Bai Ye turned to look at Kuya, revealing a gentle smile as he said, before coming here, we had stopped in Shell's town, and the naval Colonel Monka, who rules there, happened to be the one who arrested Chloe. Bai Ye displayed the bounty order in front of everyone and said slowly, Zoro, you've fought with him before. What can you say about his strength? Very weak, Zoro replied tersely. Then how does he compare to Buggy, whom we defeated earlier? By the way, Buggy's bounty is 15 million. Bai Ye shrugged and continued to ask. Buggy could easily kill him. Zoro gave the answer again. So the question arises, how could a navy that can't even defeat Buggy capture Kuro all by himself? Therefore, there's only one answer. The captured Kuro is not real. Bai Ye raised a question that struck at everyone's hearts. That's just your... Kluo snorted and said, it's just one side of the story, right? Bai Ye interrupted Kluo. You seem quite anxious, Mr. Kluo. Seeing Bai Ye's seemingly playful gaze, Kluo's tone faltered. It's just I don't want to be slandered by pirates. Whether it's slander or not, we'll know soon enough. Bai Ye continued, at that naval branch, I also gathered a lot of information about Kuro. For example, his weapon of choice is the 10 blades hidden in his gloves, and to avoid accidentally injuring himself, he has a habit of supporting his glasses with his palm. This shouldn't be a common habit, right? Bai Ye turned to Keilu. What a coincidence. It's exactly the same as this uncle's habit. Mr. Keilu Hadel? Hearing this, Koya also said with some suspicion. After spending so many years with him, she naturally knew about this unusual habit. This is just a coincidence, right? Bai Ye helped Keilu add. It's quite strange, uncle. Keilu was arrested 3 years ago, and you came here 3 years ago. Keilu likes to support his glasses with his palm, and you do too. A coincidence might be a coincidence, but when coincidences accumulate, is it really just a coincidence? Moreover, Bai Ye elongated his voice. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a bounty notice appeared in his hand. Uncle, do you want to explain this coincidence of having a face on the bounty notice that looks exactly like yours? What? The moment they saw the bounty notice, everyone present, except for Bai Ye and Keiluo, was taken aback. At this point, there was no need for Bai Ye to say anything more. Bastard. The first to react was Usopp, unable to believe that the pirate had been right next to his beloved Kaya all along. Thinking of this, he rushed forward, grabbing Keiluo by the collar and shouted, What are you planning to do to Kaya? He then threw a punch, aiming to smash the guy's glasses. But in the next second, Usopp's fist was caught by Keiluo, who then forcefully threw him to the ground. Usopp, Kaya called out again. 3 years. A full 3 years of living incognito. Luo slowly lifted his glasses again, and his demeanor shifted from elegant gentleman to madness. Just 2 more days. Just 2 more days. He raised his head, his eyes filled with cruelty. My plan will soon succeed, but all this patience has become meaningless. Luo stared intently at Bai Ye, as if looking at a corpse. Why? Why did you have to come and mess things up? Damn pirate. Seeing Luo's fierce expression, Bai Ye said nonchalantly, insulting yourself, I would call you the strongest. Luo Hartel. Kaya's voice rang out again. As she looked at the man she had been with for 3 years, tears streaming down her face. Why do this? Hearing this, Luo turned around and calmly said, to legitimately inherit the fortune, Mississippi. His tone was exceptionally mocking when he said Mississippi. I originally planned to let you die slowly with poison, but now it seems there's no time left. With a snap, blade shot out from Luo's gloves. I can only deal with all of you here. Luo swung his knife towards Kaya. Rubber entangled. Luffy reached out and pulled Kaya to his side. He couldn't just stand by and watch at a time like this. Devil fruit? Luo was somewhat surprised, but it doesn't matter. You definitely won't be able to block the next strike. Swish. Bang. As the 2 sounds fell, everyone finally saw what had happened. In front of Luffy and Kaya, Bai Ye and Luo appeared simultaneously. The former raised his left hand, glowing with golden light. The latter's 10 blades struck against the golden light, and in the next second, they all shattered and fell to the ground. Not a bad move. Bai Ye looked up and smiled, but that's not enough. Rubber pistol. Tai Chi stai. Immediately afterward, as if they had coordinated, Luffy and Bai Ye simultaneously threw punches. In the next moment, Kuro, hit in the cheek, flew out. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell unconscious. After taking Kuro down in 1 hit, Bai Ye did not let his guard down. Instead, he took out a talisman and shot it toward the nearby bushes. Thunderbolt talisman explosion. Crackle. After the thunder explosion, a piercing scream came from the bushes. A man wearing a blue hat and heart-shaped glasses appeared before everyone. His body char black. Luffy exclaimed in surprise. Is that the uncle who was playing hide-and-seek? Are you an idiot? Nami punched Luffy hard on the head. This person was obviously eavesdropping just now. Zoro quickly understood and looked at Bai Ye. Can he sense from such a distance? Taoists are indeed amazing. The current captain of the Black Pirate crew, the hypnotist Zhang Ao. The white knight fades away with the golden spell, and he clapped his hands as if brushing off non-existent dust. It seems that he is here to look for his captain, but he just happened to run into us. However, since he is here, the Black Pirate crew should also be nearby on this island. Bai Ye pondered for a moment and then said, although Klo did not specify, it seems he intends to have the Black Pirate group attack this village and then kill Miss Kuya. As for how to reasonably inherit the estate, it might involve forging a will or something similar. On the surface, Usopp is analyzing clues, but in reality, he is just recalling the plot. What? At this moment, Usopp struggles to stand up. Are we really going to sacrifice the entire village for treasure? Unforgivable. He stands up and walks toward the door. Usopp, where are you going? Nami stops him, a bit anxious. All we need to do next is tell the villagers and have everyone help out. But Usopp interrupts her. I have to shout that pirates are coming in the village every day. Usopp's voice is a bit low. But I always tell everyone at the last moment that they have been deceived. Even if they all call me a liar, this is the village I've always lived in. So I have to stop those pirates. This is what I, as a great liar, should do. At this moment, even though Usopp's legs are weak and he's sniffling, his gaze is exceptionally firm. Bai Ye watched Usopp from the side, a hint of a smile on his lips. In the original story, Usopp made such a decision only after being misunderstood by everyone in the village. Now, making this choice directly probably stems from his anger at Kuro's conspiracy against Kaya. All right, then let's help. Luffy's voice suddenly rang out as he lowered the brim of his hat, looking at Usopp with a big smile. A pirate ship with such a high bounty should have some decent opponents. Zoro stepped forward, crossing his arms and speaking coolly. You guys. Usopp choked up a bit, unable to believe that the people in front of him were actually willing to help him. Before that, I have to say something. Nami also placed a hand on Usopp's shoulder. The treasure on the ship belongs to all of us. Hearing this, Usopp broke into a smile. Oh, then I will reluctantly accept your help. Let's go. With that shout, the group headed towards the direction of the village exit. Sir, your friends. Kaya also approached Bai Ye, seeing that he didn't seem to have any intention of joining them, and said nervously, is it really okay for them to go with Usopp? Bai Ye first tied up Klo and Zango, who were prepared to exchange for the bounty, then stood up and looked at Koya. Just call me Bai Ye. As for your worries, Bai Ye said with a smile, don't worry. This level of enemy is nothing to my companions. Koya quickly came to her senses. Mr. Bai Ye, you seem different from the legendary pirates. Well, about that. Bai Ye turned his head towards the direction where Luffy had left, murmuring to himself. It must be because we have a different captain. All right, Miss Kaya. Bai Ye didn't delve too deeply into this topic, but continued, while we have some time, let's discuss an unfinished deal. Huh, a deal? Next, Bai Ye explained the transaction between him and Usopp to Kaya. Upon learning that Usopp brought a few people over just to treat him and didn't even make any requests, Kaya couldn't help but feel a deep sense of guilt. Fortunately, after Bai Ye's persuasion, Kaya quickly recovered. She silently made more space for Usopp in her heart. Then, Kaya readily agreed to the shipbuilding deal. In fact, even without this transaction, just from her victory over Kuro, the Kaya family would have fulfilled Bai Ye's requests. So when Mary rushed back from the neighboring village, Kaya explained the situation to him. They must use all their strength to build a pirate ship. Ironically, the reason Mary left was to help Miss Kaya buy a gift, a brand new pair of glasses, as a present for Kuro's 3rd anniversary at their home. Unfortunately, this gift would no longer be needed. When Mary heard that Kuro planned to kill the lady, he almost took out his gun to eliminate that bastard. He then solemnly thanked Bai Ye and the others. Indeed, after Bai Ye had defeated Kuro and Zango, the threats that once loomed over Luffy and Zoro in the original story no longer existed. Thus, they easily defeated the Black Pirate crew. During the battle, the relationship between Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp grew closer. Nami naturally counted the treasures on the ship. Although it wasn't as much as Buggy's crew, it was still around 9 million berries. By the way, Nami knew Bai Ye's habits, so she had Luffy and Zoro bring back the 2 brothers who had bounties on them, both having a bounty of 7 million berries each. This way, the Straw Hat crew welcomed their most fruitful day. Previously, the funds on the ship had reached 29 million berries. Now, just from the Black Pirate crew alone, they contributed 9 million in treasure. Kuro had a bounty of 16 million, Zango had a bounty of 9 million, and the brothers had a bounty of 14 million. That's a total of 48 million berries. Adding it all up, the Straw Hat crew's wealth had reached 77 million berries. Upon calculating this, Bai Ye couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder so many people are willing to go to sea. Money comes in fast. Thus, Bai Ye's small target finally reached the last step. What? 50 million berries. Mary couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing Bai Ye's words. The man in front of her actually said he would take out 50 million berries for his shipbuilding. Not just 50 million berries, but also 3 pirate ships for your use, Mr. Mary. Bai Ye smiled as he reflected on everything that had happened, from defeating Alabasta to crazily earning bounties in collaboration with the Navy, and then encountering the pirate ship that attempted to rob them. All of this was for today. As a fan of the original work, Bai Ye cried his heart out for the first time while watching the anime during the funeral of the Mary. Given this great regret, Bai Ye naturally took it very seriously. He looked at Mary with a solemn expression and said, please, Mr. Mary, this ship will be an important partner for our future voyages. So, please do your best and use all your knowledge. Upon hearing this, Mary was first shocked by Bai Ye's emphasis on the pirate ship, and then he became energized. No problem. Since the funding and materials are so abundant, I can let loose. Originally, Mary intended to directly give the Mary that he had built to everyone. But now, with Bai Ye's support, designs that he had only previously imagined could be realized. Then, Mary began to make sweeping reforms on the original design of the Mary. The most crucial aspect was that, due to the funding and the 3 pirate ships, Mary paid special attention to the sturdiness of the ship, especially the keel. However, this meant that it would take more time. Fortunately, Bai Ye didn't mind. It was just the right time to wait for the Navy's tools from Division 153 to come and take over the Black Pirate crew, while conveniently collecting the bounty. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, Mr. Bai Ye and your companions accomplished something remarkable. Brian arrived in West Rob Village and shared his feelings with Bai Ye. Ha! As long as Mr. Brian doesn't mind that I've been making you all run back and forth, that's fine by me. Bai Ye has a good impression of Brian and doesn't mind chatting with him a bit more. How could it be? Without Mr. Bai Ye, it would be impossible for the Navy to defeat these pirate crews in such a short time. Brian also greeted him with a smile. And the fewer big pirates there are, the more peaceful life the people of the East Sea can have. I should be the one thanking you. However, Brian suddenly changed the subject. Mr. Bai Ye, you wouldn't be thinking about defeating all the high bounty pirates, would you? He stared at Bai Ye, silently considering that since Alrita, these people have consistently defeated stronger pirates. There was the 15 million bounty buggy pirates and the 16 million bounty black pirates. Damn, There are surprisingly few pirates over 10 million in the EC. It's really a relief for the Navy. Although some of it is just coincidence, it's clear that Mr. Bryan's statement is quite good. Bai Ye answered with a smile. Defeating all the powerful pirates in the EC to make a name for ourselves is a great idea, isn't it? After all, my captain's dream is to become the pirate king. If the first bounty is too low, it will be troubling for me as a crew member. You're really bold. Bai Ye, saying you want to be the pirate king in front of the Navy, you really don't care about face at all, Bryan teased. But he understood Bai Ye's personality well enough not to be angry about it. However, he continued seriously. Although you are different from those scum on the sea, once you take on the title of pirate, we will be enemies from that point on. I will soon be transferred to the headquarters, and I hope you won't get caught by me. At this point, Bryan felt a bit sentimental. His military achievements had long accumulated to the point where he could go to the headquarters for further training. However, due to Monka's influence, the headquarters had no idea who he was. After Luffy and the others defeated Monka, Bryan naturally received the transfer order from the headquarters. Oh, Bai Ye was initially taken aback, then seemed to think of something and said happily, I really have to congratulate you, Mr. Bryan. Maybe when you get to the Navy headquarters, there will be something I need your help with. I hope you won't refuse a friend's request. Haha, do you really think of me as a Navy officer? Hearing this, Bryan couldn't help but retort, and the earlier sentimentality vanished. After sharing a glance with Bai Ye, both of them burst into laughter. Perhaps they were from different camps, but they were still friends, weren't they? During the few days in Syrup Village, Usopp and Luffy gradually got along well. Luffy even followed Usopp and the others, shouting every morning that pirates had come to the village. It was quite enjoyable. In this situation, Usopp agreed to Luffy's invitation to board the ship. He knew that his father was a member of the red-haired pirates and had shared many things about him with Luffy. To be able to stand before his father in the future, Usopp finally decided to leave the village and become a brave warrior of the sea. As for the reason, of course, it was the pirate flag calling to him. Usopp expressed the same words as his father among the crowd. While waiting like this, the ship was finally completed. Mary stood proudly in front of the brand new ship, introducing to everyone, the Going Merry. This is the name I gave to this ship. I designed it myself and made significant expansions based on the original Going Merry. As for the power and driving aspects, before Mary could introduce them to Luffy, Nami directly stepped forward and said, You only need to tell me about the ship. It wasn't that Nami had any other thoughts. It was simply that Luffy was already staring at the goat figurehead with sparkling eyes. Wow, amazing! Luffy stretched out his arms, hugged the goat head, and jumped up to sit on it. Ha ha ha, so cool. I've decided this will be my spot from now on. Zoro also crossed his arms, looking at the pirate ship with a slight smile. Not bad at all. Indeed, it was quite impressive. Bai Ye nodded as well. Unlike the original two-masted sailing ship, under Bai Ye's willingness to spend money and provide ample materials, Mary had transformed the Going Merry into a three-masted ship similar to the Thousand Sunny in the original work. The size had doubled, and various rooms with different purposes had been added inside. However, Bai Ye took a careful look and found that there were still some differences between the Merry and the Sunny. This was inevitable. The Merry was just a ship built by someone with dreams of shipbuilding in the East Blue, while the designer of the Sunny was none other than Tom, the strongest shipwright in Frankie's world. However, Bai Ye was already quite satisfied. He certainly wouldn't be stubborn and insist that everyone take a ship of this level to the New World. After all, even Pirate King Roger didn't sail the entire Grand Line on just one ship. Therefore, Bai Ye's only goal in spending money was to ensure that the Merry could safely sail to Water 7. Once there, he could invite Frankie to modify the ship without any issues. That's right, Bai Ye wanted both the Merry and the Sunny. As for whether this would cause the ship's spirit to disappear, Bai Ye was confident he had a solution. Moreover, before that, he planned to add a second layer of protection to the ship. Following the introduction of the Merry, Bai Ye explored every corner of the ship and eventually arrived at the keel. As the most critical part of a ship, the Merry was naturally designed with the best materials and numerous protective measures. However, Bai Ye still intended to take extra precautions, as once the keel was damaged to a certain extent, no matter how much money was spent, how good the materials were, or how skilled the shipwright was, the ship would still need to be replaced. With a flick of his wrist, Bai Ye produced several talismans that had been prepared in advance. These talismans also had reinforcing and protective effects. With a clap of his hands, the talismans were affixed to the keel, and the yellow paper began to burn spontaneously, quickly dissipating into the air. The keel was left with the patterns from the talismans, and a faint golden light could be seen enveloping the entire keel. It seemed that Mr. Bai Ye placed great importance on this ship. Mary was astonished by Bai Ye's methods, and then said with some comfort, "That's only natural. Bai Ye smiled as he looked at the ship before him and softly said, "This is the ship that will carry the future Pirate King, destined to leave a name of its own in the world." For some reason, Bai Ye's smile grew even more intense. "It's also a very important member of our pirate crew." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Mary felt a momentary illusion, as if the ship beneath her feet had let out a soft laugh just a moment ago. It even seemed to sway happily, as if it had life. Of course, Mary quickly dismissed the thought, believing she must have been imagining things. The swaying was probably just due to the sudden increase in the sea breeze. How could a ship possibly have consciousness? The ship's spirit was merely a legend. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Luffy and the others stood at the bow of the ship, quietly waiting for the last person to arrive. Usopp wouldn't he dare to come, would he? Nami said with some doubt. After all, he had lived in this village since he was little. He should at least say goodbye. Bai shook his head slightly and said softly, "On the island, there was a secret base hanging a pirate flag somewhere." Usopp and Onion Head stood facing each other. "You all know, right? I'm going to sea to become a pirate," Usopp said, his voice choked, but he still smiled and spoke to the three. "Captain Usopp." The three were already in tears, recalling the moment they first met Usopp, and they couldn't help but feel saddened. Hey. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Usopp couldn't hold back either, but he shouted at them through his tears, "I have finally made up my mind to chase my dreams. Shouldn't you be happy for me? Why are you crying? Tell me, what are your ambitions? Say it out loud." In the end, Usopp almost shouted at the top of his lungs, "I want to run an amazing tavern. I want to be a top-notch carpenter. I want to be a great novelist." The three wiped their tears away and responded to their captain with even louder voices. Then, Usopp's face showed an expression of anticipation. "Let's work hard towards our ambitions." Then, he raised the pirate flag behind him, waved it vigorously, and shouted to the sky, "I announce, Usopp Pirates, disbanded. Captain Usopp." "Usopp, you're really slow," Bai Ye said, looking at Usopp, who was carrying a large package in front of the Mary. "Ha, I took a bit longer to pack things up." Usopp rubbed his nose with his finger, seemingly cheerful as he said, "By the way, I should be the captain." "What a joke. The captain is obviously me." Ha. Amidst the laughter, Usopp boarded the ship. The Mary was ready to set sail. But in reality, everyone on the ship saw Usopp's swollen eyes. Yet they all tacitly chose not to say much. Of course, that guy Luffy probably just didn't notice. And he was just a bit upset by Usopp's declaration to be the captain. Bai Ye just patted Usopp's shoulder and said, "After you complete your own voyage, remember to come back." Usopp lowered his head, trying hard to suppress his tears, and nodded heavily. "Yeah, this is the price of becoming a pirate. Destined to leave behind one's hometown, friends, and family. Even the person he loves the most." Under a big tree, the now healthy Kaya was gazing longingly at the pirate ship that had started to move, her eyes filled with reluctance and hope. "Miss, if that's the case, why not keep Usopp here?" Mary, standing beside her, asked with some confusion. Kaya did not turn around, but continued to watch Usopp, who was playfully wrestling with everyone on the ship, and softly said, "What reason do I have to stop a man from heading to the sea? Usopp's dream is to become a brave warrior of the sea." And Kaya turned around, and Mary also saw Kaya's cheeks already stained with tears. "I want to hear Usopp's stories from his voyage." Mary remained silent, quietly accompanying the miss. "Miri, miss, I want to learn medicine." "Mister, Bai Ye gave me some medical knowledge before he left. I want to learn it." "Is it for Usopp?" "Yeah, the place he is going must be very dangerous. I hope that when he comes back, I can help him heal with my skills." "Okay." Mississippi Mary nodded gently. "You will definitely wait for him." Captain Usopp has left. On the hill, the Onion Head trio was also watching the pirate ship depart. "That's right, the Usopp pirates have disbanded." The voice remained low. "The captain said we should pursue our own ambitions, so from now on, let's part ways and work hard for our dreams." "Yeah, when Captain Usopp returns, or when we see Captain Usopp again, we must surprise him." The voices gradually grew excited. Then next, the Onion Head, Radish Head, and Green Pepper Head exchanged glances. "Pirates. Pirates are coming. Pirates have entered the village. Everyone, hurry and escape." In the next moment, all three shouted in unison. While shouting, they ran towards the direction of the village. "Next, we can't let Captain Usopp's voice disappear from this village. Yoshi, for our new partner Usopp, let's have a feast." On the deck, Luffy appeared quite excited. It was unclear whether he was excited for the new partner or for the feast, or perhaps both. But in any case, even though there were only 5 people on the ship, the atmosphere was still quite lively. "Cheers! Ha. Amidst the laughter and singing, everyone ate and drank without restraint. Bai Ye's cooking is still so delicious. Luffy patted his belly, thoroughly enjoying himself as he sprawled on the deck chair. Although it was ordinary dishes, for some reason, the taste was quite good. Nami continued, "As a small thief from the EC, I consider myself to have seen quite a bit. But someone like Bai Ye, who can make ordinary dishes taste like this, is indeed rare. For me, Bai Ye's wine is the best." Zoro, rarely not training, was comfortably drinking from a wine jar. It really is delicious. "So Bai Ye's a chef?" Usopp, after wolfing down his food, also raised his question. "I'm just good at cooking." Bai Ye shook his head. "On this sea, being a chef is a very important position. Not something just anyone can do. After all, only a true chef knows how to perfectly combine ingredients. You have to understand, being full and eating well are two completely different concepts." Having read the original work, Bai Ye naturally understood the importance of chefs in the world of One Piece. Moreover, if he took on the cooking duties himself, it seemed there would be no need to recruit Sanji. More importantly, Bai Ye didn't want to add extra work for himself. The position of chef should be left for Sanji. "Yoshi." At this moment, Luffy sat up and clapped his hands, saying, "Then next, let's find a chef partner. And a musician. How can there be no music at a pirate feast?" The others on the ship had no objections to Luffy's words. Even Usopp, who had just boarded, was somewhat prepared for Luffy's scatterbrained ideas. Then, the feast continued, lasting until late at night, when everyone finally returned to their rooms to sleep. Under the starry sky, the Marys slowly sailed on the rippling sea, suddenly giving a sense of long-lost tranquility. "The hard-working paperman, thank you, because of you." Creak. However, the calm did not last long. The sound of a door opening broke the silence. Nami stepped out of her room, slowly walked to the edge of the deck, and looked at the boundless sea in the distance, lost in thought. Unlike the joy and happiness during the feast, there seemed to be a hint of sadness in Nami's eyes at this moment. "I really wish these days could last a little longer," Nami murmured. "Why can't they?" The voice of the White Knight suddenly appeared, but Nami was not surprised. She turned her head and said, "I knew you would come." Bai Ye shrugged and said, "There's no way around it. Luffy is an idiot, Zoro is a training fanatic and a straight guy, and Usopp is a new partner. So, this kind of psychological counseling work can only be done by me, right?" After saying this, a smile appeared on his face. "After all, you are our partner too, aren't you?" For some reason, even though Bai Ye's words seemed inexplicable to others, they made Nami feel like crying. She had a feeling that Bai Ye knew her identity the moment they met. "Everyone is great, but Nami ultimately shook her head. Growing up in fear of Arlong had left her with the subconscious belief that no one could defeat him. "But I still can't get on this ship. I would put everyone in danger." As she said this, Nami couldn't help but sit down on the ground, supporting herself with her left hand while wiping her tears with her right. "Before I can redeem the village, before I can break free from Arlong's control, I must not cause more harm to others. Seriously, don't make decisions on your own." A pleasant voice rang out again, but the meaning of the words made Nami unable to help but look up, puzzled at Bai Ye. Bai Ye crouched down and said, "Luffy and everyone else truly consider you as a real partner. A partner is someone you could trust completely. So, before you get lost in your own emotions, could you please ask everyone's opinion?" Bai Ye's expression became serious and solemn, his hands resting on Nami's shoulders as he said, "After all, everyone has the belief of sacrificing their lives for their companions." Bai Ye. Nami didn't know what to say, but she could feel it. Nami's words just now were serious. In this moment, Nami felt something. Being partners with these people is truly wonderful. The original work belongs to the shonen genre and does not overly showcase the ugliness of the world. The memories about Nami are only briefly touched upon, but even so, just a simple thought can make one understand. The pressure that Nami carries, and the humiliation and grievances she has endured over the years. How much is there really? "Arlong. Huh?" Bai Ye thought to himself, "It would soon be your turn. Just 10 times the physical fitness. By then, let us give him a surprise with that thing." In the end, Bai Ye and Nami made a mutual agreement. After finding the next companion, Nami would reveal everything and let all the members of the pirate crew make their choice. Bai Ye was quite satisfied with this outcome. As long as Nami didn't T-sail back happily to deliver money only to be humiliated again, it would be fine. While watching the original story, Bai Ye felt quite frustrated. After sending Nami back to her room, Bai Ye walked out, glanced at the lookout point, chuckled softly, and shook his head as he left. There, Zoro was holding 3 swords and a jar of wine, his gaze deep. This wine is quite good. Some things he wasn't interested in. He just needed to be called when it was time to take action. On the Mary, in Bai Ye's room, he was refining some pills. If the previous healing pills and recovery pills were the most basic 9th grade pills, only capable of nourishing the body, then what Bai Ye was refining now were 7th grade pills. These required a longer refining time and higher standards for materials and temperature control. Fortunately, with his max-level comprehension buff and the abundant spiritual energy in his room, Bai Ye only failed a few times before successfully completing the pill refinement. Looking at the several crystal-clear pills in the furnace, Bai Ye didn't admire them for long, but waved his hand to put them away. This was because the formation he set up outside seemed to be telling him that those guys outside had started causing trouble again. Don't be fooled by the exciting and thrilling adventures of Luffy and his crew in the anime. In reality, sailing on the sea can be quite boring and dull. Facing the endless, unchanging sea all day can easily lead to feelings of frustration. In the past, Bai Ye and Zoro would spend their time training. Nami, as a girl, didn't play with Luffy, so was a big deal. But this time was different. After dinner, as Bai Ye and the others went off to do their own things, Luffy and Usopp gathered together to get into some mischief. They ultimately decided to have a competition to see whose cannon could shoot farther and more accurately. Because Bai Ye was willing to spend money, the Mary was now equipped with 2 cannons on either side. Usopp, as the sniper, was naturally very interested in such things. As for Luffy, as long as he could play, it didn't matter what it was. So, after a few rounds of bombardment by the two, not only did Usopp win, but he also had an unexpected gain. That was Zoro's 2 little brothers, Johnny and Joseph. Unbeknownst to Luffy and Usopp, a cannonball hit the rock where the two were resting. Johnny then rushed onto the ship, shouting, and was easily defeated by Luffy. Fortunately, Zoro came out at that moment, stopping the two. In summary, after a series of chaotic events, Johnny brought his partner Joseph onto the ship. At that time, Joseph was suffering from scurvy due to a long-term lack of vitamins, his hair and teeth nearly falling out completely, and he looked as if he was barely alive. This ghastly appearance made Luffy and Usopp mistakenly believe it was caused by their cannonball. Kneeling in front of Joseph, they cried and apologized profusely. White Knight also came out at this time. Are both of them idiots? They don't even know about scurvy? Nami's voice rang out at this moment, causing Usopp and Luffy to look up. Idiot? Are you talking about us? Nami said decisively, handing a few fresh oranges to the two. In this situation, all you need is to supplement some vitamins. Just feed him these oranges, and that should be enough. Hearing this, Zoro, knowing that his little brother was saved, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not long after eating the oranges, Joseph visibly recovered at a remarkable speed, even regrowing his teeth and hair. This made Bai Ye marvel, truly a two-dimensional world. Big sister. To save Johnny and Joseph bowed to Nami. Nami face-bombed. What kind of ridiculous title is that? At this moment, Luffy and Usopp also chimed in. Nami is so amazing. If it weren't for her, these two idiots would really think they had killed someone. This is just basic knowledge of sailing. Okay. Nami was not so polite with Luffy and Usopp. However, she also admitted that she didn't know much. There would be many issues with people's bodies during sailing, and at that time, it would be up to the chef. In sailing, ensuring the crew gets enough nutrition is the chef's job. After hearing Nami's words, Luffy clapped his hands. It seems Bai Ye also mentioned something similar before. That's right. Bai Ye picked up the conversation. Having food and eating good food are not the same concept. I see. After seeing Joseph's miserable state and hearing Nami and Bai Ye's words, he understood the importance of a chef. Then let's hurry and find an awesome chef, Luffy said. Upon hearing this, Johnny and Joseph, who were trying to curry favor with Nami, gave everyone an answer. If you talk about the most famous chef in the East Blue, it should be there. The floating restaurant Bar Tai is actually a giant ship used as a restaurant. It was founded by head chef Zeph and sous chef Sanji, with a dream of having no one go hungry at sea. The ship has fish-shaped figureheads at both ends and can take on 2 forms. When the fish fin-shaped platform rises, it can become a battle platform. This is also why Bar Tai is known as a battle restaurant. As for why a restaurant would have fights naturally. Bang! When Luffy, Bai Ye, and the others just walked into the restaurant, they saw Chong Wei fighting. Oh no, they saw a chef beating a customer, and upon closer inspection, this customer seemed to be a naval lieutenant. Bai Ye understood which scene this was. The lieutenant named Iron Fist Hoppity, after being embarrassed by Sanji, put a bug in his soup to cause trouble. But after seeing Sanji's indifferent attitude, he angrily smashed the table in front of him, causing the food on it to spill everywhere. This naturally touched Sanji's bottom line. So he decisively kicked out and taught Hoppity a harsh lesson, saying, going against a chef at sea is like committing suicide. So listen carefully, absolutely cannot waste food. Luffy and the others naturally heard these words, but their reactions were quite different. So scary. Usopp suddenly felt a bit weak in the knees. Can such a restaurant really have returning customers? Nami looked incredulously. It was her first time seeing a restaurant that dared to hit customers. It really is just like the legends. That's right. According to the legends, the chefs in this restaurant are all criminals, each with strong abilities. Johnny and Joseph had a look of course on their faces. When Luffy heard the phrase about not wasting food, his eyes lit up when he looked at Sanji. Just like when he looked at Zoro back then. For some reason, Zoro simply felt inexplicably annoyed by that guy smoking a cigarette. As for Bai Ye, he smiled at Patty, who had already walked up to them. He was a big, burly man who only recognized money. So Bai Ye decisively took out a thick stack of berries and said, "Please find a spot for these friends of mine, and by the way, could you ask that guy over there to come and serve us?" Upon seeing the berries, Patty's eyes lit up. Although he frowned when he heard Bai Ye wanted Sanji to serve, he quickly led them to their seats with enthusiasm. He shouted to Sanji, "You bastard chef. Hurry up and serve the gods." Sanji, who was in the middle of teaching Hoppity a lesson, heard this and felt a bit impatient. "Damn it, Patty. I'm the sous chef, not some servant." Sanji threw Hoppity aside, complaining as he turned his head, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly stopped. Because he saw Nami. Wow. The next second, starry-eyed Sanji appeared in front of them like a whirlwind. However, his eyes were only on Nami. He twisted his body madly and said, "It's my honor to take your order and cook for you, beautiful lady. If possible, let me recommend something for you." It was only then that Sanji looked at the other people. 6 people? That's quite a lot of work. 6 people? Hearing this, they suddenly realized that Bai Ye had somehow left without them noticing. At this moment, Hoppity had already escaped from Bartai and returned to his worship. "Damn it. A restaurant that beats customers has no reason to exist," he said while covering his wounds. But just then, a soldier rushed over in a panic. "Lieutenant Hoppity, it's bad. The person we caught to find clues about the clown pirates has escaped." Upon hearing this, Hoppity couldn't care less about the restaurant. "How is that possible? When we caught him, he was half dead, and he hasn't eaten anything these past few days. How could he have the strength to escape?" Hearing this, the naval soldier could only lower his head in shame and say, "I'm sorry." At that moment, a voice suddenly came from beside them. "It seems you guys have encountered some trouble." This person was none other than Bai Ye, who had been following Hoppity since just now. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Hoppity's face changed dramatically. Someone who could follow him silently must be stronger than him. "Let me tell you, I'm a lieutenant of the naval headquarters, Iron Fist Hoppity, so you better. You call yourself Iron Fist? I really wonder what that naval hero in your navy thinks." Bai Ye's tone had a hint of teasing. This might also be a mistake made by Oda while drawing the manga. At this time, there was still a guy in the navy called Iron Fist. Hoppity was somewhat at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly say that this title was self-conferred. "Forget it." Bai Ye didn't dwell on the matter too much and waved his hand, continuing, "Let's talk about what you just mentioned. About the Click Pirate Group. Perhaps we can collaborate on something?" Seeing Bai Ye's cunning expression, Hoppity's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he felt as if he was looking at an old fox. "Well, let's say it this way, Captain Hoppity. I look forward to your arrival." After a moment, Bai Ye also said goodbye to Captain Hoppity on the Bartai and the warship. Then, he turned and walked into the restaurant. Considering the time, the dishes should be ready. However, when he reached his companions, he found the atmosphere a bit off. The people on his side all had expressions as if they were watching a show, while Sanji looked at him with anger. "Huh? What's going on?" Bai Ye was a bit confused about the situation, but before he could ask, he heard Sanji's voice coming. "Are you Bai Ye? I challenge you, betting on the honor of a chef." Sanji looked as if he had some deep grudge against Bai Ye. "Huh?" Bai Ye was even more confused now. He turned to the others and asked with some puzzlement, "Can someone tell me what just happened?" After a moment, with Usopp's teasing voice, Bai Ye roughly understood the sequence of events. It turned out that shortly after Sanji took Nami's order with starry eyes, Ajin entered the restaurant. After being kicked out by Patty for not having money, Sanji silently brought him food, which caught Luffy's attention. He kept pestering Sanji, wanting to invite him onto the ship. Naturally, Sanji refused. If it weren't for Nami being there, he would have hidden in the kitchen long ago. At this moment, it was unclear whether Nami did it on purpose when she said, "Actually, it would be great if Bai Ye were here. His cooking obviously tastes better." Just that one sentence made Sanji remember Bai Ye's name instantly. Upon learning that he was one of their companions, he decided to challenge him. Sanji's thought process was very simple. As a chef, he absolutely could not allow anyone to question his cooking skills. Moreover, the fact that a man named Bai Ye could earn such praise from Miss Nami was truly too enviable. After listening to Usopp's account, Bai Ye turned to Nami. Seeing the little thief's meaningful gaze, he couldn't help but smile wryly and said, "It seems you've gotten me into quite a bit of trouble." "I'm just speaking the truth. You can't blame me." It seemed that the previous heart-to-heart talk had helped Nami resolve some issues, so she was now even more spirited. Bastard. Seeing this scene, Sanji's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. What are you doing to Miss Nami? You guy. Oof. Pervert. Zoro snorted coldly from his side. For some reason, he couldn't help but retort whenever he faced this curly-haired guy. What did you say? Algae head. At this moment, Sanji was completely blinded by beauty and shot back at Zoro. Nanny. Pervert. Bastard. Algae head. The two were getting more and more heated, looking like they were about to fight any second. The others nearby were enjoying the spectacle. Johnny and Joseph cheered. Go for it, Zoro. Usopp shouted. Come on, Zoro. Take down this perverted cook. Luffy exclaimed. Oh, are we going to fight? I want to join too. Hey, you guys stop it already. In the end, under Nami's violent suppression, the group finally quieted down. Bai Ye looked at Sanji, shrugged his shoulders, and said, I don't seem to have a reason to accept your challenge. Huh? You're not accepting a chef's challenge? Sanji was a bit confused. Until now, he still thought Bai Ye was the chef of the Straw Hat crew. Sorry, I'm not a chef. And even if I were, so what? It's only natural for Nami, as my partner, to praise me. Bai Ye continued, by the time we leave, no one will bring this up again. You are still one of the best chefs here, aren't you? So, I really have no reason to accept the challenge. I'm sorry, Mr. Sanji. Bai Ye apologized softly, but a hint of cunning flashed deep in his eyes. This move is called Yin-Yang Wai Chi. As expected, after hearing Bai Ye's words, Sanji fell silent for a moment before saying, So, what kind of challenge do you need to accept my challenge? Upon hearing this, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. He then slowly said, At least there needs to be a reasonable wager. After saying this, Bai Ye finally revealed his true intentions. If I were to win by a stroke of luck, how about Mr. Sanji joining our pirate crew? Bai Ye smiled and looked at the excited Luffy beside him. Speaking gently, after all, our captain is quite a stubborn person. If we don't let him have his way, it will give us a headache. What? Sanji, regaining some rationality, realized from Bai Ye's condition that the ultimate goal was to get him on the ship. If it were any other condition, Sanji would not hesitate. On one hand, he believed in his culinary skills. On the other hand, those reasons wouldn't touch his bottom line. And at this moment, Sanji's bottom line was Baratai, or rather, Old Man Zeph. He had an absolute reason to not leave this ship. So no matter what, he would never agree to this bet. Absolutely not. If you win, Nami will have dinner alone with you. The light words of the White Knight echoed. In the next moment, a man and a woman screamed simultaneously, Nanny! Sanji's recently regained sanity was instantly occupied by Nami's figure, and all he could think about was the candlelit dinner that night, even starting to gasp from excitement. All right, let me defeat you and rescue Miss Nami. Sanji patted his chest solemnly and said to the White Knight. Then, the scene changed as he turned to Nami, swaying his body and asking, Nami-san, what red wine would you like to drink tonight? Nami ignored the lecherous cook in front of her and pulled the White Knight over, angrily saying, Hey, how can you? 2,000,000 berries. Before Nami could complain, the White Knight directly stated a number. Nami naturally knew what that meant. As long as she accompanied Sanji for dinner, the White Knight would give her 2,000,000 berries. Even if you say that 5,000,000 berries. The White Knight exhaled again. What I mean is, Nami was a bit confused. 10,000,000 berries. The White Knight smiled and made such an offer. Sanji, you must do your best. In the next moment, Nami was already holding Sanji's hands, excitedly saying, Oh, Nami-san, I will definitely rescue you. With Nami's touch, Sanji felt like he had been buffed, and he became all fired up. To outsiders, the two seemed to be in a very close relationship. Only a few who witnessed the whole event knew that these two were not on the same wavelength at all. Sanji's eyes were almost heart-shaped, while Nami's eyes had already turned into the shape of berries. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh. It's a pity that Bai Ye had no intention of losing this match. So, these two were bound to be disappointed. After a while, with the efforts of all the chefs at Baratie, a simple competition venue was set up. In the chef team, everyone was discussing. It's really hard to understand the chef's intentions. Why agree to such an unreasonable request from Sanji? There's nothing we can do, after all. Sanji was the first person to follow the chef. Who do you think will win, Sanji or that guy? It should be Sanji, although I don't want to admit it. His culinary skills are second only to our chef. At this moment, Patty, who had the worst relationship with Sanji, spoke up. I hope Sanji loses this match. If he loses, he must leave Baratie. Over the years, he has always cooked for those who can't afford to pay. It's not only disrespectful to paying customers, but also causes us losses, so it's better for him to leave as soon as possible. After hearing Patty's words, a few people stopped discussing and looked at the two young men standing in the competition venue. Since I've set the bet, then, Sanji, you can decide the content of the competition. Bai Ye smiled easily at Sanji, as if he was completely confident. Sanji, however, was not intimidated by Bai Ye's calm demeanor. He considered his culinary skills to be quite good and wasn't easily swayed by his opponent. He threw a cigarette, but on the ground, and stamped it out. After gently exhaling the last puff of smoke, he said, "Since Nami-san says your flavor is no worse than mine, let's make the same dish and determine the winner by taste." This seemed reasonable to Bai Ye, who nodded lightly. "Let's decide on seafood pasta for the dish. Is that all right?" Sanji continued. "Pasta, huh?" Bai Ye recalled for a moment, and then nodded, "Sure." Although Bai Ye is a Taoist in his past life, he still knows a bit about pasta. Don't ask why, it's just the setting. Of course, he only knows a little. However, he is not worried, because Bai Ye never intended to compete with Sanji in culinary skills. As the competition began, both Bai Ye and Sanji started to work intensively. Right from the start, the chefs at Bartai noticed the difference between Bai Ye and Sanji, whether it was in their knife skills or in handling ingredients. Bai Ye can only be considered a culinary enthusiast. Thinking of this, Patty felt a bit disappointed. As time slowly passed, Bai Ye and Sanji both entered the finishing stage. Just when Patty thought Sanji was guaranteed to win, Bai Ye's confident demeanor left him puzzled. Finally, with only 3 minutes left in the allotted time, both of them completed their works simultaneously. So who would be the judge? Bai Ye scanned the area, but did not find a suitable candidate. Moreover, he first ruled out the glowing-eyed Luffy. If this guy would be the judge, he would probably swallow both dishes at once, and then say, "Delicious, I want more. Let's taste each other," Sanji said casually, and just the fact that he mentioned tasting each other was enough to prove his confidence. It indicated that he believed his cooking was enough to conquer his opponent. Bai Ye nodded in agreement. So, under Luffy's desperate gaze, Bai Ye and Sanji exchanged dishes and began to eat. The texture was chewy, and the sauce was rich. After Bai Ye took a bite of Sanji's pasta, 2 words involuntarily surfaced in his mind. To be honest, Sanji's culinary skills were truly impressive. If it weren't for his image, Bai Ye would probably be devouring it ravenously. But unfortunately, Bai Ye thought, no matter how good the skills, it wouldn't matter, because he had an advantage. At this moment, everyone looked at Sanji with disbelief. Patty exclaimed, Hey, are you kidding me? Did Sanji just eat something that gave him a hallucination? In the East Sea, in the Bartai restaurant, in front of a large audience, Sanji, after just 1 bite of pasta, suddenly started crying like a child in his seat. He even stretched his hands forward as if trying to grasp something. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. What? Did he get poisoned? Only Sanji knew that after he took the first bite of pasta, a strong flavor surged straight to the top of his head. It was an indescribable taste that, after just 1 bite, completely opened up Sanji's taste buds. It even amplified his emotions immensely, bringing back memories he least wanted to recall. He remembered the shipwreck he endured with Zeph, where the latter shared all the food with Sanji and ended up eating his own leg. Suddenly, Sanji snapped out of his memories and looked up to see Bai Ye's half-smiling eyes and the strange gazes of those around him. Sanji let out a breath, calming himself down. He then looked at Bai Ye and with great difficulty uttered a sentence. You win. What flavor is the best? It's not any of the 5 tastes, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, or salty, but that kind of flavor that once tasted can evoke memories. But I want to know, how did you do it? Why did I feel that way? Sanji looked at Bai Ye with some anticipation, thinking the latter would tell him some special technique. But in fact, it was because I added a special ingredient. Bai Ye lightly uttered such a sentence. In ancient times, practitioners of Qi often went through worldly tribulations to cultivate their hearts. To ensure the effectiveness of overcoming these tribulations, they would often use a type of 4th-grade elixir. The 100 Flavors elixir can amplify a person's emotions, allowing them to fully experience the joys and sorrows of the mortal world. The spiritual herb that Bai Ye used is the main ingredient for refining the 100 Flavors elixir. Fortunately, such heavenly materials and earthly treasures are not rare in the Taoist sect's collection. Otherwise, it would be a bit reluctant for Bai Ye to take out this spiritual herb for the competition. Was it really just a difference in ingredients? Sanji found it hard to believe and was even a bit angry. The result of losing the competition was something he could not bear, and the reason for losing made him feel somewhat devastated. Was it really just because of an ingredient? Just as Sanji was at a loss and prepared to go back on his word, Bai Ye's voice rang out. Cheating, is it? Seeing Sanji's somewhat flustered expression, Bai Ye smiled and said, The rules only state that the taste of the pasta determines the winner. It does not specify that the same ingredients must be used. does it? Moreover, if using ingredients you've never seen before is considered cheating, that would be rather uninteresting. Bai Ye continued, Mr. Sanji, your cooking skills are excellent, but your experiences limit your imagination. For some reason, Zoro, who was standing nearby, felt a sense of déjà vu upon hearing Bai Ye's words. The dishes prepared by a chef who lives in a small space, and one who sails the seas constantly, must be different. Just like you and the head chef, right? When Bai Ye suddenly called him out, Zep, who had been standing by the spiral staircase leading to the second floor, narrowed his eyes. The young man in front of him seemed to know his identity. Sanji naturally understood Bai Ye's implication, and he also knew Zep's true identity. Could it be that the gap is really this big? Sanji murmured. This sea is vast, and this place is just one of the 4 seas. Bai Ye continued to persuade. Just like your chef's dream place, all blue. If you don't go out to sea, you'll never see it in your lifetime. But, Sanji. Just as Sanji was about to argue, Zep's strong voice rang out. Since you've lost, don't make excuses. Take this opportunity to become a pirate. My restaurant doesn't need you anymore. Old man, do you really want me to leave? Hearing Zep's words, Sanji's expression became somewhat complicated. I'm a sous chef of this restaurant. But Zep's expression grew even more disdainful. You always argue with the customers, get all excited when you see pretty girls. And now you can't even cook better than others. What use do you have in the restaurant? Whether it's being a pirate or something else, get out of my restaurant. However, the harsher Zep's words became, the more determined Sanji's attitude was. Old man, no matter what you say, I will be a chef here. Don't think you could drive me away. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others came to Bai Ye's side, looking somewhat confused at the two arguing. It seems that the relationship between that perverted Kappa and the chef is not ordinary. Zoro crossed his arms and said thoughtfully, That's right, even though they are arguing fiercely, you can actually hear their feelings for each other. Nami nodded in agreement. I get it. Sanji is actually Zep's illegitimate son, right? Usopp suddenly had a burst of inspiration and said, as if he had realized something. This made Bai Ye roll his eyes. What kind of look was that? Bai Ye, Sanji should already be our partner, right? Luffy quickly grasped the main point of the situation. In his mind, Bai Ye wouldn't lose. So Sanji would definitely be able to join his crew. Since he has admitted defeat, he will surely keep his promise. Bai Ye first affirmed Luffy's statement, but then changed the subject and continued. However, if we force him onto the ship like this, it might leave a knot in his heart. So, we'll need your help. Captain. Bai Ye smiled at Luffy and said, Huh? Do you need me to tie Sanji up on a ship? Luffy asked, looking confused. Of course not. I just need you to spend more time getting to know Sanji, Bai Ye replied. With your charm, you should quickly learn the story between these two. At the end, Bai Ye pointed to Sanji and Zep, who had already started fighting. Although Bai Ye knew, he had no reason to explain how he knew about it. Of course, the more important reason was that Bai Ye wanted to stay here for a while. After all, he was waiting for 2 big fish to come, the Click Pirates and that man who could split the sky with one sword. This was also a good opportunity to give everyone a vacation. After all, if we don't talk about other aspects, Bartai is definitely a great place for a holiday. Bai Ye didn't really care about Luffy's task, because even if he didn't say it, Luffy would still go talk to Sanji. Thus, the Straw Hat crew began their leisurely vacation life. Every day, Luffy would pester Sanji to chat, while Sanji would pester Nami to be attentive and occasionally bicker with Zoro. Although no one mentioned getting Sanji on board again, the bond between Sanji and the others was visibly warming up. As for what Bai Ye was doing these days, he was enjoying the restaurant service because he had money. He experienced what it meant to be a customer is king. I have to say, it was quite comfortable. In fact, Bai Ye was overthinking things a bit. He always thought of relying on Luffy's charisma to pry Sanji's mouth open. Little did he know that for a gentleman like Sanji, who adheres to chivalry, Nami was the most suitable person. So after some twists and turns that weren't really that complicated, Bai Ye finally learned what he already knew. Zep lost his right leg while saving Sanji. Oh dear, this is a bit troublesome. Usopp's side, this kind of life-saving grace is indeed a bit tricky. Why not just change the chef? That perverted Kappa rubs me the wrong way. Zoro said directly. In the past 2 days, his relationship with the curled eyebrow has developed very quickly. Bai Ye, have you thought about what to do? Nami turned to Bai Ye and said, You can't possibly have a way to make Zep's leg grow back, right? At this point, not only Zoro and the others were skeptical, but even Nami herself found it hard to believe. Although Bai Ye always managed to come up with unexpected solutions. Making a severed leg regrow seemed a bit unreliable. I have a way, Bai Ye said softly, but it felt like a bomb exploding among everyone. Nani, X3 Zoro, Usopp, and Nami all looked incredulous. Sakoku, I knew Bai Ye must have a way. Luffy's eyes sparkled. In his heart, as long as Bai Ye said it. It could definitely be done. That's right. Since they knew where the problem lay, there was no time to lose. Bai Ye flexed his wrist and said confidently, "Let's go solve this matter now." Then, a few people followed Bai Ye and headed to Bartai, where they found Zepp and Sanji. In fact, there was no need for so many people. They were purely driven by curiosity. Nevertheless, when Bai Ye stated his purpose, Zepp and Sanji had the same reaction. Nanny. X2, Bai Ye has basically become immune to this kind of reaction. So he simply flipped his wrist and took out the elixir he had long since refined. The 8th grade elixir, flesh regrowth pill, although it doesn't have the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life, is more than enough to regrow a severed leg. After hearing Bai Ye's explanation, Zepp suppressed his inner excitement and, after a long contemplation, said seriously, "If it's just for Sanji, I can't accept it." Zepp's meaning was simple. He naturally longed for the rebirth of a severed leg. But if it was merely to get Sanji on the ship, then the deal would be unequal. This would mean that Sanji would feel indebted to them. This is not what Zepp wanted to see. He hoped Sanji could set sail freely and live his own life without carrying any guilt. "Hey, old man, you..." Sanji immediately got anxious upon seeing this. But Bai Ye quickly interrupted him. "You don't need to worry about this at all." Bai Ye's lips curled into a smile as he reached out and pulled Luffy to stand beside him. "It seems I forgot to introduce him. This is our captain, Monkey D. Luffy, and his dream is..." Bai Ye deliberately elongated his tone. "Is to become a new pirate king." Bai Ye pointed to Sanji. "Your sous chef Sanji is the chef that Luffy has set his sights on. In other words, Sanji is destined to shine in the new world." Bai Ye's expression turned serious, and he said earnestly to Chef Zepp, "So, can we use this small pill to get the future Pirate King's head chef on board without any hesitation or concern?" The room fell silent for a moment. After a while, Usopp whispered between Nami and Zoro, "I found out that this Bai Ye guy is even better at lying than I am. It's as if Luffy is definitely going to become the Pirate King." Zoro also recalled the scene when he first met Bai Ye and Luffy, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. "It's not as if," Zoro said softly. "Bai Ye really believes that Luffy can become the Pirate King, more than any of us do. So, it's most fitting for him to say these words." Nami stared at Bai Ye's back, lost in thought. "Ha, that was great. Bai Ye." Luffy first laughed heartily while patting Bai Ye on the shoulder, not because he felt flattered, but because Bai Ye spoke what was in his heart. "That's right. Sanji is the partner I've chosen. I only want him as my chef. No one else will do." Although Luffy might not be very bright at certain moments, he could still say some very apt and beautiful words. "Become the Pirate King?" Zepp murmured, looking at the incredibly confident Straw Hat Kid before him. He suddenly realized that he was really getting old. Then he looked at Bai Ye, relaxed, and said, "Since you've said that, it seems that I have no reason to refuse." He turned to Sanji, his gaze softening immensely. After all, making the Pirate King lose his head chef is not something that an old man like me can bear. Upon hearing this, Sanji's expression became extremely complex. "Old man. All right, then this pill will be given to the old man. By the way, it might hurt a lot, so you might need to endure it." Bai Ye handed the elixir to Zepp and reminded him one last time. "Ha ha, I endured the pain of a broken leg back then, so I naturally won't be afraid now." Zepp replied like this at first. Then he looked at the curious eyes of everyone in the room and decided to fulfill their wishes by directly tossing the elixir into his mouth. A few seconds later, Zepp felt a change in his right leg, as if countless ants were tearing and gnawing at it. Boom! The connection point where his leg was bound by wood suddenly exploded, revealing a bloody thigh in front of everyone. Zepp could no longer endure the pain and shouted out, "Old man!" Sanji was somewhat worried, but did not dare to step forward. Then tiny, delicate flesh buds began to grow from the stump of Zepp's leg, growing and wriggling at a slow, yet distinctly perceptible pace. Zepp felt this too. He didn't even need to look to know that his right leg was gradually growing back, the sensation he once had returning. 10 minutes later, Zepp stood on both legs, still somewhat in disbelief. He looked at his newly grown right leg, filled with amazement. It was as if the leg had never been broken at all. No matter what movement he made, there was no hesitation at all. "Old man." Sanji came to Zepp's side, looking at the intact right leg, feeling a bit emotional. But the next moment, bang! Zepp kicked Sanji hard on the head with the newly grown right leg. "You, get the hell out to the sea." In the original story, all of Sanji's kicking techniques came from Zepp. The latter even kicked Luffy from the second floor down to the ground with his wooden leg. Now that his leg had been regenerated, the power of this kick was certainly not to be underestimated. Bang! Sanji was knocked to the floor by the kick, his face slightly deformed. But he did not retaliate like before. Instead, he sat up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sanji understood the meaning of Zepp's words. Since the broken leg had grown back, he had no reason to stay on this ship any longer. However, years of feeling still made Sanji feel a bit sad. He just lowered his head and said to Zepp, "You don't need to worry about me, old man." Then he turned and left the room. On the deck of Bartai, Sanji was smoking a cigarette while staring blankly at the sea. Of course, he couldn't see anything because there was a rare thick fog over the sea today. At this moment, footsteps approached. Without turning his head, Sanji muttered, "Thank you for healing the old man's leg." Well, didn't I say it before? To secure the position of the chief chef for the future Pirate King, that little investment is well worth it. The visitor was naturally Bai Ye. After Sanji quietly left, Luffy patted Bai Ye on the shoulder and said, "Bai Ye, go ahead, let Sanji join our ship." "Really? Did you really leave the matter of inviting crew members to me?" Bai Ye said helplessly. Little did he know that Zoro and Nami were also looking at him with expressions that seemed to say, "Use your mouth to convince him." Damn it, are your faces screens too? But it can't be blamed that they trust Bai Ye so much. After all, he was not only Luffy's first crew member, but Zoro and Nami, who joined later, had also experienced Bai Ye's spiritual baptism. Even Usopp was introduced to Luffy and the others by Bai Ye himself. "Hey, I got it." Bai Ye waved his hand, agreeing with the others, and then approached Sanji. "Did you get your elixir from Alabasta?" Upon hearing that the future Pirate King's chief cook was in front of him, Sanji's mouth curved into a slight smile, but he quickly changed the subject. "Not really." Bai Ye decisively shook his head. "After all, Alabasta is a legendary place. And I've mentioned it before, this sea is quite vast." Then, while recalling the original story, Bai Ye began to tell Sanji about it. For example, the attack dishes that can affect people's bodies on the Okama Island. For instance, giants can use active volcanoes for barbecuing, or the octopus balls from the sea. Is that so? After hearing Bai Ye's various unique and magical dishes, Sanji lit another cigarette and took a deep breath, saying, "Even if it's not Alabasta, there are so many amazing dishes. It seems I really should set sail and take a look." Hakuya smiled slightly upon hearing this. He knew that Sanji had already agreed to set sail. Although it was somewhat different from the original story, it was enough that Sanji was willing to board the ship. Suddenly, Hakuya thought of something and began to talk to Sanji about the beautiful women in this world. For example, mermaids with human bodies and fishtails, the all-female country of Daughter-S Kingdom, and the exotic Alabasta. Wow, what Hakuya didn't expect was that Sanji's reaction was even more intense than he imagined. He even had blood streaming from his nostrils and shouted loudly, "I need to say goodbye to that old man quickly." "White Knight, so you're saying your main job is a pervert, and your side job is a chef?" But just as Sanji was about to look for Zepp, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked towards the dense fog in the distance. Bai Ye also turned his head, and a ship's silhouette appeared, faintly visible. From the dim outline, it could be judged that this ship was much larger than Bartai. Moreover, it seemed that the target was this sea restaurant. As the ship approached, the guests in the restaurant also noticed it. When one of them saw the pirate flag on the ship, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. That was the Click Pirate Crew, a massive, three-decked sailing ship with a Black Panther figurehead, and the skull on the flag had an hourglass drawn on either side, representing the captured prey and the deadline for death. Also symbolizing that you would eventually surrender to me. It was just a matter of time. This was undoubtedly the flagship of the East Blue Overlord, Click, the warship Cutlass. At this moment, all the guests in the restaurant were thrown into chaos. Hey, this must be a joke. How could such a character come here? We need to run away quickly, or we will definitely be killed." Thus, amidst some people trembling in fear and others hurriedly fleeing, the Cutlass also arrived in front of Bartai. However, at this time, everyone noticed something was wrong, because the appearance of this ship was truly tragic. It looked as if it had just engaged in a fierce battle with a warship. The bow was blown off halfway. The hull was covered in terrifying cracks. And even the pirate flag, the symbol of the pirate crew, was tattered. Suddenly, someone recalled something and said, "I remembered that not long ago. Someone saw Click enter the Grand Line with 50 warships." As soon as this was said, it sparked speculation among those around. What? Did they get beaten back so quickly? Out of 50 warships, is this the only one left? No wonder it's called the Pirate Graveyard. The Grand Line is too terrifying. Hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but curl his lips. Just entering the Grand Line and encountering the world's greatest swordsman, that kind of luck is truly horrifying. While everyone was discussing, someone finally came down from the ship. Sanji. Seeing that one of the newcomers was the person Sanji had previously delivered food to, Patty couldn't help but yell angrily at him. "It's you who brought the Click Pirate Crew here." Sanji did not respond. Upon seeing another person in a state of hunger, he turned and went to the kitchen. Bai Ye watched his back without stopping him. After all, some concepts cannot be resolved merely through words. He quietly approached Luffy and the others, paying attention to everything that happened next. Sure enough, when Clique knelt down and begged the chef, hoping to have a bite to eat, only Sanji silently brought over a large bowl of rice. Afterwards, as soon as Clique finished eating and instantly recovered, he immediately sent Sanji flying. He then reiterated his demands for 100 servings of food and for Baratai to surrender unconditionally. In an instant, the entire restaurant was filled with an atmosphere of anger. At this moment, Sanji was struggling to get up, but a hand appeared in front of him. The voice of Bai Ye came. At this point, do you still want to prepare food for 100 people? Hearing Bai Ye's question, Sanji was silently pulled up by Bai Ye, lowering his head without speaking. He naturally knew that Bai Ye was asking more than just this, but about his own steadfastness. Sanji and Zepp had a deep sympathy for those who were hungry and cherished food due to their own experiences. They established Baratai to ensure that no one would go hungry at sea. Bai Ye expressed respect for this, as providing food for the hungry for free was a charitable cause that Bai Ye had no right to criticize. However, sometimes cooking is not the only solution. Bai Ye gently patted Sanji's shoulder and said, "Look carefully, think carefully." Then, Bai Ye instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Creek and Akin. He intercepted the 100 portions of food that Zepp was about to hand over to them. With so much delicious food, giving it to scum seems a bit wasteful, doesn't it? Bai Ye mentioned food and said with a sarcastic tone, "Sell it to us, old man." He turned to Japu and continued talking to himself. Bastard. Clique instantly exploded with rage at this scene, pulled out his firearm, and started shooting wildly at Bai Ye. "What do you think you're taking my food?" Bang, bang, bang. After a series of intense gunshots, the smoke cleared. Bai Ye, surrounded by golden light, appeared before everyone. What? Clique was both shocked and terrified, realizing that the person in front of him was not even afraid of bullets. He suddenly thought of another man, a man with eagle eyes. Before he could think further, Bai Ye's voice rang out again. "I've already called the Navy, so we just need to wait a little while." Bai Ye patted the non-existent dust off his clothes and smiled as he looked up. "So, can you two scumbags be a little quieter? Although it might be quite painful in prison, at least you won't starve to death, right?" Bai Ye spoke in a calm manner, as if discussing something very obvious. However, this naturally made Clique furious, and he didn't even consider his opponent's strength. He directly revealed his golden armor, with fists covered in incredibly hard diamonds. "Go to prison? You little brat, who do you think I am?" Clique roared as he charged at Bai Ye. "I am the overlord of the East Sea, Clique the Great." His diamond-wrapped iron fist was about to smash into Bai Ye's face. Rubber pistol. Suddenly, an arm shot in from a distance, hitting Clique squarely in the unprotected face. Bang! Clique was sent flying by Luffy from the restaurant, landing on the battle platform outside the door. Luffy didn't stop and rushed outside, shouting, "I won't let you harm my friends or this restaurant. I'm going to knock you out." Captain Akin was shocked and pulled out a weapon, preparing to attack Luffy. But he was stopped by Sanji and had to start fighting. The battle came so quickly that many people didn't react in time, and by the time everyone reached the deck, Luffy had already completely defeated Clique. The fight between Sanji and Akin was also coming to an end. It must be acknowledged that Sanji's kicking techniques were indeed quite impressive. Whether Sanji kicked because he understood Bai Ye's intention remains unknown. In any case, a crisis was quietly resolved. Then, following the usual tropes of dramas, several warships finally arrived. Leading them was the Iron Fist Horde, who had previously been beaten up by Sanji and then targeted by Bai Ye. The moment Luffy saw the warships, he was shocked. "Nani, the Navy is here. Bai Ye, we have to run quickly." Saying this, Luffy prepared to tie a few people up and leave again. Golden Light Spell. Force Calm Fist. Seriously, Luffy, can you not be so anxious next time? At least take a look at the situation first. Bai Ye moved his wrist. He had been tied up by Luffy before, which made him instinctively react. Luffy, holding his head, said somewhat aggrieved, "Sema Masai," which surprised Sanji beside him. It seemed that something was off with the people in this pirate crew. Can anyone really beat the captain? However, Zoro thought of something and said to Bai Ye, "Hey, you didn't recruit these Navy folks, did you?" After receiving a positive answer, Zoro couldn't help but facepalmed. The previous 153rd branch was one thing, but now he was even cooperating with a Navy lieutenant from the headquarters? Zoro couldn't help but doubt that if this continued, Bai Ye might even convince Luffy to become a Navy officer. Nami and Usopp had seen Bai Ye cooperate with the Navy when they were in Syrup Village, so they quickly caught on and educated the confused Sanji beside them. On the other side, Bai Ye was already familiar with the situation and went up to have a friendly and cordial conversation with Horde. The latter was also very happy. Although he was a lieutenant from the headquarters, capturing a big pirate like Creek was definitely a great achievement for him. As for the help from pirates, what a joke. Just a couple of passing, good-hearted citizens. Nothing to do with pirates. Just as Horty was dreaming about the future and preparing to send his subordinates to take over the Creek pirates, a sudden wind arose, light but mixed with the subtle sound of a sword slicing through the air. In the next moment, Creek's already battered ship split in half right before everyone's eyes. What was even more unbelievable was that, from the smooth cut, it looked as if the ship had been sliced in two by someone with a single stroke. At that moment, everyone saw a coffin-like small boat slowly approaching from the distance where the large ship had been split. The boat had a candle lit on each side, and the candles flickered with an eerie green flame reminiscent of ghostly fire, even in broad daylight. Only one person was on board, with short black hair, sharp yellow eyes like an eagle, wearing a black top hat adorned with white fur, a burgundy-patterned shirt, a black trench coat, white pants, and black short boots. Anyone who saw him would have to praise him. An absolute image of a strong man. What the hell? Horty's voice trembled beside Bai Ye. Why is that man here? He is the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. It was clear that Horty was quite afraid of Mihawk. Although the 7 warlords and the Navy were technically on the same side, both parties understood the true nature of their relationship. Generally, Navy personnel, like Horty, were quite reluctant to meet with the 7 warlords. Meanwhile, the members of the Creek pirates, who had already fallen into the sea and were struggling to cling to the wooden planks, were also in despair. Someone couldn't help but ask Mihawk why. Why are you chasing us all the way here? But Mihawk only replied calmly, to pass the time. That's right. Mihawk had taken down a full 50 ships of the Creek pirates and traveled all the way to the East Sea solely to kill time. This is the world of One Piece, a damn world where as long as you have strength, you can do whatever you want. How is this possible? Upon hearing Mihawk's words, many pirates from the Creek crew felt aggrieved. Some even couldn't hold back their tears. It's been so hard, running for their lives only to suffer such torment because they encountered a bored person. Is it really that tough for pirates in the Grand Line? Maybe it's better not to be a pirate. Turning myself in should still be possible. With that thought, the pirates still floating on the sea began to swim towards the nearby warship, leaving the soldiers on board confused. It's the first time catching pirates has been so easy. Seeing this scene, Mihawk lost interest in continuing the game. There was nothing more to say to the Navy, so he prepared to steer the small boat away. Do you think he used that black sword to change direction? Horty breathed a sigh of relief. Being with that man was indeed quite stressful. But what he never expected was that Bai Ye suddenly made a move. Can I Lotus Blossom? As Bai Ye lightly shouted, Horty suddenly felt the air around him drop several degrees. Then he watched as the surface of the sea rapidly froze in front of him, spreading under that man's boat. In the next second, a sufficiently large ice surface formed, even emitting a hint of cold air. Bai Ye put down his hands that were forming seals and thought to himself, how did that guy Aokiji manage to cover the ice surface to such an extent? My Chi-Men technique is still not up to par. Shaking his head, Bai Ye looked towards the distant coffin boat. At this moment, Hawkeye had already stood up, his sharp eyes fixed directly on Bai Ye's direction. The pressure emanating from him even made Horty flee in a panic. Feeling the momentum of Hawkeye, Bai Ye was also a bit startled, but he still smiled and said, could you wait a moment? I have a partner who has wanted to challenge you for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro had already arrived beside Bai Ye. You guy, are you making decisions for me without permission? Zoro's voice carried a hint of amusement. He was obviously not blaming Bai Ye. What? Don't you want to fight him? Bai Ye responded with a smile. If that one strike just now makes you hesitate, then I must have misjudged you. Upon hearing this, Zoro fell silent. After a moment, he lowered his head and said, thank you, Bai Ye. He then stepped onto the ice with his 3 swords, heading towards Mihawk. At this moment, the people around them began to discuss quietly. 3 swords? Could it be the bounty hunter, Roronoa Zoro? Is he the famous bounty hunter? But the man he is challenging is at the pinnacle of the world's swordsmanship. He will definitely be defeated in an instant. Voices of skepticism about Zoro began to rise, but he remained unfazed, resolutely walking towards Mihawk. Zoro's determined gaze piqued Mihawk's interest. What is your goal? To become the strongest? Zoro stood firm before Mihawk, tying a bandana around his head. A pathetic weakling, Mihawk said with a blank expression as he stepped onto the ice. If you're also a swordsman, then you should be able to see the gap between us. Mihawk crossed his arms, showing no desire to draw his sword. Even so, do you challenge me out of courage or ignorance? With those last words, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, exerted his pressure on Zoro. In an instant, Zoro felt as if the world had abandoned him, the oppressive force closing in from all sides, as if to make him submit. But Zoro merely braced against this pressure and slowly drew his first sword, biting it in his mouth. This is my dream, and a promise I made with a dear friend. Zoro then drew his second sword and continued. Someone once told me you were so strong that you could block my full strike with just a small knife. At these words, Bai Ye suddenly smiled. But that person still believes in me, believes I can surpass you and become the strongest in the world. Zoro drew his third sword, striking his three-sword style stance and looking at Mihawk. So, what reason do I have not to challenge you? A frog that jumps out of the well will no longer fear the sky. On the contrary, this frog can't wait to know just how high the sky above it is. After a moment of silence, Mihawk slowly said, in that case, let me see your determination. He slowly drew the black sword from his back and continued, for this determination, I will meet you with this world's strongest black sword. The next moment, the two collided fiercely, and then they separated, standing back to back. Everyone around was watching intently, wanting to know the outcome. It was evident that no matter how firm Zoro's determination was, it couldn't bridge such a massive gap in strength. As Mihawk easily turned around, Zoro had already sustained a huge gash on his chest, blood gushing from it, looking extremely frightening. Usopp and Nami were stunned, instinctively wanting to rush out, but were firmly held back by Luffy. Don't interrupt Zoro's battle. When the two turned their heads, they saw Luffy looking more anxious and nervous than anyone else. Fortunately, such a serious injury only caused Zoro to kneel on one knee. Is this the power of the world's strongest? Zoro murmured. He slowly turned around, raising both hands towards Mihawk. When Mihawk asked, what are you doing? Zoro grinned widely. The scars on my back are a swordsman's shame. This made Mihawk show a look of approval for the first time. Kid, tell me your name. Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk murmured to himself, and then said, I will remember this name. It's been a long time since I've encountered a stronger one. So, Mihawk raised the black sword in his hand again, looking at Zoro with an extremely serious expression. Make sure you don't die. The black sword swung down violently, and another gaping wound appeared on Zoro's chest, forming an X with the previous one. This time, Zoro had no strength left and fell heavily to the ground. Then, Bai Ye flashed to Zoro's side, and Luffy and the others rushed over. Even Sanji followed them in shock. Before Bai Ye could speak, Mihawk spoke again. Are you friends of the young swordsman? Then listen carefully. Mihawk continued to address Zoro. My name is Dracula Mihawk. You are not yet at the point of dying. From now on, understand the world, understand yourself, and strive to become stronger. In the years to come, I will be waiting for you on the throne of the world's strongest. Try to surpass me, Roronoa. After Mihawk finished speaking, Luffy and the others reached them. They all looked anxiously at Zoro, who was barely breathing, and Luffy was crying uncontrollably. All right, don't look like Zoro has already left us, okay? Bai Ye looked at the few people with some helplessness. It's one thing for Luffy not to know, but can't you too, Nami and Usopp, remember that I have elixirs? As soon as he said this, Nami and Usopp instantly reacted. They made space while covering Luffy's mouth to keep him quiet for a while. Bai Ye flipped his wrist, and a healing pill and vitality pill appeared in his hand, which he promptly shoved into Zoro's mouth. In the next moment, Zoro's wounds began to heal rapidly, and his complexion gradually became rosy. This miraculous scene left Sanji gasping in amazement. Is this also a miraculous ingredient? Well, you could say that. Bai Ye nodded and helped Zoro up. The proper term should be elixir, made using our Taoist sect's special methods. Sanji nodded, catching Bai Ye's underlying message. It's a unique recipe. Don't even think about learning it. Mihawk's pupils constricted. As one of the world's top powerhouses, he understood all too well what kind of role something called an elixir could play in battle. When you fight desperately to the end, exhausted, and your opponent downs an elixir, the next moment they're back to full health. Are you going to die, or what? Elixir? Taoist sect? Mihawk's mind raced, confirming that he had never heard of these two things before. He couldn't help but reassess Bai Ye from the earlier technique of freezing water into ice. It was clear that this kid was no weakling. Just as Mihawk was contemplating whether to visit Shanks in the New World to ask about this, Zoro spoke up again. Luffy, Bai Ye, sorry for worrying you, haha. I really am weak. Zoro's voice was a bit choked. If I can't even become the world's greatest swordsman, it must be really troubling for you all. In the next moment, Zoro suddenly lifted his head to look at Bai Ye and Luffy beside him. I won't lose again. Before I defeat him, before I become the strongest in the world, I absolutely will not lose again. Zoro shouted with all his might. Do you have any objections? future Pirate King and Vice Captain. The Pirate King naturally referred to Luffy, who, upon hearing this, broke into a big grin and seriously nodded. He no objections. As for the Vice Captain, that was Bai Ye. This title caught Bai Ye off guard for a moment, but he soon looked at Zoro gently and said softly, "Of course not. The future world's greatest swordsman, Mr. Roronoa Zoro. You have already experienced the strongest power in the world. Now, let's stride towards that goal together." The White Knight handed the somewhat exhausted Zoro over to Sanji and turned to walk towards Mihawk. "Hey, where are you going?" Sanji asked anxiously. Bai Ye said without looking back, "Well, after all, I've been called the first mate, so I should at least show some responsibility, right? It's not appropriate for the first mate to remain silent when the crew is being beaten." Bai Ye spoke while flipping his wrist, and a sword that had never been used since it was forged appeared in his hand. As the head of Wudong, he was a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. The Tai Chi swordsmanship of Bai Ye has naturally reached an extremely high level. He stepped forward slowly, cupped his fist towards Hawkeye in greeting, and spoke softly. "Wudong Bai Ye, Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Crew, please grant me your guidance with the Tai Chi swordsmanship." The moment Bai Ye drew his sword, Hawkeye's eyes lit up. He noticed that the aura of the person before him had suddenly changed. If before it was a kind of indifference detached from worldly struggles, then upon grasping the sword sheath, Bai Ye resembled a treasure, sword poised to strike. Although his aura was restrained, it constantly emanated a sharpness that suggested he was ready to cut through everything. Interesting, I felt a surge of excitement. He expected that, out of boredom, he would encounter two interesting swordsmen. After all, this was the East Blue, known as the weakest sea. Without further thought, I raised his black blade. In the next moment, he appeared above Bai Ye, the black blade carrying an unmatched might, crashing down heavily. However, in Hawkeye's eyes, Bai Ye's aura became even deeper and more distant. He first took a slight step to the side, evading the downward strike aimed at his head, and then his treasured sword met the black blade, separating instantly. Following that, Bai Ye seemed to draw a circle, thrusting in a diagonal direction. Just this move made Hawkeye's pupils constrict, because the direction in which Bai Ye's treasured sword was thrusting was precisely where his own black blade was headed. Hawkeye understood that this was not a prediction of the future, but rather at the moment their weapons made contact. Bai Ye's treasured sword had influenced the trajectory of Hawkeye's black blade. Rather than saying Bai Ye anticipated his movements, it was more accurate to say Bai Ye guided his actions. This swordsmanship intrigued Hawkeye significantly. Clang, clang, clang. Immediately after, in order to experience more of the wonders of Bai Ye's techniques, Hawkeye chose to engage using only sword techniques, without using haki or strength. Although this reduced the damage caused, the speed of both combatants only increased until they became mere afterimages in the eyes of onlookers. The two exchanged blows, leaving the surrounding crowd dumbfounded. They naturally did not know that this was Hawkeye's intention. From their perspective, the young man in front of them was actually matching Hawkeye blow for blow. "Are you kidding me?" In the distance, Hoppity etched this scene deeply into his mind. Is another swordsmanship master about to emerge from the sea? The White Knight seems light and carefree, but in reality, there is a hidden pain that cannot be expressed. Perhaps his swordsmanship is quite profound, but whether it's the comparison of chi or the clash of strength with the opponent's overwhelming aura, the White Knight is slightly at a disadvantage. The gap formed by the combination of both factors is naturally huge. At this moment, the White Knight has roughly estimated his own strength. Indeed, he is not strong enough to compete at the top, but he is still better than the lower ranks. However, the White Knight has an advantage, which is that he possesses the entire Taoist collection of talismans, and the means available for combat are numerous. This gives the White Knight a significant innate advantage. Just like now, if he were to unleash his Chiman technique, talismans, and weapon refining methods all at once, he might catch Eagle Eye off guard and pull off a remarkable counterattack. But for now, it is neither worthwhile nor necessary. So after the two exchanged blows hundreds of times, the White Knight seized the opportunity to quickly distance himself from Eagle Eye. Then, without giving the other party a chance to speak, he directly said, "As expected of the world's #1 swordsman, I admit defeat." Although he lost, the White Knight, having sustained no injuries and fought for so long, naturally did not lose face. In fact, he might even gain a wave of popularity because he was previously unknown. At least, Hobody planned to report this matter to the headquarters. Seeing that the White Knight had no intention of continuing the duel, Eagle Eye felt a bit disappointed. However, he did not dwell on it too much, as he had already grasped the general idea. Moreover, as a top swordsman, Observing and contemplating other profound sword techniques is the most he could do. It was impossible for them to directly learn or change their sword techniques. Therefore, Eagle Eye quickly adjusted his mindset and nodded to the White Knight, saying, "So it's you, Bai Ye? I will remember you." Then he flashed back to his own ship. After slicing through the thick ice beneath the ship, he left. As for the White Knight, after turning around, he was met with the astonished gazes of his companions. "Wow, Bai Ye is amazing." The one with stars in his eyes was undoubtedly Luffy. "That is the strongest man in the world of swordsmanship. Bai Ye, you kind of scared me." Nami also found it hard to believe. "Ha, as expected of my partner. Back then, I also had 80 million subordinates." Usopp activated his bragging talent once more. "You are so strong?" Sanji initially thought Bai Ye was just a chef or some logistical support, but he didn't expect his combat power to be so formidable. "You bastard, you clearly have such amazing swordsmanship. Yet you still say things like you will definitely believe in me." Zoro appeared somewhat embarrassed and angry. "Were you trying to make a fool of me?" Hey, you could see it too, right? That duel was completely reliant on sword techniques." Bai Ye shrugged and explained, "Moreover, my goal is not to be the #1 swordsman, and I have never thought about developing deeply along the path of swordsmanship. As for sword techniques, my Tai Chi sword style and your 3-sword style actually don't match very well. However, if you want to understand, you can always come to me." "Oomph." Zoro ultimately didn't say much more and turned his head away with a cold snort. "Hey, you lecherous cook, hurry up and help me onto the ship. Can't you see the ice is about to melt?" "Huh, green algae head, don't push your luck. Do you believe I'll throw you into the water right now?" "Lecherous Kappa." Green algae head. Seeing the two argue again, Bai Ye and the others felt a bit helpless. However, Luffy had a big smile on his face. Zoro and Sanji really have a good relationship. Where do you see that these two have a good relationship? Returning to Bartai, the earlier little episode was considered to have ended satisfactorily. The White Knight continued to hand over responsibilities to Hobody. Captain Click of the Click Pirates has a bounty of 17 million. Akin has a bounty of 12 million. In just one day, the Straw Hat Pirates earned another 29 million. After deducting the expenses from these days, the total amount once again surpassed 55 million berries. Once everything was resolved, the Straw Hat crew finally decided to set sail again. Bartai also had a rare day off from business. On the deck stood 2 rows of chefs. Although no one said anything, the intention was clear. They were there to send their sous chef off to sea. Among them, Patty even challenged Sanji one last time. The result, of course, was an easy defeat, with Patty lying on the ground in tears. Who knows when he would have the chance to take revenge next time? Perhaps they would never meet again in their lifetime. Just as Sanji was smoking a cigarette and heading towards the Going Merry with his luggage, a voice suddenly floated down from the second-floor balcony. "Don't catch a cold, Sanji." Upon hearing this, Sanji couldn't hold back any longer. He knelt on both knees and slammed his head hard against the floor. "Over the years, I truly appreciate your care. Sanji, will never forget." Then, he jumped onto the Going Merry without looking back. Until the ship set sail and left, he didn't turn around to take another look. "Let's come back together for a meal after the journey is over." Bai Ye patted Sanji's shoulder and said, Sanji quickly adjusted his mindset and looked at the crowd that had gathered around him, saying, "I will be the chef on this ship." Oh. Upon hearing this, Luffy jumped up excitedly and said, "Sanji, I want to eat meat. Didn't we just finish eating?" Usopp exclaimed in shock. However, Sanji ignored Luffy's antics and, with his eyes turned into heart shapes, approached Nami, swaying as he said, "Nami-san, how about I personally prepare a cup of afternoon tea for you at this time?" Seeing Sanji, who was just in tears, suddenly turn into a lecherous figure, Zoro couldn't help but snort. "Perverted Kappa?" Sanji immediately retorted, "You green algae head don't know anything." Just as the two were about to start arguing again, Bai Ye's voice interrupted them. "Whatever it is, it's fine, but before that, we need to resolve an important matter." Hearing Bai Ye mention an important matter, even Luffy's expression became serious. After all, based on Bai Ye's style and personality, if he said it was important, it must be very significant. Seeing everyone quiet down, Bai Ye nodded and looked at Nami. "Since Sanji is on board, Nami, you should fulfill your promise." Seeing Bai Ye's serious expression, Nami had no reason to refuse. Not only because of the promise, but more importantly, she had truly fallen in love with her pirate crew. She stepped in front of everyone, rolled up her short sleeves, revealing the tattoo on her left arm. "Wow, Nami-san with a tattoo is so beautiful." Sanji immediately flattered her, but he quickly realized he might have said the wrong thing, as Nami suddenly began to cry. "I remember that tattoo." Zoro suddenly spoke up. "Seems to be the emblem of a pirate crew." "Nanny," Usopp exclaimed in shock. "Nami, She's actually a member of another pirate crew. As soon as these words were spoken, Luffy's smile disappeared, and he looked at Nami with a calm expression. Sanji was left dumbfounded, staring at Nami. Zoro looked at Bai Ye with a calm face. As for Usopp, knowing he had misspoken, he couldn't help but tremble all over. At that moment, Bai Ye walked over to Nami and placed a hand on her shoulder. Did we not agree? Such things should be spoken out loud, for everyone to decide. Bai Ye gently encouraged Nami. Trust me, and also believe in the bond between you and everyone, right? Bond? Nami murmured to herself, then looked at the others. She finally decided to share her most painful experience. 8 years ago, a group of pirates came to my village, Kokoyasi village. Through Nami's painful recounting, everyone learned the truth hidden behind her greed for money. A group of brutal fishmen attacked Kokoyasi village. They did not intend to kill and rob everyone, but rather to establish their own tyrannical kingdom. As long as they ruled the village for a day, the villagers had to pay tribute based on the number of heads. They had ruled over many villages like this, and thought this time would be no exception. But this time, a retired Navy officer named Belem dared to resist. However, just one retired Navy officer could not change the outcome. And one of the 2 daughters she adopted, who had the talent for drawing sea charts, was taken away by the pirate crew. The pirates told her that as long as she continued to help draw sea charts, they would guarantee the lives of the villagers. They even proposed a condition that she could not refuse: 100 million berries, just 100 million berries. That would be enough to redeem her village. Bai Ye, you already knew all of this, didn't you? After listening to Nami's story, Zoro directly asked Bai Ye. In fact, Nami also wanted to know, because from Bai Ye's reaction, he seemed to have known her identity all along. I just had some guesses. Bai Ye remained non-committal upon hearing this. You don't really think I can predict the future, do you? Of course, Bai Ye seemed to be able to, but he didn't say so. Instead, he flipped his wrist and took out a bounty notice, explaining, when I was in Shell's town, I obtained all the high bounty notices from the East Sea. Naturally, there was one for Arlong among them. So after meeting Nami, I quickly noticed the tattoo on her shoulder, which was identical to that of the Arlong pirates. Upon hearing this, Usopp couldn't help but ask, then how did you know Nami was being forced? Bai Ye shrugged and continued. The Aaron Pirates is a pirate crew made up entirely of fishmen, and according to my intel, they seem to harbor a deep hatred for humans. So, how could they possibly allow a girl to become one of their companions? Upon hearing this, even the slowest person understood. They couldn't help but sigh at what kind of life Nami had been living over the years. That was 100 million berries. She was clearly still a child, yet she had to bear the pressure of saving the entire village. Bai Ye said softly, I really don't know how you managed to endure it all alone. You worked hard, Nami. When Nami heard the words worked hard, she could no longer hold back. Only she knew how, over the years, she had endured the village's misunderstandings and the humiliations from Arlong and others, constantly thinking about saving up 100 million berries. Her nerves had long been stretched to a fragile state. Ooh, Nami cried loudly. It turned out that all she needed was a word of concern from others. Damn you, Bai Ye! Sanji's angry shout suddenly rang out. You dare to make the beautiful Miss Nami angry? That's simply unforgivable. He first glared at Bai Ye with anger. Then his expression changed, and he came to Nami's side, speaking softly. Nami-san, please don't worry. We will definitely help you. That's not right, Bai Ye suddenly interjected. I said we have to decide together. Or rather, it needs our captain to make the decision. Although in the original story, everyone was deeply loyal and bonded to Luffy, it wasn't until Water 7 that Zoro said, no matter how stupid this guy is, he is still our captain. This is actually the normal state of a pirate crew, or an adventure group. They might usually act recklessly, but for any matter that requires a final decision, it must be made by the captain. After saying this, Bai Ye turned to Luffy and first reminded him, strictly speaking, Nami is just our higher navigator now. Then he asked, so, Captain, please state your decision. Upon hearing this, Nami couldn't help but lift her head, nervously looking at Luffy. Sanji quitteli a cigarette. Usopp struggled to control his trembling body. Zoro looked at Luffy with a blank expression. After a long while, Luffy stood up, adjusting his straw hat. I don't want to know what happened to Nami. Luffy slowly uttered this sentence. Sanji felt a bit nervous, and a glimmer of despair flashed in Nami's eyes. Could it really not be okay? But Luffy continued. All I know is that Nami is my recognized partner. I just want her to be my navigator. Luffy then turned to Nami, clenched his fist seriously, and said, Nami, I will beat Arlong up. Let you come on my ship. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere on the ship changed instantly. There should be some swordsmen among the fishmen that I can practice against, Zoro said, crossing his arms coolly. Too bad they're in human form. Otherwise, I could use them for cooking, Sanji added, lighting another cigarette. Nami, my lord Usopp will also come to help, Usopp promised Nami, despite trembling a bit from fear. Everyone, Nami's eyes filled with tears again. At this moment, Bai Ye's voice came again. I told you. You are our recognized partner. You're no longer alone, Nami. Nami turned to look at Bai Ye, then at Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro, finally breaking into a smile. She happily said, It turned out that I was never alone. After making the decision, everyone gathered to discuss the plan. However, some seemed not to care much about the planning. Luffy said, I just need to beat Arlong, right? Zoro added, can't we just cut them all down? Looking at the naive and self-evident expressions of the two, Sanji suddenly turned to Bai Ye. You really have it tough on a ship like this. Hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Fortunately, Nami acted in time. Bang, bang, with 2 love taps. Zoro and Luffy could only cover their heads and sit in chairs, looking at Bai Ye with resentful expressions. Bai Ye, why should I be blamed for Nami hitting you guys? Ignoring these 2 lively characters, Bai Ye turned to Nami and asked, speaking of which, do you believe in the promise of 100 million berries? Nami. Upon hearing this, Nami answered without hesitation. I did believe when I was young, but after spending a long time among various pirate crews, I realized that Arlong and the others would never let me go. At this point, Nami's voice became a bit somber. They need me to draw maps to solidify their rule over their kingdom. Even if they find someone to replace me in the future, they would most likely kill me. It's better to believe that bad people can keep their promises than to believe that Luffy won't eat meat. Bai Ye nodded and said with a hint, you're quite smart, much smarter than a certain green-haired swordsman wielding 3 swords. Zoro, could you just give my ID number instead? Fortunately, Bai Ye knew when to stop while he was ahead and before Zoro could explode. He changed the subject. In that case, when you really save up 100 million berries, how would Arlong react? Bai Ye finally decided to stop pretending. He was going to use his foresight ability again. It should be noted that pirates are difficult to catch precisely because they move locations after every shot. Only the emperors of the New World can have their own territory. Bai Ye talked freely. In this sea area where the Navy holds significant power, how did Arlong become the king ruling over dozens of villages? At this point, Zoro understood first. The Navy, huh? Having experienced the Shears Town incident, he naturally had a clearer understanding of the Navy. He quickly thought that in this sea area, aside from the Navy, who else could allow pirates to act with impunity? That's right. Bai Ye nodded, then turned to Nami. So, shall we put on a show together? 8 years ago, the famous Fishman pirate crew on the Grand Line fell apart due to differing ideologies. Jinbei and the others reformed the Sun Pirates, becoming legitimate pirates. Meanwhile, some of the others, led by Arlong, left the Grand Line, came to the East Sea, and established the Arlong Pirates. Filled with hatred for humans and having suffered various discrimination and oppression on the Grand Line, those under Arlong became psychologically twisted perverts. They wanted to make the humans here feel the humiliation they once endured, doubling their suffering. Thus, Arlong arrived in a sea area of the East Sea and violently suppressed the 20 villages here, ultimately completing his rule. He even built Arlong Park based on the admired Sabaody Park. As for how they could establish such a large kingdom in the East Sea, it's naturally due to the existence of a protective umbrella. In one of the rooms of Arlong Park, a stack of berries was slapped onto the table. A voice that sounded quite arrogant followed. This is the monthly payment for this month. Take it. Captain Mouse. The speaker was a blue-skinned fishman with a jagged nose. None other than the captain of the Arlong Pirates, Arlong. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You really are a suitable long-term partner. Another voice chimed in as it picked up the money from the table. The mouse colonel, dressed in a navy uniform with 3 whiskers on each cheek, wore a smile. After putting the berries into his pocket, he said, well then, I want to be polite, Arlong. Huh? What is there to be polite about now? Arlong laughed heartily, his face showing brutality and recklessness. Money is the most reliable thing in this world. I assent it. Since Arlong came to this sea area, he felt unprecedented joy. There were hardly any formidable opponents here, and with his fishman physical prowess being 10 times that of humans, he quickly formed the shape of a kingdom. The next step was to plunder wealth, just like the nobles of Sabaody Archipelago. As long as there was money, he could buy his compatriots. So in Arlong's kingdom, everyone had a price. Adults were 100,000, and children were 50,000. Every villager had to pay a head tax. As for the consequences of not paying or being unable to pay, Arlong claimed he had been quite merciful. Indeed, having money really allows one to do as they please. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That's right, money is a good thing. The mouse colonel responded happily to Arlong's words. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was incredibly harmonious. It's hard to believe that a Navy officer would be chatting so amicably with pirates. But that was the reality, thanks to the presence of the mouse colonel. The Arlong pirates were able to dominate 20 villages here for a full 8 years. For such a person, naturally, he should be made to fall from grace. After Bai Ye finished explaining his plan, the Mary also arrived at Nami's hometown, Kokoyasi village. After several people disembarked, Zoro asked, "So, what should we do with these two guys?" Saying this, he threw the two fishmen in front of everyone. One of them had a lighter skin tone with a prominent red fin on his head, a carp fishman, who was the gathering captain of the Arlong pirates, Arlong. The other one had a reddish skin tone and a wine gourd hanging from his waist, a salmon fishman, who was the banquet minister of the Arlong pirates, Salt Grill. Although they had the mouse colonel as a protective umbrella, to avoid being discovered by some outsiders, Arlong had arranged for patrols within the territory ruled by the pirates. Because they were fishmen, they didn't even need boats, which was more suitable for hiding and ambushing. In the past, relying on this advantage, they had never failed. Unfortunately, today, they encountered the Straw Hat crew. First, they attacked the Mary and triggered the barrier set by Bai Ye. Then they were directly frozen in the water by Bai Ye and captured alive. "Nami, are you going to betray Arlong?" Arlong looked at Nami with anger. "Sure enough, humans are filthy creatures and untrustworthy," Salt Grill said disdainfully. But the next second, Bai Ye stepped on his mouth. "What right do you have to talk about Nami when you threaten others to gain loyalty?" Besidis Bai Ye. The others were also infuriated by these two guys. "To chop them up," Zoro said directly. For his not-so-bright brain, chopping was the easiest solution. Luffy, on the side, said, "I want to find Arlong and beat him up directly." Hearing the two, Bai Ye felt a bit helpless but still spoke. "Don't be anxious. There will be a time for you to fight. But you need to understand, the main purpose of this visit is to help Nami take revenge. So, can you please behave for a while?" By the end, Bai Ye's hand was already emanating golden light. Soon, after successfully persuading the two, Bai Ye looked down at the two fishmen, a dangerous smile spreading across his lips. He squatted down to look at them. "You two are lucky. I have something new to give you." The scene shifted, and Arlong and Salt Grill appeared in Arlong Park. "Hey, aren't you two supposed to be on patrol? Why are you back?" At the entrance, the two fishmen ran into Octopus Xiaoba, a cadre of the Arlong pirates, and an 8-sword-style swordsman. Hearing Xiaoba's question, the two fishmen didn't answer, but continued on towards Arlong's room. Hey. Seeing this, Xiaoba called out several times. Feeling puzzled, what's wrong with these two today? Remembering the stiff movements he saw earlier, Xiaoba felt something was off. But after thinking about it, he thought he was overthinking it. Just then, another cadre called for him to help, so Xiaoba put this matter aside. As for Arlong and Salt Grill, after leaving Xiaoba's sight, they quickly arrived at the door of Arlong's room. Ignoring the bursts of laughter coming from inside, they pushed the door open and walked in. "Boss, not good. Nami really saved up 100 million berries." "That's right, boss. Nami asked me to tell you that once she counts it, she'll come and find you with the money." Before Arlong could get angry, the two started spilling everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. "What?" Arlong was surprised after hearing this. "That girl actually managed to save up 100 million berries?" "That's right, boss. I saw it with my own eyes. It really is 100 million berries." After hearing Arlong's words, Saltbun spoke again. At that moment, the voice of Colonel Mouse came through. "Squeak, squeak. It seems you are in some trouble, Arlong." "Trouble?" "Not really," Arlong replied. For the ruthless Arlong, the only thing that surprised him was that Nami had saved up 100 million berries, and that was it. As for promises to redeem the village, don't be ridiculous. How could a king give up his territory and subjects? Nami could be considered for freedom, but only after she charts the entire sea for herself. It's simple. It just takes a few decades. Ha 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 ha. Arlong laughed heartily. He looked down at Colonel Mouse and said sinisterly, "You Navy should confiscate the thief's loot, right?" Upon hearing Arlong's words, Colonel Mouse couldn't help but show a surprised expression. But soon, he revealed a cunning smile. "As a member of the Navy, I naturally cannot tolerate crime, so leave it to me." The room was once again filled with a cheerful atmosphere. "Arlong, Saltbun, show this Navy the way. Be careful not to let our Nami see it." Arlong instructed the two fish. "Okay, boss." The two fish nodded and then left with the mouse. Arlong, meanwhile, imagined Nami's expression when she found out the 100 million berries were stolen and couldn't help but laugh heartily. He didn't even notice the unusual behavior of the two fish, Arlong and Saltbun. "Bai Ye, is that charm of yours really okay?" Usopp asked Bai Ye at Noki Gao's house in Coco Village. "Don't worry, although there are some flaws, no one will be able to notice, Bai Ye reassured. Bai Ye confidently said, because in his sensing, his two puppets were already walking towards him. I have been very curious about what you mentioned earlier, the talisman. At this moment, a blue-haired beauty with tattoos on her right arm and collarbone approached everyone. After placing an orange in the middle of the group, she curiously asked, "Talisman?" Bai Ye looked at the beauty in front of him, put a peeled segment of the orange into his mouth, and continued, "It's just a means of our Taoist sect. Let's rewind time to when they caught the fishmen." Bai Ye squatted down and looked at the two. "You are lucky, I have new things to give you." Then, Bai Ye flipped his wrist, and two talismans were Taoist talisman and puppet talisman. Bai Ye clasped his hands and chanted the incantation, activating the talisman. Just like when he inscribed the talisman for the Mary, after the talisman paper burned out, the patterns depicted on the talisman appeared on the foreheads of the two fish. Then the patterns faded, and the expressions of the two fish began to change, gradually becoming vacant. Wow, how amazing! Luffy was the first to express his curiosity. Even wanted Bai Ye to give him one as well. He was refused. Their expressions look as if they've been hypnotized, Usopp said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Don't rush, the real show has just begun. Bai Ye first untied the two fishmen, and then said, "Stand up." After that, the two fishmen stood upright in front of Bai Ye. Bai Ye stroked his chin, feeling that there was no big problem. So he continued to ask, "Tell me about your pirate crew and what Arlong is doing now." Our pirate crew currently has more than a dozen members, all of whom are fishmen. As for Captain Arlong, today is the day he is trading with the Mouse Navy, so he should be at Arlong Park now. Soon, the two fishmen, who had become puppets, detailed the situation without missing anything. This entire operation took less than 3 minutes. Seeing this, the remaining few looked at Bai Ye with eyes full of admiration. This guy, is there anything he can't do? Bai Ye was aware of the limitations of his puppet talisman. Generally, it could only be used on those with unstable minds. Even if Bai Ye severely injured the strong ones at sea, he might not be able to use the puppet talisman on them. Of course, there were naturally more advanced talismans in the Taoist collection, but Bai Ye just didn't know them yet. At least for now, the puppet talisman was sufficient. After Bai Ye repeatedly assured Sanji that he would not use the puppet talisman on Nami, he finally had time to assign a task to the two fish. This led to the scene where the two fish went to Arlong Park to put on a show. There would naturally be flaws, but Bai Ye remained confident because Arlong and the others could never imagine that there was something like a puppet talisman that could directly control people. Even if they did, they wouldn't believe it could appear in the East Sea. Is that so? After listening to Nami and the others explaining in a flurry, Nokigo barely understood what kind of existence Bai Ye was. A strong person who could produce all sorts of magical things? He looked at Sanji, who was fawning over Nami, Luffy and Usopp, who were causing a ruckus, and Bai Ye and Zoro, who were toasting each other. His eyes couldn't help but become moist. It seemed that Nami had found a good group of partners. After sending the two fish away, Nami also brought everyone to her home and introduced her partners to Nokigo. When she learned that they had come to defeat the Arlong pirates, Nokigo was first surprised, then filled with joy. Subsequently, the two sisters had a good conversation, during which Nami also learned that the villagers had long known about her saving money. The reason they treated Nami poorly was to hope that one day, when she couldn't hold on any longer, she could leave without guilt. This matter moved Luffy and Usopp, who were easily brought to tears. Time passed quickly, and just when everyone was getting a bit bored waiting, a voice finally came from outside Nami's house. "Is that thief named Nami living here?" Hearing this, the people in the room exchanged glances, all wearing smiles. Well, it seemed the supporting role had arrived. Bai Ye looked at Nami and smiled, saying, "So how's this performance going to turn out? As the lead, you better give a good show." Really now, Nami tucked her hair behind her ear, her face full of smiles. Don't underestimate a little thief who dared to steal pirate treasures since childhood. After saying that, Nami walked out the door. At that moment, Bai Ye also took out a transponder snail and dialed a number. "Lieutenant Brian, the assistance you mentioned before can be done now." Unlike in the original story, Nami's mood at this time was quite relaxed. She walked outside and saw Colonel Mouse commanding his subordinates in the Navy, preparing to search her house. "I'm a cadre of the Arlong pirates." Nami put on an angry expression and looked at Colonel Mouse, saying, "If you lay a hand on me, Arlong won't let you go. You know that, right?" However, after hearing this, Colonel Mouse revealed a meaningful smile. "Squeak, I can't understand what you're saying. I just received information that you're a thief, here to confiscate the stolen goods." Then, the development was similar to the original story. Under the painful cries of Nami, Nojiko, and Ajien, Colonel Mouse's villainous image was deeply ingrained. Luffy, who was hiding on the second floor, almost couldn't hold back from intervening. Fortunately, Usopp stopped him, preventing the play from being ruined. That should be enough, right? Zoro looked at Bai Ye by the window. For a guy like this, it would be fine to just chop him down. Not quite enough. Bai Ye kept his eyes fixed on Colonel Mouse downstairs. He needed him to admit it in person. He still needed him to admit it in person. After saying this, Bai Ye looked at the live-streaming phone bug beside him and hinted otherwise. That old guy might not admit it for the dignity of the Navy. In the original work, Colonel Mouse was quite clever. Aside from accidentally revealing that he knew about the 100 million berries, he never directly admitted to collaborating with Arlong. This is also why Bai Ye wanted to control Arlong and Yin Xiao, to ensure he could appear at a critical moment. However, perhaps Nami's acting was too good, portraying layers of despair, pain, helplessness, and anger. Or maybe it was because things are going too smoothly that Colonel Mouse became a bit complacent. After his subordinates found the 100 million berries and brought them to him, Colonel Mouse couldn't help but stroke his beard. Laughing, he said to Nami, "Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing how pitiful you are, let me give you a piece of information for free." Colonel Mouse squatted down and looked at the crying Nami, saying, "Before coming here, I was having a great chat with Arlong. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That guy Arlong really delivered a big gift to me." In Colonel Mouse's imagination, upon hearing this, Nami should have fallen into deeper despair. But he never expected that Nami would make a face at him. This should be enough, right, Bai Ye? Nami wiped the tears from her face and looked proudly at the window on the second floor. "Well, I just witnessed a good show." Bai Ye jumped down from the windowsill and landed smoothly. He looked at Nami with a satisfied expression. Unexpectedly, the little thief's acting was quite good. He then turned to Colonel Mouse and started clapping. As expected of the famous Colonel Mouse, being able to have such a close relationship with pirates as a Navy officer is truly pioneering. In this era where pirates and the Navy are like water and fire, Colonel Mouse's cooperation with pirates to oppress civilians is indeed impressive. Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse was momentarily stunned. Then he realized, is this kid mocking me? Just as he was about to question the other party, a voice suddenly came through, instantly making him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. "Enough, you brat. How long are you going to slap our Navy in the face?" The voice was deep and very familiar. Colonel Mouse found it hard to believe, as he had heard this voice at the Navy headquarters. He looked at Bai Ye, and there was already some speculation in his gaze. But this speculation made him tremble in fear. Then, he saw Bai Ye pull out a small transponder snail from his pocket, with a cheerful expression saying, "Don't be so angry. After all, what I said is the truth, isn't it? Admiral Sengoku." That's right, the reason Bai Ye staged this scene was for this moment. When he heard that Brian was about to be transferred to headquarters, Bai Ye already had a rough plan. On the way to Kokoja village, he also called Brian to explain the situation of the Arlong pirates. Then he suggested putting on a show for Admiral Sengoku to see. Although Brian was quite confused, he agreed after some consideration. On one hand, Luffy's crew still hadn't raised the pirate flag, so cooperating with him wasn't legally problematic. On the other hand, due to Bai Ye's previous favor in rescuing Shell's town, Brian wouldn't refuse as long as it wasn't too excessive. Finally, Bai Ye clearly stated that this would be the last time he cooperated with the Navy. After getting Brian's assurance, Bai Ye felt relieved and dialed the phone when Colonel Mouse arrived. To achieve a better effect, Bai Ye even used a video transponder snail to stream live. Meanwhile, on the other side at Marineford, in the Admiral's office, bang! Sengoku slammed his fist on the desk in front of him. Brian, who was watching, couldn't help but flinch. He thought to himself, as expected of Bai Ye, even in front of the highest-ranking officer of the Navy, Admiral Sengoku, he dares to be so sarcastic. How brave he is. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start to worry about Bai Ye. After receiving Bai Ye's call, Brian, as the headquarters staff officer, knocked on Sengoku's office door. After briefly explaining, he and Sengoku watched the grand show together. When they heard Nami and the others' accusations, not only did Brian clench his fists, but even Sengoku couldn't help but do the same. And when the two saw Colonel Mouse taunting Nami with the posture of a victor, Brian just wanted to take down this dirty colleague. As for Sengoku, his face was already as dark as water. He could tolerate some Navy officers who were useless, but he absolutely could not tolerate the Navy protecting pirates. This was completely contrary to his justice that reigned supreme. After hearing Bai Ye's sarcasm, Sengoku finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Admiral Sengoku?" Colonel Mouse didn't even have the strength to stand, just slumped on the ground, trying hard to move toward Bai Ye. Until this moment, he still held onto the hope that he was being tricked by this kid in front of him. But when he saw the familiar face on the transponder snail, he felt despair. As a Navy officer colluding with pirates, just wait for a military tribunal, you bastard. Hearing Colonel Mouse's words, Sengoku couldn't help but curse. Colonel Mouse also realized that his Navy career was completely over. Next, Sengoku, being well-versed in winning people's hearts, realized that it was time to stand up and show the Navy's sincerity. So he spoke to the transponder snail, to all the villagers oppressed by the Arlong pirates and Colonel Mouse, please do not worry. We the Navy will immediately send troops to this location. I swear in the name of the Navy Admiral that we will never allow you to suffer such harm again. I guarantee. But before Sengoku could finish, Bai Ye interrupted him. All right, Admiral Sengoku, is it really appropriate to say such grandiose words now? In Sengoku and Brian's eyes, a handsome face appeared on the transponder snail, but his expression was extremely sarcastic. The Arlong pirates have ruled here for 8 years. Who knows how many more years it would have continued without us? Admiral Sengoku, do you think delayed justice still counts as justice? At these words, Sengoku's expression changed. You brat. All right, Admiral Sengoku, let's not say those formalities anymore. Bai Ye smiled and continued. After all, we are the ones who need to deal with Arlong now. I wonder if Admiral Sengoku wants to continue watching the live broadcast? After saying this, Bai Ye didn't hang up the phone book. He still needed Sengoku to see some things next. He turned and shouted, Luffy, Zoro, come out and get to work. The door opened, and Luffy and the others all rolled up their sleeves and came out. Luffy walked to the front of the group, raised his hands high towards Arlong Park, and shouted, Yo, everyone, let's go. Oh, X5 in response to Bai Ye, Zoro, Usopp, Nami, and Sanji's firm voices. The Straw Hat Pirates all set out. The target is the Arlong Pirates. As for Captain Mouse and the others, they were tied up by the villagers, just waiting for Sengoku to call the Navy. The few of them were full of momentum, but soon encountered some minor issues. Hey, Luffy, don't suddenly speed up and run out alone. Hey, Zoro, you're going the wrong way. Seriously, everyone is right next to you. How did you end up over there? Hey, Usopp, there's absolutely no terminal illness in this world that will kill you just by going to Arlong Park. Get it together, you idiot. Hey, Bai Ye, no riding on the fishmen, that's too shameful. Watching Nami shout angrily while moving forward with everyone, the people of Kokoyasi village couldn't help but laugh. It seems like Nami has found her own companions. At Arlong Park, Arlong and his subordinates were feeling something was off today. Octopus Xiaoba, after finishing up with Gio, learned that the two fishmen were supposed to be on patrol but suddenly came to report to Arlong, remembering their strange behavior during their previous encounter. He couldn't help but feel worried. He continued, perhaps there is some conspiracy at play. What's wrong? In this place, is there anyone who dares to plot against us fishmen? The one speaking was Kurbi, Arlong's right-hand man, a soft-bodied fishman with a mastery of fishman karate at level 40. His deadly move, thousand-tile breaking fist, can shatter 1,000 tiles underwater, and fighting him in water would mean certain death for ordinary people. He crossed his arms, a shadowy look on his face. If there is, just kill them all. Ah, that's right. At this moment, Arlong beside him burst into laughter. Xiaoba, you must remember that we fishmen are the evolved humans who can breathe in the sea. Arlong's voice was like a demon's whisper from hell, sending chills down people's spines. Just the abilities of fishmen are already far superior to those lowly humans. Arlong laughed wildly. Fishmen are the spirits of all things. Opposing fishmen is to go against nature. Fishmen are invincible. Ha ha ha. Boom. Just as Arlong and the others were laughing maniacally, the park's gates were suddenly smashed open. Countless rubble exploded and a cloud of dust was kicked up. The first thing the fishmen saw was a huge manatee. Moo! Octopus Xiaoba was the first to cry out. After all, he had the best relationship with the manatee. He ran up and saw the already unconscious manatee, shouting excitedly, "Who did this to you?" But before the other fishmen could react, more screams followed. Along with them, their companions were seen being knocked away. Sorry, I didn't expect fishmen to be this weak. A young boy's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. I just heard someone say fishmen are invincible. Luffy, what do you think? As the dust settled, the figures of Luffy and the others gradually became clear. Luffy walked at the front with an expression that said he was ready to fight today. Without looking back at Bai Ye, he replied, they really are weak. Hearing this, Bai Ye, who was half a step behind Luffy, chuckled. Seems like someone is indeed bragging. Behind them, Zoro and Sanji stood side by side, slowly advancing. Zoro had already placed his hand on his sword hilt, while Sanji lit a cigarette and started smoking. At the very back were Nami and Usopp, whose legs were weak but still held onto a slingshot. Nami. When Arlong saw the manatee and his companions being knocked away, his expression didn't change. When he heard Bai Ye's sarcastic taunts, he struggled to suppress his anger. But when he saw Nami, he couldn't hold back and roared. You dare to betray me? The fragile nerves that had been beaten down in the grand line made it impossible for Arlong to accept that the weakest being in his eyes dared to resist him. This was the greatest humiliation to him. Arlong stood up, towering at about 2 meters 6, looking down at Nami and his companions. His expression was incredibly ferocious and brutal. Do you think that by pulling in a few lowly humans, you can resist me? Arlong's voice was filled with endless coldness, making even the nearby subordinates shiver. Since coming to the East Blue, this was the first time they had seen Arlong so angry. They looked at Nami as if they were looking at a corpse. The physical qualities of fishmen are 10 times that of you lowly humans. Arlong's voice continued. In the water, our fishman's power becomes even greater. How dare you lowly humans? Just as Arlong was in the midst of his rant, Bai Ye interrupted the villain's monologue. Since just now, you've been shouting about lowly humans, but it's just to cover up your own inferiority. Everyone step aside. Bai Ye is about to show off again. The end of the first half of the Grand Line's paradise is called Sabeti Archipelago. Bai Ye spoke eloquently. As long as you coat the ship, you can reach Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters underwater. There live most of the fishmen and merfolk in the world. However, as far as I know, Bai Ye intentionally paused here, looking at Along, whose expression was somewhat grim. In that place, fishmen do not rule over humans. Instead, they're discriminated against and even bought and sold. Bastard. Along could no longer hold back. His past experiences involuntarily surfaced in his mind, causing him immense pain. How could this be? Nami covered her mouth in disbelief. This was completely different from notions Along had instilled in her since childhood. While I completely do not agree with those who bully fishmen and merfolk, I even more so do not agree with your actions. Bai Ye looked at Along, staring into his eyes. Because you are subjected to discrimination and humiliation, yet dare not lay a hand on those who oppress you. Instead, resorting to attacking those even weaker, it makes one feel even more disgusted. Bai Ye spoke bluntly, continuing to hit where it hurts. 8 years ago, you were rescued from prison by Jinbei, but instead of following him to continue fighting for the rights of your compatriots, you came to the East Sea, the weakest sea, to establish your own paradise? Bai Ye ignored Along's murderous gaze and looked at the A-Long Park, which Along had worked hard to build for many years, saying, you even transformed your base into the appearance of Shambody Park. White Knight chuckled softly. Do you consider yourself a celestial dragon who can slaughter humans at will? Like pigs. Silence, a long silence. Ha 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 ha. Arlong suddenly burst into laughter, looking almost mad. The fishmen are the greatest race in this world, the essence of all things. At this moment, Arlong had completely immersed himself in his own fantasy. He looked at White Knight, who had been chattering incessantly since earlier, with a gaze filled with intense killing intent. The physical quality of fishmen is 10 times that of inferior humans. Arlong was now somewhat obsessed, repeatedly muttering this phrase. 10 times, huh? Bai Ye chuckled after hearing this. Since you care so much about this, then let me make you completely despair. Bai Ye flipped his wrist, and several pills appeared in his hand. These were the pills he had specifically refined before heading to Barati. Open your eyes and see how easily the so-called gap in physical fitness can be crossed. The 7th grade pill, the washing marrow pill, is one of the essential pills for ancient Chi practitioners before their cultivation. As the name suggests, this pill can greatly improve the user's physique and maximize their body's potential. It is definitely a must-have medicine before foundation establishment. Luffy, Zoro, just eat it. I want to eat. Before Bai Ye could explain the effects of these pills, Luffy instantly grasped the core information. Can eat. Let us eat. He decisively reached out. Bang! A voice filled with irritation from Bai Ye came. Just take one. You idiot. Is it a pill? After receiving the pill, Zoro said, what miraculous effect will it have this time? To be honest, Zoro should be the only person in this world who has consumed more than one pill. Whether it's the healing pills, the blood-replenishing pills, or the spirit liquor known as water pills, they've all been quite helpful to him. So this time, he didn't think too much and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Nami and Usopp, although they had witnessed the effects of Bai Ye's recovery pill, still waited for Bai Ye's explanation due to their timid nature. Sanji was the same. Well, actually, it doesn't have much of an effect anymore. Bai Ye looked at the inquiring gazes of a few people and said softly, it's just to enhance your physical fitness several times and to stimulate your potential. Nothing to mention. While speaking, Bai Ye waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for further discussion. If it weren't for his obviously proud expression of being super powerful, Nami and the others would have believed him. Usopp, why do I feel like Bai Ye looks a bit punchable right now? Nami, I feel the same. Sanji, count me in. Although they thought this way, they were still very shocked by the effects Bai Ye mentioned. 100% enhancement in human physical fitness several times. If Bai Ye wanted to, he could mass-produce an army with this elixir, leaving the Navy and the world government in chaos in no time. Thinking of this, the three of them stuffed the elixir into their mouths. However, they did not know that with Bai Ye's current strength, refining a 7th grade elixir was still somewhat challenging. Even if he had the ability, Bai Ye wouldn't do it. What a joke. This is a washing marrow pill, essential for ancient Chi practitioners to build their foundation. It's equivalent to a guaranteed admission certificate for cultivating immortality. At that moment, Luffy suddenly began to howl like a gorilla. He was the first to consume the washing marrow pill, so naturally he reacted first. Luffy's body turned completely red, and heat began to emanate from him. If Bai Ye were to describe it, Luffy now looked like he had activated Gear 2nd. The original Luffy's Gear 2nd used his hands and feet as pumps to accelerate blood flow, thereby enhancing physical strength. It was like taking a stimulant. The most important effect of the washing marrow pill was also to enhance physical strength. Moreover, the advantage over Gear 2nd was that once Luffy fully digested the effects of the washing marrow pill, he could permanently obtain the physical fitness required to activate Gear 2nd as depicted in the original work. Seeing this effect, Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. The current Luffy could totally go to Water 7 and deal with Rob Lucci now. So hot. Water, I want water. Perhaps due to his body being too hot, Luffy was getting a bit frantic. Upon seeing the water pool in Arlong Park, he brightened up and prepared to dive in. Just as Luffy was about to jump into the water, Bai Ye acted quickly to freeze the water surface. In the original story, Luffy had a tough time with this pool when fighting Arlong, but at least he was tricked into it. Now, jumping directly in was not going to happen. Bai Ye shouted, "Luffy, intense activity can also dissipate the effects of a drug in your body." Halfway through, Bai Ye suddenly thought of something and directly said, "Luffy, have you seen Arlong? Beat him up, and it won't be hot anymore." Arlong. In front of Bai Ye's words, Luffy couldn't understand, but he understood the latter part. Beat him up. In an instant, Luffy locked onto his target. "Arlong, I'm gonna knock you flying. Rubber gun." The next second, Luffy's elongated fist hit Arlong's face hard. It wasn't that Arlong didn't want to dodge, but he found that he couldn't react at all. Feeling the power from the punch, Arlong was even more shocked. How could such power appear in the East Sea? This is clearly the kind of strength that only a strong person from the Grand Line could possess. Before Arlong could think too much, he was heavily knocked back by the punch, crashing into the house behind him, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Arlong. Luffy clearly wasn't done yet. He roared and charged into the dust. "Captain Arlong!" Octopus Little 8 exclaimed, drawing his 8 knives, ready to rush in to help. Clang! But before he could take a step, 3 knives appeared in his line of sight. The speed was so fast that Little 8 barely managed to block them with a desperate swing. If he had fewer knives, he might have already been hurt. In front of him, Zoro slowly raised his head, exhaling a puff of hot air. Feeling the power surging within him, he excitedly said, "Your opponent is me." Damn it. The fishman, Ju, who was also one of Arlong's crew members, was a bit anxious. He was about to use his spit attack, but the next second, shoulder meat. A leather shoe smashed into his face, directly interrupting his water cannon preparation. Sanji landed smoothly and lit another cigarette. He looked at Ju as if he were a piece of meat ready to be cooked. "Ha!" Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. His gaze sharp. "I'm feeling quite itchy on my feet right now." Besides these 3, Nami and Zoro also gradually began to feel the effects of the cleansing pill in their bodies. Usopp's body started to show muscle definition. In no time, he transformed from looking weak to a fit appearance, where clothes looked slim and he had muscles when undressed. Feeling the unprecedented power within him, Usopp was also a bit excited. He picked up his slingshot and started clearing the field of minor enemies. Ultimate Gunpowder Star. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Usopp felt his dynamic vision had improved. However, perhaps due to being overly excited, in the end, Usopp simply stopped being a sniper. He grabbed his slingshot and charged at the fishmen. Nami and Usopp felt similarly, even finding that some parts of their bodies developed unusually. Besides the strength of their bodies, Nami also began to notice subtle changes in the surrounding environment. But she didn't have time to pay attention to that now. She picked up a stick she found somewhere and started charging at the remaining fishmen alongside Usopp. "Looks like it's just you left." Bai Ye looked at the last remaining fishman officer across from him and said to Kruby, "Oomph." Kruby didn't say much, just snorted coldly and prepared to take action. As the strongest after Arlong, Kruby was quite exceptional in his martial arts, especially in the water. However, looking at the ice-covered surface created by Bai Ye, He felt a bit uncomfortable. This guy in front of him seemed a bit strong. Seeing Kruby's expression, Bai Ye guessed something and smiled widely, trying to put on a friendly face as he said, "Don't worry, I promise to take you down quickly. After all, I'm not a bad person. Goma Goma no Gatling." Wah? Accompanied by a series of dull thuds, the room where Arlong once ruled over 20 nearby villages finally completed its mission and collapsed with a loud crash. A gentle breeze dispersed the dust, and sunlight illuminated the darkness. Two figures gradually emerged. Luffy stood in the middle of the ruins, his previously flushed skin gradually returning to normal, and the heat within him had mostly dissipated. But Luffy could feel that the strength of his body now was completely incomparable to before he took the medicine. Arlong lay amidst a pile of rubble, his entire body in a state of fractures from Luffy's continuous attacks. He was still conscious and truly had to thank his fishman racial talent. "Who are you?" Arlong didn't need to look to know that his hard-earned Arlong pirates had completely reached a dead end. He was powerless to resist and didn't want to resist anymore. The only thing that still held some meaning for him was probably the identity of the person in front of him. He at least wanted to know who had defeated him. "My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm going to be the Pirate King." Upon hearing the question, Luffy adjusted his straw hat and said seriously, "Pirate King?" Arlong seemed to have heard something interesting. "You guys are actually pirates." His expression began to grow richer. "Ha ha. Cough cough. Ha ha ha. That bastard Nami actually joined the pirates?" Perhaps too excited, Arlong coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. But he didn't care. Instead, he laughed even louder. "Could it be that you guys don't know that Nami's mother was killed by pirates?" Arlong's expression turned sinister and vicious. He couldn't believe that the person who should hate pirates the most would choose to let pirates help her. "This can't happen." "Of course we know about this." The voice of the White Knight sounded, and from the tone, there was no sense of surprise. Bang! Along with it came the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. "Kruby." Aaron turned to look. His most capable subordinate had also been defeated so quickly. "It was precisely because we knew that we decided to come here, wasn't it?" In front of the White Knight, the shadow perfectly covered along. "The wrongdoers are you, that's all. Is it really appropriate to pull in pirates to endorse yourselves at every turn? No way, no way. Could there really be someone who thinks their actions represent all pirates? Oh, it's the fishmen, then it's fine. Bai yin yang gi jijisiren, wuchang mink, yizai jishangving." Bastard. Ugh. Upon hearing these words, Arlong was so enraged that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Bai Ye couldn't help but admire him again. The amount of blood he spat out was comparable to being pierced through the intestines. Before calling others bastards, "Arlong, maybe you should think about what you've done yourself." Nami's furious voice rang out. "Luffy and the others are my companions, and our relationship is not something you can casually stir up." She stepped forward, standing between Luffy and Bai Ye, looking at the half-dead Arlong, feeling that all her years of grievances had vanished. After seeing Nami's disgusted gaze, Arlong's fragile nerves snapped again. "Bastard, you traitor, just wait, I will." Bang! Before Arlong could finish his threat, two fishmen fell from the sky and hit him on the head. It was the unconscious Chu and Xiaoba. "I hate the sound of that fish." Zoro slowly walked forward and said coolly, "Green algae head. That's the most correct thing I've heard you say." Sanji also stepped forward, lit another cigarette, took a puff, and continued. "But you sure are taking your time finishing this off. Is your talent too poor to digest Bai Ye's elixir?" Sanji raised an eyebrow, looking provocatively at Zoro. "Huh?" Zoro's head instantly sprouted several black lines. "You perverted cook, it takes you this long to deal with such an enemy. If it were me, I would have finished it much faster. You're the one wasting Bai Ye's elixir, bastard. Green algae head, bastard. Perverted kappa. Hey, Zoro, Sanji, can you please pay attention to the situation? This isn't the time to argue." Usopp, who was following behind the two, stood in front of them with a helpless expression, trying to calm both sides down. "Ha, their relationship is really good." Luffy laughed heartily, clapping his hands. "Ha, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel you're right, Captain." This time Bai Ye unusually didn't retort, but watched the two argue, a beautiful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then the smile grew wider. Ha. The usually calm and cunning Bai Ye unexpectedly laughed heartily like Luffy. Meanwhile, Nami first glanced at the chaotic scene of Zoro and the other two tangled up in arguments, then looked at Bai Ye and Luffy standing side by side, laughing heartily. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Since the day Belle Emery was killed, Nami had been living in pain and fear. The reason she had held on until now was to ensure that no one else would die in front of her, to avoid feeling that pain of loss again. 8 years, a full 8 years. When this day of liberation finally arrived, Nami suddenly found it hard to believe. She was so afraid that everything happening in front of her was a dream, and when she opened her eyes, she would see Arlong standing in front of her again. But now, Nami didn't want to think about anything, because she suddenly realized that Zoro and Sanji's relationship seemed to be really good, really good. Ha ha! After a long while, a cheerful female laughter also rang out in this open space. The sun gradually set, and the afterglow of dusk spilled over the ruins. Dots of light slowly flowed, as if washing away the sins that had occurred here and imprinting the figures of the Straw Hat crew. At this moment on the sea, some distance from Arlong Park, a Navy warship was cutting through the waves. Colonel, at this speed, we will reach the location mentioned by Fleet Admiral Sengoku in another 12 hours. At the bow, a girl with glasses and a dazed expression reported to the man in front of her. Full speed ahead. We cannot stop to rest until we reach the destination. The man, with short silver hair, wearing a hunter's outfit, and holding 3 cigars in his mouth, said. These two were the station Navy at East Blue Road Town, Smoker and Tashiji. Smoker stood at the bow, staring blankly at the direction the ship was heading. That Straw Hat kid, the former pirate hunter, and the mysterious Taoist priest? Don't run off too soon. After the Straw Hat crew defeated the Arlong pirates, they also packed up these fishmen and brought them back to Kokoyasi village. When the villagers saw the once tyrannical villains who had ruled over them for years, now all half dead and tied together, the cheers never stopped. Some bolder villagers even stepped forward and vented their anger a few times. Regarding their behavior, Luffy and the others all chose to remain indifferent. Then, when Luffy decided to share Arlong's accumulated treasures with them and other villages that had been ruled by Arlong, the cheers seemed to echo throughout the sky. We are free. Arlong has finally been defeated. Even the mouse colonel who protected them has been brought down. Thank you, Nami. Thank you, Straw Hat guy. Thank you, Long Hair guy. Countless villagers tossed the members of the Straw Hat crew into the air and caught them again. At this moment, they had no other thoughts. What if they were pirates? They saved us, and that was enough. Thus, after Luffy excitedly shouted, "Let's hold a banquet," a feast began. That night, the entire Kokoyasi village was covered in laughter. And where the bonfire rose, countless villagers were singing and dancing. At the very center of the banquet were, of course, the main characters, the entire Straw Hat Pirates crew. However, the most eye-catching were still Luffy and Usopp, these two clowns. Because shortly after the banquet began, Luffy showcased his nostril chopstick dance again. Immediately, it piqued Usopp's interest. So not long after, the two fools with chopsticks stuck in their nostrils happily danced hand in hand, drawing bursts of laughter from the crowd. Seriously, Luffy is one thing. But Usopp joining in too, it just seems a bit embarrassing. Nearby, Nami watched the two's antics and couldn't help but feel it was a bit unbearable. Ha ha, I actually think your companions are quite interesting. Noki Gao, who was beside Nami, rested her chin on her hands and said with a hint of envy, "Nami-san." Noki Gao-san, just then, a slightly greasy voice sounded in Nami's ear. "This is a fruit wine I specially prepared for the two of you. It's sweet and sour. Perfect for you to taste." Sanji placed 2 glasses of fruit wine in front of the two, saying with a gentlemanly demeanor. Nami didn't respond, knowing that once she did. "Wow, you specially made this for us? Thank you so much, Sanji." Nami knows about Sanji's situation, but Noki Gao doesn't. Before, Sanji didn't stay at her house for long and was always bickering with Zoro. This led to the current situation. Wow, Sanji instantly changed his expression. "Noki Gao-san. If you like it, I'm willing to prepare it for you every day." If there were a phrase to describe Sanji's expression, it would be so greasy. Green Kappa. Zoro, who was drinking and eating meat nearby, couldn't help but throw in a jab upon seeing this. "Huh, you green algae head, do you want to fight?" Hearing this, Sanji's expression changed again, looking displeased at Zoro. Nami, witnessing Sanji's transformation from a gentleman to greasy and then to arrogant, couldn't help but facepalm and shake her head. The speed of this transformation is astonishing. She couldn't help but think that it was fine when it was just Luffy being a fool. But now with Usopp and Sanji added to the mix, Nami couldn't imagine what the future would look like. If Bai Ye knew what Nami was thinking at this moment, he would surely comfort her, saying that in the future, there would also be a raccoon with a hat dancing the chopstick dance with these two fools. Moreover, there would be a skeleton man, just as lecherous as Sanji. Even, there would be a pure perverted cyborg. So, where's Bai Ye at this moment? The answer is watching a video. Previously, he had shown a good show to Admiral Sengoku. However, when they headed to Arlong Park, Sengoku hung up the phone and stopped receiving the live broadcast. Regarding Sengoku's lack of cooperation, Bai Ye expressed that if he doesn't watch the live broadcast, there are still recordings available. The phone bug used by Bai Ye is called the image phone bug. which can not only be used for live broadcasting, but also for recording videos. At this moment, Bai Ye is watching the scene of himself and others beating up the A-Long pirate crew. He nods gently while watching. Bai Ye did not record the scene of giving the washing marrow pill. Although the fact that he possessed a miraculous elixir might have already been told to the Warring States by Brian, it was merely a healing pill. While its effects were indeed exaggerated, it was not significant enough to attract the Navy's special attention. The washing marrow pill, however, was entirely different. Its effect of enhancing physical qualities by 100% made Bai Ye wary that the Navy might be tempted. Before he and his companions had fully grown, Bai Ye needed to prepare well and did not want to invite extra trouble for himself. It wasn't entirely out of fear, it was just like that. The reason Bai Ye recorded the video was to show the Navy the strength of himself and his companions. At least from what Bai Ye saw in the video. Their displayed strength was already on par with some pirates in the Grand Line. As for why he wanted to do this, it was also a bit of Bai Ye's personal desire. Since he had come to this world and had become a member of the Straw Hat crew, Bai Ye naturally felt a sense of shared glory. In the original work, when the Straw Hat crew first received a bounty, it was only Luffy's 30 million. The Navy set this amount based on Luffy's defeats of Buggy, Kuro, and Arlong. Among them, there was not only no bounty for Zoro and the others, but also no mention of defeating Monka and Kuro. For some overly enthusiastic Bai Ye, since he had come to this world, he was more than willing to make some changes that would significantly affect the plot. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. Therefore, his goal this time was for everyone to have a bounty and to make it as high as possible. After all, this was a crew that would become the Pirate King in the future, so they should make a name for themselves from the very beginning. After hanging up the transponder snail, Bai Ye smiled. He was really looking forward to seeing the Navy debate about their bounties. Speaking of which, Bai Ye suddenly thought of something, stroking his chin and murmuring to himself, "Should I give myself a nickname? As a pirate, it wouldn't be proper to greet others without a striking name. Since he was the only Taoist in this world, why not use that?" After thinking for a while, Bai Ye came up with a good name and couldn't help but nod. He would tell Brian about everyone's nicknames later. This small matter, he would surely be happy to help with. Just then, Luffy, holding a few pieces of ham, rushed in and asked Bai Ye, "Hey Bai Ye, do you know where I can find some ham melon? Aren't you holding ham in your hands?" Bai Ye was a bit speechless. "Is there really none? Then I'll go look for it in other places." Upon hearing this, Luffy's mind worked exceptionally fast, and he decisively drew the key information. "There is no White Knight here." Looking at Luffy hurriedly running away into the distance, White Knight shook his head. He looked up at the bright moon in the dark night and softly said, "It's almost dawn. Since he hasn't arrived yet, the Navy assigned by Sengoku should be that person." Bai Ye guessed something and couldn't help but feel a bit happy. After all, what he was about to do was somewhat crazy, and if it were another Navy, he would probably have some concerns. But if it was that troublemaker, it would be much easier. The banquet lasted all night. During this time, Luffy got lost while looking for prosciutto melon and accidentally stumbled into Belmir's graveyard, where he was symbolically threatened by Jien and promised not to bully Nami. When morning came, the lively Cocoa village pressed the stop button. At the banquet site, villagers were seen sleeping soundly everywhere. As for the Straw Hat crew, Luffy was sleeping while stuffing his mouth with meat. Sanji and Zoro somehow ended up sleeping back to back, poking each other's faces with their feet. Nami and Noki were cuddled up sweetly as they slept. Usopp was asleep in the midst of a pile of people, having boasted with them the previous night. As for Bai Ye, he had gone to bed early last night, so he was now sitting aside, smiling as he watched the scene before him. After a while, as everyone began to wake up and prepare to continue the banquet, a series of orderly footsteps approached from afar. "It must be here." Smoker appeared before everyone, took a quick glance, and got straight to the point. "Leave the Arlong pirates and Colonel Mouse to us." Seeing Smoker's somewhat fierce expression and the Navy behind him, the village's security officer, Jien, stepped forward and offered to lead everyone. Then, the Navy, except for Smoker, followed Jien to the place where Arlong and Colonel Mouse were held. As for Smoker, he looked at the remaining people and quickly identified the Straw Hat crew based on the information in his mind. You actually didn't run when you saw me?" After having a phone call with Sengoku, Brian had disclosed all the information about the Straw Hat crew according to the agreement with Bai Ye. So at this moment, Smoker also knew that the few people before him were pirates without a pirate flag. Normally, when pirates encounter the Navy, their first reaction should be to run away. However, the few people in front of him showed no reaction upon seeing him and his crew. That straw hat-wearing kid even wanted to continue eating meat. In fact, he couldn't really be blamed. It was all Bai Ye's fault, since Zoro boarded the ship. These people had seen Bai Ye chatting and laughing with the Navy more than once. So upon seeing the Navy again, they instinctively thought they were called by Bai Ye. And of course, they wouldn't be afraid. Even Luffy, after being beaten a few times, had learned his lesson. In short, the message was clear: when the Navy arrives, don't run. First listen to what Bai Ye has to say. However, this behavior made Smoker feel somewhat offended. Was it because he didn't look scary enough? So he snorted again and said, "Indeed, the audacious pirates. Not only do you dare to cooperate with the Navy, but you even called the Admiral." Thinking of this, Smoker couldn't help but admire Bai Ye, as he knew who the mastermind behind all this was. Was it courage or ignorance? At least from their defeat of the Arlong pirates, it seemed not to be the latter. "So, are you here to arrest us, Mr. Navy?" Upon hearing Smoker's words, Bai Ye remained calm. After Smoker appeared, he was already in a stable position. He smiled widely, confident that Smoker would not arrest him. After all, in the original story, the Straw Hat crew was intentionally let go by Smoker in Alabasta despite having a bounty. And now, even though they hadn't achieved the feat of saving a country, they had the merit of rescuing 20 villages. Therefore, Bai Ye was confident that, based on Smoker's character, even if Sengoku issued an arrest order for them, he wouldn't arrest them. White Knight guessed correctly. Before coming here, the command issued by the warring states was indeed to adapt to the situation, and it was best to directly arrest the Straw Hat crew. However, Smoker was not prepared to listen. Just because he wasn't planning to capture the Straw Hat crew didn't mean he couldn't deal with the few people in front of him. As for the reason, it was simply that White Knight's fearless gaze was too much. It was as if he was silently saying, "I have seen through you. Who can tolerate that? What if I say yes?" Smoker said gloomily, and as soon as he uttered those words, he noticed the atmosphere on the scene had changed. Bai Ye still had a smiling face, showing no signs of change. It was the others who had changed. Luffy was the first to stop eating meat, standing up while pressing down on his straw hat with a calm expression. Zoro and Sanji stood side by side. The former had tied a headband, while the latter lit a cigarette. Even Nami and Usopp stood up without hesitation, picking up sticks and slingshots to face Smoker. In an instant, the previously cheerful group transformed into resolute warriors. Although they didn't speak, it felt as if they had said everything. Seeing their change, Smoker was initially taken aback, then grinned. "You guys are surprisingly good." What Smoker didn't expect even more was the reaction of the Kokoyasi villagers. "Are you going to take our little Nami away? Are you working with that rat colonel to bully our benefactor? Mr. Luffy and his friends are our guests, and we will not allow you to act recklessly. The Navy really are big bad guys. We won't let you take away Sister Nami and Brother Bai Ye." In the end, even some children shouted at Smoker. When we needed saving, it was Nami and her friends who saved us. At this moment, Nojiko stood in front of everyone, arms wide open, shouting loudly, "You unreliable bastards. If you plan to take them away, you must step over my dead body. That's right. You have to step over our dead bodies." Seeing this scene, Nami's eyes became moist. Zoro had a smile on his lips. Sanji's gaze softened as well. As for Luffy and Usopp, they were already hugging each other, crying tears of emotion. "White Knight, are you two idiots?" As for Smoker, I didn't expect that just one sentence could provoke such an effect. It even sparked the villagers' rebellious feelings towards the Navy. If Sengoku were here, he would definitely scold Smoker. But who can blame him for being Smoker? So he was just slightly surprised and continued smoking his cigar. Whatever, let the Navy, who cares more about their face, deal with this headache. He looked at the self-assured White Knight from earlier and couldn't help but ask, "What are you, or rather, what are your goals?" White Knight naturally knew what Smoker was asking. From the Navy's perspective, both Luffy and White Knight had been challenging pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million in the East Sea ever since they defeated Alvida and arrived at Shell's Town. And each time, they made sure the Navy was aware. Indeed, it was reflected in Admiral Sengoku's analysis. The collaboration between White Knight and the Navy is not merely for the bounty, but to let the Navy understand their achievements. Although those who want to be pirates all have some flaws, even Sengoku, known as the strategist, couldn't immediately figure out their purpose. He could only give Smoker the task of probing into the intentions of several people. When Smoker asked his question, White Knight was not surprised at all. In fact, he felt a sense of having finally waited for this moment. He gently spoke, saying, "To let the Navy, or rather the whole world, witness the birth of a legend." After saying this, White Knight felt a slight ripple in his heart, as if he was more in tune with this world. This feeling was both mysterious and fleeting, so White Knight didn't dwell on it. A legend? Oof. Smoker immediately understood White Knight's meaning after hearing this. The reason why Bai Ye is so high profile is that he wants to make a stunning impression when the pirate crew is officially established. As for how to spread his name across the world the fastest, what could be more direct than a bounty? It must be said that the Navy's bounty notices have, to some extent, truly become synonymous with fame. To gain even greater notoriety, those scoundrels at sea even go so far as to commit acts that could destroy entire towns. Smoker looked at Bai Ye. Everything this man did was also for the sake of fame. However, for Smoker, there was an indescribable feeling. It seemed that in his heart, he would rather those villains gain notoriety through such means. Pirates are pirates. They will eventually be caught and thrown into prison. While he thought this way, Smoker did not hold back his words. After all, he is a Navy officer, and he stands firmly against pirates. No way, Luffy suddenly interjected, raising his arms and shouting loudly. I'm going to be the Pirate King. I won't be caught and thrown into prison. Shouting about wanting to be the Pirate King in front of the Navy, Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, said to Luffy, "Aren't you being a bit too arrogant? You brat." Then, Smoker suddenly reached out and caught something thrown by Bai Ye. Looking down, he found it was a transponder snail. Don't think that my captain is just talking nonsense. Bai Ye stood up and looked at Smoker. It's precisely because of his ambition that the pirate crew was formed. Then, Bai Ye pointed at the transponder snail in Smoker's hand, a mysterious smile on his face. This is our latest intelligence. Although the opponent is a bit weak, it should let you know what kind of power we actually possess. Upon hearing this, Smoker guessed what the image in the transponder snail was likely showing. It was probably footage of the Straw Hat crew defeating the Arlong pirates. Looking at the transponder snail in his hand, and then at the Straw Hat crew in front of him, especially that guy Bai Ye, Smoker's interest suddenly piqued. He grinned, placed the transponder snail into his coat, and set the coat aside, revealing his muscular upper body. I'm not interested in these things. Smoker's voice slowly rang out as he straightened up and looked at the Straw Hat crew. I have a better way to know your strength. He cracked his neck, and his expression suddenly became a bit flamboyant. Let's have a fight. Shave. Smoker's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, and the next second he appeared behind Luffy. The 10 hands, equipped with Sea Prism Stone, were already at Luffy's face. It must be said that if it were Luffy before taking the cleansing pill, he might have really been caught by the Navy's shave. But after taking the cleansing pill, Luffy's physical condition had reached a level comparable to the second tier in the original story. So just a second before the 10 hands were about to smash into Luffy, Luffy's figure also instantly vanished, reappearing behind Smoker. This scene made Smoker's pupils contract slightly. He seemed not to expect someone in the East Blue could move with the same speed as Shave. Gomu Gomu no Pisted. Luffy did not hesitate at all. In battle mode, he was quite powerful. One sword style, draw slash, leg meet. Not only Luffy, but the other 2 major forces of the Straw Hat crew, Sanji and Zoro, also reacted at this moment. In perfect harmony, they simultaneously launched attacks on Smoker. Luffy aimed for his back. Zoro drew his sword to prepare for a waist slash, and Sanji aimed for Smoker's knees. For a moment, it seemed that Smoker was in a dire situation, unable to move at all. But the next second, Annie, what? A monster? The 3 voices of confusion sounded simultaneously, as their attacks all passed through the man before them. White Gale. Smoker grinned while biting his cigar, and his hands released a large amount of smoke. In an instant, the 3 dazed individuals were engulfed in it, and then the smoke spun rapidly, flinging all 3 of them away and crashing them hard to the ground. Nami and Usopp's voices rang out simultaneously, unable to believe that the 3 had been knocked away so easily. More importantly, Smoker's ability just now was quite concerning. The looks they exchanged with him were filled with shock. Did I just pierce through smoke? Luffy stood up, somewhat puzzled, and remarked, this ability is somewhat similar to Buggy's. Zoro drew his 3 swords, his expression serious. He had clearly felt that when he swung at the person in front of him, he hadn't hit anything at all. A devil fruit user? Sanji stood up and made his guess. A Logia-type devil fruit, the smoke fruit. At this moment, White Knight approached several people and looked at Smoker, who had already turned his lower body into smoke, saying, being able to turn any part of the body into smoke means that even if the body is shattered by pure physical attacks, it can be instantly reformed with smoke, which is also known as elementalization. By the way, once a user of a Logia-type fruit elementalizes, they gain the characteristic of being immune to ordinary attacks. Bai Ye's tone was very serious, but his expression seemed somewhat relaxed. He had naturally considered the possibility of the current situation arising. After all, it was Smoker. Was it reasonable to meet without a fight? However, Bai Ye was not worried. On one hand, he had full confidence in resolving this crisis. Not only did he possess Chi, which had effects equivalent to Haki, but his Chiman skills were practically a natural enemy to Smoker. Of course, it was also because the performance of the smoke fruit in the original work was rather weak. On the other hand, Bai Ye needed Luffy and the others to recognize the existence of the Logia-type bug. The hockey training notes of Roger that he had taken from Buggy were finally useful. As expected, just as the information said, "You this unknown guy," know an unusually large amount of information. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Smoker also spoke up. "Then, let me see if your strength is really that impressive." A white fist. A fist propelled by a vaporized arm is flying rapidly towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye slightly turned to dodge the punch, circulating the golden light spell around him, and threw out a punch aimed directly at the smoke-transformed arm. Bang! Unlike the previous encounters with Luffy and the others, Bai Ye actually hit Smoker's elemental body. The smoke quickly retreated, and Smoker couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, raising his head to stare intently at Bai Ye in front of him. "Hockey? Hockey?" Smoker's voice was somewhat surprised, even more so than when Luffy displayed that kind of speed earlier. He became increasingly certain of his suspicions. The origin of the White Knight is definitely not simple. It may even come from the Grand Line. If previously the many miraculous abilities of the White Knight could be explained by encounters like the Devil Fruit, then the power of hockey must have originated from the Grand Line, or even from the New World. Smoker thought to himself in disdain. The White Knight? Could it be an island in the New World similar to Wano country? No wonder Smoker thinks this way. After all, looking at the entire world, the Navy has a significant control over the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. The distribution of islands is basically understood. Only in the New World, due to the presence of the 4 great pirates, the Navy's infiltration is not strong. As for why Wano country is mentioned, it is because that island is not only the territory of Kaido of the Beasts, but it has also long implemented a policy of isolation. Moreover, the unique ninjas of Wano country further leads Smoker to associate it with the White Knight. Perhaps, in some unexplored corner of the New World, there's also a nation full of Taoists. Thinking of this, Smoker couldn't help but stare at the White Knight. Could this guy be the representative of that nation? With so many mysterious abilities, yet acting so ostentatiously, is it really as simple as it seems on the surface? As for the idea that White Knight is the only Taoist in this world, Smoker first ruled out that answer. Well, according to your words, calling it hockey wouldn't be a problem either. In Bai Ye's hand, golden light surged, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye. However, in the terminology of our Taoist sect, I would prefer to call it chi. Speaking of which, you just played with my partner quite well using elemental transformation. Bai Ye's voice was filled with teasing. Since mastering the golden light spell, Bai Ye had rapidly accumulated energy through the pure Yang Wujigong, and the chi he had amassed within him was already enough to elevate the golden light spell to the next level, transforming chi into form. As he spoke, a stick made of condensed golden light appeared in Bai Ye's hand. "Let's see how you handle this move of mine. My self-created eat this stick." The White Knight suddenly disappeared from its original position and reappeared above Smoker's head the next second. The end of the golden rod in his hand unexpectedly surged in size in an instant and crashed down towards his head. The speed. Smoker's eyes widened in surprise. The speed that Bai Ye is currently displaying is even faster than Luffy's. What truly stirs Smoker's mind is the golden rod in Bai Ye's hand. Although Bai Ye just mentioned another name, Chi, Smoker still believes it to be hockey. After all, the notion that only hockey can harm Logia fruit users is universally recognized. As for Bai Ye's emphasis on another name, Smoker didn't pay much attention to it. He knows that in Wano country, hockey is also referred to as flowing cherry. This further convinces Smoker that Bai Ye hails from a land similar to Wano, perhaps even a more mysterious and powerful nation. The reason Smoker feels astonished is mainly due to the way Bai Ye uses hockey. There are 4 methods of using armament hockey: hardening, wrapping, emission, and internal destruction. Smoker has never heard of anyone being able to condense hockey into a weapon out of thin air, even if that weapon is just a simple stick. Boom! The golden rod strikes down, raising clouds of dust. After the move, Bai Ye does not attack again, but instead lands on the ground, looking ahead. After a moment, the dust settles. Smoker appears in front of everyone, holding his right shoulder. Although Logia users can elementalize in advance to evade hockey attacks, that only applies to strikes with small contact areas, such as fists and swords. The White Knight struck down with a stick even faster than a person, and Smoker couldn't use his elemental form to evade it. In the end, despite Smoker's best efforts to dodge, he was still hit in the right shoulder. Bai Ye looked at Smoker and nodded. "Now we're even." As soon as these words came out, Smoker's mouth twitched. "Even, huh? The injuries those 3 guys behind you suffered, combined, don't even amount to 1/10 of mine." Not only Smoker, But even Nami and the others felt that Bai Ye was a bit excessive. Look at how badly they were beaten. Their upper clothes are gone. Oh, he took them off himself beforehand, so that's fine. Smoker, Bai Ye is amazing. At this moment, Luffy's voice rang out among the crowd. He looked at Bai Ye with shining eyes, his pride evident on his face. It seems that the energy called haki can indeed affect Logia-type users. Sanji lit a cigarette and said slowly, I wonder if it can be used with swords. Zoro's expression became serious, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. So, Colonel Smoker, you should understand our strength now. After saying this, Bai Ye tossed a packet of medicine to Smoker. Just apply it to your injuries. You wouldn't want your subordinates to see you hurt, would you? Bai Ye shrugged and felt a bit of heartache inside. The source of this medicinal liquid is quite significant. After all, it's the leftover residue from refining healing pills. Although its effectiveness is greatly reduced, do you know how many spiritual herbs were used? Although there are many spiritual herbs in the Taoist sect's collection, if they are squandered like this, based on Bai Ye's estimation, it would only last for about 10,000 years. Perhaps I should ask for some medical fees? Bai Ye couldn't help but think this way, but then immediately dismissed the thought. No, that would be too degrading. After Smoker received the packaged medicine, he didn't hesitate and directly applied it to his wounds. Feeling a surge of energy repairing his body, Smoker looked somewhat comfortable. Just as the intel had indicated, this guy had something that could help people recover quickly. Moments later, Smoker's injuries were basically healed. He put on his coat again, lit 3 cigars in his mouth, and looked at the Straw Hat crew. At this point, he had no desire to continue fighting. The Straw Hat Kid, the blonde, and the green-haired kid, their strength was already enough to surprise him. As for that long-haired kid, Smoker looked at Bai Ye with an inscrutable gaze. Hey, you do know that exposing your strength like this will attract certain consequences, right? After thinking for a moment, Smoker decided to remind them. Although their strength shocked him, it was still not enough in the eyes of the entire Navy. Thanks for the reminder, but I believe there's no need to worry. Bai Ye smiled gently, thanking Smoker for the reminder. His confidence came from his own reasons. Of course, Bai Ye is not foolish. There's a saying that goes well. What you see in others is often what they want you to see. It may not be the exact wording, but the meaning is similar. Although it seems like Bai Ye has shown everything to the Navy, in reality, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Even in the original work, the Straw Hat Crew's performance in the East Sea is at a crushing level. Many times, it appears that they struggle greatly in battles. 99% of the blame should fall on Luffy, who actively increases the difficulty for his own crew during fights. For example, when facing Buggy, Luffy was trapped in a cage. When fighting Kuro, Luffy was easily hypnotized. And against Arlong, Luffy was directly thrown into the water by Arlong. One could say that most of Zoro's blood has been shed for Luffy. If those situations hadn't occurred, even without Bai Ye, the Straw Hat Crew would not have taken much longer to resolve these issues. Thinking about it this way, well, it's all Luffy's fault. Therefore, if the Navy wants to deduce the true strength of the crew based on their battles in the East Sea, and then send stronger forces to crush them in the cradle, it will only provide the Straw Hat Crew with experience points. Moreover, in this world, tracking a pirate ship is also quite difficult. Bai Ye believes that the Navy would not do something so counterproductive. After all, they have to consider the entire ocean. Moreover, what Bai Ye did was merely a provocation towards the Navy, and it was in private. Given Sengoku's character, such matters are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Of course, there is an even more important reason. By the time the Straw Hat Crew appears in front of the Navy next time, their strength will absolutely not be the same as it is now. The effects of the Shisui Dan will only begin to show their power from now on. After consuming the Shisui Dan, all members of the Straw Hat Crew will not only enhance their physical strength, but also elevate their physical constitution to a new level and unlock their potential. In ancient terms used by Chi practitioners, this is referred to as genetic bone. In the original work, their cultivation speed was already astonishing, and now, with the effects of the Shisui Dan, it will definitely be faster than in the original. So when the Navy is still measuring them in the millions, the next time they meet, they might find that the Straw Hat Crew has already reached a level where everyone has surpassed 100 million. Imagining such a scene in his mind, Bai Ye couldn't help but reveal a scheming smile. This smile startled Smoker. This kid, is he out of his mind? If Bai Ye had heard Smoker's thoughts at that moment, he would probably pull out his big stick and give him a whack. Soon, after a few moments of staring at each other, a Jin returned with the Navy. Seeing Captain Mouse and the Arlong pirates present, Smoker nodded. Having completed his mission, he had no intention of staying longer. Before leaving, he said to the others, "Once you raise the Jolly Roger, don't expect to get through easily like this time." After a pause, Smoker continued, "Before I catch you, don't get caught easily." After saying that, He turned and left. Although he knew that what he just said did not align with his Navy identity, he reflected on what these people had done over time and their previous interaction. He felt that these people did not resemble pirates. What the hell? Smoke Man is not a bad person either. Smoker's words were naturally heard by Luffy and the others. With his always simple-minded nature, he made his own evaluation. It's probably because we haven't done anything bad. Sanji gave his guess, having heard of the violent acts of pirates during his years at Bartai. Although Old Zeph is also a pirate, he wouldn't be naive enough to think that all pirates are like that. After all, a pirate crew led by a cook can't be that brutal. But he is ultimately part of the Navy, destined to fight against us. Zoro crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, "He is the most mature among the group, especially after the events at Shell's Town. He would no longer easily come to conclusions about a person." Zoro was right. Bai Ye nodded and continued, "We are pirates. And holding the notion that there are good people within the Navy is quite dangerous. So Luffy." At this moment, Nami also ran to Luffy's side, pulling at his cheeks with all her might, her face filled with indignation as she said, "Don't casually say you want to be the pirate king next time." "That's right, Luffy. Just now you couldn't even hit them. If Bai Ye hadn't been here, we would have already been captured." Usopp also came to Luffy's side, shaking his shoulders. "Don't." As the two were about to play around with Luffy, he still managed to refuse, which made Nami and Usopp even more desperate, crying as they continued to pull Luffy into various shapes. "Don't worry." The reassuring voice of Bai Ye echoed once again. After Nami and Usopp calmed down, he looked at everyone. "I've already thought of a way regarding haki. Soon, everyone will learn it." Bai Ye is very confident, and his confidence comes not only from Roger's haki training manual, but also from the chi within himself. Haki and chi share the same origin. Both are latent powers possessed by humans. The Conqueror's haki may indeed have qualifications to speak of, but the armament haki and observation haki should be inherent to everyone. What is lacking is simply the ability to perceive and activate this power. In the original work, Luffy and others undergo rigorous training to reach a critical threshold in their bodies, allowing them to feel and unleash the corresponding haki power. However, Bai Ye has a better method. He can input his innate chi into a few individuals. By circulating it through their bodies, they can more intuitively feel this power. In Bai Ye's view, someone pure of heart, like Luffy, might only need to circulate chi once to activate the haki power within him. As for Zoro and Sanji, they might need a bit more time and additional training. Usopp, who already has the potential for observation haki in the future, has now taken a cleansing pill to improve his foundation, which might also awaken his armament haki. As for Nami, similar to Usopp, she might also awaken haki because of the cleansing pill and Bai Ye's chi circulation. After all, in Bai Ye's view, the two in the original work were not lacking in qualifications, but rather their training was insufficient. Why is there no similar method in the world of One Piece? One of the 4 effects of armament haki is internal destruction, right? One of the effects of Conqueror's haki is to clear out small fry, right? So, the understanding of haki in this world is still somewhat lacking compared to ancient chi practitioners. Inputting haki into someone else's body might sound ridiculous. After hearing Bai Ye's words, the Straw Hat crew members were very happy. Luffy laughed heartily. Bai Ye is indeed a reliable person. Zoro and Sanji also revealed 2 words in their eyes. Reliable. Nami and Usopp had already hugged Bai Ye and were crying tears of joy, making Bai Ye feel a bit overwhelmed. "Usopp, your snot has stained my robe. The Marines have left, and the matters with Arlong's pirates and Colonel Mouse have been perfectly resolved. Even the follow-up plans regarding haki have been outlined. So, naturally, it's time to continue the celebration." Soon, the village of Kokoyasi fell into a frenzy once again. During this time, the Straw Hat crew members also took the opportunity to relax. In one room, Nami lay on the bed, somewhat unhappy as she said, "Can it really not be removed?" "It's impossible to completely remove it. Not only is it painful, but it will also leave scars," the doctor said slowly. She looked at the tattoo on Nami's arm and felt a bit of heartache. This child must have endured unimaginable pain back then. At this moment, Nami also fell a bit down. Now that she is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, carrying Arlong's mark does not seem appropriate at all. She recalled how after she got the tattoo, Nojiko had tattooed even bigger and more tattoos on herself to cheer her up. She couldn't help but smile. Let the past be the past. Moving forward, she would carry Nojiko's part and embark on a new journey. "Doctor," Nami said softly, extending a piece of paper. "Please help me cover the original tattoo with this design." "This?" The doctor was somewhat puzzled, but when he opened it and saw the design on the paper, he nodded gently. "Well then, you'll need to endure a bit." As the doctor prepared, He glanced again at the paper. The design was simple, a windmill and an orange. Meanwhile, Bai Ye was standing in Nami's orange grove, eating an orange and nodding in praise. To be honest, these oranges are really delicious. Yeah, this is Nami's most precious place. Nojiko stood in the orange grove, as if reminiscing about something. Occasionally, a beautiful smile would curve at the corners of her mouth. Bai Ye noticed, but did not disturb her, continuing to focus on the orange in his hand. Before long, he had dazzled several. The more he dazzled, the more addicted he became. Bai Ye had a feeling that in the future, his name would be added to the list of people Nami needed to watch out for in the orange grove on the Mary. Damn, these oranges are so sweet. Should he sneak a few and bring them into his own space? Plant some seeds. Wouldn't that be delightful? Just as Bai Ye was about to make his move on the orange grove, Nokigao suddenly spoke up. You will always consider Nami a partner, right? Huh? Bai Ye turned her head and noticed something off in Nokigo's high-pitched voice. She also saw the tears in her eyes. It wasn't he distrust towards Bai Ye and the others, but rather a reluctance and concern for Nami. After all, Nami was about to embark on a long journey, heading to the dangerous Grand Line. As an older sister, Nokigo naturally had such worries. Bai Ye put down the orange in his hand, and his expression became serious. Nami is a partner for whom we would give our lives. The voice of Bai Ye was firm and resolute. This is my answer, and it's the answer that others would give as well. Seeing this scene, Noki was first taken aback, then smiled. Well then, I'll leave it to you, Mr. Bai Ye. Bai Ye made such a promise. While Noki was wiping her tears, he stuffed a lot of oranges into the interior scene. There is no banquet that does not end. After the party lasted for another 3 days, the Straw Hat crew was finally about to leave. A Jin led the villagers to see them off. But where's Nami-san? Sanji said sadly. A Jin and the villagers were also puzzled. And, just then, a voice rang out. Oh, she's here. Nami. Luffy had been watching behind the villagers and finally spotted Nami's figure, happily waving to her. However, Nami seemed a bit off. Why does it feel like Nami is running for her life? Usopp looked at her rushing past each villager and sprinting towards the Mary with her head down, a bit confused. Well, this is the little thief's last farewell to the village, Bai Ye said with a smile, having foresight. Sure enough, after Nami jumped on the ship, she urged Luffy to set sail immediately. This action caused panic among the villagers as they called out to Nami, wanting to express their final thanks to her. But after the ship had left a certain distance, Nami suddenly lifted her clothes, and one wallet after another fell out. At this moment, the villagers came to their senses and realized their wallets had been stolen. Looking up, they saw Nami's mischievous face and heard her say, "Everyone, take care." Instantly, the villagers started shouting, "You little girl, you have some guts. Come back. Give us our wallets back." But in the end, it turned into a synchronized shout. "You must be happy, little Nami. We will always welcome you back." This is the destined farewell in life. Bai Ye sighed while taking out a piece of paper and handing it to Luffy, who was crying with snot and tears beside him. This captain really is like a child. Hey, Bai Ye, I just realized that my reward seems to be unpaid. Plus, I've contributed all my savings over the years. You wouldn't keep this little bit of money for yourself, would you? No way, right? Nami suddenly broke from the earlier sentimental atmosphere and spoke to Bai Ye. White Knight, where did you learn that sarcastic tone? How could it be? It seemed as if Bai Ye had been insulted, displaying a shocked expression while taking out a bag of berries. The agreed price was 2 million berries, and I had given you 1 million in advance. So I still owe you 1 million now. Bai Ye chatted while handing over the pocket to Nami, saying, I'm giving you 10 million now. Consider it a reward for your hard work these days. What do you think, Miss Nami? By the end, Bai Ye had a big smile on his face. You're quite perceptive. Nami turned her head away proudly, and then her eyes turned into the shape of berries as she ran towards her room with the money. She must be going to count the money. Bai Ye felt a bit emotional. In the original work, Nami was like a Western dragon, only interested in hoarding money, not really wanting to buy anything with it. Moreover, unlike in the original story, Nami did not leave the 100 million berries she painstakingly saved for the village. Instead, she took the going merry, which could also be seen as something for Bai Ye, considering Bai Ye had previously not even spared the bounty. This was also why Bai Ye chose to give out 10 million directly. If it were Luffy, Bai Ye wouldn't dare, because Luffy would truly spend it all at once. Thus, the Straw Hat crew began their journey again. On the serene sea of the East Blue, a pirate ship was cutting through the waves. The ship's bow had a very distinctive goat shape, and at that moment, a boy wearing a straw hat was sitting on it, bored and humming to himself. Sanji, is my meat ready yet? Luffy sat up, holding a straw hat, with one hand on his stomach, and shouted towards the kitchen. It's not mealtime yet. You should at least consider the ship's food reserves, Sanji's figure appeared at the kitchen door, looking seriously at Luffy, even if Bai Ye stocked up a lot of food in his interior. We must prepare for the possibility of not having food supplies for months due to unforeseen circumstances. His words were heartfelt, but of course, it would be more convincing if Sanji wasn't holding anything in his hands. Sanji, is my afternoon tea ready yet? Nami's voice came from the other side. Coming, Nami-san. Upon hearing this, Sanji immediately twisted his body and went to Nami's side. At that moment, Nami was comfortably sunbathing on the deck. Sanji placed the carefully prepared fruit tea and desserts beside her, his eyes turning into heart shapes. As long as Nami-san likes it, I'll keep making more for you. Thank you, Sanji. Ha ha ha. Serving Nami-san is my honor. Huh. This scene left Luffy nearby dumbfounded. Then he turned to Nami and said, Nami, can I eat your oranges? No way. Nami immediately refused. With your eating style, my orange grove will soon be extinct. Sanji, you must protect my orange grove. After saying this, Nami once again acted cute toward Sanji. Yes, Nami-san, I will protect the orange grove with my life. Seeing a similar scene from the original, Bai Ye couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at Luffy with some sympathy. Being a captain to this extent is really something. Of course, Bai Ye knew that Sanji was just saying it. When Luffy first complained of hunger, he was already cooking in the kitchen. It was just that Nami's afternoon tea was ready faster. Sure enough, not long after, Sanji brought grilled meat in front of Luffy. However, after seeing his carefully marinated and prepared grilled meat being swallowed by Luffy in just a few bites, Sanji couldn't help but kick Luffy, shouting, "Enjoy the food properly, you bastard." Amidst this commotion, Usopp, who was studying something in his room, and Zoro, who was training with heavy weights in the training room, were also called out by Bai Ye. Seeing everyone gathered, Bai Ye went to Luffy's side. So, our captain, it is now the agreed time. In the original story, the Straw Hat crew raised their pirate flag right after obtaining the Going Merry. Now, Bai Ye, for his own reasons, discussed this matter with Luffy. He wanted to delay the establishment of the pirate crew until the timing was right. Just after Bai Ye said this, he was ready to use various reasons to explain to Luffy why he was doing this. But he didn't expect that Luffy just tilted his head, thought for a moment, and smiled in agreement. As for his reason, I trust Bai Ye. I have to say, at that moment, Bai Ye was a bit touched. Back to the present. When Luffy heard Bai Ye's words, his eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. So he stood up and clapped his hands, saying, "Then, our pirate crew is officially established." After a moment of silence, Bai Ye couldn't help but cover his forehead. "Captain, is there more?" Luffy looked innocent. "Huh? What else is there?" "White Knight. Of course, it's the name of the pirate crew, the pirate flag, and the division of labor among the crew." As expected, I shouldn't have had too high hopes for you. That's right. Luffy clapped his hands in realization and continued without a hint of embarrassment. "My pirate crew will be called the Straw Hat Pirates." Luffy took off his straw hat. "This hat was given to me by Shanks, and it holds great significance for me. So, I'll use it as the name of the pirate crew." The others had no objections to Luffy's choice. In matters like this, the captain's decision is extremely important. Moreover, previously, not only had Luffy told them about his promise with Shanks, but White Knight also educated everyone a bit. In the second half of the Grand Line, in the terrifying sea known as the New World, one of the four emperors who sits atop the throne is Shanks. Knowing this, the Straw Hats weren't overly excited. They only became more resolute in their belief of becoming Pirate King. Usopp was quite shocked, realizing that his dad was a crew member of one of the four emperors, and he stood there stunned for a long time. As for the pirate flag, Luffy suddenly said mysteriously, "I've already drawn it." Saying this, he ran to his room. Can Luffy really draw a pirate flag? Nami looked puzzled. For some reason, I always have a bad feeling about this. Usopp nodded in agreement. Moments later, what is this? X4 Nami and the others looked at the extremely abstract pirate flag Luffy had drawn and collectively posed a soul-searching question. "Ha ha, you really are something, Luffy." White Knight expressed his praise for Luffy. Hee hee. Upon hearing White Knight's compliment, Luffy proudly laughed a few times. "Then, let's hang this pirate flag on." Dumb. X4 Zoro and the others firmly rejected Luffy, suddenly feeling that, in some matters, the captain's decision wasn't that important after all. Ultimately, after Usopp revealed his drawing skills, the Straw Hats pirate flag was officially settled. Now only the last item remains, regarding the division of labor among the members. White Knight said, but before he could finish, Luffy shouted first, "I'm a captain." This left White Knight speechless. Did he really think someone would compete with him for that? However, after Luffy spoke, the others also expressed their roles. "I'm the swordsman a combat member, Zoro said coolly. I'm a navigator, a non-combat member, Nami immediately added after hearing Zoro. Although my physical abilities have improved, fighting is still not suitable for girls. I'm the cook, and I can become a combat member if necessary. Sanji said as he lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. I'm the sniper, and I can temporarily take the place of the shipwright, Usopp said. Among them, the Mary had a deeper significance for him, so he often did the most repairs. Well, that leaves me. Bai Ye said, the Taoist priests of the Taoist sect, as combat personnel, can also provide logistical support for their companions. At this moment, Luffy placed his hand on Bai Ye's shoulder and said, Bai Ye is also my vice captain. Turning his head to see Luffy's smiling face, Bai Ye felt a bit moved. In the original work, Luffy had never clearly stated who his vice captain was. Now that he was willing to let Bai Ye take on the role, it would be absolutely false to say he wasn't touched. Who would have thought that Luffy would then say, in the future, when new companions come aboard, we will still need Bai Ye. Bai Ye? I'm the head of the HR department. Damn it. Give me back my emotions. As for Bai Ye becoming the vice captain, Zoro and the others had no objections. And so, the Straw Hat Pirates, destined to become famous in the future, were established in such a light-hearted and cheerful atmosphere. Next, Luffy, who officially became a captain, issued his first command. Now, let's set sail towards the Grand Line. We must not let them enter the Grand Line. In the Navy headquarters conference room, a voice rang out. The speaker was Major Branu. The others in the conference room were also elites from the headquarters staff. They had gathered today for only one thing, to determine the bounty for the Straw Hat Pirates. He pulled out several bounty notices and displayed them one by one to the people in the conference room. In the East Blue, where the average bounty was only 3 million berries, they had defeated Alvida with a bounty of 5 million berries, Buggy the Clown with 15 million berries, Kuro with 16 million berries, the East Blue Tyrant Krieg with 17 million berries, and the Dragon with 20 million berries. Major Branu's voice was very serious as he took out several images, prominently featuring all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that the East Blue is about to produce another group of pirates destined to stir up trouble in the Grand Line. Major Branu suddenly turned his head to one side and said, Now, please introduce to everyone about this pirate crew. Brian, with a calm expression, slowly stood up. He detailed everything from the start in Shell's Town to the defeat of the Arlong pirates. Thanks to Bai Ye's special disclosure, Brian also mentioned how each of them defeated their respective opponents. Finally, Brian revealed an important piece of information. In the past, Bai Ye had fought with Hawkeye and did not fall behind. For a moment, the conference room became lively. Is this information true? Are you sure it's not a rumor? A staff officer couldn't help but question. The information was personally reported by Captain Hobody from the headquarters. He witnessed it with his own eyes. Bramla took the opportunity to answer everyone's doubts and then dropped another important bombshell. The headquarters had asked Hawkeye about this matter, and based on Hawkeye's reaction at the time, Bai Ye indeed had the strength to compete with him. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Everyone, the Marshal of the Warring States has instructed. At this moment, Brian stood up and announced the main event of the day. He proposed raising the bounty on the Straw Hat Pirates to the highest level and fully organizing forces to encircle and eliminate them. Then, Brian paused as he looked at the image of the Straw Hat crew placed on the table. The East Sea is the Navy's territory, and such pirates must not be allowed to enter the Grand Line. No one in the conference room responded. They looked at the images of the entire Straw Hat crew, and waves of shock surged within them. Is another large pirate crew about to emerge in the East Sea? Although the East Sea has always been called the weakest sea, many in the conference room knew why the Navy has always placed so much importance on it. It was all because of one man. That is Pirate King Roger. On the Mary, Luffy stared dumbfounded at the manual Bai Ye had taken out. It was actually the hockey training manual of Pirate King Roger. Sanji muttered to himself beside him, unable to believe it. After confirming the formation of the pirate crew, everyone also determined the last destination in the East Sea. It was the legendary place of beginning and end, Lowtown. While heading to Lowtown, Bai Ye began to explain the specific origins of hockey to everyone. Finally, he took out the hockey training notes of Pirate King Roger, which astonished everyone. When they learned that this note was found on Buggy's pirate ship, and that Buggy had once been an intern of the Pirate King and was a contemporary of Shanks, they fell into further shock. The amount of information was overwhelming. They found it hard to process. Of course, this did not include Luffy. So, are you planning to have us train our hockey according to the methods in this? Zoro was the first to come back to his senses. Knowing this was inconsequential, the focus was still on hockey. He looked at Bai Ye and asked, This is just one aspect. Bai Ye smiled and said, then golden light radiated from him as he continued. The chi I practice is a higher level of haki. In the coming days, I plan to circulate the chi into your bodies, allowing you to feel this power. Coupled with Roger's training, I believe you will awaken your own haki more quickly. He openly stated the difference between his chi and haki. After all, the ones before him were partners, not previous opponents like Smoker. When Zoro asked if they could also cultivate chi, Bai Ye shook his head. Although the innate chi of Bai Ye is transformed from the seeds provided by the Taoist scriptures, the key point is that Bai Ye already has a foundation in chi cultivation. Inner strength and chi are inherently connected, making the cultivation process significantly more efficient. However, if the strong individuals of this world were to practice, they might have to start from scratch. Moreover, Zoro and the others do not possess top-tier techniques like pure Yang Wujigong. In summary, there are many limitations, and the costs outweigh the benefits. In this world, having only Bai Ye as a chi cultivator is sufficient. After receiving a negative answer, Zoro and the others were not disappointed. After all, based on Bai Ye's abilities, it does not seem like something that could be passed on. Therefore, they did not say much more and all agreed to Bai Ye's training plan. Although it is quite absurd, so far the strongest individual on this pirate ship is not Luffy, but Bai Ye. White Knight's strength surpasses Luffy's. But killing him is by no means an easy task. It's worth mentioning that upon hearing White Knight's devilish training methods, Usopp and Nami's cowardly natures flared up again. They started to come up with various excuses to avoid it. In the end, White Knight broke them down one by one with force and financial pressure. Once training began, as expected, the pure-hearted Luffy decisively awakened his observation and armament haki after White Knight circulated his energy throughout Luffy's body. Zoro quickly followed suit, becoming the second person on the ship to awaken both armament and observation haki, not including White Knight. Sanji, on the other hand, struggled a bit, as White Knight's method of passing on power was most effective for someone like Luffy, who has almost no distractions, and for Zoro, who has great willpower. However, in the original story, Sanji lacked much determination regarding his own strength. In fact, it's not just Sanji. The other crew members also had rather vague expectations of their own abilities. Luffy wants to be the pirate king. Zoro aims to be the world's greatest swordsman. As for the others, it wasn't until after the Marineford War, when they witnessed Luffy's brother's death, that they developed a stronger desire for power. With this in mind, White Knight understood the different progress of the crew and the reasons behind it. Later, White Knight mocked Sanji through Zoro, successfully prompting Sanji to awaken his armament and observation haki as well. As for Nami and Zoro, White Knight could only say that they have a long way to go. But it wasn't without gains. At least both of them significantly improved their strength after training. Time passed day by day until one day, a strangely shaped bird landed on their ship. Meet! Luffy immediately acted upon seeing the bird. If the others hadn't stopped him in time, Luffy would have probably plucked it clean. This is a news bird. If you eat it, we can forget about getting our news reports. Nami punched Luffy, saying, Luffy, gimme that. As for the news bird, after White Knight offered it 200 berries compensation, the bird chose to forgive Luffy. Next, White Knight took the newspaper handed over by the news bird. As soon as he opened it, he found what he was looking for. Their bounty notices. Coco Village's Noki Gao. This is bad. Akainu rushed in, holding several bounty notices. Nami's bounty notice? Noki Gao immediately spotted her sister. When she saw her sister's bounty, her eyes widened in disbelief. What has Nami done? Little thief Nami. Bounty of 15 million berries. Miss from Shurub Village, you might be interested in this. The butler merely knocked on Kaya's door and handed her the bounty notice. Is this what it feels like to be bountied for the first time? Kaya's tone was a bit surprised, but then she smiled. Usopp really deserves it. Oh, Captain Usopp's bounty notice. On the mountain, the three onion heads shouted excitedly at the bounty notice in front of them, expressing their excitement. Sniper Usopp. Bounty of 15 million berries. That guy Sanji from the Bartai restaurant. Is he really that strong? Patty and others in the kitchen whispered in shock as they looked at the bounty notice, not even noticing when the head chef walked up behind them. What the hell are you doing not cooking? Zeph kicked the crowd over and then saw the bounty notice in front of him. He smiled. Hey, you guys put this bounty notice on the restaurant door. Blackleg Sanji. Bounty of 25 million berries. Hey everyone, listen to me. Zoro has indeed studied under me for a while. Gung Shiro looked at the sudden influx of children wanting to learn swordsmanship from him, feeling a bit helpless. But I can tell you accurately, I can't teach you to be a master like Zoro. Swordsmanship isn't that simple. But Gung Shiro looked down at the bounty notice in the children's hands and smiled. It seems like you've kept your promise. Pirate Hunter Zoro. Bounty of 30 million berries. Hey, everyone look at this. A man suddenly burst into the bar of Makino. This is Luffy's bounty notice. Hey, this must be a joke, this number. Are you saying that Luffy destroyed a naval base? Village chief, are we going to be arrested by the Navy because of that little brat Luffy? I've said long ago, that kid only brings us trouble. The people in the bar murmured complaints about Luffy, but in the end, they all raised their glasses in unison. To that brat Luffy, cheers. At the bar, the village chief was a bit worried. That guy Luffy is really something. What am I going to say to Admiral Carp when he comes back? Makino brought a drink to the village chief and said, but look, Luffy is smiling so happily. She looked at the bounty notice, where Luffy's smiling face stood out prominently. Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Bounty of 60 million berries. At the same time, Makino picked up another bounty notice, looking at the handsome face on it, and couldn't help but think, that guy Luffy seems to have found some pretty good companions. The Mary is joking. White Knight's bounty must have been filled out incorrectly. Nami and Usopp were both stunned, as White Knight's bounty notice seemed to have too many zeros. Ha, White Knight is indeed amazing. Luffy clapped in approval, prompting Sanji beside him to say, hey Luffy, White Knight's bounty is actually higher than yours as captain. Don't worry. Luffy's eyes were filled with confidence. White Knight is my crew member, and soon I will surpass him. Zoro, on the side, stared at White Knight's bounty notice, compared it to his own, and gritted his teeth. It seems training needs to be doubled. Among all these people, the one most speechless was actually White Knight himself. He looked at his bounty notice and internally complained. This must be that old man Sengoku's doing. What is this, revenge? The dignified fleet admiral is so petty? Is it because of that battle with Mihawk? It shouldn't be. According to Sengoku's thinking, shouldn't he be able to find out the truth about my battle with Mihawk? Damn, now I become the target of everyone's arrows. Haven T.I. White Knight had considered that his bounty might be higher than Luffy's. After all, when the Navy determines the bounty amount, they assess not only the strength rating, but also the individual's level of danger to the world. White Knight's previous provocations against the Navy could very likely raise his level of restlessness in Sengoku's mind. However, White Knight predicted that his bounty would only be about 5 to 10 million higher than Luffy's. But he never expected that his bounty would directly elevate the Straw Hat crew to a new level. Bai Ye looked at the bounty notice in his hand, with a bitter smile on his face. Heavenly Master Bai Ye. Bounty of 100 million berries. Straw Hat crew total bounty. 245 million. 245 million, huh? Bai Ye looked at the bounty notice that was completely different from the original due to his butterfly effect, feeling a bit proud. Even on the Grand Line, it would surely cause quite a stir. Great news on the Red Fourth ship. Captain, this is big news. That guy Luffy has a bounty now. The tank-like Riki Lu brought a stack of bounty notices to everyone. Oh, upon hearing this, everyone gathered around. They were all familiar with Luffy. After all, he was the boy who made their captain Ben Arm. Luffy seemed to be doing quite well. His first bounty was 60 million berries. Red-haired Shanks looked at Luffy's bounty notice with a satisfied smile. Wait a minute, this Usopp is my son, right? It must be. The long-nosed man from Syrup Village. He must be my son Yasopp. Suddenly, Yasopp picked up a bounty notice and shouted proudly. A bounty of 15 million, and he's a sniper too? Riki Lu put his arm around Yasopp's shoulder. Looks like your son is doing quite well. Ha, of course, that kid Luffy has good taste. Yasopp responded with laughter. Luffy seemed to have found some good partners, especially the most composed member of the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman, picked up Bai Ye's bounty notice and was slightly surprised. Heavenly Master Bai Ye? His bounty is even higher than that of Captain Luffy. Nanny? Upon hearing this, everyone looked over again. A few seconds later, they all burst into laughter. Looks like we can tease Luffy about this next time we see him. Ha ha ha. Then Shanks stood up and said loudly, well then, let us hold a banquet to celebrate Luffy's first bounty, everyone. Oh. On the Grand Line, on Krajik Island, Mihawk was sipping red wine while looking at the Straw Hat Pirates bounty notices. Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk's gaze was piercing. Don't keep me waiting too long on the strongest throne. He then glanced at Bai Ye's bounty notice and couldn't help but recall what happened a few days ago. The Navy had contacted him, hoping to confirm whether Bai Ye's battle with him was truly evenly matched. The aloof Mihawk casually replied, not bad. Actually, he only meant to say Bai Ye's swordsmanship was good, not his overall strength. But the Navy on the other end quickly hung up after hearing those two words. Looking back now, Mihawk felt he had contributed quite a bit to Bai Ye's bounty amount. What will you do? Strange swordsmanship, strongman. Mihawk took another sip of red wine and stopped paying attention. In Wano, Kaido seemed to have come across a rather impressive new pirate crew. After looking at the bounty notice Jin handed over, Kaido quickly lost interest. Not even a Zoan fruit user. Boring. Big Mom look? A decent kid. Keep an eye on them. Okay, Mama. The Moby Dick, the ship of the world's strongest man, was sailing forward through the waves. At this moment, a bold voice that seemed to disregard everyone and everything rang out. Gururara, is that Straw Hat Kid your brother? Whitebeard, with a crescent mustache and a robust figure, looked at the bounty notice in his hand and smiled. He seems like a good kid. Why not come be my son as well? From now on, just like Ace, bear my name and roam this sea. As the world's strongest man, Whitebeard's tendency to adopt sons resurfaced. Hearing Whitebeard's words, those around him burst into laughter. That's right. Ace, bring your brother onto Dad's ship. At this moment, the one being teased, Ace spoke up. That guy Luffy has a strong desire to become the Pirate King. Ace, with black hair and freckles on his cheeks, adjusted his cowboy hat and said proudly, "You wouldn't get on someone else's ship." Finally, in a corner of the world, a scarred boy with yellow hair felt a sudden headache upon seeing the smiling face of the Straw Hat Kid, as if he had forgotten something. But in the end, he couldn't recall what he had forgotten. Meanwhile, a man cloaked in green with mysterious markings on his face left his base and arrived at the edge of an island. In his hand was Luffy's bounty notice. After a long time, the man tucked the bounty notice into his cloak and murmured, "The next stop should be there." Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted around him, and in the blink of an eye, the man disappeared from the spot. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates, yet to enter the Grand Line, gained quite a bit of recognition in the following days across the world. That must be it. On the Mary, Luffy hugged the goat figurehead with excitement. The town where Pirate King Roger died. Road Town, besides Luffy, the others on the ship were also quite excited. On one hand, they shared the same curiosity as Luffy about the legendary town. On the other hand, they had been exhausted from the training Bai Ye arranged for them over the past few days. Although Bai Ye would provide them with pills every night to help them recover, the mental fatigue was not easily erased. Now that they had reached their destination, they naturally wanted to get off the ship and relax. Of course, Zoro felt no fluctuation and even wanted to continue training. Seeing the looks from a few people, Bai Ye smiled and said, "Since we are here, we naturally need to replenish ourselves. Today's training is cancelled." Upon hearing this, Nami and Usopp were overjoyed and hugged each other in tears. Even Sanji breathed a sigh of relief. As for Luffy and Zoro, their eyes had already turned toward Road Town. Bai Ye continued, "After resupplying here, we should be entering the Grand Line. So this time, everyone will be involved, and we will each procure the necessary supplies. Nami will buy essential daily items for the journey, and also purchase a log pose for use in the Grand Line. Usopp will go buy some tools and materials that might be needed for repairing the Mary. Sanji will go buy ingredients and spices. Zoro will pick out a couple of good swords for himself, and make sure not to get lost. As for Luffy..." Bai Ye suddenly stumbled and then abruptly changed the topic. "So next, we will provide the funding." Bai Ye waved his hand, and a stack of berries appeared in the hands of several people. Unlike the original story, although the Straw Hat Pirates are not swimming in wealth now, they definitely have enough. Naturally, they don't need to be stingy in this regard. After explaining a number of matters, Bai Ye finally said, "Since the Navy is stationed here, everyone should return to the ship as soon as possible after making your purchases." After everyone nodded, they disembarked and went their separate ways. Bai Ye, after giving instructions to the paperman 007 and activating the formation inscribed on the Mary, also disembarked at Road Town. While the Straw Hat Pirates were getting off the ship, they forgot one thing, just how terrifying their notoriety in the East Blue was. In just a short time, the news of the newly emerged dominators of the East Blue, the Straw Hat Pirates, arriving on the island spread throughout the entire town. In a room in the town, a man with hair color similar to Zoro's was sitting. Suddenly, someone rushed into the room. "Boss, the Straw Hat Pirates have come to Road Town." The man stood up, his expression somewhat excited. "Let's go see what kind of strength this 200 million berry pirate crew has." This person was Bartolomeo, the leader of the underworld controlling many towns. At the Navy base, Dashiki entered the room and said anxiously, "Colonel Smoker, the Straw Hat Kid, and his crew have come to Road Town." Upon hearing this, Smoker first silently muttered, "Who are you talking to?" He saw Dashiki talking to a pillar in the room. "Ah, sorry, Colonel Smoker." Hearing the voice coming from that direction, Dashiki realized he had mistaken his target and quickly turned to apologize. Smoker ignored Dashiki. He was already accustomed to this kind of thing. "The Straw Hat Pirates," Smoker murmured. "I thought they would rush directly into the Grand Line after seeing their bounty notice. I didn't expect they would dare to come here. They really don't take me seriously." The figure of Bai Ye involuntarily floated in his mind. He felt that this was all his doing. Send orders to all Navy personnel at the base to quickly lock onto the Straw Hat Crew's position and evacuate the civilians. After a cold snort, Smoker issued a command to Dashiki. Yes, Colonel Smoker. Dashiki first agreed, then hesitated, and mustered the courage to say, Colonel Smoker, the support from headquarters hasn't arrived yet. Should we? There's no time. If they leave Rowtown, they will likely head straight for Reverse Mountain. If we don't deal with them here, it will be difficult to catch them once they enter Reverse Mountain. Smoker interrupted Dashiki's words. He knew all too well about waiting for support. But the current situation did not allow it. Seeing that Smoker had said this, Dashiki had no choice but to convey the orders. At almost the same time, both the Underworld and the Navy were searching for the whereabouts of the Straw Hat Crew. However, they were unaware of this. On the other side, after wandering for a while, Bai Ye arrived at an underground bar named Joel D. Roger. When Bai Ye pushed open the door, the old man inside, who was wiping glasses, was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. What kind of day is it today? Another big shot has come? The one with a bounty of 100 million berries, the master Bai Ye. Hearing the bar owner shout, Bai Ye was not surprised. Instead, he sat down at the bar and smiled. Since you said that, you must have met my captain. Yeah, that kid has heard a lot of stories about Roger from me. The owner leisurely poured a drink and placed it in front of Bai Ye. As he left, it seemed he was going to the execution platform where Roger was to be executed. Speaking of this, the bar owner, who was a friend of Roger, also felt a bit emotional. It's been a long time since I've seen a pirate like Roger. This era is really rotten. Any guy with a bit of strength is shouting about going out to conquer the Grand Line and get the One Piece. What a joke. The owner shouted angrily. Only men like Roger can conquer the Devil's Sea. The One Piece will never be obtained by that kind of trash. Feeling the anger in the owner's tone, Bai Ye shrugged and continued drinking. It's far from what I have. At that moment, the bar, which the owner had decided to close, welcomed its third guest of the day. Upon seeing the newcomer, Bai Ye was also somewhat surprised. It seems you have come specifically for me? Sure enough, just as the intel indicated, you seem to know a lot of things. Hearing Bai Ye's question, Dragon realized that the other party knew his identity, so he decided to be straightforward. Well, as a Taoist priest, it's reasonable that I can foresee a bit of fate and have some small means of knowing the future. Bai Ye took a sip of his drink and said, half-jokingly, the Chiman arrangement of the Fengho Chiman can indeed predict the future to a certain extent when practiced at a high level. But there are many limitations and considerable costs involved. That's why I have never used it so far. A Taoist, huh? Long pondered for a moment, not asking more questions, but instead ordered a drink from the boss. This piqued Bai Ye's interest, and he asked, do you have something you want to ask me? That's right. Bai Ye. Why don't you ask? Under Bai Ye's increasingly dangerous gaze, Long put down his wine cup and looked at him, asking, why choose him? Bai Ye was somewhat speechless. Have you been doing undercover work for too long? Why do you always speak like a riddle? Despite being speechless, Bai Ye still picked up on Long's question. Why choose to board Luffy's ship? Bai Ye smiled lightly. Because he invited me. Because he is the main character. Long, with your strength, you could completely form your own pirate crew. White Knight, I'm not interested, and besides, my captain is quite reliable. Because he's the protagonist. Long, do you have any purpose? Bai Ye suppressed his laughter. After all, as a father, he naturally wanted to test the waters with someone who was around his son. White Knight, don't worry, I have no malicious intent. If I must have a purpose. After a moment of contemplation, White Knight looked straight into Dragon's eyes and expressed his answer. I want to change this world. And I believe that Luffy is the joy boy of this era. Upon hearing this, Dragon's pupils contracted, seemingly shocked. Joy boy, that's quite a high evaluation. Just as Dragon was about to ask further, he suddenly sensed something with his observation haki, furrowed his brow, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, White Knight also threw down some belly to settle the bill and followed Dragon. Before he could speak, he said, it must be related to my captain that made you react this way, right? I can't just stand by and do nothing about this, can I? Hearing this, Dragon did not say much. After reaching the ground, he soared into the sky in a specific direction. Seeing this, White Knight smirked and thought, you think you're the only one who can fly? Wind manipulation. Is this the place where Roger died? In the square of Lowtown. Luffy looked up at the high execution platform in front of him, feeling a bit excited. He wanted to become the Pirate King, so naturally, he was very interested in the previous Pirate King. His elder brother must be him, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. What Luffy didn't know was that, just as he arrived here, Bartolomeo and his little brothers had also just found him. Stalakit Luffy. Bartolomeo, not far from Luffy, was sizing up the pirate captain known as the East Blue Overlord. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. This guy seems a bit dim-witted. Just as Bartolomeo was still pondering what was off, Luffy suddenly looked at him and asked with a puzzled expression, "Hey, Rooster Head, do you need something?" Rooster Head. Bartolomeo was immediately stunned by this nickname. After all, he was a notorious gang leader. Who dared to say that to him? But then, Bartolomeo felt a hint of doubt. How did that guy notice him so quickly? He should have been in his blind spot, right? If a strong person from the Grand Line were here, they would naturally know the answer. Observation Haki. Although it had just awakened, the distance between the two was not large, and Luffy could naturally sense Bartolomeo's scrutinizing gaze. "My name is Bartolomeo, and I want to see the new Overlord of the East Blue." Unable to think of an answer, Bartolomeo approached Luffy and spoke boldly. "I see." Luffy clapped his hands and continued, looking enlightened. "So, who is this Overlord?" "Of course it's you, kid." Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo immediately broke down and began to complain. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but think that this guy really was a bit dim. "What? It's actually me?" To his surprise, Luffy displayed an even more shocked expression and pointed at himself. Bartolomeo, he must be an idiot for sure. All right. Luffy quickly accepted this setting and began introducing himself. "My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." Hearing this, Bartolomeo, who had already formed a preconceived notion, felt even more disappointed. "Another big talker, huh?" he thought. Suddenly, Luffy continued, "I want to go up there and take a look. Rooster Head, do you want to come with me?" Because Luffy's tone was too serious, Bartolomeo instinctively began to respond. "Go up there? Don't joke around. It's forbidden for anyone to go up there, if you dare." Halfway through his sentence, Bartolomeo suddenly realized something was off and immediately turned to Luffy with a sharp-tongued retort. "I told you. Who called me Rooster Head? I clearly said my name just now." Facing the frantic Bartolomeo, Luffy paid him no mind. He was solely focused on going up to take a look. "Aren't you going, Rooster Head? I'll just go up by myself." With that, Luffy began to swing his arms. "Damn it, don't call me Rooster Head. And are you even listening to what others are saying? I already said it's forbidden to go up there. You'd better. Rubber pistol." While Bartolomeo was still complaining, Luffy had already stretched his arm to grab the wooden board at the top of the execution platform. Then, in front of Bartolomeo's astonished gaze, he leaped up and landed firmly on the platform. "A devil fruit user?" Bartolomeo muttered to himself, and combined with Luffy's earlier perception, he had a rough guess of Luffy's strength. At this moment, the pedestrians in the square also noticed Luffy standing on the execution platform. Hey, is there really someone so fearless as to go up there? It seems like a kid. Did he go up there by accident? Wait a minute." Amid the crowd's discussions, finally, someone recognized Luffy's identity. That seems to be the notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million belly, the Straw Hat Kid. Just as more and more people gathered, the Navy finally arrived on the scene. Rows of neatly organized troops approached the execution platform, and Navy soldiers pointed their firearms at Luffy on the platform. The leading Navy officer shouted, "Straw Hat Kid, you're surrounded by us. Come down from the execution platform immediately and do not resist." Upon hearing this, Luffy instead sat down on the execution platform. He looked just like Roger back then. He smiled and said, "Don't be so harsh, Navy uncle." At the same time, he looked around, enjoying the view of Low Town from above, and couldn't help but spread his arms to feel the breeze, saying, "Is this the view that the Pirate King once saw?" Luffy's smile grew more pronounced. "It's really quite nice." In the square, watching Luffy, who had already been surrounded by the Navy, yet remained unfazed and even seemed to enjoy the scenery, Bartolomeo felt a stir in his heart for the first time. This guy seems quite different. Suddenly, another voice rang from above Luffy's head. It was Smoker, who had formally arrived. He jumped down from a tall building behind the execution platform, ready to take Luffy down with a punch. But just then, without lifting his head, Luffy uttered 4 words. "I saw it." Then, Luffy slightly tilted his head and dodged Smoker's white punch. Following that, he flashed his body and jumped above Smoker. He swung down with a punch. Damn it! Smoker suppressed the shock in his heart. Unable to gain leverage in midair, he could only choose to turn into smoke. But the next second, bang! Smoker, whose body had turned into smoke, took a solid punch from Luffy and crashed hard onto the execution platform. The force was so great that it even shook the platform. Coming back to his senses, Smoker was greatly alarmed. Just now, he had confirmed one thing. Not long ago, Luffy, who didn't even know what Haki was, had now awakened both observation and armament Haki. Although still quite immature, there was no doubt that he had awakened. What the hell? Smoker couldn't help but curse. The experience he had accumulated over decades was completely shattered by Luffy. This also strengthened Smoker's determination to capture them here. He absolutely could not let them enter the Grand Line. So he tightened his grip on his jit, and when Luffy landed next to him, he suddenly thrust it out. He deliberately slowed down a bit. Luffy, not sensing any significant danger, instinctively reached for the jit. The next second, he felt his body go limp and collapsed onto the execution platform. Luffy defeated. Damn it, his body suddenly lost all strength. Luffy struggled on the execution platform, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the jit that was gently pressing against his chest. Nani, Bartolomeo, in the square, was shocked. He had just started to have a favorable impression of Luffy, and now the latter was so carelessly captured. It left him momentarily speechless. Smoker slowly stood up, looking at Luffy's response, which was no different from that of any other devil fruit user, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that Luffy wouldn't fear Sea Stone. Seeing this scene, he returned to his usual expression and said to Luffy beneath him, "I'm sorry, but your journey ends here. In this world, the Navy represents justice. For the rest of your days, you will be." Before Smoker could finish, Luffy's voice interrupted him. "My journey will never end here." Luffy looked up at Smoker and said earnestly, word for word, "I'm going to be the Pirate King." Although he was weakened by the Sea Stone, he still used all his strength to shout this line. This scene also caught Bartolomeo's eye, causing him to feel somewhat dazed. "Don't joke around." Smoker pulled Luffy's collar and yanked him up. "You are still far from being the Pirate King." Smoker said this because he had witnessed Roger's execution firsthand. That unique aura had stayed with him until now. So when he heard Luffy say such words, he couldn't help but lose control of his emotions. Meanwhile, the crowd in the square began to murmur. What? The new East Blue Overlord was captured just like that? Yeah, the Navy's bounty notice must be wrong. How could someone like him be the kind of big pirate? Haha, did you hear that? That kid actually said he wants to be the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. He must be bragging. He's already in the Navy's grasp. Seriously, how could someone like him ever become the Pirate King? The voices were numerous and chaotic, making it hard for Bartolomeo to hear clearly. But he knew that 90 of these voices were mocking Luffy's daydreaming. This made him waver as he looked up at Luffy, who was struggling on the execution platform. Was that guy really at the end of his journey? The indistinct sounds that Bartolomeo could barely hear were crystal clear to Luffy, who had awakened his observation haki. Luffy was already feeling awful from the Sea Stone, and the constant mocking voices made him feel even worse, increasing his desire to vent. A surge of anger began to build in Luffy's chest. As time passed and the voices flooded into his mind, the anger accumulated more and more, reaching a critical point. Like a flood about to burst through a dam. "Shut up," Luffy suddenly shouted. At the same time, a dark red aura surged from Luffy's body. When those words were spoken, the aura Luffy released reached its peak. Bang! Bang! The crowd that had been standing in the square began to collapse in waves. They were all stunned into unconsciousness by that aura. Of course, not everyone was that fragile. Bartolomeo knelt on the ground, struggling against the pressure on his body, veins popping. He used all his strength to look up again at Luffy on the execution platform. In his eyes, Luffy at that moment was a legend. So, what was this aura? Naturally, it was Conqueror's haki. Watching from the sidelines, Bai Ye was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Luffy to awaken Conqueror's haki here. It seemed the plot had gotten a bit out of hand. Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh. Should we say that Luffy truly is the child of destiny? Bastard. Smoker, tugging at Luffy's collar, looked a bit flustered. Just moments ago, he was closest to Luffy and naturally felt the impact of the Conqueror's haki the strongest. If it weren't for his decent strength, he might have already let Luffy go. At this moment, Luffy was also staring directly into Smoker's eyes. His expression serious. "Even if it costs me my life, I don't care because I will become the Pirate King." As soon as he said this, Luffy's Conqueror's haki didn't seem to change, but the atmosphere above the square shifted dramatically. A strong wind suddenly surged towards Smoker. Already in a precarious state from the haki attack, Smoker finally lost his balance, falling towards the execution platform, his hands releasing Luffy. Recovering his strength, Luffy immediately raised both hands, exerting all his might to unleash the last breath he had been holding in. "I will definitely become the Pirate King." The wind became increasingly urgent, swirling around Luffy and billowing his clothes, as if guarding their king. Above the crowd, dark clouds began to gather, as if ready to unleash thunder at any moment. This miraculous scene naturally caught Bartolomeo's eye. Luffy senpai, you're amazing." At that moment, this rooster-headed guy seemed to have found a new faith, engraving a new image in his heart. What he didn't know was that Bai Ye's feelings were quite complicated at this moment. He glanced over at Dragon, who was not far from him, and couldn't help but murmur No wonder he's your biological son. This pressure you're putting on him as a father gets full marks from me. That's right. What just happened wasn't a miracle. It was all the work of Luffy's old man. At this moment, Bai Ye became interested, flashed to Dragon's side, and said, "Let me handle the rest. After all, Luffy is also my captain." Without waiting for Dragon's reaction, he quickly formed a seal in front of his chest. Thunder strike. Crack. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking the execution platform right under Luffy's feet. This alone caused the already wobbling platform to collapse with a loud bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Luffy appeared before everyone, adjusting his straw hat. He flashed a big smile and laughed heartily. "Looks like I'm still alive, ha ha ha." Crack. Luffy's appearance, stepping out from the thunder unscathed, was clearly captured on camera. Hey, what just happened here? Hey, Luffy, did you take down all these people?" At that moment, Zoro, who had bought Snow Walk and Go Slash, along with Sanji, who had won a big fish prize at the food competition, arrived here. Unfortunately, they missed a great show. Hey, Luffy, Sanji. On the other side, Usopp and Nami also appeared. Nami was carrying a large package, her expression a bit anxious. "Everyone, we need to leave quickly. A heavy rain is about to come." Luffy was taken aback at first, then asked, "What about Bai Ye?" Zoro replied, "You don't need to worry about him." Sanji added, "That's right, Luffy." Bai Ye also said that everyone should gather on the ship at the end. After hearing their words, Luffy stopped dwelling on it and quickly joined everyone. "Then let's go back to the Going Merry." "Oh, surround the Straw Hat crew. Don't let them escape." At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall on the square, wetting the cigar in Smoker's mouth. He fell from the execution platform uninjured, but was slightly uncomfortable after being hit by the shattered platform. Yes, upon hearing Smoker's command, the day's Navy soldiers immediately charged towards Luffy and the others, who were about to leave. "Straw Hat crew, stop right there." As they charged, the leading Navy soldier shouted meaningless words. "Luffy, what did you do? Why are there so many Navy?" Usopp was a bit shocked, even though his strength had improved significantly. He still felt fear when he should be. "There's no choice. It looks like we have to deal with him first." Zoro said nothing more, drawing Inma and the newly acquired Snow Walk and Go Slash, readying his three-sword style. Just then, another green-haired figure appeared in front of him, causing Zoro to pause in surprise. "Barrier." Bang, bang. Bartolomeo extended his right hand forward, and a massive barrier suddenly appeared in front of the rushing Navy. The Navy, caught off guard, crashed into the barrier. The sudden scene not only left the Navy unable to react, but even Zoro and the others were bewildered. Could it be that Bai Ye sent help? Zoro instinctively thought of this possibility. But unfortunately, this time he was wrong. Bartolomeo turned his head at this moment, an expression of utmost respect on his face, and shouted to Luffy, "Luffy senpai, let me help you block these Navy." It's the Roosterhead? Luffy was also taken aback, but quickly smiled. "Got it. Thanks, Roosterhead." Luffy's character was like this. Many times, he wouldn't even ask for the reason. Just knowing that the other party was helping him was enough. "Leave it to me, Luffy senpai." Bartolomeo, without a hint of dissatisfaction, continued excitedly. "And to all the partners of Luffy senpai, you can rest assured that I'll handle things here." After hearing this, even if they had questions in their hearts, they knew it wasn't the time for idle chatter. After thanking him, the group turned and rushed towards the port. White Fist. At this moment, Smoker also arrived here. Seeing his subordinates blocked by Bartolomeo, he naturally chose to take action. As he charged at the barrier, Bartolomeo swung his right fist, creating a barrier that blocked Smoker's attack. "Are you trying to stop the Navy from capturing pirates?" Smoker stopped in his tracks and locked eyes with Bartolomeo, tightening his grip on his jit. Bartolomeo's expression changed, and a cocky look typical of a gang leader appeared on his face. "I don't know anything about you capturing pirates. I just got separated from my little brother and wanted to ask you Navy guys for help." Smoker's veins bulged at his words. Just then, a man wearing black sunglasses ran over from a distance. "Boss, I finally found you. I just saw a straw hat." Bang! Before the man could finish his sentence, Bartolomeo's fist landed on his head. "You idiot. Don't run off randomly next time, got it?" Bartolomeo pressed down on his subordinate's head and bowed deeply. "Now, thank you, Navy comrades. They put in a lot of effort to find you." Then Bartolomeo, dragging his confused subordinate, left from another direction under everyone's gaze. "Coronel Smoky?" A Navy officer came over to Smoker and asked. "Forget about them for now. Continue pursuing the Straw Hat Kid." "Yes." On the other side, after leaving the Navy's sight, Bartolomeo asked his subordinate, "What did you say you saw with the Straw Hat?" "It's the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Celestial Master Bai Ye." "Bai Ye, huh?" Bartolomeo felt a bit regretful. That person had a bounty even higher than Senior Luffy's. Not encountering him this time, he wondered when there would be a second chance. Suddenly, Bartolomeo seemed to think of something and laughed heartily. Then I should just set sail? He gave a thumbs up to his own idea. Well, but I still need to prepare. Then he began to ponder. With so many subordinates, he couldn't possibly take them all with him. Plus, he needed to train his own strength for a while. However, before that, he needed to ask Granny first. With that thought, Bartolomeo took his subordinate and left again. He didn't go to the port to bid farewell to Senior Luffy, as he had already begun preparing for their next meeting. As for Bai Ye, who was accidentally spotted by his subordinate, he had already said goodbye to Dragon and was heading towards the port. Before he left, Dragon's last words were, "That guy Luffy, I'll leave him to you. Head in the direction the wind points, I'll send you off." This left Bai Ye speechless. Only people like you can act cool. Couldn't you just say you'd help with your abilities? Of course, while he thought this, Bai Ye quickly arrived at the Mary and reunited with everyone. Before that, Zoro had also taken the time to defeat Daz Bones, who had led the encirclement around the Mary, and tied them up in a place where they could avoid the rain. Once everyone gathered, the sails of the Mary were lowered under Nami's command. Immediately after, a gust of wind that Nami found utterly unreasonable swept in. It propelled the Mary, quickly sailing away from the port amidst dark clouds and the gradually falling heavy rain. By the time Smoker and the Navy arrived at the port, they could only see a small black dot gradually disappearing. "I'm sorry, Ken Smoker, Das Bones," rescued by the Navy, stepped forward and bowed to the air beside Smoker. A group of Navy soldiers. After a long time, Smoker spoke, "Prepare the warship. We're heading to the Grand Line. Grand Line, here we come." Despite the pouring rain overhead, it couldn't dampen Luffy's enthusiasm. He raised his hands high, standing excitedly at the bow of the goat ship. Then, Sanji found a wooden barrel and said to everyone, "To celebrate our upcoming entry into the Grand Line, let's have a launching ceremony." Sanji was the first to place his left foot on the barrel, holding a cigarette that had been soaked by the rain, and said, "I'm here to find Alblue." Luffy couldn't wait to be the second, shouting, "I want to be the Pirate King." Zoro placed his foot on the barrel with a serious expression, to become the world's greatest swordsman, to draw the best world map, to become a brave warrior of the sea. Finally, Bai Ye stepped forward and placed his foot alongside everyone else's, to change the entire world. "So everyone, we're off." At last, with Luffy's shout, the Mary set sail with everyone aboard, heading towards Reverse Mountain, riding the winds and waves. "Everyone, pay attention. We're about to reach Reverse Mountain." In the midst of heavy rain and thick fog, the Mary was cutting through the waves. Nami looked at the sea chart in her hands and shouted to everyone, "We're finally here." Luffy appeared the most excited. "Yeah, but just getting close to the Grand Line has already brought such events." Sanji looked ahead and couldn't help but sigh. "I really don't know what else will happen in the Grand Line. It must be quite an exciting adventure, right?" Bai Ye came to his side, also with an expression of anticipation, and said, "After leaving Rogue Town, everyone headed towards the direction of Reverse Mountain. During this time, in order to evade the Navy's pursuit, they had to deviate from their course and used a hurricane to shake off the warship. At this moment, Nami revealed her ability to sense the weather for the first time. With this, Bai Ye confirmed that Nami at least possessed the talent for awakening observation haki. However, at this moment, he couldn't afford to train, as the Mary had accidentally entered the doldrums while shaking off the warship. After Nami explained it, everyone witnessed the colossal sea kings of this world for the first time. Faced with such beings, even Luffy and Sanji had no intention of cooking them. Ultimately, with Bai Ye using both water and wind techniques, the Mary quickly escaped from the doldrums. This also led them to encounter ABIs, who had just escaped from the naval warship, starting the original anime chapter, the Thousand-Year Dragon Incident. When Luffy saw the dying Thousand-Year Dragon, Long Yi, he readily chose to help it find the lost land. Here, Luffy also showcased his ability to understand animal voices for the first time. As for the Straw Hat crew, whose strength was incomparable to that of the original work, dealing with the villains of this incident, Admiral Nelson and the Scythe Fruit user Eric, was naturally much easier and more enjoyable. In the White Knight, he even reported to Brian that the Navy here was randomly arresting civilians, which made Brian unable to help but vent over the phone worm. However, he still expressed that he would report the matter up. In the end, everyone arrived at the Lost Island, which only surfaced once every 1,000 years, or rather, the place where the 1,000-year dragon begins and ends. Every 1,000 years, the 1,000-year dragon migrates here from afar, bidding farewell to the soon-to-die 1,000-year dragon and welcoming new life into the clan. As for the legendary dragon bones that could grant immortality, They are the many stone statues formed by the thousand-year dragons on the island. Bai Ye, who had some alchemy skills, expressed great disappointment. These dragon bones seem to have no effect on prolonging life. They even tasted a bit salty from soaking too long in seawater. After bidding farewell to ABIs and the others on Battleship Island, everyone set sail again on the Mary, returning to the route towards Upside Down Mountain. Upside Down Mountain is an incredible and dangerous mountain, also the entrance to the Grand Line. There are a total of 5 waterways on Upside Down Mountain, with the water flowing in 4 directions and out one. The water from the 4 waterways flows to the mountain's peak, connecting to the 4 different seas: East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. The last waterway flows into the Grand Line. Just as Bai Ye said, Usopp stood on the lookout, looking through the telescope, unable to help but feel a bit of a chill. Upside Down Mountain is not just any height. It has reached an astonishing level. In front of everyone, through layers of thick fog, a towering wall that reaches into the clouds, with no visible peak, emanated an unparalleled sense of oppression. Moments later, the Mary arrived at the entrance of the ascending current. Looking at the water flowing against the current, Luffy excitedly opened his mouth wide and laughed heartily. This is so interesting, ha! He then jumped onto his exclusive throne, one hand pressing down his straw hat and the other waving high toward the front. Let's go. Bow. The next second, Luffy was kicked off the bow of the ship by an enraged Nami. You don't need to say that. Hurry up and help. Can't you see everyone is busy? Even if you're the captain, you need to play your part, you idiot. Seemingly unsatisfied, Nami punched Luffy on the head, causing a large bump. Bai Ye, watching from the side, raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Nami has awakened her haki? While thinking, Bai Ye did not stop the work in his hands. As for the 007 paper golems that had been on the ship, they were now collected by Bai Ye. Not that they were afraid of the rain, but if these paper figures stayed on the deck any longer, they would be blown away by the wind in no time. This also gave Bai Ye the idea to further strengthen them. After all, relying on just a few people to operate the current Mary before Frankie installs the soldier dock system is quite a challenge. With that in mind, the Mary successfully entered the ascending current passage with everyone's efforts. In the blink of an eye, they reached the end of the ascending current. Whoosh! The next second, the Mary surged upward with the momentum of the ascending current, even piercing through the clouds. Then, the ship began to slowly descend. If nothing unexpected happened, they should land on the sea current that gathered the east, west, south, and north seas, leading to the Grand Line. However, soon everyone noticed something was wrong. Hey, if this goes on, the ship will land on the Red Land. Nami exclaimed. Leave it to me. Luffy pressed his straw hat and leaped off the Mary. This scared everyone. Hey, Luffy, Zoro shouted. Are you an idiot? What are you doing? Sanji was also terrified. Then, with a rubber balloon, Luffy, about to land on the Red Land, suddenly inhaled a large amount of air, turning his body into a round balloon. Then, the Mary landed on Luffy, using the elasticity generated by Luffy's rubber balloon to finally return to the route. Luffy also stretched his arms back onto the Mary. After experiencing this ordeal, looking at the Grand Line that was about to appear before them, everyone felt a surge of emotions. Sanji, the all blue is right there. Nami, from here, I would draw my own world map. Usopp, my father is just ahead. So, after becoming a great warrior of the sea, I will go meet him. Zoro, Hawkeye my hawk, won't keep you waiting too long. White Knight, let's start from here and begin our legendary adventure. Luffy, we're coming to the Grand Line. I will become the Pirate King. It seems like something is off. As the Going Merry rapidly descended from Reverse Mountain, Nami suddenly spoke up in confusion. What's wrong, Nami? Usopp asked from the side. Logically, after coming down from Reverse Mountain, it should be an endless ocean. Nami pointed ahead, and after layers of clouds and mist, at the exit of Twin Cape, she looked puzzled and said, But how could there be a huge cave there? After Nami finished speaking, the others on the ship also noticed something was wrong, because they discovered that the cave in front of them seemed to have some unusual aspects. Hey, are you kidding me? As the Going Merry continued to descend, the group finally saw the true face of the cave. It was the mouth of a whale. Usopp screamed in panic. We're going to be eaten. This is interesting. Luffy laughed heartily, pressing his straw hat. Let's go in and explore. Are you an idiot? Zoro nearly kicked Luffy, saying it's easy to go in, but hard to come out. Hey, White Knight, can you use your magical techniques to change the course of the Going Merry? Sanji pointed to the gap beside the whale's mouth and said. Bai Ye shrugged. With this water flow speed, my Chi-Men technique is useless. That's the suction power of the largest island whale in the world, comparable to that of the Sea King. The strange arts of the White Knight really can't help. However, White Knight is not the least bit flustered after all. He is someone who has read the original work. So he just reassures everyone. Since we're here, why not go in and take a look? Since we're here, Nami and Usopp burst into tears. It's over. Their once reliable vice captain has been assimilated by Luffy. Just like that, with Luffy excited, White Knight calm, and the others looking terrified, the Mary was swallowed whole by the whale. Soon, they found themselves in a wondrous place inside the whale's stomach. And floating in the gastric juices was a ship. On the ship, there was a room, from which emerged an elderly man with white hair, wearing glasses and a saffron flower on his head. He walked over to a recliner beside the room, picked up a newspaper, glanced at the Straw Hat crew, and then looked at the newspaper. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Luffy's grinning face and said, "I didn't expect you to arrive here so soon. The arrogant East Blue overlord, the Straw Hat Pirates." Upon hearing this, Luffy tilted his head. Huh? Arrogant East Blue overlord? Is he talking about us? Idiot. Usopp commented beside him. At this moment, the old man spoke. "My name is Kurokas, the lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape. I am 71 years old, a Gemini, and my blood type is AB. No one asked you. And why are you being so detailed? Who cares about your blood type?" Nami and Usopp both complained at the same time. Haha, what an interesting old man. Luffy actually took a liking to the elder in front of him. Straw Hat Kid. Kurokas stood up, his gaze deep as he looked at Luffy, slowly speaking. "You want to be the Pirate King, right? You want to become someone like Roger?" Upon hearing this, Luffy, who was originally smiling, became serious. He pressed down his straw hat to cover his eyes. Then he looked up and said, "I don't want to be someone like Roger. I want to be the Pirate King because I want to." Luffy is just that kind of person. He can be quite serious about certain things. Is that so? After hearing this, Kurokas nodded, just about to say something when the gastric juices beneath them suddenly began to churn. Laboon started to crash against the red line again. After Kurokas said this, he jumped directly into the gastric juices. Hey, that guy jumped down. Won't he get corroded?" Sanji said in shock. Of course, Kurokas wasn't corroded. He quickly arrived at the passage he built inside Laboon's body. He injected a tranquilizer into Laboon's body. Soon, the medicine took effect, and Laboon calmed down again. When Kurokas returned, he not only led everyone out through an iron door on Laboon's body, but also told them the story of the Rumbar Pirates and Laboon at Twin Cape. Then, a classic scene unfolded. Since the Mary didn't suffer much damage, Luffy didn't replicate the action of inserting the main mast into Laboon. But nonetheless, Luffy still made a new promise with Laboon. This made Kurokas very pleased, and he actively started chatting with everyone. "What? Old man, are you the ship's doctor?" Luffy said excitedly. Then, "Do you want to come with me to the sea?" "Hey Luffy, I told you not to casually invite others." Nami pressed down on Luffy's head and said, "Besides, we have White Knight's pills now. With those, we won't have to worry about getting sick." "Not really." Upon hearing this, White Knight spoke. "My pills only have healing effects. They can't completely replace the role of a ship's doctor. At least I have no way of knowing your current physical condition. I can only take out the pills when you get sick. This makes things quite passive at sea." Bai Ye has never thought that his abilities are all-powerful, such as with elixirs. Although he has mastered quite a few elixirs ranging from grade 6 to grade 9. Relying on these to dominate the seas is still a bit fanciful. Moreover, Bai Ye does not wish for his butterfly effect to prevent Chopper from boarding the ship. On one hand, who could refuse a proud, talking reindeer? The fruit he consumed is the only animal type, human fruit, in the form of a duck in this vast sea. On the other hand, Bai Ye does have some speculations that require Chopper's assistance. If the speculation is successful, perhaps some secrets of the devil fruits could be uncovered. Returning to the main topic, I'm already an old man, and I've long lost the passion for adventure. Kurokas replied to Luffy while grilling fish at Twin Cape. Even back then, my voyages were quite boring. Well, if traveling around the Grand Line can be considered boring. Bai Ye suddenly spoke up, smiling as he looked at Kurokas. Then there probably isn't any exciting journey in this world. What? The four of them, including Zoro, were all shocked to hear this. If what Bai Ye said is true, then this old man in front of them is actually a crew member of the Pirate King. Usopp exclaimed. What? Luffy was taken aback. The old man is actually this impressive? Usopp, are you an idiot? I'm really curious. How do you know about this? At this moment, Kurokas also looked up at Bai Ye and asked. Of course, it's because I've watched the anime. Bai Ye naturally did not say this, but instead flipped his wrist and took out an already yellowed group photo. After the Pirate King conquered the Grand Line for the second time, he appeared in Log Town in the East Blue and left behind a precious group photo at a tavern called Joel D. Rogers. Bai Ye spoke eloquently, then pointed to a middle-aged man in the group photo and said, Even though it's been 25 years, the saffron on your head is still quite noticeable, old man. Nami and the others also took the photo and carefully examined the person Bai Ye pointed out. It really looked like him. Everyone reached the same conclusion. Ha ha, you really are interesting, Kuroka said, no longer feeling the need to hide his identity and chose to acknowledge it. Hey, Luffy. Don't you want to ask the old man where Raftel is? Wouldn't that get us there faster? Usopp suddenly spoke up. No, Luffy smiled, as if he really didn't want to know. I want to go myself. This is our adventure. Haha, not bad at all, Straw Hat Kid. Kuroka's laughed heartily, unabashedly showing his admiration for Luffy. Then, Kuroka shared his experiences and tips about traveling in the Grand Line. After learning that the straw hat in Luffy's possession was passed down from that kid Shanks, Kuroka's looked at Luffy with an even more peculiar gaze. A few days later, the record pointer that Nami bought finally gathered enough magnetism. The Straw Hat crew said goodbye to Kuroka's and Laboon and continued their journey. Kuroka stood on shore, watching the going merry depart, with Laboon beside him. Notably, before Luffy drew the pirate flag on Laboon's head. Bai Ye also took out a potion to heal the scar on Laboon's head, which piqued Kuroka's curiosity. What a great pirate ship. Reflecting on the past few days, Kuroka's couldn't help but feel emotional. Are they really the people we've been longing for? He muttered to himself. Shanks handed your straw hat to that kid. He really seems to be an incredible boy. Don't you think so, Roger? What no one expected was that, on a nearby reef, two people had been observing their every move from the very beginning. Mr. 9, are you sure you haven't mistaken someone? A blue-haired girl put down her binoculars and looked at the yellow-haired man beside her, whose face had 2 9s written on it. I won't be mistaken, Mr. Wednesday. The man also put down his binoculars. Even if people can be mistaken, that Straw Hat pirate flag can't be wrong. They were the East Blue overlords, the Straw Hat pirates, who had a bounty of 245 million on their first bounty. These two were members of Baroque Works, here to complete the mission of killing Laboon and bringing him back to the town as food. However, after discovering the Straw Hat crew with their over 100 million bounty, they abandoned the idea of charging indirectly. This also shows how Bai Ye's influence on the Straw Hat crew inadvertently affected many events. The man then took out a newspaper from his pocket, opened it, and pointed to a photo, and their captain is this person. The blue-haired girl looked at the photo the man was pointing to. A boy wearing a straw hat was smiling brightly at the camera. Behind him, there seemed to be dust rising from something that had collapsed. Monkey D. Luffy? The blue-haired girl murmured, locking her gaze on the headline above the photo. The boy who walked out of the ruins of the Pirate King's execution platform. Is he the next one? She lowered her head, unsure of what she was thinking. The man's voice continued. Looking at their sailing route, their destination should be there, right? I really don't know whether to say they are unfortunate or fortunate. That's a place pirates should never go. He then said to the blue-haired girl, so, let's set off, Mr. Wednesday, and return to the town to tell them about this. Perhaps we can avoid the punishment for mission failure. The blue-haired girl nodded in agreement. The weather in the Grand Line is notoriously unpredictable. 1 second it could be clear skies, and the next, it could turn from spring directly into winter. Heavy snowflakes fell, instantly covering the entire Going Merry with a layer of white skin. Really nice, Sanji. After drinking this, I feel like I've come alive. Bai Ye took a sip of the hot tea prepared by Sanji and gratefully said to him. Upon seeing Bai Ye's reaction, Sanji was momentarily stunned. Then he kicked Luffy beside him. Learn a thing or two from his attitude. Perhaps out of anger, Sanji even used a hint of hockey. Luffy, huh? Why did you kick me? Hey, Luffy, look. At that moment, Usopp shouted to Luffy. Look at my hard-earned artistic masterpiece, the snow sculpture. Queen of Snow. Wow. The moment Luffy saw the snow sculpture, he forgot about being kicked. His eyes sparkled as he approached Usopp. You're amazing, Usopp. Then in the next second, bang bang, Nami raised her fist, forming a sharp-toothed shape, and shouted, Get back to shoveling snow properly. Stop doing unnecessary things. Luffy and Usopp, we're very sorry. X2 at this moment, Zoro on the lookout suddenly shouted, Hey Nami, there's an iceberg ahead. What? Nami was alarmed. Usopp, quickly steer the ship. Luffy, put away the sails. Hurry. Phew, that was close, we almost crashed. It must be said that traveling in the Grand Line is much more interesting than in the East Blue. As everyone was still getting used to this journey, the destination had quietly arrived. The town of Whiskey Peak welcomes you. What? You say the Straw Hat Pirates are coming here? In the town, a middle-aged man looked at the two in front of him and asked. That's right. They just arrived at Twin Cape via Reverse Mountain not long ago. So, they should be here soon. Mr. 9 nodded. The Straw Hat Pirates, huh? The middle-aged man recalled the information he knew. The new pirate overlord from the East Blue, making their first trip to the Grand Line. Judging by their bounties, their captain and first mate are undoubtedly the most troublesome. The Straw Hat Kid Luffy with a bounty of 60 million and the Tiancher Bai Ye with a bounty of 100 million. Thinking of their bounties, the middle-aged man felt a bit intimidated. After all, even Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, has a bounty of only 81 million. Whiskey Peak on the surface is a town that welcomes pirates. In fact, it is a gathering place for bounty hunters affiliated with Baroque Works. The town's mayor is a middle-aged man with curly, wavy hair, known as Mr. 8. At this moment, this middle-aged man was leading the townspeople to warmly welcome the Straw Hat crew. Wow, there's a town that welcomes pirates? Usopp, who has a strong sense of vanity, was extremely delighted. Wow, so many beautiful ladies. This is a great place. Sanji was also captivated by the many beauties throwing glances at him. Haha, I didn't expect there to be such an interesting place in the Grand Line. Luffy laughed heartily, accepting this ridiculous setting without a second thought. As for the remaining 3 members of the Straw Hat crew, Bai Ye thoughtfully looked at the blue-haired girl hiding to the side. Zoro crossed his arms, deep in thought. Not bad, old man, Nami exclaimed with a surprised expression, quickly walking towards the mayor. Suddenly, Nami pulled a talisman from her chest and, with lightning speed, slapped it onto the forehead of the mayor, Mr. 8. It was the puppet talisman that Bai Ye had previously used to control Ajong and Yin Xiao in Kokoyasi village. Nami, shouted Luffy and Usopp in unison, completely baffled by her actions. Are you idiots? Nami retorted, how could there be a place in this world that welcomes pirates? She then turned with a smile towards the already controlled mayor. Now, tell us everything about this place and your identity. Soon, the middle-aged man revealed that while the town appeared to welcome pirates, in reality, they killed pirates to seize their treasure. This left Usopp and Luffy dumbfounded. Sanji quickly regained his composure and, to cover up his embarrassment, rushed into the crowd to swiftly defeat the bounty hunters who were about to act. Just when everyone thought the truth was out, the middle-aged man revealed a more terrifying fact. My public identity is the mayor of this small town, but in reality, I am a senior officer of Baroque Works, codename Mr. 8. And hidden beneath these identities is my true identity. The captain of the Royal Guard of the Alabasta Kingdom, a Karam. Nani, X100. Now, not only Luffy and the others were shocked, but even the bounty hunters who had just been defeated by Sanji were astonished. Hey, Karam, what happened to you? The blue-haired girl, who was hiding to the side, rushed out as Mr. Wednesday. Who is she? Nami instinctively asked. To her surprise, Karam immediately answered. She is Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom, who led me to infiltrate Baroque Works. Nani. Everyone was shocked again. In less than 10 minutes, everyone learned a bizarre story. When the Alabasta Kingdom fell into civil strife, Princess Vivi discovered the existence of Baroque Works. She decided to go undercover and gradually became a senior officer. They recently learned that what the boss behind Baroque Works meant by building an ideal country was actually to seize the power of the Alabasta Kingdom. I have to say, this is really haha, how interesting. Is there really such a thing? Luffy was the first to express his opinion. A conspiracy between the kingdom and the bounty hunter organization? Sanji lit a cigarette and sighed. Looks like we've learned something incredible. Stop talking nonsense. Nami interrupted the group. Anyone who has the guts to seize a kingdom's power must be someone we can't afford to provoke. So we should gather enough magnetic force here and leave as soon as possible. Nami's thoughts were indeed very correct. But, old man, who is that person? Luffy casually asked. Don't, Nami exclaimed, reaching to remove the talisman from Ikaram's head. But it was too late. He is the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, with a bounty of 81 million berries. Ikaram's voice rang out loudly throughout the small town. At this moment, the bounty hunters who had just been in shock suddenly showed expressions of wanting to die. Weird, why did these guys suddenly change like this? Sanji looked puzzled. I think it must be because of those two up there. The voice of White Knight rang out, and his finger pointed to 2 animals on the roof not far from everyone, a sea otter and a vulture. What an unfortunate combination. Princess Vivi, exposed, looked utterly despairing. They were operatives specifically tasked with conveying information to Crocodile. As soon as the words left their mouths, the creature resembling a sea otter displayed several images to the crowd. The drawings are quite good. Usopp instinctively commented as he looked at the images of the Straw Hat crew. But then he suddenly thought of something. Hey. Doesn't this mean we're being treated as enemies too? We have to stop them, Zoro. Just as Usopp was about to take out his slingshot, the sea otter and vulture found knives pressed against their necks, cold sweat instantly appearing on their foreheads. Zoro spoke up. Could you please not move? In fact, Zoro, who had awakened his observation haki, had sensed their presence the moment the two animals appeared. That's how he was able to react in time. Zoro can be quite reliable sometimes. Nami couldn't help but exclaim. But then she turned to Icolum and said, "Is it really only 81 million berries? White Knight has a bounty of 100 million, and Luffy has 60 million berries. Is that sand crocodile really that formidable?" Icolum, initially astonished by his earlier experience of being controlled, explained after hearing Nami's question, "It's not like that. After Crocodile became a warlord of the sea, he wouldn't be put on the bounty list again, which is why his bounty hasn't increased. Moreover, he is a Logia-type sand fruit user. Not only can he create massive sandstorms, but he also possesses the characteristic of being invulnerable to attacks." Icolum thought that after saying this, the people in front of him would recognize the seriousness of the situation. However, to his surprise, they did not show the fear he had imagined. "What is the big deal? He is just a Logia-type fruit user." Usopp, whose horizons had long been broadened, felt less tense after hearing this. If that is all there is to it, it's no wonder that Crocodile's bounty is only 81 million. Icolum, Princess Vivi, only 81 million. It's still better not to be too careless. Just then, White Knight spoke up. The establishment of the Warlords of the Sea system was meant to balance the powers on the ocean. They are recognized by the world government as notorious pirates, possessing catastrophic destructive power and combat strength that rivals nations. They are also one of the three major powers alongside the Yonko and the Navy headquarters, known as the Grand Line. Only pirates with high notoriety or overwhelming strength that can intimidate others are qualified to be chosen as warlords of the sea. Bai Ye did not intend to scare everyone, nor did he deliberately create a tense atmosphere. He truly believed that Crocodile, the sand alligator, was not as weak as portrayed in the manga. This is a real world where the world government considers him a figure comparable to the four emperors in the Navy. How could he possibly be defeated in such a manner? It might really be a plot-driven defeat. Moreover, the original work later detailed Crocodile's strength. First, during the Marineford War, Crocodile fought to a standstill with Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was someone that Luffy could only defeat with all his strength after 2 years of training. Then there's the information provided in the film Strong World. Crocodile made a name for himself on the seas after encountering Barrett, a former crew member of the Roger Pirates, when he was 20 years old, and the battle ended in a draw. Everyone, that's Barrett. Considering all this information, Bai Ye naturally had to prepare for the possibility that Crocodile's strength would far exceed everyone's expectations. In this case, it seems we should hurry and run. After hearing Bai Ye's explanation, Nami was the first to speak up. Meanwhile, Vivi was having her own thoughts. She knew that even if they were unfortunately caught, it would only delay Crocodile from learning about their plans. Although the two of them were already aware of his conspiracy, relying solely on Alabasta's own strength might not be enough to stop that great pirate. Without evidence, they couldn't report him to the Navy. So perhaps they could seek help from pirates? This blue-haired girl pondered, and she wanted to take a gamble. "Can you please help me?" Vivi stepped in front of the Straw Hat crew, mustering all her courage as she shouted, "Princess Vivi?" Icolum was stunned, completely not understanding why the princess would do this. Vivi thought to herself, "I must be crazy actually asking a pirate for help to take down another pirate." But even so, she continued to shout at everyone, "I have seen your deeds at sea. You have always been defeating pirates, right? As the Princess of Alabasta, I ask for your help. Help my country." By this point, Princess Vivi was already in tears. "I don't know what to do anymore." At this moment, she was at her wit's end and was ready to kneel to plead for help from the people in front of her. Just as she was about to kneel, she suddenly felt someone lift her up. Seeing the beautiful girl in tears made my heart ache. "So how could I let you do such a thing?" Vivi looked up, and it was Sanji who helped her up. At this time, Nami and Usopp also felt a bit emotional. They had both experienced similar situations. For Nami, it was Crocodile wanting to steal from the Koya family, and for Usopp, it was Arlong's brutal rule over his village. Because of this, they could empathize even more. In that case, let our captain make the decision. Bai Ye saw the expressions of the crowd and turned to look at Luffy, wondering if he should agree to her request to go to the Alabasta kingdom and defeat that warlord of the sea. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Luffy. Luffy tilted his head and said, "Sounds interesting. Then let us go to Alabasta. Let's deal with that Baroque Works." Hearing this, Vivi's eyes rekindled with hope. She looked at Luffy, then at Bai Ye, Nami, and the others. Feeling their sincere gazes, her nose tinged with emotion again. This time it wasn't despair, but hope. "However, before setting sail, we should deal with those two guys who have been hiding over there." Sanji, supporting Princess Vivi, suddenly turned his head to one side and said, "Ha ha ha, have we been discovered?" Upon hearing this, Miss Valentine, dressed in a gothic dress and holding an umbrella, no longer hid. She was a user of the float fruit, able to freely change her weight. At that moment, she had adjusted her weight to 0.1 kilograms floating in the air. Princess Vivi, I have a piece of news that might disappoint you. Valentine's partner, Mr. 5, also stepped out from beside her. The boss has already discovered your undercover identity. Valentine and I were sent to deal with you. Then he looked at the Straw Hat crew beside Vivi. Since you already know our Baroque Works secret, we can only leave you here. Listen up, I am the exploding man who has eaten the bomb fruit I just need. Earthquake, dragon roar. Before Mr. 5 could finish, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked open, quickly biting the two as if they were prey. What? X2 both were astonished and looked at Bai Ye. How could this person not follow the rules of combat? Shouldn't they wait for me to finish explaining my fruit ability and then exchange information before starting the fight? Can't you let someone finish their words? Looking at the bewildered expressions of the two, Bai Ye thought he absolutely could not witness Mr. 5 picking his nose to use as a bomb. That is so disgusting. At this moment, Princess Vivi spoke up. They are higher-ranking executives than I and Icolum. Since they said my identity has been exposed, it means time is running out. Mr. Luffy, Miss Nami, Mr. Bai Ye. Vivi thought for a moment and then called out to the others. I need to hurry back to Alabasta. Upon hearing this, Luffy clapped his hands. Then it's decided, our next destination is Alabasta. Oh, everyone responded in unison. However, despite saying this, they still needed to wait for the record pointer to gather enough magnetic force before setting sail. So they had to stay in town for a while. Fortunately, there was plenty of food and drink here. Princess Vivi, Icolum, disguised in women's clothing, suddenly appeared in front of everyone, nearly prompting Sanji to kick him away due to his flower-like appearance. I've decided to disguise myself as Your Highness the Princess and leave first. This way, I can at least draw some of Baroque Works' pursuit away. Icolum spoke earnestly, but Bai Ye suddenly interrupted. No need for that, uncle. No matter how many pursuers there are, just come at us. Bai Ye smiled lightly. We are quite strong. Icolum, that's true, but why does Lord Bai Ye watch others speak? Bai Ye, what do you look like? Don't you have any self-awareness? Mr. Bai Ye is right. At this moment, IKA Lem and Vivi spoke up. Just come back to Alabasta with us. No way. Bai Ye interrupted again. Although I said that the uncle doesn't need to sacrifice himself to draw the pursuers away, I never said that the uncle should come with us. IKA Lem, Vivi, hey, Bai Ye, can't you just say everything at once? Nami is a bit speechless on the side. Sorry. White Knight laughed heartily and then said, my idea is very simple. Before we reach Alabasta to deal with Crocodile, let's have the uncle go back and resolve part of the crisis first. Vivi, Bai Ye flipped his wrist, and a brand new talisman appeared in his hand. I remember you said, Vivi, that Alabasta is experiencing a drought, right? I remember you said, Vivi, that Alabasta is experiencing a drought, right? Bai Ye said, that's right. Mr. Bai Ye, what do you mean? Hearing Bai Ye's words, Vivi asked with some confusion. Just call me Bai Ye. Since my captain has decided to help you, you are now a friend of our pirate crew. Bai Ye looked at Luffy, who was picking his nose beside him, and continued, these talismans can be considered our Straw Hat crew's first help. With these, we can temporarily alleviate the drought crisis in Alabasta. After all, that sand crocodile guy might do something. As he spoke, Bai Ye handed the talismans to Icolum. Vivi and Icolum were somewhat puzzled, looking at the yellow paper in confusion. Don't worry, Vivi, Bai Ye's talismans are really effective, Nami said, putting her arm around Vivi's shoulder. That's right. The one used on the uncle before was one of Bai Ye's talismans, Usopp added. Did Bai Ye bring out new treasures again? Luffy said with curiosity, looking at Bai Ye and laughing. Let me see, Bai Ye. Hey, Luffy. Those are meant for the Alabasta crisis. Don't just speak for yourself. Sanji couldn't help but sigh while rubbing his forehead upon hearing this. Since the captain said so, let's demonstrate a bit. Bai Ye looked at Luffy with helplessness and spoke. Then, Zoro stayed behind to watch over the unfortunate duo who had been knocked out, as well as the explosive man, while the others followed Bai Ye outside. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening, and everyone formed a circle around Bai Ye. The latter showed no signs of nervousness, even seeming to enjoy it. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a talisman. The rain-calling talisman, as the name suggests, is a talisman that can summon rain. In simple terms, it gathers the water elements from the air through the magic array on the talisman to achieve the effect of rainfall. Bai Ye pinched the talisman and threw it fiercely into the air above his head. Rain talisman, activate. It really started to rain. In no time, Luffy jumped up excitedly, even opening his mouth wide to catch the raindrops, eager to see if they would taste good. Nami, Usopp, and the others, though they already knew the answer, were still quite surprised by Bai Ye's method. As for Vivi and Akaram, they had already slumped to the ground. It wasn't just because they were shocked, but because they knew that Alabasta might really be saved. Then, everyone returned to the room. After all, no one was foolish enough to stay outside, getting drenched in the rain. Except for Luffy, who was dragged into the room by Bai Ye by the collar of his shirt. After entering the room, another incident occurred when Sanji was picked on by Zoro for being drenched in rainwater, leading to a brawl that was eventually quelled by Nami. At this moment, Vivi also recalled what Bai Ye had said earlier. Bai Ye, why did you say Crocodile would do something? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye shrugged and said, it's just a guess, based on your information. He has been lurking for years to seize Alabasta's power. Naturally, he doesn't want his plans to fail. But just at the last moment, you appeared. Bai Ye paused for a moment and continued. A guy like him would naturally send assassins to eliminate you as a variable at the first opportunity. But at the same time, he would also prepare for contingencies. In case Vivi isn't dead, or if someone else learns about his plan. If you leak information, it could easily render everything he has done before useless. Therefore, he only has one choice in front of him, to quickly kill you while advancing his own plans. In fact, Bai Ye's words were also a speculation based on the subsequent plot of the original work. So what will he do? Usopp, who was listening intently, decisively took on the role of the straight man. I don't know the specifics, but maybe he will incite the royal army to join the rebel army, or perhaps frame the royal family. In any case, to intensify the conflict between the two sides without being able to act openly. Crocodile will definitely make more people die in Alabasta. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Vivi was already so scared that she covered her mouth. So you brought out the talisman to ease the conflict between the rebel army and the royal family? Nami also understood Bai Ye's line of thought. That's right. Bai Ye nodded and continued, and also to give Crocodile a headache. During the Alabasta incident, Crocodile was in the dark while the royal family was in the light. Now, we are in the dark and Crocodile is in the light. Once it rains again in Alabasta, it will inevitably make Crocodile suspicious and launch an investigation. During this period, he will naturally choose to hold back and observe the situation. Of course, this can only delay things for a short time. In the end, Bai Ye made such a summary. That's enough. This is sufficient. Vivi looked at Bai Ye with a grateful expression. Perhaps according to Bai Ye's plan, they could really succeed. It was only at this moment that Vivi felt a bit relaxed. Haha, that's right. Bai Ye's plan is always great, Luffy said with a laugh while eating meat. Although Luffy didn't understand, it didn't stop him from praising Bai Ye. Vivi then looked deeply at Bai Ye and nodded. Yes. Bai Ye is a very reliable person. Not only reliable, but also a very frightening little brother. Suddenly, a strange female voice came from outside the room. With a creaking sound, a mature woman with black hair and slightly dark skin walked in. She continued, as expected of the celestial master Bai Ye, whose initial bounty reached 100 million berries. At this moment, Vivi's face changed drastically, and she exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this code name, Nami immediately reacted. Is she from Baroque Works? Who is her partner? Mr. Zero, the boss crocodile. Luffy exclaimed from the side. So she is a bad person. Vivi looked a bit tense and continued. I learned about Sand Crocodile's identity by tracking her. To be precise, I was the one who told you to track her, she said with a light laugh, stunning Sanji with her cold beauty. Upon closer inspection, isn't she a beautiful lady? Luffy then clapped his hands. Oh, so she is a good person. Hearing this, Vivi was first taken aback, then realized, if that's the case, then the one who informed Crocodile is you, right? That's correct, she replied. Luffy said, so you're still a bad person. Zoro added, can you shut up? He was annoyed and asked, what is your purpose in doing this? Vivi frowned, looking at her. She felt a bit nervous, facing someone whose stance was completely unclear, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the woman showed no change in expression and even walked into the room, sitting down opposite Bai Ye, with her long legs crossed. She said indifferently, who knows about such things? Then she looked at the Straw Hat crew. I originally just wanted to see the outcome of a foolish princess try to save her country, but I didn't expect to encounter you guys. The Straw Hat Pirates with an initial bounty of 245 million berries. Quite surprising indeed. Hearing this, Bai Ye on the opposite side also spoke. It's a surprise to meet you here as well, Nico Robin. Upon hearing this name, Robin was first taken aback, then looked at Bai Ye with great interest. I didn't expect the Celestial Master to know my identity. It's truly an honor. No choice. Bai Ye showed a helpless expression. I have a hobby, which is to collect all the bounties on this sea. After all, there are quite a few people in this world who have astonishing strength and background, but prefer to act as if they're just ordinary. And my captain is the kind of person who easily gets into trouble, so it's better to be prepared. I assenti it. Saying this, Bai Ye flipped his wrist and took out a bounty poster. The Devil Child who could destroy 6 Navy warships at the age of 8, with a bounty of 79 million. As Bai Ye spoke, he smiled and said, in comparison, I feel a bit ashamed to have only reached a bounty of 100 million at my age. After hearing Bai Ye's words, everyone in the room fell into shock. One by one. Amazing. Luffy's eyes sparkled. 79 million. Zoro muttered this number, remaining silent. Destroying 6 warships? Ha! Robin chuckled lightly, then returned to her cool demeanor. Such things are trivial. Then, just like in the original story, Robin mentioned the dangers of Little Garden to Luffy and handed him an eternal pointer leading to Alabasta. Just as Vivi was in turmoil, Luffy had already crushed the pointer and declared that they didn't need her to decide their course. Unlike in the original, however, Robin unexpectedly offered to help take Icolum to Alabasta. What? Vivi was completely confused. What do you want to do? Do you want to help Crocodile or help Alabasta? In response to Vivi's probing question, Robin remained calm. Who knows? Perhaps I'm just acting on a whim. So how will you choose? Robin looked at Bai Ye. I understand your plans, and I know you have obtained the eternal pointer for Mr. 5. However, on the Grand Line, facing the unknown ahead, what are the chances that gentleman will survive? Robin was naturally referring to Icolum. Perhaps as a celestial master you have a way, but it should be less secure than if I escort him personally. She stared at Bai Ye, her eyes seemingly filled with an inexplicable expectation. What will you choose? Then I'll trouble you, Miss Robin. To Robin's surprise, Bai Ye nodded and agreed directly. She had imagined many outcomes, but this was the only one she hadn't considered. For a moment, the gaze directed at Bai Ye was somewhat intense. Interesting, I really want to know what kind of person you are, Mr. Bai Ye. Well, there will always be opportunities. Perhaps we will become partners in the future. Who knows? Bai Ye said in a half-joking tone. At this moment, Vivi spoke up. Bai Ye, do you really want to let Icolum? Your Highness, I am willing to go. At this time, Icolum took the initiative to speak. In order to help the princess and Alabasta more quickly, I am willing to leave with Miss Robin. Hearing this, Bai Ye was somewhat surprised. He agreed because he knew Robin was not a bad person. Icolum's action, however, was akin to heading towards possible death. Truly, he is the captain of the Alabasta Guard. It's fortunate that the people of Alabasta are loyal enough to the king. Otherwise, they might not have been able to wait for Vivi to uncover the truth. Icolum. Vivi was also somewhat moved. She stepped forward and hugged the uncle with the big curly hair, softly saying, wait for me to come back. No problem, Your Highness. Then, everyone went to the port, watching as Robin and Icolum rode away on a giant turtle, which caused Luffy to exclaim in surprise. After resolving these matters, everyone began to prepare for departure. Nami quickly swept away the treasures of this small town. Although most were handed over to Crocodile, thanks to the accumulation over the years, Nami still found nearly 100 million berries worth of treasure, making the little thief excited for quite a while. As for Bai Ye, he still had some finishing touches to do. First, there was the unfortunate duo. These two oddballs were also synonymous with being elusive. Although it wouldn't matter if he killed them directly, Bai Ye still decided to let them go back. Of course, before that, he used a puppet talisman to control them. This way, Crocodile would only know that Vivi was not dead, but wouldn't realize it was the Straw Hat crew that provided help. This could also create some suspicion in Crocodile. Secondly, there was the bomb guy and his partner. Bai Ye still followed a familiar process. He had certain arrangements for these two. After the recording pointer was fully charged, the Straw Hat crew, along with Vivi and her pet Psyduck, Not, quickly ran aboard the Going Merry. Are these people human? As soon as they boarded the ship, Vivi was a bit dazed. She looked at the paper figures moving back and forth doing work and was puzzled. These are paper figures, and they are one of Bai Ye's treasures. Nami explained to Vivi. Are they also Bai Ye's treasures? Vivi looked at Bai Ye, thinking about these magical existences, from the puppet talisman at the beginning, to the rain summoning talisman later, and now the paper figures. She couldn't help but ask, how many treasures does Bai Ye have? To Vivi's surprise, upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew all froze. Right? Luffy clapped his hands and said, I don't even know how many treasures Bai Ye has. And when can I get into that inner scene? That's right, elixirs, talismans, and these paper figures. Bai Ye, how many more things are you hiding? Nami turned around to ask. Don't forget, there's also Bai Ye's golden aura. Usopp added. That's something that can help Luffy and the others awaken their haki. I'm more concerned about how many spiritual medicines Bai Ye has. Sanji slowly spoke up. Now that you mention it, I'm also curious if you have better wine. Zoro looked at Bai Ye after being reminded by Sanji. Faced with several pairs of curious eyes, Bai Ye clapped his hands and said, since that's the case, let's talk about it in detail and also boost everyone's combat power. I mentioned this before. On the Going Merry, Bai Ye looked at everyone who had already sat in a row on the deck and said, I am a Taoist and can provide logistical support for my companions. After seeing a few people nod, Bai Ye continued, this is not just talk. My methods do indeed have many suitable ways to support everyone. Bai Ye flipped his wrist, and a few talismans appeared in his hand. First of all, there is the talisman technique, which is the most practical and versatile method in my Taoist sect. Bai Ye pinched a talisman and threw it towards the sea beside him. Freeze talisman. Activate. An astonishing chill erupted from the location of the talisman, instantly freezing a section of the sea. However, compared to the strange gate technique Bai Ye used back then, it was still far from sufficient. This was an offensive talisman. Then, Bai Ye pinched another talisman and threw it at Luffy. Body shield talisman. Activate. This time the commotion was much smaller but still magical, as a layer of faint golden light enveloped Luffy. This was a defensive talisman. Bai Ye spoke up, wow, so powerful. Luffy looked at the light on him, excited. Hey Zoro, come and hit me. Zoro, with a smile on his lips, replied, I've been waiting for this day, Captain. Ding ding ding. In an instant, the ship was filled with Luffy's loud laughter and Zoro's exasperated voice. Bind talisman, activate. Bai Ye leisurely tossed 2 talismans towards Luffy and Zoro. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them stood completely still. However, this only lasted for about half a minute, and they soon regained their ability to move. This was an auxiliary type of talisman. After the introduction, Bai Ye took out a stack of sorted talismans and distributed them among the group. These are some of the most commonly used talismans that I have organized. Take them. If used properly in battle, they might give you an advantage. The group accepted Bai Ye's gift without any hesitation. After all, it was a good thing given by their vice captain. However, Luffy eagerly prepared to experiment with all of them immediately, only to be stopped by Nami's iron fist. Then, Bai Ye spoke again, based on the characteristics of the talismans. I have also prepared some gifts for Nami and Usopp. X2 upon hearing this, both Nami and Usopp were shocked. Although Bai Ye had mentioned wanting to enhance everyone's combat power, they only thought it was aimed at Luffy and the others, as they were the main combatants of the pirate crew. They never expected that gifts were prepared for them as well. Nami. Bai Ye called out to Nami, flipping his wrist to reveal a stick in his hand. Is this my 3-section staff? Nami instinctively said upon seeing the stick. In the original work, Nami's weapon is the 3-section staff, which was later modified by Usopp into the first-generation weather stick during the Alabasta arc. That's right, but I've engraved some talismans on it. They are ice, fire, thunder, and wind. Bai Ye explained to Nami how to use it while speaking. As a navigator, using these elements to create different weather conditions to fight against enemies should be the most suitable for you. After summarizing, Bai Ye handed the weather stick to Nami. That's great, Bai Ye. This is exactly what I wanted. Nami said excitedly to Bai Ye, seeing the weather stick that Bai Ye prepared for Nami. Usopp couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, unsure of what gift he would receive. Usopp. At this moment, Bai Ye also looked at Usopp, flipping his wrist to reveal 2 exquisite handguns in his hands. That's right, these are not firearms from a skewed technology tree in the world of One Piece, but handguns from Bai Ye's previous life on Blue Star. Of course, in his past life, Bai Ye was a Taoist and didn't know much about handguns. He only knew about a model that appeared in many movies, the Desert Eagle. So he replicated these 2 elemental handguns. Now what's this? Is it a gift for me? At the first sight of the handguns, Usopp couldn't take his eyes off them. Just their cool appearance made him fall in love with them completely. Although he usually preferred using a slingshot as a weapon, he suddenly wanted to shout, such guns are the greatest romance for a man. Seeing Usopp drooling, Bai Ye found it somewhat amusing and continued, as the only sniper on the ship, who else would they be for if not you? Then, Bai Ye began to explain. These 2 handguns are no different from ordinary firearms. They're fired by pulling the trigger. However, there are differences as well. First of all, this gun has no bullets. Or rather, it doesn't need bullets. Bai Ye explained the principles to Usopp. I had engraved 5 elements on the grip of this pistol. As long as you activate the corresponding mark before firing, you can shoot elemental bullets. As for the power and combinations of these elements, you'll need to figure that out yourself. After hearing Bai Ye's introduction, Usopp felt that the gunslinger's spirit within him had officially awakened. He even had some ideas in his mind, such as whether igniting fire with lightning would cause an explosion. At that moment, Bai Ye continued, although these gifts can greatly enhance your strength, they are still not enough when facing some strong opponents. So, training in Haki cannot stop. You must at least awaken one type of Haki. The 2, who were originally happy because of the gifts, instantly felt deflated. However, Bai Ye didn't care. Next, he mentioned the pills. As of now, the pills I can refine all have healing and blood replenishing effects. For example, the healing pill that Zoro took, the blood-replenishing pill, and the recovery pill that Koya consumed, etc. This time, Bai Ye didn't bring out a bunch of elixirs for everyone to test. That would be completely insane, right? So he just arrogantly said, from now on, when we encounter strong enemies, there will be plenty of elixirs. Upon hearing this, Luffy and Zoro simultaneously smiled, not knowing what they were thinking. Then, Bai Ye looked at Zoro, flipped his wrist, and the Tai Chi sword he used during his battle with Hawkeye appeared in his hand. Zoro, take a look at this sword. Saying this, he handed the sword to Zoro. After receiving the sword, Zoro immediately sensed its extraordinary quality due to his keen perception of swords. He began to test it without caring about anyone else, even comparing it with his own Wado Ikemanji. It seemed to possess an extraordinary level of strength and sharpness beyond its material. That's right, Bai Ye took the sword back. Confirming Zoro's guess, this is what I can help you with, a unique forging technique of our Dao sect. Just as Luffy and the others were heading to the Little Garden, a major event occurred in the East Sea. Monka took advantage of Carp sleeping while standing and knocked the naval hero down with an axe, thus earning the title of Axe Emperor. When Kobe saw Carp sleeping while standing, he also remembered what Luffy had said. It turns out that you can really sleep while standing. Moreover, the names Monkey D. Carp and Monkey D. Luffy are too similar. Later, Carp, having witnessed Kobe's determination, chose to take him under his wing for training. Vice Admiral Carp, I will definitely become a just Navy officer. Kobe said. Carp first laughed heartily and said, then prove it to me, kid. Then, in a tone of frustration, Carp said, that kid Luffy actually went to become a pirate. But Carp thought of Bai Ye's name and Sengoku's evaluation of him, meticulous and extremely arrogant. He couldn't help but grin and say, that brat has found a good partner. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. Bai Ye smiled and said to Luffy, just now, he demonstrated to everyone on the deck how he used chi to condense two ordinary swords into one. This earned him a round of applause from Luffy, and even Zoro was somewhat moved. As the only swordsman on the ship, and a three-sword style swordsman at that, his reliance on weapons is undoubtedly the greatest. Although he can also use techniques like no sword style and one sword style, three sword style remains his foundation. After all, he has thought of so many cool names for his techniques. When he fought against Mihawk, he clearly felt the disadvantage of having only two swords aside from his sword, Wado Ikemanji. If he had used the skills he has now during that fight, he might have been able to last a second longer. With this thought in mind, Zoro looked at Bai Ye, his eyes filled with anticipation. Leave the snow walk to me. Bai Ye opened his mouth and said, in this world, swords are divided into 5 levels. Ordinary, fast sword, good fast sword, great fast sword, and supreme great fast sword. The snow sword belongs to the category of good fast swords, one of the 50 crafted by artisans, and can be considered a transitional sword for Zoro in the early stages. After fighting against a colonel from the Navy headquarters and Dragon Horse, it was buried in the terrifying 3-masted ship. Therefore, Bai Ye is preparing to strengthen the snow sword. After obtaining the snow sword, Bai Ye took out the sword mold he had prepared earlier and began to refine and merge the two. Although Bai Ye could directly refine the snow sword and inscribe a magic formation to enhance its sharpness and sturdiness, that would completely lock the upper limit of the snow sword, and Bai Ye would not be able to refine it a second time. When they eventually reached the terrifying 3-masted ship, the snow sword would still be eliminated by the autumn water. However, by using the sword mold for refining and upgrading, although the effect would be diminished, it could provide another possibility for the snow sword in the future, which is to become nourishment for Enma. Only someone like Bai Ye, who possesses refining skills, would dare to think of feeding a top-tier good fast sword to a great fast sword. As for the Ichimonji and the 3rd-generation Ghost Slash, Bai Ye re-refined them from the inside. Simply put, these 2 swords are now equivalent to 2 new swords personally crafted by Bai Ye. As for why Bai Ye is doing this, on one hand, both swords have greater growth potential than the snow sword. On the other hand, Bai Ye is not planning to only refine swords for Zoro. Then, Bai Ye flipped his wrist, and 2 items appeared in his hand again. However, these were not for Zoro, but for Luffy and Sanji. This is a gift I prepared for you. A pair of metal gauntlets and a pair of metal shoes. At the peak of ancient Chi practitioners, a special sect emerged in the field of refining, the Heavenly Furnace sect. This sect is renowned for customizing magical artifacts for the strong, which not only allow the user to wield them effortlessly, but also exponentially amplify the user's abilities. They are especially suitable for those who follow the path of physical combat. These gauntlets and shoes were crafted by Bai Ye, referencing the refining methods of the Heavenly Furnace sect. Zoro's 2 swords were also re-refined by Bai Ye using this method. Fortunately, the power system in the world of One Piece is weaker than that of Chi practitioners. Otherwise, Bai Ye wouldn't be able to do this so easily. Gift. Luffy's eyes lit up. Is it something to eat? Bai Ye, what's going on with suddenly not wanting to give it? Is it the leather shoes? Sanji looked at the gift Bai Ye handed over. The leather shoes were heavy, even seeming to be made of more than just metal. When Sanji put on the shoes, he suddenly realized they began to change rapidly, instantly fitting snugly around his feet. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the once heavy shoes had transformed into the weight of ordinary shoes. Although he hadn't T-tested it, Sanji had a feeling that kicking someone with these shoes would definitely hurt. On the other side, wow, so amazing. Luffy had already put on the boxing gloves, which, like Sanji's shoes, instantly conformed to the shape of his hands, and the movement at each joint was very agile. What intrigued Luffy even more was that the gloves could change along with him. For example, when Luffy stretched out his 5 fingers, the gloves still fit perfectly. This made Luffy incredibly excited, and he happily started dancing, waving his fingers around. Until bang! As the white night fades, the golden light spell reveals Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji in front of him. The Celestial Furnace sect is not only skilled in weapon forging, but also famous for its unique nurturing technique. This method, naturally recorded in the Taoist scriptures, is the spirit nurturing refinement method. In simple terms, it involves constantly refining the weapon, using one's own power to achieve unlimited advancements, and even the awakening of intelligence in the weapon. If Bai Ye were to describe it, it would be a luxurious, upgraded version of the domineering technique of nurturing swords in this world. After all, nurturing a sword with domineering is merely about using armed color domineering to cultivate the sword day and night, allowing it to evolve into a black blade. In other words, it's about making the sword smooth and polished. The spirit nurturing refinement method that Bai Ye teaches the 3 of them not only utilizes domineering, but also incorporates his own mental power, which is the key to allowing the weapon to awaken intelligence. Once the weapon begins to evolve, the improvements it brings are unimaginable for the 3 of them. Of course, this is not something that can be accomplished overnight. So, in a sense, Bai Ye has not significantly enhanced the strength of Luffy and the others. It's similar to having them awaken their domineering abilities in advance. They have merely come into contact with this power early. Given the domineering energy they currently possess, they might still be reliable against Smoker. However, against Crocodile, they might feel a bit intimidated. This is understandable, as the opponents they will face in the future are almost all strong figures who have been famous on the seas for many years. Whether it's fruit abilities or domineering, they have cultivated these powers for over a decade or even several decades longer than Luffy and the others. To think that simply having domineering would allow them to compete with these strong figures is quite naive. This is also the reason why Bai Ye chose to enhance his companion strength from all aspects. After hearing Bai Ye's introduction, Luffy and the others felt a surge of excitement. After all, what man hasn't dreamed of having a weapon that grows infinitely through his own efforts? After receiving Bai Ye's gift, the Straw Hat crew was extremely excited. Only Vivi felt a bit downcast. Although she understood her identity, seeing the others so thrilled made her feel a bit melancholic. But soon, this sadness was swept away. She had more important things to do now. What she didn't know was that Bai Ye was watching her expressions closely from the side. Just as he wanted to say something, he had to turn around to deal with other matters first. Hey Nami, stop playing with that stick and pay attention to the course. Luffy, Usopp, no attacking each other. Those are your weapons, not toys. Zoro, are you an idiot too? Sanji is wearing leather shoes, and if you slash at his calves, it's definitely going to break. Focus, you guys. Golden light, spell Vice Captain's punishment. Sorry, we won't do it again. X5 watching the group leave with swollen faces, Bai Ye felt a bit helpless. It was one thing for the others. But how could even Nami be so unreliable? It's all Luffy's fault. Haha. Seeing the Straw Hat crew's love-hate interactions, Princess Vivi couldn't help but laugh. The tension caused by her concern for Alabasta also eased significantly. You really don't look like great pirates, but they're still very reliable partners, aren't they? Bai Ye smiled gently at everyone, which was precisely why he chose to board the ship. Sailing on the Grand Line is quite dangerous. Within just a few days of sailing, the Straw Hat crew encountered dolphins larger than the Mary. There was a sudden downpour and inexplicable whirlpools. Of course, these occurrences are not constant. Most of the time, the journey is rather monotonous. Luffy wanted Bai Ye to give him a treasure that would allow him to catch fish directly. Bai Ye refused, saying not to think that he has everything, and that if one could catch fish directly, what fun would fishing be? Afterwards, Psyduck, ran fast and put on a show in front of everyone. dramatically fainting after drinking soda quickly. Even Zoro couldn't help but call him an idiot, leading to being bitten. During this time, Bai Ye also took the opportunity to review his current combat techniques. First are the two methods he uses most frequently, the Golden Light spell and the Chiman technique. The former is for close combat, while the latter is for ranged attacks. Regarding the Golden Light spell, Bai Ye has progressed from beginner to the stage of Chi transformation. Next, the Golden Light spell will develop in two directions. One is the degree of refinement. As the amount of Chi increases, the Golden Light will become increasingly refined, ultimately reaching a point of being indestructible and able to break anything. The other is the precision of control. During the battle against the Smoke Man, Bai Ye could only transform the Golden Light into the shape of a stick. It wasn't that he particularly liked the stick, but rather that his control over the Golden Light did not allow him to freely shape it into other forms. Therefore, as Bai Ye's precision in manipulating the Golden Light improved, he would be able to unleash greater potential from the Golden Light spell in the future. For example, he could condense the Golden Light into a thin string to directly control his opponent. Of course, all of this was preparation for the final stage of the Golden Light spell, which involved the Golden Light being retracted and nourishing itself. That is the true purpose of the Golden Light spell. It is important to note that Long Hushin is a top sect that practices both life and death cultivation. The goal of the Golden Light spell has never been to create a protective Golden Light, but rather to enhance one's own life cultivation through the refinement of Golden Light. However, to reach this level, Bai Ye still had a long way to go. The art of Chiman is undeniably the most difficult Taoist technique to cultivate. Even though Bai Ye possesses a full-level comprehension buff, he still hasn't been able to fully master the entire Fengho Chiman. As of now, he still cannot grasp the essence of the Chiman technique represented by the Qian and Kuan trigrams, which symbolize the energies of heaven and earth. Fortunately, after practicing Chiman for so long, Bai Ye's temperament has improved significantly, allowing him to understand that such things cannot be rushed. He once calculated in a Chiman setup that his opportunity to break through the Qian and Kuan trigrams would come during the Great Voyage. Moreover, it wouldn't be a last-minute breakthrough between life and death, which reassured Bai Ye quite a bit. Aside from the Golden Light spell and Chiman techniques, Bai Ye's remaining combat skills come from his own Wudong martial arts. Wudong has many unique skills, but Bai Ye primarily uses two. The first is the top-tier lightness skill, Wudong Tiyun Zong, which can be compared to the Navy's 6 styles, the most commonly practiced martial arts at sea. Tiyun Zong can achieve effects similar to shaving, moonwalking, and paper drawing. In simple terms, it allows for fast movement and the ability to ascend, which is essentially evasion. This could easily be taught to Sanji, who relies heavily on his legs and should be able to learn it quickly, thereby enhancing his strength considerably. The next skill is the Tai Chi method. Compared to the Navy's 6 styles, it may not have the distinctive effects of iron blocks, storm kicks, or finger guns, but it is Tai Chi. The Navy's 6 styles are merely the most universally applicable martial arts in this world, while Tai Chi embodies the essence of Master Zhang's martial arts. Bai Ye even has the idea of teaching Luffy Tai Chi, of course. This would only involve the movements, without any internal energy techniques, since Luffy hasn't cultivated the pure Yang Wu Ji Gong. However, Bai Ye remains curious about whether Luffy, who seems a bit silly but learns incredibly fast, can master the Tai Chi of the founder. If he truly learns it, it would be quite interesting. In future battles against Kaido and Big Mom, if Luffy uses Tai Chi push hands to borrow strength against the two physically powerful Sea Emperors, would it break their defenses? As for Zoro, Bai Ye has no intention of teaching him Tai Chi sword techniques. At most, they would just spar for mutual verification. But that's a matter for later. What they need to enhance most now is their haki. To understand their current levels, the best way is to find a strong opponent to fight. Coincidentally, Bai Ye knows that at their next destination, there are two potential masters who might possess haki. These are the two captains of the giant soldier pirate crew who set sail 100 years ago, the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Bragi. Although the anime Bai Ye watched didn't explicitly indicate that the two had armament haki when they used the Elbaf spear to unleash their power, their weapons displayed both blue and red colors. Furthermore, Dongli was able to inflict damage on Luffy with his fists during their confrontation. Therefore, Bai Ye speculates that these two pirates, who had a bounty of 100 million from the start, at least possess armament haki. The next step is to take a trip to Little Garden to check it out. In Alabasta, another group of pirates has been driven away by Crocodile. That's right, Crocodile is truly a hero of Alabasta. If possible, why not let Crocodile be our king? That Cobra guy, shut up, he's our king. But he still can't solve our drought. You're too out of touch. Just 2 days ago, the captain of the kingdom's guard, Ikaram, returned to Alabasta and announced that he found a solution to the drought. After that, many towns starting from the center of the kingdom welcomed rain. And it's going to come here soon. Really? Long live King Cobral. At the port, Crocodile, who had just buried a group of pirates in a sandstorm, overheard the conversations of the crowd. In the past, during this time, he would usually feign friendliness and chat with everyone, but today he had no mood for that. Everything was due to that damned rain. Crocodile returned to his stronghold, the rain base. Upon entering the room, a golden-scaled crocodile was coiled there. However, upon seeing Crocodile for the first time, it tried hard to curl its body. At that moment, Crocodile's expression was too terrifying. The crocodile, which was only half the size of the room, looked quite comical as it desperately shrank its tiny feet. Hiv hiv. A sudden light laugh broke the silence in the room. Crocodile looked up with a gloomy face and said, "You seem quite happy, Miss All Sunday." Upon hearing this, Robin, who was sitting in a chair, showed no fear. Instead, she looked at Crocodile with great interest. Supporting her chin with her right hand, she said, "I just saw something amusing." Robin smiled faintly, "But you, Mr. Zero, seem quite unhappy. Is your plan about to fail?" "Oomph." Crocodile snorted coldly, stubbornly saying, "It's just a minor setback. The rain alone cannot save this country. As long as the dancing powder isn't resolved, this country will still rebel." At this moment, Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, looked at Robin through his golden hook. "But you, Miss All Sunday, really know nothing about this matter?" Crocodile's gaze was like a knife, piercing straight at Robin. "You don't trust me, Mr. Zero?" Robin didn't answer. She simply looked at Crocodile with an inscrutable expression. Crocodile fell silent, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. The crocodile beside him curled up even tighter, sensing that the atmosphere in the room was gradually solidifying. Just as it was about to flee, Crocodile spoke up. "Of course, I don't trust you, Miss All Sunday." Although Crocodile's voice remained gloomy, the tension in the room noticeably eased. A person who relies on betraying others to survive is not worthy of anyone's trust. For some reason, after hearing this, Robin suddenly thought of someone. That person could say without hesitation, "Then I trouble you, Miss Robin." Crocodile slowly continued, "You must understand, Nico Robin. There's only trade between us, no trust. So, do not let me discover that you plan to betray me." A sudden gust of sand and dust appeared in the room, sharp as a knife, resting against Robin's neck. "Once I discover you, I will kill you without hesitation." Feeling Crocodile's murderous intent, Robin was not surprised at all. Or rather, after meeting the Straw Hat crew, she had changed some of her thoughts. The Icolum Rain event was able to achieve results so quickly because Robin had put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. In fact, the Royal Army was already looking for ways to contact the Rebel Army. Taking advantage of this rain opportunity, they planned to expose Crocodile's conspiracy. They did not expect the disillusioned Rebel Army to believe them immediately. As long as they sowed doubt and caution about Crocodile, that would be enough. "Miss All Sunday." Crocodile spoke again, his voice back to normal. "Have Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's returned?" "It seems not, boss," Robin replied, restoring her usual expression, as if their earlier conversation had been just an illusion. Mr. Five was trying to make up for his failed mission and might have already arrived at the flower garden to meet Mr. Three. "Oomph." Crocodile coldly snorted in anger. A useless person who only relies on the devil fruit can't even capture an ordinary officer. His voice was as dark as water as he continued. "In that case, there's no need for him to continue serving as a senior officer. Once we kill Princess Vivi, we'll send Mr. Two to kill them all, including Mr. Three." With a single, easy sentence, Crocodile decided the fate of 4 people. "Oh my, how ruthless, boss. Is it really necessary to kill them just like that?" Robin teased, her words seeming to imply something deeper. "For those without value, death is their only fate," Crocodile said in a deep voice, seemingly responding to another layer of Robin's meaning. "I understand. I'll make arrangements," Robin said as she stood up to leave, her back to Crocodile, the corner of her mouth slightly curling up. "So what will you do? Straw Hat crew?" "Of course, we're going to the island." On the Mary, looking at the island before them, Luffy's adventurous spirit was already eager. "Sanji, prepare me a pirate bento." "Hey, Luffy," Nami called softly, glancing at Vivi. "We should wait for the log pose to gather enough magnetic pull, and then set off quickly. You shouldn't tea. Can I go too?" At that moment, Vivi's voice rang out, smiling as she looked at Luffy and Nami. "Huh, Vivi you?" Nami said, somewhat confused. "It should take some time for the log pose to gather enough magnetic pull." Vivi replied, "I just feel that staying on the ship waiting will lead to overthinking. So, can I go to the island to relax?" "No problem, Miss Vivi," Sanji said. his eyes turning into love hearts as he looked at Vivi. I will prepare the best pirate bento for you. Well, thank you, Sanji, Vivi smiled, causing Sanji to become infatuated. But with your strength, Vivi, on such an island, clearly. Nami still had some concerns, although they hadn't landed yet. Just from her previous observations, she knew there were many dangers on this island. It's okay, I can run fast. Vivi suddenly pointed at a nearby Psyduck. Psyduck? And Nami, you will accompany me, right? Vivi linked her arm with Nami's, playfully saying, can you please accompany me to the island? I also want to see the gift that White Knight gave you. Hearing this, Nami felt a bit tempted, since getting the elemental weather stick. She really hadn't had a chance to test its power. That's right, such a good opportunity shouldn't be wasted. Usopp suddenly thought of something, pulled out the twin guns that White Knight had given him, and struck a cool pose. Then let me go on an adventure to the island too. At this moment, Zoro, who had just finished training and saw the ship had docked, also said, I'll go for a walk. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. In that case, I'll also go to the island to see if there are any special ingredients. At this point, the answer was already obvious. Then let us all go on an adventure to the island together. Bai Ye summarized. We are pirates, exploring unknown islands. Isn't that what pirates should do? Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew all smiled knowingly. Even Vivi's lips curved into a slight arc. Such pirates don't seem so bad, do they? Well then, after Sanji prepared lunch for everyone, Luffy stood at the bow of his goat ship and shouted loudly, brothers, let's set sail. Oh, everyone, including Vivi, shouted excitedly. The Straw Hat crew's first adventure into the Grand Line began. Nami and Vivi decided to stick together, and Sanji wanted to join them, but was refused by Nami with a punch. Zoro mocked the scene, and the two got into a spat, even bringing up a hunting competition again. Usopp initially wanted to join Bai Ye's actions. Although he had obtained dual pistols and improved his strength, his cowardly weakness was not so easily erased. Unfortunately, Nami and Vivi invited Bai Ye to join them. In the end, Usopp could only choose to follow the unreliable Captain Luffy. After splitting into groups, several people headed deeper into the island. Since everyone disembarked, there was no scene like in the original work where Nami learned from reading books that this was the ancient island. The so-called ancient island is actually one that retains the appearance of the dinosaur era due to the chaotic climate of the Grand Line. Everything is massive, resembling a giant's garden. Hence it is also called Little Garden. At that moment, on the other side of the island, a dinosaur was searching for food. Soon, it discovered a white building it had never seen before in the dense forest. Following the principle of biting when unsure, the dinosaur opened its mouth and bit down, losing a tooth. Just as it was about to howl in pain, bang! The ground beneath the dinosaur suddenly exploded, sending it flying. At this moment, two figures appeared in front of the white building, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Ignoring the dinosaur, the two walked straight into the white cottage. The furnishings inside were simple. A table and 4 chairs. There were also 2 people present. One man had his hair styled to resemble the number 3 and was leisurely sipping freshly brewed tea. He was Mr. 3, one of the senior executives of the Baroque Works. The other was a girl who looked like a painter with an innocent expression, staring intently at Mr. 3 without saying a word. She was Mr. 3's partner, Miss Golden Week. Next time I want tea, can you get it for me? Mr. 3 felt a bit uncomfortable under Golden Week's gaze and could only helplessly hand over the teacup. Golden Week didn't respond, just took it and sipped delicately. As expected of you, Mr. 3, to have the leisure to build a place like this in such a location. Mr. 5 spoke up, though his tone seemed a bit stiff. But let me make it clear, this mission is ours, so don't interfere. Huh, mission? The number 3 above Mr. 3's head turned into an exclamation mark, and he sarcastically said, if I remember correctly, your mission has already failed, right? He stared at Mr. 5 and continued, right now, Vivi is our target. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room froze, leaving Golden Week a bit confused, just as she was about to use her magical paint. Mr. 3 surprisingly softened first. Ha ha, don't be so serious. He invited the two to sit down and even served them freshly brewed tea before stating his purpose. Let's team up, Mr. 5. Mr. 3 took out a stack of bounty notices and said, when I saw the pirate ship carrying Princess Vivi, I was quite shocked. The captain has a bounty of 60 million, the first mate 100 million, with a total bounty of 245 million for the Straw Hat Pirates. At this point, Mr. 3 seemed a bit emotional. It looks like after Princess Vivi escaped, she encountered some remarkable figures. And he looked at Mr. 5 and said, if she had been with the Straw Hats back then, you'd probably be dead by now, haha. However, the two did not show any anger upon hearing this. Mr. 3 found it strange, but assumed they were just putting on a brave face. So he continued, not only that, but there's another big surprise on this island. Mr. 3 pulled out 2 more bounty notices. When I saw those 2 guys, I could hardly believe it. The captain of the giant warrior pirates, the blue demon Dori and the red demon Bragi, who had vanished 100 years ago, have been living in this little garden. Mr. 3 excitedly displayed the bounty notices to the 2, saying each of their bounties is 100 million berries, and they are still valid. By the end, Mr. 3 seemed to have thought of something amusing and laughed heartily. Killing Princess Vivi would be as easy as a finger snap, but as long as we deal with the straw hats and those 2 guys. Mr. 3 whispered like a tempting devil. The boss will not only forgive your mistakes, but who knows, he might promote us too. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Mr. 5 and the others remained expressionless, leaving Mr. 3 and Golden Week puzzled. Just then, Mr. 5 spoke up. But can we handle them? Just those 2 giants alone. Even your wax giants wouldn't be able to manage, right? Don't worry, Mr. 3 said with a confident smile. Going head-to-head is the stupidest approach. With some thought, no matter how massive a mountain is, it can be leveled. Wow. At a certain part of Little Garden, Luffy's excited shouts never ceased. Meanwhile, Usopp's screams never stopped either. The reason was that the 2 were currently hopping between several thunder lizards, are large dinosaurs with long necks similar to giraffes. The moment Luffy saw his eyes lit up, and with a rubbery grab, he pulled Usopp onto his head. He then used its neck as a slide. Instantly, he angered many, who all opened their mouths to bite at Luffy. Usopp, jumping between the massive mouths, felt utterly desperate. If he weren't tied up, he felt he would definitely shoot Luffy. This was so terrifying. What if he messed up and ended up in their mouths? Just as Usopp thought this, Luffy indeed carelessly got swallowed by Bai. But the next second, the 2 fell out from his neck, caught steadily by a giant. What? X2, the first sight of the giant, made both Luffy and Usopp widen their eyes in surprise. He, the bearded giant, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, laughed heartily. Such lively humans, my long-lost guests. Aren't you? He. On the other side, a freezing airflow. Nami swung the weather staff, activating the elements of ice and wind, instantly freezing several dinosaurs in place. Wow, that's amazing, Miss Nami, Vivi said happily as she watched Nami. Thank you, Bai Ye, this weather staff is perfect for me. Nami was also a bit pleased. As a navigator, having such a weapon was truly fantastic. We're partners, Bai Ye nodded and said. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out. Looks like there are new guests on this island. As the voice fell, a massive figure appeared before the 3. A giant holding a huge axe looked at them and said with some joy, by the way, do you have any alcohol? What is this? X2, Vivi, and Nami were both a bit startled. It's a giant, and it seems to be from 100 years ago, a great pirate. Bai Ye spoke at this moment. I wasn't wrong. One of the captains of the giant pirate ship, Red Ghost Brokey. Giant? Pirate? Vivi and Nami were a bit surprised to hear Bai Ye's words. But they didn't doubt the truth of the matter. After all, Bai Ye had admitted himself that he had a habit of collecting bounty notices. I didn't expect that after 100 years, there would still be people who recognized me. Brokey was also a bit surprised, looking at the 3 and continuing. It seems I really need to treat you well. So, this is going to be a hassle. As for the drinks, I'll take care of that. Bai Ye spoke up and then flipped his wrist, placing 10 barrels of wine on the ground. Seeing Bai Ye's actions, Brokey was initially taken aback, then exclaimed, this time's guests are quite impressive. Thank you for the drinks. The dinosaur meat is also ready, so please don't hold back. After Don Lee mentioned wanting to treat Luffy and Usopp, the former generously stated that he had wine on his ship. This led to the scene above. Luffy and Usopp were feasting on the huge dinosaur legs, causing Don Lee to laugh once more. At this moment, Usopp asked Don Lee, Uncle, why are you here all alone? Is it no village? Hearing this, Don Lee put away his smile and said to the 2, my village is called Elbaf, located somewhere in the Grand Line. There are rules in the village. If a dispute arises between 2 people, they must accept the judgment of the god of Elbaf. The god of Elbaf always protects the righteous. After swallowing a piece of dinosaur meat, Don Lee continued, this island is a gladiatorial arena for me and a certain man. Only one person will emerge victorious from the battle and survive. It has already been 100 years. 100 years. Hearing Brokey's words, Vivi and Nami were both stunned. Don't worry. Our giant lifespan is 3 times yours. Brokey finished another barrel of Bai Ye's spirit wine, feeling incredibly comfortable, and began sharing his experiences. Even if you have a lifespan of 300 years, after 100 years, your fighting spirit should have cooled down, right? Vivi still seemed puzzled. What's the point of continuing to fight? What exactly are you arguing about? Boom. Just as Vivi finished speaking, the volcano in the center of the island suddenly erupted. Hearing the sound, Brokey slowly stood up. Little girl, you asked what the meaning is? Brokey stroked his giant axe, which was already covered in various scars. Of course, it's for glory, Brokey shouted loudly, rushing towards Dongli. As for the reason, I've long forgotten it. Bang! The fierce collision between the two giants shook the entire island. Countless dinosaur beasts hurriedly sought refuge. Still unable to understand, Vivi watched the two fighting figures, somewhat lost in thought. They were no longer simply fighting. The voice of White Knight echoed. Victory has become the only belief in their lives. He looked at Nami and Vivi and said, "Let's go. We're going to watch the battle. This is quite an exciting fight." On the other side, Luffy and Usopp were also excitedly heading to the battlefield. Deep in the forest, Mr. 3 smiled and said to Mr. 5, "Now is the time, Mr. 5, go deliver a little gift to our friends. I believe they will like it. Ha ha." In the forest, Mr. 3's reckless laughter echoed. "It's so easy to deal with those fools who only know how to fight with passion. Ha ha ha." Boom. On the ancient island, the battle between the two giants was also nearing its end. They had been fighting for 100 years and naturally knew each other's strength very well. So in the end, they both fell to the ground. Dongli, 73,466 battles. Broggy, 73,466 ties. After slowly saying this, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Broggy, today I entertained a few interesting guests and was given some fine wine. I also met a few interesting guests today and had some really good wine. After hearing each other's words, the two were momentarily stunned. It seems that the guests we encountered should be our companions, Dongli said. Then, let's make an exception this time and entertain the guests together, Broggy replied with a smile. Thus, the two giants, along with White Knight, Luffy, and the others, gathered near the central volcano to start feast. Usopp ran over to Broggy to listen to stories. Filled with yearning, he decided to call Broggy and Dongli his masters. One day, I will become a warrior like my two masters. After finishing his drink, Usopp shouted with great enthusiasm. But what he got in return was Broggy's naive question. "This little brother, do you want to become a giant?" This made Nami and Vivi burst into laughter. Dongli gulped down the spirit wine brought by White Knight in one go, unable to contain his joy. The wine from Brother White Knight, is even better than the one brought by Brother Luffy. That's right, it's brewed by White Knight himself. Luffy showed no signs of embarrassment and instead praised White Knight. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Dongli became somewhat interested. He looked at White Knight and said seriously, "Being praised by his own captain, Brother White Knight must indeed be a good person, right? Well, no need to mind." After drinking a cup of wine, Bai Ye said, "My captain treats every partner this way." Although he said that, Bai Ye still found some comfort in Luffy's words. At this moment, Nami asked, "Excuse me, can I ask how long it takes to gather enough magnetic force on this island?" Vivi also looked at Dongli. The two girls still couldn't understand the honor that these men spoke of, so they asked a more practical question. Upon hearing this, Dongli slowly replied, "I thought you would have understood when you saw all those human corpses along the way. Those people were all devoured by the giant beasts on this island while waiting to gather enough magnetic force. Of course, there are also brave warriors who dare to challenge me and Brookie. Hearing this, Nami had a bad premonition. Does that mean it takes a long time? Dongli nodded. 1 year. What? X2, the first to exclaim, were still Nami and Vivi. Especially Vivi. Although the crisis in Alabasta had somewhat eased, it was still urgent, so she absolutely could not wait here for a year. Luffy also became anxious. "That won't work, Uncle. A year will be boring. Is there any good way? There's a permanent log pose, but it points to Elbaf. Do you want to try to get it from us?" Hey, Elbaf. Luffy tilted his head. "That's not where we're going, right, Vivi?" "That's right, if we can't get to Alabasta, then moving forward has no meaning for me." Vivi seemed a bit at a loss, and Nami could only pat her shoulder, not knowing what to say. "In that case, let's set sail and see what happens." Dongli pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said, "If we're lucky, we might just find a destination." Upon hearing this, Luffy actually thought about it. "Really? That sounds pretty good. Don't joke around, Luffy. Do you know how slim the chances are of finding Alabasta without a log pose?" Nami felt a bit overwhelmed and wanted to punch Luffy, but Luffy looked at Nami seriously. "It's possible, right? As long as there's a possibility, we should try." Luffy slowly said, "If we just stay here, won't we be able to do nothing?" Nami looked at Luffy and suddenly didn't know what to say. But he couldn't help but think, "You really are something, Luffy." Even Dongli burst into laughter. "Little brother Luffy, you are really quite interesting, At that moment, Bai suddenly spoke up. However, we don't necessarily have to go that far. After all, it seems there are others on this island besides us. Bai Ye's gaze turned towards the dense forest, not far from the crowd. Luffy, you see it too, right? Upon hearing this, Luffy lowered his straw hat and said, yeah, quite clearly. Almost as soon as the two finished speaking, a voice emerged from the dense forest. Chest meat kick. Immediately, a figure flew out from the forest and landed in front of everyone. It was Mr. 3. Following that, Sanji slowly walked out of the forest, angrily saying, did you just say you want to kill Miss Vivi? Let's rewind time a little bit. Sanji, who was having a hunting competition with Zoro, was attracted by the sounds of the giants' battle. When he rushed over, he used his observation haki to detect Mr. 3 and Golden Week hiding nearby. When Mr. 3 saw that the two giants had almost finished their drinks without any issues, he realized his plan had failed. Cursing Mr. 5 for being unreliable, he decided to change his plan and look for an opportunity to kill Vivi. This is what triggered Sanji's furious kick. In fact, the reason Bai Ye and Luffy were so calm was also because they sensed Sanji's presence. Mr. 3, the moment Vivi saw the man, she recognized his identity and couldn't help but exclaim, Miss Vivi, please rest assured, I will protect you as a knight. Sanji then took the opportunity to boast. Even turned to look at Nami, of course, and Miss Nami too. This only earned him an eye roll from Nami. Since he was here, Golden Week should be here too. Vivi turned anxiously to Sanji and asked, Sanji, have you seen a little girl with him? Yes, but I thought she was just a little kid, so I didn't pay much attention. Besides, I wouldn't strike a girl, Sanji replied calmly. She's not an ordinary little girl. Vivi's expression became tense, and then she explained Golden Week's ability to influence or even control people's behavior through colors. This surprised Sanji. Could it be some kind of devil fruit ability? Not at all. The voice of Bai Ye suddenly came from the dense forest, and everyone looked over to see a scene that was both amusing and absurd. A little girl was being pulled by her collar by Bai Ye, walking towards them. Bai Ye's body was also covered in various colors painted by the girl, and even his face was not spared. She must just be exceptionally talented. Bai Ye revealed a faint smile on his painted flower-like face and said, ha! Several people, perhaps seeing Bai Ye in such a disheveled state for the first time, couldn't help but burst into laughter. This left Bai Ye speechless. As for the girl, Huang Jinzhou, he didn't really have any negative feelings towards her. After all, in the original work, she managed to turn some people from the Baroque studio into good individuals, even going so far as to work in a coffee shop. Moreover, he really couldn't bring himself to act against a minor girl. At the same time, Huang Jinzhou was a bit confused. This was the first person she had encountered who was completely unaffected by her colors. Whether it was the betrayal of black, the laughter of yellow, the anger of red, or even the green of the hat, this is original. None of it could provoke even the slightest emotional response from him. Huang Jinzhou couldn't help but look at Bai Ye and wonder, does this person have no emotions? If Bai Ye knew what the little girl was thinking, he would surely smile and say to her, sorry, to cultivate immortality, one must first cultivate the heart. My resolve is not something that can be easily influenced. Bai Ye has been in this world for quite some time, in the inner realm with its own flow of time. He has lost track of how long he has been training. His heart has hardened like steel. How dare a mere painter show off in front of him? Ridiculous. After confiscating all of Golden Week's paints, Bai Ye turned his gaze to Mr. 3, who was being firmly suppressed by Sanji. In the original story, Mr. 3's strength was not impressive. He merely relied on sneak attacks and the characteristics of his candle powers. He was easily defeated after a few exchanges with Luffy. Now, with Sanji taking the lead and using haki, it was naturally a piece of cake. This time, Nami didn't even need to use the puppet talisman, and the self-important Mr. 3 was already infuriated, revealing his plan. Upon hearing that he intended to use explosives in the giants' drinks to turn them against the Straw Hat crew, hoping to reap the benefits himself, Luffy and Usopp were the first to get angry. It was clear that no matter which giant drank the explosives, it would affect their duel afterward. This naturally made Luffy and Usopp furious. Dory and Broggy were also enraged, not only because it would affect the duel, but also because if his plan succeeded, they might have to turn against their friends in the Straw Hat crew. It was truly malicious. Thus, for the next period, the two giants, along with Luffy and Usopp, gave Mr. 3 a thorough beating. Fortunately, Mr. 3 was a user of the candle fruit. Otherwise, he would have met his end long ago. In the end, Bai Ye delivered a fatal blow. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were already his subordinates. In a fit of rage, Mr. 3 fainted instantly. At that moment, Nami suddenly asked a question that everyone had overlooked. Where did that guy Zoro go? In the depths of the jungle, Zoro, who had gotten lost while carrying a triceratops, was also looking confused at the strange white candle house. How could there be such a strange house here? Given Zoro's thought process, he couldn't figure it out. So he simply pushed the door open and found a phone bug that had been ringing incessantly. After connecting, he asked, "Who is it?" On the other end, a grim voice replied, "Don't play dumb with me, Mr. 3. It's me, Mr. 0. I've issued a mission for several days now. Why haven't you reported back to me?" Hearing this, Zoro's pupils constricted as he quickly pieced together the situation. This house was the base of the Baroque Works agents, and their purpose for coming here was easy to guess. You and Miss Golden Week completed the mission, right? Kill Princess Vivi, just as he thought. Zoro slightly raised the corner of his mouth and casually replied, "Yeah, the mission was a success." Crocodile nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Good, Mr. 3. I've sent the unlucky duo to your location with an eternal pointer to Alabasta. You should have seen them by now." Upon hearing this, Zoro turned to look at the two windows beside him, where an animal was perched. The unlucky duo had just arrived here. Upon seeing Zoro for the first time, they froze in place, recalling the fear of having their throats held by this man with a sword. Moreover, Bai Ye had already used the puppet talisman on them. So, the sea otters decisively offered the eternal pointer with both hands. Zoro smiled and said to the phone bug, "I see it. The pointer has been received." Crocodile's mouth curled into a smile, pausing for a moment before continuing, "Next, come back. The final mission is about to begin." Zoro also smiled and replied, "Oh, we'll hurry over." After hanging up, Zoro noticed that the candle house in front of him was starting to melt. So, he left with the phone bug and the eternal pointer. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Crocodile looked up at Robin and said, "Let Mr. 2 take action. Head to the route to the small garden in Alabasta and eliminate Mr. 3 and the others." Robin nodded, "Understood, boss." She then turned to leave, but found it somewhat amusing. She had already recognized that the voice from the phone bug was Zoro's. It seemed that the Straw Hat crew had defeated Mr. 3. Robin thought, "Zoro, you are amazing." When Zoro finally found everyone and took out the eternal pointer, Vivi excitedly wanted to hug him to express her gratitude. But Zoro quickly dodged away. This scene naturally made Sanji extremely jealous. The next moment, the two began to argue about the size of the prey they had hunted. The two giants beside them were a bit stunned upon hearing Zoro and Sanji's hunting competition, as if they had forgotten something very important. Shortly after, Bai Ye found the two and proposed a deal. In exchange for a large amount of spirit liquor, he hoped that Dory and Broggy could assess Luffy and the other's strength and provide appropriate suggestions to some extent. Dory and Broggy naturally agreed. After all, without the Straw Hat crew, their duel could have been disrupted by Mr. 3. So, in a way, they owed a favor to the Straw Hat crew. Now, just a small favor was an easy agreement. Over the next few days, Vivi and Nami prepared for the continuation of their journey. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro fought against the two giants. Although it was just a friendly spar, the giants praised the three for their haki. Especially after learning about their training time, they lamented how old they were becoming. Next, Broggy offered suggestions for Luffy and Sanji's future training. Especially for Luffy, after learning about Luffy's devil fruit abilities. He hoped Luffy could continue to increase his haki. Meanwhile, Dory, wielding a great sword, discussed swordsmanship insights with Zoro. He could tell that Zoro had reached a bottleneck. Just one step further, and he could master the power to cut through iron and become swordmaster. On the Grand Line, aboard a naval warship, Captain Smoker, we received a strange signal. A Navy soldier approached the bow and handed a listening phone bug to Smoker. The voice coming from it made Smoker's expression tense. Mission regarding Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, shouted at Tashigi, who was standing nearby. "Tashigi, the swordsman we caught a few days ago should have the codename Mr. 11, right?" "That's right, Captain Smoker." After interrogation, he revealed that he belongs to Baroque Works. Tashigi responded loudly. Moreover, the boss of the organization is codenamed Mr. 0. Upon hearing this, Smoker rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Baroque Works, a criminal organization? And the name Princess Vivi has caught my attention. It seems to be the Princess of Alabasta who has truly gone missing." After a moment, Smoker made a decision. "Although I want to capture the Straw Hat crew now, how could I ignore something like this?" He looked up at the naval soldier beside him and said, "Hey, contact headquarters and get an eternal pointer to Alabasta." Then, Smoker stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance. "Straw Hat Kid, and you too, Bai Ye, I'll let you off this time." "Ah, it's all thanks to Bai Ye this time." Luffy couldn't help but pat Bai Ye on the shoulder and said, "At Little Garden, on the Mary, Vivi and Nami actually both developed high fevers last night. Fortunately, Bai Ye brought out the detox pills, so they didn't suffer too much." "That's right, But we still need to find a ship's doctor for our future voyages, Sanji said, lighting a cigarette beside them. Just as Bai Ye had said before, he could only use the pills to treat his companions when they showed obvious problems, which was too passive. Moreover, his pills couldn't guarantee effectiveness every time and couldn't completely replace a ship's doctor. If we're looking for a ship's doctor, that might be a good place. East Lee, one of the giants, thought for a moment and said, near the route from Little Garden to Alabasta, there's an island called Drum Island. It's a country famous for its medical expertise. There, you might be able to find the ship's doctor you need. Then it's decided. Luffy clapped his hands after hearing this and shouted, let's go to Drum Island to find a ship's doctor. This time, unlike in the original story, Vivi did not hesitate. On the one hand, she had learned from a newspaper brought by the newsbird that the Royal Army and the rebel army in Alabasta had ceased fighting. On the other hand, she still felt uneasy about the previous virus. For both emotional and rational reasons, she would not stop the Straw Hat crew from looking for a ship's doctor. Thus, the Straw Hat crew prepared to set off. Luffy stood at the bow of the ship, waving vigorously at East Lee and Broggy. Goodbye, uncles. You must continue your duel. Usopp was even more sentimental. Master East Lee, Master Broggy. He wiped the tears from his eyes and shouted, I will not let you down and become a brave warrior at sea like you. Sanji said nothing and silently walked into the kitchen to prepare food. Zoro, on the other hand, stared at the two giants with a hint of killing intent, as he had heard that these two guys had consumed quite a bit of Bai Ye's spirit wine. As for Bai Ye, he waved goodbye to Golden Week. Please don't randomly draw on others in the future. That's very impolite. Golden Week pouted and said while waving goodbye to Bai Ye, who cares about you? The Mary had now reached the exit of Little Garden. East Lee and Broggy stood on the shore, boldly shouting to everyone, next, let us move straight ahead. We will pave the way for you in the name of Elbaf. As soon as the words fell, a huge wave rolled in front of the Mary, and a gigantic goldfish opened its mouth wide, charging at everyone. The island-eating goldfish, a massive creature that feeds on islands, with its excrement as large as an island. Seeing such a colossal creature, Luffy showed no hesitation and shouted loudly, straight ahead, everyone. It's as if he didn't even regard the goldfish in front of him. The members of the Straw Hat crew did not argue. After traveling together for so long, they had developed this level of understanding. Only Usopp muttered to himself, a giant goldfish? Why does that sound a bit familiar? As the goldfish and the Mary drew closer, the giant swords and axes in East Lee and Broggy's hands were wrapped in a red and blue hockey. As their momentum reached its peak, they simultaneously swung their weapons forward. Hockey blast! The dual-colored hockey wave opened a huge cavity in the island-eating goldfish. The Mary also rode this massive wave, successfully leaving the ancient island. Luffy laughed heartily. Usopp was in tears. Bai Ye was pondering the recent move of the technique. That move, just now, should be the externalization of the armament hockey. It truly is terrifying. According to the information provided by Dong Li, Magnadrum Island is located near the route that the Straw Hat crew is taking, and it is a winter island. With this information, the next target of the Straw Hat crew became clear. While roughly maintaining their course, they sought a direction with lower temperatures. Here, Nami once again demonstrated her unique ability to sense the weather. Not only could she predict the formation of a massive tornado in advance, directing everyone to steer the ship away, but she also found the correct direction first, relying on subtle differences in the air. They soon entered a sea area with winter weather. Hey, Zoro, on the lookout, put down the snow-covered telescope and suddenly spoke up. Do you think a person can stand on the surface of the sea? Are you an idiot? How could a person stand on the sea? Sanji was the first to shout at Zoro. That's right, Zoro is an idiot. Luffy even made a funny face at Zoro. Zoro, only you can't say that about me. You bastard. After the banter, Zoro pointed ahead. Then what do you say I see? The others looked over and were surprised to see a person with a huge bow and arrow standing on the surface of the sea. He even waved at them, saying, it's pretty cold today. Luffy nodded, yeah, it's really cold. Then, after a moment of silence, a gigantic submarine suddenly rose up from beneath the man's feet. The huge waves almost capsized the Mary. When the submarine completely surfaced, Usopp was the first to see the flag hanging at the very top of the submarine. It depicted a skull wearing a crown, which was clearly a pirate flag. Luffy, could you explain the current situation? When Bai Ye came out of Nami's room, several people around him were pointing guns at him. Of course, Bai Ye was not flustered at all. He even felt like chatting with Luffy. Well, we got ambushed, Luffy said with a grin to Bai Ye. Bai Ye's mouth twitched slightly, wondering how this guy's head was formed. At this moment, a big fellow on the ship spoke up. Is it just you few? With a physique comparable to Yalata, the creature named Walbo draped in a cloak resembling a hippopotamus, spoke while swallowing a knife that had ham stuck in it. Zoro was taken aback. Did this guy just eat a knife? Instinctively, Zoro tightened his grip on the 3 swords in his hands. Walbo even wiped his mouth and continued, "It doesn't matter how many of you there are. Now, who can answer me this? Do you have a record pointer or an eternal pointer to Drum Island?" Drum Island? Nami and the others were startled in unison, as their goal for this trip was indeed Drum Island. I remember now. At that moment, Vivi suddenly exclaimed, "You are the king of Drum Island, Walbo." Hearing this, everyone was even more surprised. The king? How could that be? If he really was the king, why would he come out to be a pirate? Usopp looked shocked. There's no mistake. Vivi said seriously, "I saw him when I attended the World Conference with my father. I thought he looked somewhat familiar from the start, and it was when he mentioned Drum Island that I could confirm it." Ha 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 ha! Walbo laughed heartily after hearing this. "That's right, I am the king of Drum Island." But suddenly, he changed his tone and said, "But wait a minute, I'm a bit hungry." Saying this, he bit into the Mary, taking a huge chunk out of the ship's railing. Mary. Usopp was the first to react, pulling out the elemental Desert Eagle and attacking directly. Bullets infused with lightning and fire elements shot out simultaneously, hitting Walbo. In an instant, it triggered an overload explosion, sending Walbo flying onto the sea. At the same time, the Straw Hat crew members attacked almost simultaneously, bringing down all the intruders on the ship. This should have been done a long time ago. Zoro sheathed his swords, saying somewhat helplessly. As for Luffy, he picked up another knife that Walbo had left behind when he was blasted away and actually bit into it. The next second, phew, so disgusting. Luffy made a face of disdain. "Are you an idiot?" Usopp, taking on a sharp-toothed form, complained to Luffy. "Just looking at that guy. He is definitely a devil fruit user. And you say it's disgusting? Shouldn't you be saying you can't eat it?" Sanji, upon hearing this, spoke up. It should be the ability of the Munch Munch fruit. He guessed this because he had seen a devil fruit encyclopedia when he was young. "Then let us capture him and ask him." Bai Ye stood at the edge of the ship, which had been damaged by Walpo, feeling a bit pained. He secretly made a decision. In the future, he would engrave a magic circle that could be activated for a long time, and he would engrave the entire ship from top to bottom. Then he formed hand seals, Kingwashue Longin. Moments later, Walpo, who was nearly drowned, was lifted onto the ship by a water dragon. Then, he was beaten up again by Luffy and the others. The reason, of course, was that he had damaged the Mary. After that, after Nami used a puppet talisman, everyone learned about what had happened on Drum Island before. When Vivi heard that Walpo had chosen to abandon his country upon learning about the strength of the Blackbeard pirates, she couldn't help but criticize him for being unworthy of being a king. Luffy, on the other hand, was excited to learn that there was a witch on the island who could heal, expressing his desire to bring her on board as the ship's doctor. Then, upon discovering the legend of the snow monsters on Drum Island, he instantly changed his statement, saying he wanted to bring a snow monster on board as the ship's doctor, which resulted in Nami's Iron Fist punishment. This series of smooth operations made Bai Ye want to laugh. Luffy truly has a memory for food, but not for beatings. Then, the Straw Hat crew began to do what pirates should do, which was to loot the spoils. First, Bai Ye tied up all the members of Walpo's pirate crew and locked them in the Mary. Walpo was then dunked into a large barrel filled with seawater. Next, Nami led Vivi to completely loot the treasures from a submarine. Although Walpo had run away in a hurry, he still took away a large amount of wealth. The Straw Hat crew's funds received another influx. Finally, Bai Ye directly stored the submarine in the interior. Now, that's what you call a real thief, not leaving empty-handed. Since they had already encountered Walpo, Bai Ye also knew that they were not far from Drum Island. Sure enough, not long after, Zoro spotted the island from the lookout. However, when the Mary reached the shore, the atmosphere felt a bit off. Just like back at Whiskey Peak, the shore was surrounded by countless people. The difference this time was that almost all of them were armed. Then, a man who was clearly the leader spoke up. "Are you pirates?" Upon hearing this, Luffy nodded. "That's right, we are pirates." Instantly, countless firearms were aimed at everyone on the deck. The man spoke again. "Leave Drum Island immediately. This is our territory, and no pirates are allowed to land. You must be Dalton." At that moment, Bai Ye stepped forward, calmly looking at the man. "We came this time primarily to find a ship's doctor. As for our other purpose," Bai Ye snapped his fingers, and 4 or 5 paper figures brought a huge wooden barrel onto the deck. "It's to deliver a gift to you." Bai Ye lifted the lid, revealing the person inside. Valpo. Many people on the shore all gasped in shock. Dalton looked at Bai Ye, his mind filled with countless questions, but he didn't know where to start. Not just this guy. Bai Ye snapped his fingers again, and those who once fled with Valpo were led onto the deck by a paper figure. With these gifts, I wonder if we can board the ship? Bai Ye looked at Dalton with clear eyes. After seeing such a gaze, Dalton finally nodded. Follow me. I'll take you to the town. On Magnetic Drum Island, in a room, the Straw Hat crew and Vivi were gathered around the fireplace, drinking hot tea and listening to Dalton tell stories about the island. Magnetic Drum Island is a winter island located in the Grand Line and is also one of the member countries of the world government. The name comes from the numerous peaks on the island that resemble magnetic drums. This island, or rather this country, is famous for its medicine. 8 years ago, a decree was issued by Wapple, selecting exactly 20 doctors. Since then, these 20 doctors have served only King Wapple. If someone wants to see a doctor from the 20, they can only choose to kneel and request Wapple. Of course, there's not only this option. On this island, there's also a witch doctor. This doctor is an old woman who has lived for 140 years and loves to eat pickled plums. 140 years! Sanji exclaimed in surprise. Is it really possible for someone to live to that age? Luffy, on the other hand, looked excited. How interesting. He then turned to Dalton and asked, Uncle, what about the snow monster? Where's the snow monster? Hearing Luffy's words, Dalton was first taken aback, and then he responded, Indeed, there is such a legend. Dalton pointed out the window and said, The witch lives on the highest peak of the island, and sometimes she chooses to come down to treat people. But after every consultation, she usually takes away everything she fancies from the patient's home. Upon hearing this, Usopp couldn't help but say, She takes everything away? What a terrible old woman. Nami then focused on another point. How does a 140-year-old old woman come down from such a high mountain? Dalton did not answer Usopp, but looked at Nami and said, Someone has seen it with their own eyes. Every full moon, she descends on a sled. And the creatures pulling her sled seem to be monsters that no one has ever seen. At this moment, Luffy was so excited that he jumped up. It's decided. I want the witch to come on board as my ship's doctor, and I want the snow monster to come on board as my companion. Hearing Luffy's words, Usopp's timid nature acted up again. You must be joking, Luffy. That witch has lived for 140 years. She would definitely turn us all into monsters. And why do you want the snow monster on board? Nami completely agreed with Usopp's statement. But Luffy didn't care about that. He was already fired up. The witch has lived here for so long. Hasn't the uncle turned into a monster? Dalton. As for the snow monster, Luffy tilted his head and grinned. Don't you think it's interesting? It could also serve as a food reserve. Usopp, how is that interesting? Haha. Bai Ye finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. That guy Luffy wants to make Chopper his reserve food before even meeting him. Stop laughing, Bai Ye. Usopp said helplessly. We must stop Luffy. As he spoke, he clutched his chest and said, I suddenly realized that I have contracted the disease where partnering with the witch Yeti will lead to death. Bai Ye did not nod in agreement, but said, well, after all, Luffy is the captain, so it's up to him to decide who becomes a partner. Hee. Upon hearing this, Luffy grinned. As expected of my first mate, Luffy patted Bai Ye's shoulder and said, Come with me, Bai Ye. How can we invite new partners without you? Bai Ye, the minister of the personnel department, expressed his frustration. In the end, after some discussion, the Straw Hat crew chose Bai Ye to accompany Luffy to the mountain where the witch resides. As Nami put it, if Bai Ye isn't watching, who knows what kind of trouble Luffy would get into? Bai Ye found it very reasonable. So, after a little preparation, Luffy and Bai Ye set off. Along the way, they encountered a mutated rabbit on the island, Rabang, similar to the Kung Fu manatee they would encounter later. Rabang is also an animal that only respects the strong. In the original work, Rabang even chose to help block Walpo in gratitude for Luffy's kindness. This shows that Rabang has a certain level of intelligence. Moreover, unlike in the original, this time Luffy wasn't in a hurry to take Nami up the mountain, so he played around with Rabang for a while. After displaying their incredible strength, more and more Rabang came to pay their respects, making it difficult for the two to free themselves. Seeing this, Bai Ye could only sigh helplessly, turned to Luffy and said, Luffy, haven't you always wanted to fly? Let's fulfill that wish this time. Bai Ye formed a hand seal. Sun hexagram, control the wind. A gust of wind formed beneath the two, steadily lifting them up, even carrying a lot of snow. If someone looked up from below, they might think the two were standing on clouds. A group of ravens looked at them with shock, as if saying, Mom, there are immortals. Wow. The moment Luffy left the ground, his eyes lit up. Ha ha, this is so much fun. Truly worthy of Bai Ye. As they flew higher and higher, the snow beneath them piled up more and more. Suddenly, Luffy became excited and bent down to get busy. Moments later, Bai Ye's annoyed voice rang out. Don't have a snowball fight in the sky, you bastard. Ha ha ha. I warn you, don't get carried away. Ha ha ha. Don't you know I was the snowball fight champion in the observation hall before? Have you always been this brave? In the sky above Magnetic Drum Island, the two figures illogically started a snowball fight. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely say, "Am I seeing things?" At the highest peak of Magnetic Drum Island, in front of the castle gate, a little reindeer wearing a hat and shorts, walking upright, was staring at the scene in front of him in a daze. These two people actually flew up while standing on snow. In the end, he even shouted out loud, as if only by doing so could he believe what was happening before his eyes. This shout also caught the attention of the two in the sky. After exchanging glances, two voices rang out simultaneously. "We've been discovered." Snow monster. Chopper was taken aback and quickly ran toward the castle gate. Luffy, on the other hand, was full of excitement, his right hand stretched out, and with his metal gauntlet, he directly jabbed into the ground of the peak. Then, Luffy rushed towards Chopper's direction. It turned out that the friction on the ground was indeed greater than the friction in the air. Luffy quickly reached Chopper and stood in front of him, grinning while holding a straw hat. Chopper, who had always been treated as a monster and felt extremely inferior, had never seen such a scene. He quickly turned to run, but at that moment, Bai Ye had already landed and was standing behind him. "Sorry, my captain is a bit enthusiastic. Did he scare you?" Bai Ye looked at the adorable Chopper, feeling quite good. He brushed off the snow on his body and continued, "Let me introduce ourselves first. We are the Straw Hat Pirates, and we are here today to find a ship's doctor to join us." Bai Ye squatted down, revealing a warm smile. "At the same time, my captain wants to invite the legendary snow monster aboard. Not meaning to offend, but I still want to ask. You are the legendary snow monster, right? I didn't expect you to be so cute. Pirate? Ship's doctor? Snow monster? Goo?" Bai Ye, who was well acquainted with the plot, seized the key point and gave Chopper a 4-hit combo. Because of Dr. Hiralik, Chopper already had a good impression of pirates. Added to the invitation for the ship's doctor and snow monster, along with Bai Ye's last remark about being cute, Chopper's face instantly turned red as he flashed behind a giant rock. His body kept twisting. "So annoying. Even if you compliment me on being cute, I won't be happy. You jerk." Chopper dodged in its under a moment. After seeing Chopper's captivating dance and hearing him speak, Luffy was completely captivated. He stretched out his arms and hugged Chopper, grinning widely as he shouted, "Join me as my partner." Haha. Chopper was initially startled, but then seeing Luffy's smiling face reminded him of Dr. Hiralik. He was also a cheerful man who would shout about loving pirates. But the next second, he thought, I could be a backup food supply too. Ha ha ha. A reindeer feast is the best. Hearing this, Bai Ye had a speechless expression. Is this guy an idiot? Sure enough, Chopper first looked panicked, then tried to escape Luffy's embrace. In a moment of desperation, he grew larger, becoming a muscular reindeer over 2 meters tall. With one punch, he knocked Luffy to the ground. "I'm not food," Bai Ye said. "Chopper is still cute like just now." Luffy, however, was not discouraged. I sat up and looked at the transforming Chopper, feeling even more excited. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Luffy and Bai Ye instantly vanished from their spot, and in their place were 2 sharp surgical knives. After retreating a few meters, the two looked towards the castle entrance. A woman appeared there, wearing a cropped tank top, a purple shirt, and long pants, with a head of large wavy yellow hair. She was holding another surgical knife and smiled at Luffy and Bai Ye. "What are you two planning to do to my assistant?" This person was Dr. Kureha, the Witch of Drum Island. Just as Bai Ye was thinking about how to start the conversation, Luffy spoke first. "Ah, is she the witch that the uncle mentioned?" Luffy looked at Kureha and said seriously, "Come aboard my ship, Grandma Witch." Upon hearing the word grandma, Kureha's expression turned blank as she silently walked up to Luffy. Bang! Kureha kicked Luffy on the head and shouted, "Watch your words, you brat. I'm just a youthful girl in her 130s. Bai Ye's lips twitched involuntarily, instantly drawing the attention of Kureha. Her gaze was sharp like a scalpel, as if she would decisively take action the moment Bai Ye dared to say something wrong. "White Knight, can I be cowardly? I'm a traveler. This sister is quite skilled, and by what you just said, do you know us?" Bai Ye smiled and said. Upon hearing the word sister, Kureha's expression instantly changed from gloomy to sunny. "She's quite good with words." She glanced at Bai Ye and continued, "Besides, I'm not so old-fashioned that I don't read newspapers." She was aware of the most famous supernova pirate crew during this time, the Straw Hat crew. Kureha looked at Luffy, whom she had kicked away. What interested her the most, besides the bounty of 100 million on the Heavenly Master Bai Ye, was this Straw Hat kid, the boy who walked out of the ruins of the Pirate King's execution platform. Having lived for 140 years, Kureha naturally knew Roger's name. Meanwhile, Chopper, who was hiding nearby, was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Are they really pirates? Are they the kind of pirates that Dr. Hirlik talked about? Perhaps even Chopper himself didn't realize that he had already developed an interest in the two people in front of him. Bai Ye also smiled. Indeed, the Straw Hat crew debuting in this way would save a lot of trouble. At this moment, Luffy returned to the two and continued to invite Kureha. Let's go on an adventure together, Granny. Clearly, Luffy was unaware of his mistake. Bang! Luffy was kicked away again, causing Bai Ye's eyelids to twitch. Really, do young people today have no respect for their elders? Kureha took out a bottle of alcohol from her waist, downed a few gulps, and said, Bai Ye, you still don't respect me even when I call you madam? Of course, Bai Ye didn't say this out loud. Instead, he flipped his wrist and took out his own spirit wine. With full confidence, he looked at Kureha and said, if Lady Kureha enjoys drinking, why not try this? Bai Ye opened the lid, and the fragrance of the spirit wine wafted into Kureha's nose. As a top doctor and a wine enthusiast, she showed a surprised expression. Just from the scent, she knew that this spirit wine was not only delicious, but also very beneficial to the body. Truly, Bai Ye, the celestial master, is someone who can produce miraculous treasures. Kureha remarked, accepting the spirit wine from Bai Ye's hand and continuing, for the sake of this good wine, I'll let you all in. After saying this, Kureha walked toward the castle while sipping the wine. To be honest, it tasted quite good. Feeling the energy surging within her, Kureha felt as if she had become a few years younger. Meanwhile, Bai Ye pulled Luffy along as they walked towards the castle, passing by Chopper, who was hiding behind a boulder. Bai Ye said, don't worry, my captain is just joking. He will make you reserve food. He really values his companions. Luffy didn't argue, but just smiled at Bai Ye. Chopper, on the other hand, kept his whole body peeking out from behind the giant rock, silently thinking, companions? Can a monster like me have companions? Inside the castle, Kureha, Luffy, and Bai Ye sat around table. After taking another sip of the spirit, Kureha looked at Bai Ye and asked, did you make this wine? Bai Ye nodded. It's just the methods of the Taoist sect, not worth mentioning. Kureha, savoring the vitality brought by the spiritual wine, continued, since you have such a good thing, you must not be here to steal my secret to eternal youth. My captain just mentioned that he wants to find ship doctor. The White Knight spoke up. That's right. Come on my ship and be my partner. Luffy looked at Kureha with anticipation. Let me be a pirate? Don't joke around. I'm not interested in the sea at all. Kureha took another sip of her drink and continued. However, if you're just looking for a ship's doctor, I can recommend someone. A smile appeared on her face. I taught him all my medical skills. Tony Chopper was originally just an unusual reindeer. He was born with a blue nose, different from his kind. As a cub, he was constantly ostracized and bullied by his peers. He thought being left behind at the back of the herd was the worst thing, until he accidentally ate a devil fruit. The Zoan-type human fruit marked the beginning of his nightmare. Neither a reindeer nor a human, he was rejected by both groups. The reindeer attacked him, while humans only wanted to hunt him down. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. Since birth, all he wanted was a companion. Until a clumsy doctor, Dr. Hirlik, appeared. He adopted Chopper, cared for him like a son, and named him Tony Chopper. The story that followed was long, yet short. Hirlik attempted to save Drum Island with his life, but ultimately failed. However, he completely changed Chopper's life. To fulfill Hirlik's dying wish, Chopper learned medicine from Dr. Kureha. The castle they now inhabit is regarded by both as Hirlik's grave. At the top of the castle hangs Hirlik's pirate flag, which is also Chopper's most treasured possession. Before his death, Hirlik encouraged Chopper to venture out to sea and stated that the pirate flag symbolizes belief. Kureha took a full hour to finish telling Chopper's story. Bai Ye expressed that he was very touched and hoped not to hear it again in the future. After all, hearing it once makes him want to cry once. As for Luffy Boom, the White Knight dissipated the golden light on his right fist and said softly, please make sure to listen carefully, Captain. What Bai Ye didn't expect was that Luffy actually showed a confident smile. Well, even though I'm really tired, I understand. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, stood up, and looked at Bai Ye and Kureha. I want to take Chopper on my ship. I want him to be my companion. Hearing this, Kureha laughed heartily. You want that kid to get on your ship? Then go ahead and give it a try. After all, the injuries he has sustained are not so easy to heal. Luffy showed no signs of wavering and said with determination, yeah, I know. Then, Luffy clapped his hands and said, now let me find Chopper first. After that, he immediately left the two and began searching in the castle. Soon, the sound of something breaking could be heard. Bai Ye looked at Kureha and said helplessly, I will compensate at the original price. If that kid really brings Chopper on board, what if everything gets smashed? Kureha replied generously, but can that foolish kid really do it? She had no confidence in that naive kid who didn't understand the ways of the world. Bai Ye nodded seriously, looking quite confident. Only he can do this. Not long after, Luffy's voice could be heard outside the castle. Join me, Chopper. Luffy's voice was always filled with confidence and grandeur. Don't joke around, you bastard. Chopper's voice came, sounding somewhat flustered. You can't touch Dr. Hirulik's pirate flag. Are you trying to threaten me by destroying it? This was the first time Chopper was so angry. Hirulik's flag was his bottom line, and he would never allow anyone to destroy it. At that moment, he was even prepared to eat the rumble ball and fight Luffy. It turned out that after Luffy found Chopper, he dragged him outside the castle. Then Luffy jumped up beside Hirulik's pirate flag. Don't joke around. Luffy shouted back loudly upon hearing Chopper's words. This is a symbol of that man's belief. It cannot be broken. Luffy's voice became more serious, and he even shouted in the end. Hearing this, Chopper was a bit stunned. What does this man really want? Luffy smiled brightly, adjusting his straw hat and calling out to Chopper. Don't you want to be a pirate? At that moment, Luffy seemed to radiate incredible confidence and brilliance. You want to venture out to sea to find companions, right? After hearing this, Chopper was also taken aback. Did you want to go to sea? The answer was undoubtedly yes. However, could someone like him? Just as Chopper was lost in thought, Luffy reached out and grabbed the pirate flag fluttering beside him, shouting again, but this is that man's flag, not yours. After he died, the pirate crew represented by this flag also perished, right? The more Luffy spoke, the brighter his smile became. You can no longer sail under this flag. So, come on my ship and be my companion. Luffy said this line, a sentence that Chopper may have been longing to hear for a long time, but never dared to believe. Chopper suddenly looked up at the boy with a smile like Hirulik's. He felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. Bai Ye, you brought that, right? At that moment, Luffy suddenly said to Bai Ye, who was watching the drama on the side, take it out. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was first taken aback, but soon, he understood what was going on. A bit ashamed, Bai Ye realized only now what Luffy truly wanted. But this made his gaze towards Luffy filled with exceptional pride. You really are something, Captain. With a flick of his wrist, the item appeared in his hand. Chopper turned his head to look, and when he saw what Bai Ye was holding, his pupils suddenly contracted. That thing it couldn't be. When Kureha saw this item, she also understood Luffy's intention and couldn't help but take a big gulp of alcohol. Refreshing. Catch it, Luffy. Sun hexagram, flowery firefly. Bai Ye released his hand, letting the object in his grasp be gently carried by the wind to Luffy's hand. Once Luffy firmly caught it, he revealed a broad smile again. In the next moment, he raised his hand, and a flag twice the size of the Jolly Roger of Dr. Hirulik began to flutter above the castle. In Chopper's eyes, the flag completely occupied his vision, because in the center of the flag was a skull wearing a straw hat. This is my pirate flag, Chopper. Luffy shouted loudly to Chopper. His voice, carried by the fierce wind atop the mountains, seemed to echo farther and farther. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Come aboard my ship. Become my friend. Carry my flag. Let's adventure on the sea together. Chopper. Luffy's voice grew louder, but Chopper was slowly losing the ability to hear. At that moment, he was already in tears. After a moment, Chopper suddenly looked up, letting the tears flow down his face, and shouted loudly at Luffy. Can someone like me, a monster, really become a pirate? At that moment, Chopper was not really asking Luffy. He just wanted to vent all the grievances and questions he had accumulated over the years. I'm a reindeer. I have horns, hooves, and a blue nose. I'm not human. I'm a monster. Chopper's voice was heart-wrenching. How could someone like me become a pirate, become your companion? But what awaited him was Luffy's even more passionate reply. Stop whining. Come with me. Chopper looked up, facing the increasingly fierce wind and snow. It was as if he saw a light so strong it could illuminate him completely, a light he had never seen in all these years. Even though the two had just met, as long as they could express their feelings, it was enough to prove that their relationship had advanced by leaps and bounds. Of course, even if these two were a fool and a reindeer. Luffy, not bad at all, Chopper, haha. After returning to the castle, Luffy excitedly patted Chopper on the head. Stop it. Even if you compliment me, I won't be happy, you jerk. Chopper remained as tsundere as ever. Then, Luffy began to tell Chopper stories about his adventures at sea, emphasizing his companions. Chopper's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but wiggle with a desire to set sail immediately. Meanwhile, Bai Ye found Kureha again and expressed his second purpose for coming here. While I'm at it, there are a few things I would like to discuss with you. Bai Ye flipped his wrist, and several elixirs appeared in his hand. Bai Ye wanted to discuss alchemy with Kureha. Although Bai Ye had achieved the highest accomplishments of ancient alchemists, he could only refine some low-grade elixirs with his current abilities. Alchemy is different from medical arts. Having full comprehension does not increase Bai Ye's alchemical experience. After all, it is a skill that requires much practice. To make quick breakthroughs without guidance from master, one can only practice more, observe more, and summarize more. Therefore, Bai Ye thought that discussing with one of the top doctors in this world might allow him to gain insights and make breakthroughs in alchemy. The results proved Bai Ye's hypothesis correct. Although alchemy and medicine are not entirely the same, Kureha still provided Bai Ye with advice on drug analysis and refining timing. While this did not lead to a breakthrough in his alchemy, it allowed him a deeper understanding of the existing formulas and reduced the occurrences of explosive failures. At the same time, Kureha also provided a rough analysis of the effects that Bai Ye's current elixirs could produce. Although Kureha did not reveal her identity, her age and medical skills indicated that her perspective was not something ordinary people could compare to. First, she examined healing elixirs and blood replenishing elixirs, which are 9th grade elixirs. They are highly effective for external injuries and minor internal injuries, and can indeed be quite useful during daily travels. However, in battles on the Grand Line, such low-grade elixirs are not very useful. The potency and energy contained within are limited. The damage caused by a single punch might require a dozen elixirs to compensate. The recovery amount is too small to be significant. Perhaps it could be said that such elixirs have diminishing effects on stronger individuals. Following that, Bai Ye took out the 8th and 7th grade versions of the healing elixir, as well as the Chi recovery elixir and blood revival elixir. Using Luffy's current strength as a reference, he drew useful but limited conclusions. Bai Ye was not too surprised by this. Since going out to sea, Luffy and the other strength had increased significantly. Moreover, after undergoing the cleansing and marrow-purifying effects of the 7th grade medicinal pill, the effects of the 8th and 9th grade healing pills naturally wouldn't be as pronounced. Fortunately, Bai Ye still had the ability to refine some 6th grade pills. Given the current situation, that should be sufficient. One could say that this trip to Magnetic Drum Island was quite fruitful for Bai Ye. Of course, it wasn't just Bai Ye who gained something. There was also Kureha. After Bai Ye took out the healing and blood-replenishing pills, Kureha quickly managed to analyze part of their medicinal properties using her skills. Some of the materials used in pill refining simply had no substitutes in this world. Otherwise, Bai Ye strongly suspected that Kureha could replicate these pills on the spot with her expertise. This was also the first time Bai Ye felt a sense of reverence for the craftsmanship of this world. Before this, with his possession of the Taoist texts, he had always felt a vague sense of superiority. But now he was gradually changing his mindset. Having arrived in the Grand Line, his future opponents would slowly become the top powerhouses of this world. If Bai Ye still holds onto his naturally advantageous mindset, he might suffer a significant loss. After realizing this, Bai Ye's cultivation of his Tao heart has taken a significant step forward. Although there hasn't been a notable improvement in strength, it will undoubtedly have great benefits for his future cultivation. Therefore, to express his gratitude to Dr. Kureha for her indirect help, Bai Ye generously took out some of the most common medicinal herbs from the inner chamber and gave them to Dr. Kureha. Then, Bai Ye asked Kureha about some rumors he often heard in his previous life. For example, whether Blackbeard was able to absorb 2 devil fruits because Dr. Kureha performed a body modification surgery on him. Whether Dr. Kureha was the ship's doctor of Pirate King Roger before or a member of the Rocks Pirates. And whether her longevity was due to undergoing an immortality surgery by an ability user. As for Kureha's response to these questions, she neither confirmed nor denied any of them, leaving Bai Ye somewhat perplexed. This old lady definitely has some secrets. After Bai Ye finished dealing with his matters, there was no longer any meaning for them to stay. Chopper also faced his farewell to Kureha. At the castle gate, with all his courage, Chopper said to Kureha, "I want to go to sea with Luffy and Bai Ye. I want to join their pirate crew to see the ocean that Dr. Hirolik told me about." Chopper's voice was somewhat low, filled with reluctance towards the person before him. But what he didn't expect was that Kureha continued to drink the spirit that Bai Ye had given her, not even glancing at him. After a long while, Kureha finally spoke. "So, you're planning to leave me and go off on your own, huh? You're my only assistant. Get that straight, you brat." Kureha turned to look at Chopper, her gaze carrying an inexplicable pressure. Being a pirate is not easy. One mistake, and you could die. That doesn't matter. Chopper looked firmly at Kureha. "Luffy and Bai Ye are just like Dr. Hirolik and Nurse Doriel. They don't care about my monster identity." For the first time, Chopper shouted at Kureha, "So, how could I possibly give up this chance to go to sea?" Hearing this, Bai Ye smiled, and Luffy's gaze towards Chopper became even brighter. As for Kureha, She burst into laughter. Huh, so you have such determination? She looked at Chopper. Then, go out to sea and use the medical skills I've taught you. Just don't embarrass me. Kureha's eyes held an indescribable affection as she uttered the last 3 words. Silly son. Nurse Doriel. Hearing this, Chopper could no longer hold back his tears. He knelt on the ground and hit his head hard on the snowy ground. These years, I really owe you so much care. Watching the scene before him that felt familiar, Bai Ye skillfully pulled out a few tissues and handed them to Luffy. Farewells are always bittersweet, but at the same time, there is also anticipation for the journey ahead. Luffy, Bai Ye, come on up, I'll take you down. Chopper, who had transformed into a 4-legged reindeer, turned to the two and said. The people on the island were astonished to see a witch descending from the sky on a sled. But in fact, it was just Chopper pulling the sled along the cableaway. Luffy tilted his head, glanced at the transformed Chopper, then looked at the sled. Finally, he turned to Bai Ye and grinned. Let's fly down, Bai Ye. Bai Ye, I always feel like you want to have a snowball fight again. By the way, hearing Luffy's words, Chopper also transformed back into his cute form and looked at the two. It seems you flew up earlier. How did you do that? In response to Chopper's question, Bai Ye didn't answer immediately. Instead, he suddenly stepped forward, picked up Chopper, and gave him a gentle rub. You bastard, Bai Ye. Even if you hold me, I won't be happy. Despite Chopper's struggles, Bai Ye remained unfazed, and while forming a hand sign, he said to Chopper, you should experience this for yourself. Wind control, Sun hexagram. Wah. Even though he had experienced it once before, Luffy was still very excited and even wanted to test the range of Bai Ye's wind technique. Wah. What Bai Ye didn't expect was that after the few of them flew up, Chopper let out a strange cry, just like Luffy. His body stopped struggling, clinging to Bai Ye's arm, and cautiously looked down at the ground beneath them. When he saw that he was really floating in the air, Chopper couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Is this what it feels like to fly? Suddenly, Chopper felt Bai Ye, who was holding him, move, as if he was slowly crouching down. So, is it time to experience it for himself? The voice of Bai Ye sounded, looking at Chopper with a bit of amusement, wanting to slowly place him on the wind disc. However, Chopper's little hands were still tightly gripping Bai Ye's arm, seemingly afraid to let go directly. Then, he slowly tested the ground with his little hoofs. Because there was already some snow, Chopper easily found a foothold. First, his little hoof stepped down hard, then quickly bounced back up. He stepped down again with even more force and pulled back even faster. After repeating this a few times, Chopper finally let go of his hands and landed steadily in midair. Feeling the sensation beneath his feet, Chopper began to explore with the curiosity of a child who had just received their very own toy. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye also smiled. To be honest, whether he was a ship's doctor or not didn't matter. What mattered was that Chopper was just too cute. Chopper. At that moment, Luffy's voice came. Chopper instinctively looked up and saw a snow-white round ball rapidly enlarging in his line of sight. Bang! Ha-ha! Luffy laughed heartily. Let's have a snowball fight together. After the sudden attack, Chopper no longer cared about being shy or tsundere. He decisively transformed into his adult reindeer form and started to fight back against Luffy. Then, Bai Ye had no choice but to join the fray, because if he didn't intervene, Luffy might get knocked off the wind disc by Chopper. Luffy, Chopper, stop when you've had enough. We're about to... Bang! The White Knight wiped the snow off his face, and several crossroads appeared on his forehead. It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet, you bastard Luffy. And you too, Chopper. Feel the fear, you guy? At this moment, the three of them were having a snowball fight in the sky. They had no idea that starting today, there would be a strange rumor on Magnet Drum Island about 3 flying snow monsters. Before long, Luffy and the others safely landed. Bai Ye patted the white snow on his robe and said with some helplessness, next time I want to play, I must be careful not to accidentally hurt others. He looked at the two and said, otherwise the next round will be very uncomfortable. At this moment, Luffy and Chopper, whose faces were swollen like pig heads, said, we're really sorry, X2. Bai Ye smiled with satisfaction, realizing that both of them acknowledged their mistakes. Upon returning to the town, Bai Ye quickly spotted Nami and the others. However, as the three approached, they noticed that something seemed to have happened. Run fast. How could this happen? Nami and the others formed a circle, anxiously looking at the Psyduck in the middle. At that moment, the duck was completely encased in solid ice, resembling an ice sculpture. Sanji, smoking a cigarette, spoke up. Speaking of which, a frozen duck might actually taste pretty good. Run fast is not food, hey. Get that straight. Vivi immediately retorted loudly upon hearing this. Zoro looked at Run fast and teased. You didn't accidentally fall into the river, did you? Huh. Vivi transformed into a sharp-toothed form and complained. Have a little compassion. Okay, Perhaps angered by Zoro's words, muffled sounds suddenly came from the ice sculpture. Ga 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 ga. Then, a child's voice appeared next to Psyduck. I saw Zoro jump into the river to swim, and then suddenly disappear, so I jumped in after him out of concern. Bang! Upon hearing this, Nami quickly moved behind Zoro and punched him hard on the back of the head. So it was you jerk. Apologize. However, Nami immediately sensed something was off because Zoro, whom she had just hit, not only didn't cover his head with a resentful look, but instead stared blankly in one direction as if enchanted by Bai Ye's charm. Then Nami suddenly realized, who was that voice just now? She turned around and happened to see Chopper shyly looking at the group. Hello, I'm Tony Chopper. But before he could finish, the previously gathered group all stepped back in unison. Usopp exclaimed, Snow monster? Nami said it can talk. Zoro remarked, is it a raccoon? Chopper replied, I'm a reindeer, not a raccoon. You jerk. After a flurry of chaos, everyone finally understood Chopper's identity. Zoro and Sanji couldn't help but look at Bai Ye and Luffy, silently cursing. Luffy's idea of wanting a ship's doctor and a snow monster on board actually came true, while Nami and Vivi warmly welcomed Chopper. After all, girls really have no resistance to cute things. For a moment, everyone forgot about the Psyduck still frozen in the ice sculpture. If it weren't for Chopper hearing its cries for help, it would have probably been served on the dining table soon. Speaking of which, what about Dalton and the doctor they caught earlier? Bai Ye looked at the few people with some confusion. Dr. 20 was the last doctor on this island, and had previously been forced by Warbo. So Dalton let them go and took them to find the witch, Nami explained concisely. Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded. Dr. 20 was indeed not a bad person. In fact, he was moved by Dr. Kureha and turned to study medicine. Therefore, he had nothing to say about this handling. In fact, even if Nami hadn't done this, Bai Ye would have handed over the entire pirate crew, except for Warbo, to the people on this island to deal with. The White Knight looked up at the highest peak on the island. Since they went up there, it must be for that one thing. All right, brothers. Luffy stood at the bow of the goat ship, hands on his hips, and shouted, to welcome Chopper on board. Let's have a feast. Oh, XN then. After Sanji brought out the prepared food and drinks from the kitchen, a small banquet began. Ha 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 ha. At the center of the banquet, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper quickly became a group. In front of everyone, they performed the nostril chopstick dance once again. For a moment, the ship was filled with a silly atmosphere. Of course, the paper tool man was already steering the Mary slowly out of the harbor. On the deck, Bai Ye stood, gazing thoughtfully at Drum Island. Nami approached him and handed him a drink, feeling somewhat puzzled. Isn't it strange? Nami looked at the calm Drum Island. Isn't anyone coming out to bid farewell to Chopper? Boom! Just as Nami finished speaking, a series of loud explosions came from the highest peak of the island. Everyone on the ship stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Drum Island. Then, they witnessed an unforgettable scene. The loud sounds came from cannons, and when the cannonballs flew into the air and exploded, a miracle occurred. The white snow on the entire island gradually turned pink. Whoa! At this moment, the most excited on the ship were Chopper and Luffy. That's the Sakura that Dr. Hiralik talked about. Go on, silly son. Kureha murmured to herself after taking another swig of alcohol while sitting at the castle entrance. Is it really like this? Aren't we going to send him off? Dalton came over to Kureha and said, I don't need you to teach me about this, Kureha retorted. I'm very reassured that he became that person's crew member. She thought of that straw hat-wearing kid, a smile curving her lips. That's the kid who inherited the will of D. Monkey D. Luffy? Dalton nodded and suddenly remembered something. Just a week ago, a man had come here tracking Blackbeard. After learning that Blackbeard had already left, he didn't say much. Instead, he pulled out a bounty notice and asked everyone if they had seen the person on it. After receiving negative answers, he said, if he comes here, let him come to Alabasta, but only for 10 days after that, it's too late. At this thought, Dalton sighed with relief because the person on that bounty notice was indeed the Straw Hat Kid, and their next target was also Alabasta. Considering the time, that man should have already arrived in Alabasta by now. Dalton recalled the man's smiling face and finally remembered his name. Ace, on a naval ship in the Grand Line. Smoker was surprised by his subordinate's report. Captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division. He puffed on a cigar, muttering, how could such a guy come to paradise? Moreover, his destination is actually Alabasta. Upon hearing this news, Smoker couldn't help but speculate. Could he be related to the Kingdom's rebellion? Could he be Mr. Zero? After thinking for a while, Smoker felt a headache coming on. He turned to his subordinate, Tashigi, who was practicing her sword nearby. Tashigi, how long until we reach Alabasta? Report, Colonel Smoker. We should arrive in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Smoker nodded. 3 days? That should be enough. If this matter really involves Ace, it might not be something I can handle. Hey, Tashiji, connect me to headquarters. Okay, Colonel Smoker. Smoker looked out at the endless horizon, feeling as if a tornado was about to form. Send more people from headquarters. Things are getting more complicated. In the sea breeze, Smoker's whisper slowly faded away. In fact, he wasn't the only one who felt things were becoming complicated. At the port of Alabasta, Crocodile looked at the defeated pirates and said helplessly, "You guys still don't see the reality?" Seeing this scene, the people at the port began to chant Crocodile's name. Although the Royal Army and the Rebel Army had ceased fire for now, Crocodile was still preparing to legitimately seize the country. That was to become the hero of Alabasta. Amidst the flattery of the crowd, Crocodile turned to leave. However, no one noticed that just as he turned, his expression became extremely serious. How could that guy come here? The son of the man who defeated me. Crocodile seemed to recall something, and anger began to build up. But soon he calmed himself down. Although he hated that man to the core, he couldn't act impulsively at this time. As long as his plan succeeded, he could obtain one of the ancient weapons, Pluton. Next, he just needed to wait for the key figure in the plan to arrive. Mr. 2. Still no sign of the ship. A swan-shaped ship was lingering between Little Garden and Alabasta. Keep searching for me. If I don't deal with Mr. 3 quickly, my life will be in danger. The speaker was, of course, Mr. 2, a man dressed in a swan outfit, looking like a ballet dancer. He was anxiously instructing his subordinates. Some time had passed since he received the task, and if they couldn't find Mr. 3 soon, he would likely not make it back in time. Thinking about the consequences of failing the mission, Mr. 2, who spoke somewhat awkwardly, was almost in tears. Well, next, it's time to witness a miracle. In the room of White Knight, an excited voice echoed. Who else could it be but White Knight himself? At this moment, he was smiling as he looked at the large wooden barrel in front of him. Inside the barrel was the former king of the magnetic drum island, Valpo, who had been soaked in seawater for several days and was extremely weakened. If the guess was correct, perhaps some plans would need to be changed in the future. Bai Ye murmured to himself, looking at Walpole as if he were a rare treasure. After leaving Drum Island, Bai Ye finally had time to verify his speculation. In fact, for him, the biggest gain from this trip to Drum Island was this devil fruit user. In the original story, after being knocked away by Luffy, Walpole went through a rather miserable period of wandering. He even experienced being despised by dogs and children. However, later on, in order to make a living, Walpole had to eat garbage and then created toys to sell to children. Surprisingly, a scientist discovered that the toys he made contained a special alloy. From then on, Walpole embarked on a path of counterattack. Not only did he start a toy company, but he also married Miss Universe. And the Walpole alloy he produced made him a world-class billionaire. 2 years after the Summit War, the world aristocracy even made Walpole a king again. Reflecting on this experience, Bai Ye couldn't help but marvel. If someone wrote a novel with Walpole as the protagonist, it would definitely be a classic story of overcoming adversity. At the same time, Bai Ye expressed doubts about Luffy, because every opponent he knocked away seemed to have a significant role afterward. For example, the initial villain, Alvida, found the smooth fruit after being punched by Luffy and became a stunning beauty, a true example of a comeback. Thinking of this, Bai Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Since he arrived in this world, Luffy had not knocked away a single opponent. They had all been sent away by Bai Ye. If viewed from the perspective of these people, Bai Ye seemed to be the quintessential villain. With this in mind, Bai Ye felt that the most regrettable case might be Alvida. He didn't know who would eventually eat the smooth fruit. However, Bai Ye quickly dismissed such wild thoughts. If he crossed over and boarded the protagonist's ship, yet the plot remained unchanged, wouldn't that mean his crossing was in vain? Bai Ye thought to himself. Then, he shifted his gaze back to Walpo. Although the plot involving him in the original work was not extensive, it was still evident that Walpo's ability to consume the munch fruit had considerable potential. Therefore, since he had already captured Walpo, Bai Ye naturally had no intention of letting him go easily. A golden light appeared in Bai Ye's right hand. Then, a short sword materialized from his hand. In the next second, swish, the short sword sliced through Valpo's neck. In the White Knight, Bai Ye killed Walpo. Just as blood had not yet sprayed from Walpo's neck, Bai Ye waved his hand and brought Walpo into the inner scene. After that, Bai Ye sat cross-legged on the bed, entering the inner scene with his mind as well. Meanwhile, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were sitting on the edge of the Mary, bored and fishing. Chopper, Usopp suddenly asked, "What did you and Bai Ye talk about alone in the room yesterday?" Hearing this, Luffy curiously turned his head to look at Chopper. "That's right, Chopper. Was Bai Ye's room fun?" I haven't been in there at all. For some reason, Chopper felt that Luffy's tone was somewhat melancholic. Wasn't it you who made a mess of Bai Ye's room the first time you went in? Usopp rolled his eyes and said. However, he was indeed curious about what Bai Ye and Chopper had talked about. Actually, it was nothing much. Chopper thought for a moment and said, Bai Ye was quite strange yesterday. First, he pulled me into the room, hoping I could let him study the rumble ball. Then he asked me some questions about devil fruits, and suddenly he burst out laughing. At this point, Chopper's expression was a bit peculiar. He kept mumbling. If that's really the case, then can it be done like this? After hearing Chopper's account, Luffy and Usopp were completely confused. I don't understand at all, Luffy said while picking his nose. Did Bai Ye discover the secret about devil fruits? Usopp pondered, but his words surprised Chopper. Bai Ye is so smart. What is the secret of devil fruits? Is it really the power of laws? Ha ha, what a pleasant surprise. In the inner scene, Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh loudly at the sight before him. After a devil fruit user dies, the devil fruit will randomly reincarnate at a certain time and place. This setting had always been a concern for Bai Ye. Referring to some people's statements from his past life, Bai Ye could draw some conclusions. 1. The abilities of devil fruits can only be carried by fruits and living beings. 2. Once the fruit is eaten or the living being dies, the ability will quickly transfer. 3. Abilities possess uniqueness. Based on these points, Bai Ye made a bold guess. The devil fruit, or the power referred to as a demon, is the manifestation or projection of the uniqueness of certain laws in this world. As for how the transfer occurs, after considering Chopper's rumble ball, Bai Ye also provided a conclusion. That is, it spreads in the form of waves. Initially, waves carrying the characteristics of the laws move across the world. Later, due to certain reasons, these law waves undergo changes beginning to seek hosts, living beings, or fruits. Of course, these are just Bai Ye's speculations. But he had a way to verify his guess. If the abilities of devil fruits are indeed manifestations and projections of laws, then all he needs to do is kill a user to observe it. The key point lies in how to observe the transfer of the ability. Bai Ye responded, it could be done by changing to another world. If we say that in the world of One Piece, the various laws and rules have already been perfected and cannot be directly observed, then we just need to find a small world that has just been born and is still in an embryonic state to achieve the manifestation of the laws. Coincidentally, Bai Ye's inner scenery is such an existence. Of course, it is not the inner scenery of the Taoist collection of talismans. Instead, it is the inner scenery awakened after Bai Ye practiced Taoist techniques. The inner scenery, which existed in Bai Ye's previous life, is said to embody the concept of being able to see one's own flesh and organs. In ancient times, during the era of Chi practitioners, the inner scenery meant the creation of small world. Of course, saying it's a small world is somewhat forced. It may be understood as an auxiliary space derived from the source of the world by Chi practitioners, because it relies on the source of this world. The inner scenery is mostly quite rough. The manifestation of laws is a common occurrence. Just a moment ago, as soon as Bai Ye killed Walbo, he moved the corpse into the inner scenery for observation. When Bai Ye entered the inner scenery and saw a law that had just been inscribed in the sky above, a big smile appeared on his face. Bai Ye stroked his chin and turned to look at Valpo's corpse. Due to the nature of the inner world, Bai Ye could clearly see the waves of laws emanating from Valpo's body. Moreover, from Bai Ye's perspective, these waves seemed to possess their own consciousness. Perhaps they already knew that the world they were in had changed. The White Knight can even sense uneasy emotions from these waves of laws. This reminds me of a setting from the later part of the original work. The devil fruits choose their own hosts. Bai Ye wasn't particularly surprised by this situation. After all, during the era of ancient Chi practitioners, even magical artifacts that hadn't developed sentience had the concept of choosing their masters. As a top-tier specialty of this world, devil fruits should naturally have this level of prestige. Just like the Nika fruit, which had never been obtained by the world government for centuries. What truly surprised Bai Ye was the change happening in the law waves before him. They seemed to be separating. Just moments ago, the closely connected law waves had begun to show signs of disorder. Some waves even appeared to be breaking away to form their own factions. Bai Ye suddenly thought of something. Could this be the origin of the upper and lower position fruits? Bai Ye stroked his chin, engaging in his own speculation. When the law wave struggles to find a new host, it will cause dissipation, resulting in partial loss of abilities, thus forming new devil fruits? In other words, lower-tier fruits derive from the original devil fruits. As for the existing devil fruits, will they be projected and manifested by the world again later? In just a few minutes, Bai Ye came up with another hypothesis. He even thought, Could the lower tier fruit of the swallow fruit have its ability reduced from devouring everything to simply becoming stronger by eating? He could continue to observe, but for him, the significance of the swallow fruit was more important. So with a thought, an apple in the external room was brought into his inner scenery. The moment the apple entered the inner scenery, the law wave of the swallow fruit quickly burrowed into the apple, as if it had seen a mouse. Soon, the ordinary apple transformed into the shape of a devil fruit. If Bai Ye had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, he would know that this devil fruit was indeed the swallow fruit. Looking at the devil fruit before him, a sense of pride arose in Bai Ye's heart. To some extent, it seemed he had found a method to attain the powers of a devil fruit user with a 100 success rate. It was even more powerful and faster than Blackbeard's method. However, it seemed that with his current abilities, he still couldn't strip away the curse. This was the only regret Bai Ye had. Although the devouring law recorded in the inner scenery was the source of the ability, Bai Ye lacked the capability to remove the curse based on that source. If he acted forcefully, it could cause the law wave to become completely chaotic. Then Bai Ye would really be crying. The swallow fruit can consume anything and turn it into a part of its body or use it to synthesize new things. The user can even eat themselves to change their body shape. To be honest, calling this a law seems a bit low. As long as one eats a fruit, they can immediately possess the ability to devour everything, utilizing it without any need for digestion. Even if they told Bai Ye that this was the source of the great path, he would believe it. However, looking at the devouring law recorded in his inner scenery, Bai Ye felt that it wasn't as strong as he had imagined. This was not Bai Ye being modest, but rather a conclusion drawn after carefully sensing the devouring law in the inner scenery world. Logically speaking, the inner scenery world, which recorded the devouring law, should possess the same abilities. But according to Bai Ye's feelings, it seemed to lack the formidable effects exhibited by the swallow fruit in the world of One Piece. Was it due to the difference in world levels? The interior of Bai Ye is derived from the Taoist techniques, or the ancient practices of energy cultivators. It relies on the realm of cultivation. There is indeed a gap between the realm of cultivation and the world of One Piece. Perhaps this is why Bai Ye can so easily record the rules of the Goma Nomi. Although there is some regret, it is already a significant surprise for Bai Ye. After all, verifying the essence of devil fruits is more about Bai Ye's curiosity. The initial purpose of Bai Ye was to seize the devil fruit from the ability users and to attempt to record such abilities. This has greatly aided him in some of his subsequent plans. Now, Bai Ye has not only successfully achieved these two goals, but also gained an unexpected harvest. The first is the law of devouring. Bai Ye discovered that his inner landscape not only could record such laws, but could also be used. This made the bold idea he once had possible to realize, to use his inner landscape to devour the inner world of the Taoist collection. Although both of these inner landscapes belonged to him, for Bai Ye, he only possessed the right to use the latter, which was equivalent to having a key to enter and exit the inner landscape world at will. Essentially, this world still did not belong to him. For a Chi practitioner, possessing a complete and advanced inner landscape world would lead to a tremendous leap in strength. This was Bai Ye's third reason for wanting to kill Helmeppo. If he could successfully consume it with the devouring law, Bai Ye would be able to undergo a complete transformation through the inner landscape world. Perhaps he could even become invincible in the world. Unfortunately, the devouring law Bai Ye obtained was not strong, so he could only wait patiently, hoping that day would come sooner. Thinking of this, Bai Ye focused his thoughts, and a flame appeared in his inner landscape, completely incinerating Helmeppo. To express his gratitude for Helmeppo's contributions to this world, Bai Ye kindly helped him complete his cremation, leaving no ashes behind. After silently thanking him, Bai Ye left the inner landscape world. As for the devouring fruit, Bai Ye did not take it out immediately. On one hand, it was difficult to explain. On the other hand, the master he had chosen for it had not yet appeared. Indeed, Bai Ye had long had plans for the devouring fruit. For such a treasure, he would have no other thoughts and would naturally prioritize his own people. Therefore, considering the two major characteristics of the devouring fruit, devouring and synthesizing, the most suitable person in the Straw Hat crew to consume this fruit would be that perverted modified human who only likes to wear underwear and often shouts super. Bai Ye is also looking forward to seeing how that guy performs after eating the gum fruit and gaining its abilities. As soon as White Knight walked out of his room, he saw Nami hitting Luffy. In the White Knight, Nami stood with her hands on her hips, yelling at Luffy with sharp teeth. "Are you an idiot? How did you make such a big noise? You almost flipped the boat." Luffy looked at Nami with a swollen face. "Sanji told me to go fishing." "Huh? Do you think I'm an idiot like you? How can fishing cause an explosion?" "Fishing was too slow, so I used a better method." At this point, Luffy proudly exclaimed, I found that the talismans from the White Knight are really useful. Just one is enough to blow up a lot of fish. As he spoke, Luffy took out the stack of talismans that White Knight had given him earlier. Bai Ye's mouth twitched slightly, unable to help but shout. This obviously isn't just one used. You've already used up most of it. Luffy, hearing the voice, turned to Bai Ye with bright eyes. Bai Ye, you're out. Give me some more talismans. I want to blow up some fish. Bai Ye, can't you hear my tone just now? Bai Ye tried to calm down and asked, Luffy, who taught you how to fry fish like this? Given his thought process, he definitely wouldn't have thought of this method. Therefore, Bai Ye speculated that there must be a master guiding Luffy behind the scenes. It's Usopp, Luffy said with an innocent expression. Just as expected, it was you. Bai Ye let out a light breath, and had already flashed to Usopp's side. Bai Ye, listen to me explain, it's not what you think. The punishment from the vice captain of the Golden Light curse. Before the trembling Usopp could finish speaking, Bai Ye, the headstrong one, took action. A moment later, Luffy and Usopp said, I'm very sorry. White Knight, is it really just a dream to hope you won't cause any trouble? Seriously, fish properly, you bastards. After saying this, White Knight went to the kitchen to find Sanji to make some food for himself. You killed Walpole, right? After serving the food, Sanji casually asked. Among the few of them, only he, who provided food for the crew, was informed by White Knight about Walpole's existence. The reason for the White Knight is also very simple. Before killing Valpo, one must be careful not to let him starve to death. Well, killed him. Bai Ye nodded, then started eating Sanji's food and gave a thumbs up in praise. Sanji heard this and nodded without saying more. He didn't care about Bai Ye killing people. He only cared about the food that Walpo had consumed. It was indeed a bit too much. At that moment, both of them sensed that something seemed to be happening outside, so they went out together to check. Then, they witnessed a miraculous scene. Two Luffys. Sanji's eyes widened, and the cigarette in his mouth fell onto the deck. In front of him, there were actually two people with the same face as Luffy. One was dressed in Luffy's usual attire. The other Luffy was wearing a bizarre swan ballet costume. Bai Ye helped extinguish Sanji's cigarette, watching the scene in front of him with great interest. Having read the original work, he naturally knew who this person was. Mr. 2 from the Baroque Works. The only senior executive without a partner. As for the reason, based on Bai Ye's guess, it was probably because he was androgynous, making it difficult to assign him a partner. That's right, this guy is a transgender person, a strong believer in the path of transgender individuals. At the same time, he is a mimic user who has eaten the Maramara Nomi. He can transform into anyone his right hand touches and can remember all the people he has imitated. The power of this fruit lies not only in mimicking the person's face, but also includes their voice and even their body shape. Thinking of this, Bai Ye suddenly recalled a scene from the original story. After being lured in by Luffy and the others, Mr. 2 began to imitate the members of the Straw Hat crew. Then, after imitating Nami, he lifted his shirt to show off his body. Wow, bang! Bai Ye looked up, and as expected, saw the shocked expressions of Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper. He also witnessed the scene where Nami, blushing, knocked Mr. 2 down with a punch. Following that, Mr. 2's brilliant performance earned cheers from the three idiots on the ship. Nami had a helpless expression, Zoro was expressionless, and Sanji looked somewhat uncomfortable. Bai Ye quickly understood that for Sanji, a lecherous person, a transvestite could be considered his natural enemy. In such a situation, Bai Ye didn't know how to comfort him. Should he tell him that without himself, he would spend 2 years training on Transvestite Island in the future? Shaking his head, Bai Ye dismissed such thoughts. At this moment, he was also ready to take action. Just as Mr. 2 and the idiot trio were establishing their friendship and waiting for their ship to arrive to prepare for departure, a voice rang out. Wind binding of the Sun hexagram. Mr. 2, standing at the edge of the ship, was a bit surprised as he felt the wind binding him like a rope. He turned to look at Bai Ye. Can you tell me why you are treating me this way? Mr. 2 asked calmly, without panic. However, his tone sent chills down Bai Ye's spine. As for the Straw Hat crew, aside from Chopper, who had just boarded the ship, even Luffy did not immediately question Bai Ye. Instead, they fell silent, waiting for what would happen next. This was also the trust Bai Ye had built among his companions over such a long time. Bai Ye turned to Vivi on the second floor and asked, Is there a senior official in the Baroque Works, codename Mr. 2? Have you seen him? Hearing this, Vivi was taken aback for a moment and then replied, Mr. 2 is quite mysterious. I haven't seen his true face either. Then, Vivi changed the subject, but according to rumors, Mr. 2 is supposed to be a tall person with a feminine demeanor who loves to wear a swan coat, with the 4 words the way of the shemale on his back. For a moment, the ship fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at Mr. 2, who fit the description perfectly, and turned to Vivi, who didn't recognize him. Seeing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but chuckle. This was one of Vivi's few dark histories. As for the other dark history, it might be her signature technique. The dance of seduction. Princess Vivi? At this moment, Mr. 2, who had been listening to their conversation, immediately understood the situation. He looked at everyone and said, "No wonder I couldn't find Mr. 3. It seems he was defeated by you guys, the Straw Hat crew." Mr. 2 naturally recognized the Straw Hat pirates, who had gained significant fame recently. However, since his target had always been Mr. 3, he hadn't paid much attention. At this point, Vivi also reacted and eagerly asked, "You transformed into my father's appearance, didn't you? What did you do using my father's identity?" At this moment, Vivi's heart was filled with fear and anger. What did you do using my father's identity? Hearing Vivi's questioning, Mr. 2 was initially taken aback, then realized the identity of the person in front of him. "Vivi, so you're Cobra's daughter?" Mr. 2's tone was calm and unperturbed. "Don't worry. I just remembered his face and didn't use his identity to do anything bad. Just not the right time yet." Sanji interjected, "Otherwise, you wouldn't have specifically remembered that face." Zoro, uninterested in the conversation, simply muttered, "Just cut him down. Is that all that's on your mind?" Nami sighed in exasperation. She then turned to Vivi to comfort her. "Regardless of whether he did anything or not, now that we've caught him, it's fine." After saying this, Nami revealed a meaningful smile and walked step by step to Mr. 2's side. She slowly spoke, "It's just about making him tell the truth. That's too easy." The next course of action became very clear. At Nami's request, Sanji quickly tied up Mr. 2. However, soon, something fell off. The puppet talisman, doesn't it work? On the Mary, Nami was somewhat incredulous. After capturing Mr. 2, as per custom, Nami took out the puppet talisman from her chest, intending to extract some information from Mr. 2. But to everyone's surprise, it seemed that the puppet talisman didn't have any effect. Nami looked at Bai Ye, seemingly wanting to know what the problem was. Bai Ye shrugged his shoulders, feeling somewhat helpless as he said, "It seems that this cross-dressing guy's will is very strong." Indeed, Bai Ye had always known that the effectiveness of the puppet talisman was limited. Whether it could be effective depended more on testing the target's mentality or willpower. And Mr. 2 happened to be a person with a strong will. Roar, 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 roar. The tightly bound Mr. 2 laughed heartily, looking up to the sky. For some reason, at that moment, the cross-dressing Mr. 2 emitted an unusual glow in the eyes of the onlookers. He stopped laughing, looked seriously at the group, and said, "In this world, there are only two types of people, either men or women." After scanning the crowd, he suddenly revealed a charming smile and loudly declared, "But cross-dressers are different. Cross-dressers are both women. And also men. That's why cross-dressers are the strongest. This is the way of my cross-dressing." On the deck of the Mary, a cross-dresser bound tightly made his roar. In response, Bai Ye remarked that if he weren't swaying like a pupa on the deck, the scene would have been quite passionate. Of course, Bai Ye found it quite eye-watering. Naturally, there were some who were moved by this passionate display. Clearly, it was the trio of idiots. Oh, that's really great," Luffy shouted along. "Is this your path?" "Ha ha." Usopp rubbed his nose, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As for Chopper, he was already staring at Mr. 2 with sparkling eyes. The way of the cross-dresser. The strongest. Boom. X3 Nami's angry voice rang out. "Are you all idiots?" Bai Ye shook his head. Indeed, ever since Chopper boarded the ship, the silly atmosphere on board had gradually taken over. Bai Ye had also worried about the situation where the puppet symbol wouldn't work on Mr. 2. As a key figure in the original story who caused the Alabasta crisis, it was only natural not to let him go once encountered. For a senior executive of the Baroque Works, killing or imprisoning him would seem a bit wasteful. Moreover, if he could persuade Mr. 2 to join their side, then exposing Crocodile's conspiracy would be almost effortless. Thinking of this, Bai Ye, the great deceiver, was ready to go online again. He smiled at Mr. 2 and said, "Speaking of which, you seem to be unaware. The reason your mission is to kill Mr. 3 is fundamentally because of Vivi." Bai Ye slowly spoke, "Because Vivi knows your boss's identity." What? Mr. 2 was clearly shocked by this news. After all, he had been with Baroque Works for so long and had never even seen the boss's face. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye smiled and turned to Vivi, saying, "Could you please repeat what you said about the truth of Baroque Works?" Vivi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "No problem," although she still didn't know Bai Ye's purpose for asking her to do this. The belief that trusting Bai Ye was the right thing to do had already taken root in her mind. Then, the members of the Straw Hat crew each began their work and training. Vivi and Bai Ye were responsible for dealing with Mr. 2. "What? My boss is actually Crocodile. The Sand Croc. After hearing Vivi's account, Mr. Two was clearly a bit surprised. That's right. And the so-called ideal country you wish to establish is actually about seizing the power of Alabasta. Vivi nodded, her expression still somewhat grim. At this point, Mr. Two's expression was also one of shock. Seizing a nation's power, especially that of a world government member country, was simply too unbelievable, wasn't it? Seeing Mr. Two's expression, Bai Ye voiced the true thoughts he was harboring. Even if the Sand Croc is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a legitimate pirate recognized by the world government and the navy, wanting to ascend to the throne of Alabasta. At this point, Bai Ye glanced at Vivi, thought for a moment, and decided not to reveal the true identity of their royal family. Simply continuing, it's still a bit fanciful, isn't it? White Knight looked at Mr. Two with a smile that seemed like a smile, but wasn't. Neither the world government nor the navy will allow such things to happen. Bai Ye's words were not malicious speculation. If a pirate were to brazenly become the king of a world government member state, how would other member states feel? It might lead to a loss of trust in the world government. Of course, such things have happened before, like with Doflamingo. But he used to be a celestial dragon, while Crocodile is not. So Crocodile himself is quite self-aware. He tells his subordinates on the surface that it's for establishing an ideal country. But in reality, it's just to seize the secrets of the underworld king. At this moment, even if Bai Ye doesn't reveal Crocodile's true intentions, Mr. Two can sense that something is off. Mr. Zero, does he want us to be cannon fodder? Crocodile's plan was never particularly brilliant. And now that Bai Ye has pointed it out with just a few words. Naturally, Mr. Two wouldn't feel excited like in the original story. Instead, he starts to consider his own escape route. After muttering to himself, he looks up at Bai Ye. So, what is your purpose in helping Princess Vivi? Mr. Two is filled with curiosity. Crocodile's bounty may not be as high as yours, but if you think his strength is just at that level, you might be disappointed. Mr. Two has calmed down now and even considers throwing a flirtatious glance at Bai Ye. If we just charge him like this, we could die. Seeing a man throw a flirtatious glance at him. Even Bai Ye, who has a commendable state of mind, found it a bit hard to look at. At this moment, not only Mr. Two is curious, but even Vivi, who is beside them, suddenly realizes something. She had always hoped the Straw Hat crew would help her and believed they could defeat Crocodile. But it seems she never promised them any prize for their help. More importantly, they could have avoided this battle altogether. Because from start to finish, Crocodile had no idea that the Straw Hat crew was helping her. They just needed to change their course to avoid this fight, just as Mr. Two said. Crocodile is a well-known pirate, and his bounty that has stopped rising doesn't necessarily reflect his strength. Besides Bai Ye, the bounties of the other Straw Hat crew members are quite different from his. If one thinks carefully, the Straw Hat crew might not be able to avoid casualties when facing Crocodile. Moreover, Crocodile has many strong subordinates. Why? Vivi suddenly looks up at Bai Ye. Why do you want to help me like this? This isn't suspicion towards the Straw Hat crew, believing they have ulterior motives. Instead, it's a sense of confusion and incomprehension regarding their unconditional assistance. Of course, it's for Robin, and to experience the exotic charm of Alabasta. Bai Ye silently cursed in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud, otherwise his character would collapse. So he just looked at Wei Wei, his gaze calm, the corners of his mouth lifting into a beautiful arc as he gently spoke. This is our captain's decision. Wei Wei looked at Bai Ye's clear eyes, feeling a bit lost. Bai Ye continued, when our captain said he would help you, you already became our partner. We are a pirate crew that can sacrifice our lives for our partners. Bai Ye couldn't help but show off a bit, saying some cool words. As for the warlords of the sea, he paused, then chuckled lightly, his whole demeanor becoming somewhat arrogant. My captain is destined to become the pirate king. As his crew, how could we possibly fear the Navy's lapdogs? Vivi covered her mouth, holding back tears in her eyes. So, she had already become their partner? Remembering the bits and pieces of their journey, Vivi's eyes were completely wet. In that moment, she even had the thought of becoming Luffy's crew member. Just then, a somewhat strange crying sound echoed in the room. It was Mr. Two, tightly bound. Such friendship truly moves me. Bai Ye's just too cool. I can't help but want to kiss you. At first, seeing Mr. Two crying so hard, Bai Ye was quite satisfied. However, hearing what came next, Bai Ye was thrown off guard. Boys have to be on guard not only against girls, but also against boys, and now they even have to be wary of transvestites. Mr. Two is a relatively standout character in the original work, especially the scene where he fights Magellan alone to help Luffy escape from Impelled Down, which remains a classic moment in many people's hearts. It can be seen from various aspects that Mr. Two is a character easily moved by friendship. This is also why Bai Ye said that. Sure enough, sensing the bond between the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi, along with his previous friendships with Luffy and others. Mr. Two? Oh no, he should now be called Xiaofeng, because when he decided to help, Luffy immediately believed in him, and their relationship rapidly advanced. Xiaofeng is the affectionate name Luffy gave him, and Xiaofeng also gave Luffy a nickname, Little Straw Hat. Others are the same, like Little Nami, Little Zoro, and Little Bai Ye. To this, Bai Ye strongly protested, but it was useless. No matter what, Xiaofeng had already made the decision to help the Straw Hat crew. As for how to help, Bai Ye had long been prepared. On the Mary, the Straw Hat crew waved goodbye to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng stood on his swan ship, tears in his eyes, bidding farewell to everyone. Little Straw Hat, Little Bai Ye, I will definitely complete my task. I await your arrival. At this moment, Bai Ye's mouth twitched, thinking that the task he entrusted to him didn't seem too dangerous. Why did it feel like a parting of life and death? Of course, some people really thought so. For example, Xiaofeng and the idiot trio on his ship. Luffy and the others bit their lips, looking at Xiaofeng with reluctance. As the swan ship slowly moved, Luffy finally couldn't hold back his tears and shouted, Xiaofeng, Little Straw Hat. Xiaofeng suddenly turned back, even reaching out his hand, wanting to grab Luffy. Bai Ye's eyelids twitched, and with a flick of his wrist, he took out a talisman. Talisman of swift movement. Bai Ye threw out the talisman and stamped it onto the swan ship. In the next second, the swan ship sped away from its original position. Xiaofeng, eat ba bang. X3 finally, the Mary regained its usual tranquility and peace. The group then gathered in the conference room, enjoying drinks prepared by Sanji while discussing the battle plan. First, they talked about the current situation in Alabasta. The rain-summoning talisman brought by Icolum did not lead to the defection of the 300,000 Royal Army. However, just a few rainfalls were not enough for the Revolutionary Army to completely lay down their arms. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army had only retreated to their base, Yuba, and both sides were currently in a state of ceasefire. According to Bai Ye's previous instructions, the royal family would explain the background of the dancing powder incident to the Revolutionary Army within half a month and capture the true culprit behind the scenes. The reason for not reporting directly to the Navy was still due to the lack of evidence. Whether it's the fact that Crocodile is the behind-the-scenes boss of Baroque Works, or that Crocodile masterminded the dancing powder incident, there was no evidence whatsoever. This was also the reason why Crocodile felt so confident, because all plans would only reveal themselves at the time of the final battle. Before that, he was already in an undefeated position. The Navy also couldn't arrest a warlord of the sea based on a single testimony. That would undoubtedly be a slap in the face. So everything done previously was just to buy time. In the original work, when the Straw Hat crew arrived in Alabasta, the situation had already become uncontrollable. Now, as long as the Straw Hat crew could reach Alabasta, everything would be resolved in a very short time. The White Knight thought so. This is the confidence of a time traveler with foresight. But is the reality really like this? Colonel, at the port of Alabasta, Smoker had just disembarked from the warship when he was called by Tashigi. After saluting, she reported, the headquarters has sent word that reinforcements have been officially dispatched to deal with Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Portgas Diaz. After saying this, Tashigi revealed the details. Hearing the names of the reinforcements, the corner of Smoker's mouth with a cigar in it slightly lifted. Not bad at all. Hey, is that so? At the bow of the Going Merry, Luffy sat atop his goat figurehead. He looked at the creature that suddenly emerged from the sea, resembling a sea king, and sighed. Sanji also came to the bow, looking at the sea beast in front of him, marveling, I've never seen such ingredients. I wonder if I can make delicious dishes from them. Ingredients? Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately became excited and assumed a fighting stance. Rubber. Bang. Before Luffy could act, Vivi punched him on the back of the head. Taking advantage of this moment, the sea beast seemed to sense danger and quickly submerged back into the ocean. Meat. Luffy felt a bit upset, while Vivi spoke up. That's a creature of the sea, living near Alabasta, which we consider a sacred animal. I see. Luffy felt somewhat disinterested. Creatures he couldn't eat held no attraction for him. On the other side, Chopper, hearing Vivi's words, found it somewhat novel. So that kind of monster can also earn people's respect and even become a symbol. Sanji then caught onto the key point. That being said, since we encountered a sea creature, we must be getting close to Alabasta, right? Just then, Zoro, from the lookout, shouted to everyone, I see land. That must be it. Zoro slowly opened his mouth, uttering the name everyone had been seeking for a long time, Alabasta. Hearing this name, everyone had different reactions. Luffy clenched his fist. Great, next. Let's go beat Crocodile. Sanji stroked his chin, his eyes turning into hearts. That must be the exotic scenery that White Knight mentioned. I'm really looking forward to it. Zoro crossed his arms. I hope there's a good opponent. Usopp rubbed his long nose. Then, let us begin from here to become brave sea warriors. Chopper adjusted his hat. So, are we going to fight next? Dr. Kureha, I won't embarrass you. Nami then pulled the somewhat nervous Vivi in close, smiling as she said, after we defeat Crocodile, you should reward us. How about 1 billion? As for White Knight, he looked at the distant Alabasta, feeling an inexplicable sense of tension. This made White Knight somewhat uneasy. He felt that this trip to Alabasta wouldn't be too easy. Mr. 2 has returned, right? In the room, Crocodile's deep voice sounded. It seemed his mission was also completed. Crocodile sat in a chair, gently stroking the massive golden crocodile beside him. It should be like this. Robin stood opposite Crocodile and gently spoke. According to him, Mr. 3 and Mr. Golden Week have permanently disappeared from this world. Then, let them gather. Crocodile nodded in satisfaction and continued. The final plan should begin to take action. Hearing this, Robin didn't answer immediately. After a pause, she spoke. Do we really need to implement the plan now? Robin lowered her head slightly. Port Gasti, Ace, and the Navy Colonel have arrived on this island. Should we wait a bit longer? No need. Crocodile sat up, staring at Robin, and said, my target has never been this country. The final plan is merely to help me attract the Navy's attention. As for whether it will be discovered, Crocodile showed no signs of nervousness. Once I obtained the secret of Pluton, I won't fear anyone. And that fire fist? For the first time, Crocodile's voice had fluctuations. He was still far from that man. If he dares to stop me, he should be prepared to be killed. After finishing his last sentence, Crocodile's aura suddenly erupted, surprising even Robin. For the first time, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards a man before her. A man with such an aura? Is he really just a coward who secretly engages in petty tricks and relies on external things? In fact, Robin wasn't wrong. Crocodile is undoubtedly a strong man, one capable of sailing in the new world as a great pirate. But he is also a coward who, having seen how high the sky is, now fears flying. Years ago, Crocodile challenged Whitebeard, and the defeat he suffered was not merely a simple loss. This defeat made him question himself for the first time. The reason is simple. Whitebeard is truly too strong. So strong that it has created a mental barrier for Crocodile. Can such a man really be defeated by human power? It is precisely this mental barrier that makes Crocodile so concerned about the ancient weapon, Pluton. In his heart, only such a weapon can allow him to kill Whitebeard and thus eliminate his own mental barrier. The existence of this mental barrier not only significantly reduced Crocodile's strength, but also changed his momentum. However, this time, the reason Crocodile was able to regain such momentum was, on one hand, because he believed his plan was about to succeed and that he would soon acquire the long-desired ancient weapon. On the other hand, it was aimed at Ace. He wanted to urgently prove himself. Even if he couldn't defeat that man, he could easily defeat that man's son. Of course, if Crocodile were to find out that he couldn't even defeat Ace, he might lose even that bit of momentum. But soon, Crocodile's momentum disappeared as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. All right, go arrange it. Miss All Sunday, Crocodile said, go bring them over. Understood, Mr. Zero. Robin stopped talking, turned to leave, but the image of Bai appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but think, did he really manage to recruit Mr. 2? That's quite surprising. However, it seems that the opponents you are facing are equally not simple. What will you do? As Robin thought of this, she suddenly remembered something Bai once said. Perhaps we might become partners in the future. Who knows? Partners? Robin murmured, then shook her head. Can I really have true partners? I want to eat meat. Luffy's excited voice rang out on the city streets, filled with rapeseed flowers. Bang! Luffy's back of the head was suddenly struck hard by a teammate. Hey Luffy, did you forget what Bai said before? We need to hide our identities. At this moment, Nami, who was hiding her graceful figure under a large cloak, shouted at Luffy in frustration. That's right, Luffy. After all, there are only 7 of us. A raccoon and a duck. Usopp's voice also chimed in. If the Baroque Works people find Vivi, we will be in a very passive position. Chopper, I'm a reindeer. Not a raccoon, you jerk. Psyduck, that's right, I'm not a duck, okay? I really am. There's no need to be so nervous, Bai said, somewhat amused. As long as we don't draw too much attention, if we calculate the time, the Baroque Works is likely already gathered together now. When Luffy heard Bai's words, he nodded frantically. Right, Bai, I want to eat meat. Bai Ye, I'm not worried about others, but you need to tone it down a bit, hey. The reason why Bai Ye suddenly became so cautious, aside from what Nami just mentioned, is his own premonition. Moreover, That feeling of something bad about to happen intensified after Bai Ye arrived on the island. This made him subconsciously come up with such a plan. As a few of them were about to continue moving forward amidst Luffy's noisy chatter, they suddenly sensed something was off. The lively street that had been bustling just a moment ago was now completely deserted. Upon seeing this scene, everyone stopped in their tracks. Even someone as clueless as Luffy noticed that something was wrong. Then, the few who had awakened their observation Haki abruptly turned to look back. The sound of footsteps, like those of leather shoes, gradually approached from a distance. Soon, a figure appeared at the end of the street, gradually becoming clearer in their eyes. At the moment they recognized the newcomer, Bai Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. How could this guy be here? It seems I found quite a surprise on this business trip. The newcomer wore a brownish-yellow suit and hat, and had an extremely lewd face. He had a cigarette in his mouth, hands in his pockets, and walked with an extremely arrogant gait. Most importantly, he was draped in a navy coat, marked with the 2 characters for justice, which could only be worn by those above the rank of colonel. Let me think for a moment. The newcomer suddenly stopped, rummaging through his body as if looking for something. Found it. Then, he pulled out a few sheets of paper, his tone filled with excitement. It seems I didn't recognize the wrong person. The pirate crew that emerged from the East Blue, the Straw Hat Kids. Looking at them, the newcomer smiled even more lewdly. I'm sorry, but your journey ends here. After saying that, he struck a pose that he thought was really cool. Who was this ugly-looking uncle? What he didn't expect was that Luffy, who usually couldn't read the atmosphere, spoke up and broke his defense. Nami and Usopp, standing nearby, quickly covered Luffy's mouth, and one of them skillfully commented, "Hey Luffy, could you take a look at the current situation? That guy clearly looks like a Navy officer." At that moment, for some reason, Zoro and Sanji spoke up at the same time, but he really is ugly. Then, they exchanged a rare glance without bickering. Hearing this, the person across from them nearly exploded. At this point, Bai Ye finally spoke, Navy Rear Admiral Shaitan. As he spoke, he signaled Vivi, who was standing by, to get on Psyduck and leave. He believed that Shaitan would definitely know Vivi's identity and would not pay her any mind. Bai Ye first realized that things seemed to be beyond his expectations. With a serious expression, he said to the person coming, "I didn't expect you to be here." In the original plot, the highest naval combat power during the Alabasta incident was only Smoker and Tina. But now, how did the candidate admiral get involved? The White Knight cannot understand. The rank of the candidate admiral is actually a vice admiral, but he is referred to as a candidate admiral because the higher-ups believe his strength has already surpassed the standards of a vice admiral and he can be promoted to admiral. However, since there are currently no vacancies for the admiral position, the term candidate is added. In other words, under the Navy system below the admiral, aside from that guy Carp, the candidate admiral is the strongest. Candidate admiral. X5, whether it's Nami, Usopp, Chopper, or Zoro and Sanji, they all can't help but exclaim. On the way to Alabasta, White Knight had already educated them about the powers in this world. Naturally, they know that an admiral is the highest combat power of the Navy. According to what White Knight said, the previous Hawkeye, as the world's #1 swordsman, could match an admiral and the 4 emperors. It can be inferred that admiral an overwhelmingly powerful existence that cannot be defeated even when combined. Although the person in front adds the word candidate, one can think logically and know that he is equally difficult to deal with. With this in mind, Sanji and Zoro both assumed combat stances. Even Nami and Usopp took out their climate stick and elemental dual pistols, closely watching Kaji. Chopper took out his rumble ball, ready to take medicine at any moment. Of course, the only one who didn't react to the candidate admiral was that guy Luffy, but it seemed he noticed his companion's reactions. So he lowered his straw hat, looking at Kaji. "So you're the enemy? The Celestial Master White Knight?" Kaji glanced at White Knight and continued to show a lewd smile. "You actually know my identity. It seems you really do know quite a few secrets." Just as those guys in the staff said, Kaji didn't seem to care about White Knight secretly letting Vivi leave. Likewise, he seemed even less concerned about the blatant hostility radiating from the few people in front of him, because in his view, these few people were simply too weak. Shave, Kaji instantly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the heads of the group. Gale Foot, Kaji, who should have been unable to use force, actually performed an inverted hook in mid-air using his powerful core strength. His right leg came down hard. With a slashing strike wrapped in armed hockey, he smashed down fiercely. Wind from the Sun hexagram. Boom! After a loud explosion, dust rose and Kaji landed. If there were people nearby at that moment, they would probably cover their mouths in shock, because throughout the process, Kaji's hands never left his pockets. Kaji looked around with an increasing lewd smile and said, to be able to execute such a move. You really deserve the bounty of 100 million for the Celestial Master White Knight. Although Kaji was saying compliments, his tone was exceptionally relaxed. It even carried a hint of sarcasm. Just as the slash was about to hit the Straw Hat crew, a gust of wind suddenly appeared. It pushed everyone away from their original spot in an instant. Kaji didn't kick them. Speaking casually and suddenly making a move, he truly deserves to be the Navy's backbone. The candidate admiral, on a rooftop in the street, White Knight, revealed himself, also speaking in a relaxed tone. Don't joke when it comes to sarcasm. Can you compare to me? However, behind a relaxed tone, White Knight's mood was quite terrible. It could be judged just from the previous encounter. Kaji alone could defeat them all. The Straw Hat crew is in danger. Vice Admiral Bell, Princess Vivi, the Vice Admiral of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard. Known as the kingdom's strongest warrior, Bell suddenly changed his expression at this moment. Because the princess who had gone missing from their kingdom had finally returned. Bell was dressed in a white robe, wearing a purple scarf, and holding a long sword in his right hand. He looked at Vivi with eyes full of excitement and concern. About 10 days ago, Icolum, who had gone missing with Princess Vivi, returned to the kingdom and reported the relevant situation. But until he saw Princess Vivi with his own eyes, Bell was always filled with worry. It's okay now, Princess Vivi. We'll take you back to the palace right away. Looking at the anxious Vivi and the panting Psyduck, who seemed about to pass out, Bell hurriedly reassured her. But to his surprise, Vivi immediately shook her head and said anxiously, Uncle Bell, we need to hurry back. If we are late, Luffy and the others will be in danger. Saying this, Vivi was about to pull Bell to set off. Psyduck also resolutely turned around, preparing to spring into action. Just as Bell was somewhat confused about the situation, a boy's voice suddenly rang out beside them. Excuse me, did this young lady just mention the name Luffy? Protect Princess Vivi. The moment he heard this, Bell immediately shouted. Anyone who could arrive here, surrounded by 100 guards, without anyone noticing, must be extraordinary. Bell and Vivi both looked in the direction of the voice. A young man wearing a cowboy hat, with freckles on his cheeks, bare-chested, and only wearing shorts, was smiling at them. Sorry to scare you, but I can't help it. I'm quite concerned about the name Luffy. The boy's face was beaming with a smile, as bright as the sun dispelling the gloom. It even made Vivi feel as if Luffy was right in front of her. The boy lowered his cowboy hat and asked, And did you just say that Luffy is in danger? Armed hockey rubber whip. Luffy shouted loudly, covering his right foot with armed hockey, using the inertia from extending his right leg. He whipped down toward Kaji like a whip. Don't you dare harm my friends. Paper drawing Kaji, seeing this, still had his hands in his pockets, but his body became as light and soft as paper. With a slight push from his toes, he dodged Luffy's attack. Boom! Dust rose. Kaji's figure also disappeared from the spot and flashed to Luffy's side. At this moment, Luffy's right leg was still retracting after hitting the building, but Kaji's right foot was already raised high. It's over, Straw Hat Kid. Seeing this, Luffy gritted his teeth, preparing to block with his fists. Wind blade from the Sun hexagram. On the rooftop, White Knight used a special technique. Several wind blades capable of cutting iron and stone appeared like ghosts. In the blink of an eye, they arrived behind Kaji, targeting his neck. Not a bad move. Until this moment, Kaji was still in the mood to chat. Unfortunately, too slow. Iron block when the wind blades appeared. Kaji had already sensed their presence. The Navy's 6 forms switched again, and his previously soft body instantly became as hard as steel. On his neck, the armed hockey was also covering it. Clang! The moment the wind blades touched Kaji's body, a crisp sound rang out. Bai Ye saw the defenses set up by Jejian and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is this what it means to be strong? On the surface, looking down on the opponent, but secretly boosting defenses? The White Knight attack was unsuccessful, but Luffy found an opportunity to withdraw from Kaji's attack range. Moreover, the attacks had not ceased. Armament Hockey, Demon Wind, Kick. Sanji suddenly charged out from the side. His right leg, covered in Armament Hockey and flames, aimed directly at Kaji's lewd face. This made Kaji's expression somewhat unpleasant. What do you want, you bastard? Shave. Kaji easily dodged Sanji's attack, preparing to teach this bastard who dared to kick his handsome face a lesson. But then he suddenly looked up. Armament Hockey covered. Zoro channeled all of his hockey energy into his swords. He leaped down from the side of the rooftop, chanting, 9 mountains and 8 seas. Those who do not persist are the 3,000 worlds. The 2 swords in his hands spun rapidly and charged towards Kaji on the ground. Slash! Boom! The ground cracked, and a large pit appeared in the blink of an eye. Zoro knelt halfway in the pit, his pupils constricted. Didn't he hit? Above. Moonwalk Kaji stepped onto the air and leaped up, leisurely lighting a cigarette. His lewd aura was fully revealed. Come on, you almost slashed me. Wind, thunder chant. Nami lightly exhaled, gently waving her weather stick. A violent wind swept above Kaji's head and thunder roared. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down like a divine soldier. Fire tornado! Usopp stood beside Nami, pulling the trigger of his gun. Bullets with fire and wind elements shot out fiercely. They collided at a point. Roar! A hurricane wrapped in roaring flames surged up from under Kaji's feet. Feeling the simultaneous threats from above and below, Kaji's expression changed for the first time. Elemental attack? Devil fruit? Definitely not. In less than a second, Kaji dismissed his own speculation. No devil fruit could grant someone the ability to wield two elements. Then he also noticed the weapons in the hands of the two and recalled the information about the Straw Hat crew. He turned his gaze towards Bai. Bai. Is this yet another so-called method of the Tao sect? Kaji was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that not only could Bai control various elemental powers, but he could also enable others to wield them through some means. It was truly exaggerated. Thinking of this, Kaji finally pulled out his hands, which he usually used only to light cigarettes, from his pockets. He swept his right hand to his waist, and the treasured sword was held in his hand. Slash! Kaji's lewd expression slightly retracted, and he unleashed two slashes with the unsheathed treasured sword. Boom! X2 Nami and Usopp's combined technique, which they had waited a long time to use, was merely slightly interesting in Kaji's eyes. You straw hat brats have really warmed me up nicely. Kaji landed on the ground, looking at the already regrouped Straw Hat crew with a relaxed expression. They were clearly pirates who had just arrived in the Grand Line, yet they had not only learned haki but also possessed such terrifying attack techniques. Kaji slowly spoke, scanning the Straw Hat crew, ultimately locking his gaze on Luffy and Bai. This is quite unexpected. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew felt heavy-hearted. Even Luffy's expression showed unprecedented seriousness. Straw Hat crew, except for Tanuki, vs Navy Rear Admiral Kaji. Record total defeat. A thick cloud of smoke rushed forward like a lasso from somewhere in the port city of Alabasta. The one using this technique was Smoker, the user of the smoke fruit, and his target was Ace. Ace's gaze sharpened, and he fiercely struck out with his right fist. In an instant, his arm transformed into a ball of flames, blocking all the smoke ahead. But then, an unexpected change occurred. A black spear. Just as Ace's flames clashed with Smoker's smoke, a black long spear suddenly shot out, whistling towards Ace. Seeing this, Ace retracted his flames, his toes tapping the ground as he quickly retreated. Bang! The spear struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ace steadied himself and looked up at the two Navy officers in front of him, Smoker and Tina, the user of the cage fruit. Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, still wore a defiant expression. Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Ace. What is your purpose for coming to Alabasta? Smoker's gaze towards Ace was filled with vigilance. Now, where are you planning to go? Upon hearing this, the smile on Ace's face disappeared, gradually replaced by a hint of coldness. You don't have the right to ask me. Ace felt a sense of urgency within. After briefly understanding the situation with Vivi, he had set off to find Luffy. However, he didn't expect to encounter the Navy on the way. Normally, he wouldn't mind engaging with the Navy, but right now, he had no mood for it at all. The thought that Luffy might be injured made Ace extremely anxious. I need to leave now. Ace looked up at the two. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable aura of dominance. I'll see who dares to stop me. Before the words fell, the Conqueror's haki swept across the field. Boom! Another loud noise erupted. J-Jai swung his right hand, delivering a slash that sent Zoro flying. His left fist, charged with solid armament haki, struck Luffy squarely in the face. Then, he raised his right leg high, unleashing a cutting wave with his gale foot that brutally knocked away the golden spell of Bai Ye. He even used paper drawing to dodge Usopp's sniper shot. Still not giving up? I'll have clue. J-Jai's voice rang out, clear amidst the swirling dust on the battlefield. It had been 10 minutes since the Straw Hat crew began fighting J-Jai. J-Jai remained in his original attire, even his breathing showing no signs of change. As for the Straw Hat crew, Captain Luffy had been beaten to a pulp. Of course, Vice Captain Bai Ye was also in quite a sorry state after using up all the 6 paths of the mysterious gate techniques. In the face of a strong opponent like Kaji, the usually powerful moves that Bai Ye discovered were simply not enough. Of course, Bai Ye had anticipated this situation. In the early parts of the original story, natural type abilities were invincible, except for Smoker. However, as the story progressed, Purely natural-type powerhouses were no longer sufficient to rank among the top fighters. Haki, that was the key priority. Nevertheless, Bai Ye had a feeling that it wasn't that the Chiman techniques were not strong enough, but rather that his own training was insufficient. If he truly reached a profound level of cultivation, unleashing moves that could change the world would make even Kaido kneel. But thinking about this now was of no use. So, Bai Ye activated the Golden Light spell, using the martial arts of Wudong to engage Kaji in close combat. Although the damage output was more apparent, Bai Ye also suffered greater injuries. This was still under the protection of the Golden Light. His current state, while not as severe as Luffy's broken face, was still quite tragic, with torn clothes, disheveled hair, and numerous cuts on his body. Zoro and Sanji, as the backbone of the Straw Hat crew, also had impressive output. But similar to Luffy and Bai Ye, they felt like they were barely breaking through defenses with basic attacks, while often missing. As for Nami and Usopp, they were even less capable. Regardless of their enhanced physical condition after taking the cleansing pill or their boosted combat power from Bai Ye's gifts. In the face of such an opponent, they could only act as support, disrupting the enemy's attack rhythm. Fortunately, they were at a safe distance, so they had little chance of getting hurt. As for Chopper, Luffy didn't let him take action. However, he was already holding 3 Rumble Ball capsules in his hands, ready to transform at any moment. Kaji, a character who appeared infrequently in the original story and whose abilities were not even revealed, had surrounded the Straw Hat crew all by himself in Alabasta. This time, not only did the faces of the Straw Hat crew show signs of distress, but even the usually confident Bai Ye looked very serious. Seeing their expressions, Kaji's smile showed no signs of fading. No matter what your purpose for coming to Alabasta is, it no longer matters. Next, let us go to Impel Down together with me. Kaji still had no intention of drawing his sword, but the treasure blade in his hand had already locked onto everyone. Or, do you want to try again? Kaji's voice echoed, filled with confidence and a hint of disdain. It seemed that we were about to be captured this time. Sanji lit a cigarette with trembling hands and took a deep breath before saying, "Damn it." Zoro stared fiercely at Kaji, his face filled with unwillingness. They had clearly agreed that they wouldn't lose again. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, as the cowardly trio, also felt a sense of despair at this moment. They even wanted to curl up and cry. "Stop the nonsense. I'll knock you away." Luffy grinned, rubbing his swollen face, looking at Kaji as if contemplating how to return a punch. "Let us forget about Impel Down for now." At that moment, Bai Ye, who had been knocked down by Kaji, slowly got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "How could the journey of the Straw Hat Pirates end here?" Even when pushed into a desperate situation, Bai Ye still spoke those words. Suddenly, Bai Ye flashed a smile. "Excuse me, can you stay with me for a while?" Kaji, Rear Admiral, Jinghua Mountain Seal. Bai Ye suddenly stepped forward, pressing his hands against the ground and shouting loudly. Then, with a strong lift of his hands, a massive stone nearly 20 meters high and incredibly heavy appeared between him and the Straw Hat crew. "Do you think this can block me?" Jiaji thought it was somewhat amusing. Even without using observation haki, he could guess his opponent's thoughts. It was merely an attempt to escape. Jiaji raised his right hand high, ready to slash down with his treasured sword. But in the next second, a thunderous roar erupted. Before Jiaji could strike the stone, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Boom! The lightning, with its extreme attack power, struck the stone. Cracks began to appear. Bang! The stone ultimately could not withstand the might of the lightning and shattered from top to bottom, breaking into giant pieces the size of 2 meters. Upon witnessing this scene, both Jiaji and the people behind Bai Ye were somewhat confused. However, Bai Ye's expression was serious as he changed his technique again. Ligua Explosion Flame. In front of Bai Ye, dazzling flames rose from thin air. The fragments of rock that had yet to land were instantly enveloped by a ball of scorching fire. The high temperature generated by the flames caused the surrounding air to begin to distort, and the mountain rocks could not withstand the invasion of the heat. Accompanied by the scorching flames, the rocks that had just been struck by lightning began to gradually melt. In the blink of an eye, massive stones transformed once more, becoming hot lava wrapped in flames. Seeing this scene, Jiaji's expression grew serious, and he couldn't help but grip the hilt of his sword tightly. In response to Jiaji's concern, Bai Ye seemed completely oblivious. At this moment, his eyes were already filled with bloodshot veins. His hands shifted through the hand seals once again, invoking the Sun hexagram tornado. The wild wind howled. The lava wrapped in flames was instantly swept up by the hurricane and shot into the sky. As the lava reached its peak, the intense flames not only illuminated the entire sky, but even scorched the clouds above, turning them into patches of fiery clouds. Immediately after, the lava came crashing down towards Jiaji at an even faster speed. At this moment, Jiaji finally displayed a look of shock, because the scene before him was far too similar to that man's technique. Meteor volcano! The White Knight let out a low growl, his hands pressing in the air as he suddenly waved downward. Using the Chi-Min technique, one of Admiral Akainu's ultimate moves, the meteor volcano, was perfectly replicated by the White Knight. At the same time, the White Knight spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the dozens of wounds inflicted by Kaki burst open again. Blood gushed out, soaking the White Knight's robe. In a short time, the White Knight became a blood-soaked figure, nearly fainting. As mentioned earlier, the Chi-Min technique is based on the Chi transforming into formations, setting up the Chi-Min layout in a certain space beneath one's feet. Depending on the direction one creates, one can unleash the corresponding 8 trigrams Chi-Min technique. This situation is the most convenient and safest method. Although one can reach any direction at the peak of cultivation, the White Knight, who had not successfully cultivated the Qian and Kuan trigrams, naturally couldn't use it. If one were to forcibly cast an incompatible or even opposing Chi-Min technique without following the direction, it would backfire on the practitioner. In past battles, the White Knight would only use one Chi-Min technique in a short period, and this was the reason. But in the current situation, the White Knight had no choice but to use this forbidden technique. White Knight. X6 watching the White Knight spit blood, Luffy's eyes widened, his voice even somewhat heart-wrenching. No matter what difficulties he faced in the past, the White Knight always solved them with a warm smile. But now, for the first time, Luffy felt powerless and in pain. Zoro and Sanji also showed worried expressions, feeling extremely guilty within. As combat members of the crew, they couldn't help their vice-captain. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, although timid, also gasped at the sight of the White Knight spitting blood. Chopper even recreated the iconic scene of the White Knight getting hurt, shouting, "Quick! Find a doctor! I am a doctor!" Ignoring the commotion behind him, the White Knight had no time to care. He just bit down on a recovery pill, feeling the spiritual energy heal his internal injuries. Slowly standing up, he turned to look at Kaki, who had already drawn his treasured sword. Facing the White Knight version of the meteor volcano, which had an extensive coverage and astonishing destructive power, if Kizaru were present, he could easily dodge with his speed and elementalization. He could even kick the molten lava away with light elements in midair. If it were Akiji, as a user of the ice fruit, he could also handle such a situation with ease. But Kaki couldn't. He might retreat, but this was not some isolated island. It was a port city of the world government. If the lava were to hit the ground, the consequences would be significant. Therefore, it had to be dealt with in the air. With this in mind, Kaki used the moonwalk to head into the sky. With his sword covered in armament hockey, he slashed fiercely at the nearest lava. Break! Seeing this, the White Knight's injuries finally improved. After biting down on another recovery pill, the White Knight turned to look at Luffy and the others. Seeing their expressions, the extremely disheveled White Knight still smiled. Was that move just now super cool? Haha, wow. Suddenly, Luffy tightly hugged the White Knight, tears and snot streaming down as if they were free-flowing. He didn't say a word, just stared at the White Knight. Bai Ye was first taken aback. Then his expression softened, and finally he said helplessly, "Really, I can't carry you right now, Captain. So please, get down from here, you bastard." In the end, Bai Ye couldn't help but punch Luffy. What is it? At that moment, Ace, who had just escaped the Navy's encirclement, looked up at the descending lava, feeling a moment of distraction. But he quickly reacted. That direction was exactly where Vivi had told him, the place where Luffy was. On the other side, Smoker and Tina, who were searching for Ace's whereabouts, also saw the terrifying scene. Tina was surprised. Could it be Admiral Akainu coming? Tina stood beside Smoker, her pretty face showing some confusion. She had originally been on a fixed route patrol, but suddenly received a call from headquarters, instructing her to go to Alabasta to support Smoker. She was also informed that the headquarters support would soon arrive in Alabasta. No wonder she thought of Admiral Akainu after seeing the lava in the sky. No, Smoker, smoking a cigar, said in a deep voice. The headquarters wouldn't send Admiral Akainu here. His expression was somewhat serious. Although they hadn't met, Dasbones had already told him that the headquarters support was Jai. Since it wasn't Akainu, recalling Ace's reaction earlier, Smoker had a guess. "Tina, let's go. Can we escape?" Nami was a bit surprised by Bai Ye's words. Just now, Bai Ye proposed that while Jai was fighting the lava, they should quickly escape. No problem. Bai Ye smiled and nodded. Then let's hurry and run. Hearing Bai Ye's response, The usually simple-minded Luffy clapped his hands and said seriously. Sanji, on the other hand, looked at Jai in the sky, feeling somewhat uneasy. Zoro stared at Bai Ye, his expression gradually becoming serious. Are you planning to stay here and hold that guy back? Since earlier, Zoro had a feeling. The guy Bai Ye seems to be saying goodbye to us. Hearing this, Nami and the others were first taken aback, then looked at Bai Ye. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Bai Ye felt a bit helpless. Seriously, the next moment is clearly my shining moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ye's expression changed, and he formed a hand seal. Dui Gua Stream Marsh Shadow. Note, the kan Gua corresponds to water, which is pure elemental water and also represents natural imagery, such as floods and heavy rain. The Dui Gua corresponds to marshes, which can broadly represent water, but not pure elemental water. It contains other components and symbolizes controllable water imagery. This is also the reason why Dui Gua belongs to the metal element. What? As Bai Ye cast the Dui Gua Chiman technique, the ground beneath Luffy and the others suddenly changed. It was as if they were in a swamp, pulling everyone in tightly. Luffy and everyone, Bai Ye suddenly spoke, looking at his traveling companions with a smile. We must continue our journey. Bai Ye, Chopper, and Usopp were already in tears. You bastard, Bai Ye, Nami cried, recalling all the moments spent with Bai Ye, cursing through her tears. Bastard, do you want me to leave the vice-captain and run away? Sanji shouted at Bai Ye while struggling to break free from his restraints. Bai Ye, at least let me stay. Zoro's tone was calm, but his gaze at Bai Ye was filled with determination. Bai Ye. Luffy's eyes were bloodshot as he stretched out his arm, trying to grab Bai Ye. But the pulling force beneath their feet grew stronger, quickly swallowing everyone completely. Upon seeing this, Bai Ye turned around. At this point, it seemed that the Alabasta incident had completely spiraled out of control. But Bai Ye believed that as long as they could evade the pursuit of Kaji and return to the sea, the Straw Hat crew could still continue their journey. And with their strength far surpassing that of the original story's timeline, they could surely have an even more amazing adventure. In the white night, he murmured to himself, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. As for his journey, it might really come to an end here. Bai Ye looked up at the slowly descending Jiaji. As expected of the celestial master Bai Ye, he truly posed a challenge, even for me. Jiaji's tone was no longer relaxed and comfortable, but for the first time, he faced the man before him seriously. However, as long as I escape, I will definitely return to the pirate ship, right? Jiaji shook his head. Do you really think I will give you another chance to use that move from before? Suddenly, Jiaji swung his blade, and a slash appeared in front of Bai Ye in the blink of an eye. Swish! Even though I tried my best to dodge and use a golden light spell, the White Knight was still hit. With one knee on the ground, he had a new, gruesome wound on his chest. As long as I deal with you, I should be able to catch the Straw Hat Kid, right? A cold, emotionless voice echoed. Or do you think you could delay me for a long time? Not for long. Bai Ye lightly exhaled and crushed the last elixir in his mouth. Then he slowly raised his head, and his aura changed accordingly. It was as if he had transformed into an arrogant madman. His gaze was filled with madness. This expression left Jiaji in shock. This guy. A voice that seemed like that of a hellish demon slowly emerged from Bai Ye's mouth. I think I might be able to kill you. Boom. The elixir consumed by Bai Ye finally erupts. The 6th grade elixir, Blood Demon Pill. In the ancient era of Chi practitioners, there was a sect called the Blood Demon Sect. The Blood Demon Pill was their ultimate trump card. After consuming this pill, once the effect wears off, the meridians will be completely severed, leaving the person a cripple for life. Their lifespan will only be 30 days, and even a great Luo immortal cannot save them. Of course, with such a price paid, the effects are incredibly powerful. The user can experience an unlimited increase in strength starting from 10 times within a short period. During the effect of the pill, the user can perfectly master this power without the risk of being overwhelmed like with some inferior pills. At the same time, the user experiences no pain during the effect period, feeling half mad and half crazed. Simply put, as long as the duration is long enough, the strength can multiply by dozens of times without any pain, directly doubling the combat power immensely. Therefore, there was a saying among righteous sects at that time. If you see someone from the Blood Demon sect consume the Blood Demon Pill, there is only one choice. Run like hell. A stream of blood red, almost tangible spiritual energy filled Bai Ye's entire body. It was so vast that it spilled out of Bai Ye's body, dyeing the surrounding air crimson. Bai Ye, kneeling on one knee, let out a long howl towards the sky, like a general about to die on a battlefield. He accepted the devil's contract at the last moment of his life, gaining power from hell. He stood in the void, eyes tightly closed, his robe shattered, revealing a muscular chest. His long hair floated without wind, wildly dancing in the air. He felt the power continuously surging within him. The mind of Bai Ye is gradually developing towards madness. Note, it is madness, not complete insanity. At this moment, Bai Ye still has rationality. Ha ha! In the sky, Bai Ye laughed wildly, suddenly feeling a twinge of regret. Damn, if I had known I could become this strong, I should have let those guys leave a bit later. No one would have seen the scene of me tearing apart a general. But neither Bai Ye nor Kaki noticed. An arm suddenly stretched out from the ground and tightly grabbed a house. Plop, plop. Crocodile answered the snail phone, hearing Robin's voice inside. Mr. Zero, there's news coming in. It seems there has been a battle at the rapeseed flower area. At this point, Robin paused. According to the descriptions from those below, it seems to be a battle between the Navy and pirates. And, judging by the level of destruction from the battle, it's suspected to involve a general. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's pupils constricted. A general? He felt a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. He had known from the very beginning what he was doing. Stealing national power and wanting to get involved with the ancient weapon Pluton. Any one of these alone would be enough to enrage the Navy. If the Navy discovered this and sent a general to arrest him, it would be hard to understand. But the key point was that the timing was wrong. Crocodile was confident he hadn't revealed any traces. The only ones who knew his identity were Robin and Vivi. The former was known as the son of the devil by the Navy, and the latter was killed by Mr. 3. The information couldn't possibly leak. Even if the Navy had suspicions, they would only send someone to investigate. It was unlikely they would directly dispatch a general. Where exactly was the problem? Crocodile puffed on his cigar, feeling perplexed. Bang! Crocodile slammed his fist on the table in frustration, his face filled with rage. In the end, it was still due to insufficient strength. Crocodile finally spoke. Forget it. Miss all Sunday. As soon as Mr. 1 and the others arrive in the rain area, bring them to see me immediately. 3 days. The plan must be executed within 3 days. Even Crocodile didn't realize that his heart was already in a panic. After lying low for several years, just as the plan was nearing success, problems kept arising. This made him lose patience and no longer feel like investigating. In short, he only cared about Pluton. Everything else was irrelevant. I understand, boss. Robin nodded in response and hung up the snail phone, looking down at the message in her hand, which mentioned that the pirate side was suspected to be the Straw Hat Pirates, and the Navy side was suspected to be Rear Admiral Kaki. She placed the note under the candle flame to burn, the flickering fire illuminating Robin's face. The Straw Hat Kid, the Heavenly Master Bai Ye. The opponent is even stronger than Crocodile. He better not be dead. In Alabasta, on the streets of the rapeseed flowers, Kaki, who had been kicked away for over 10 meters, was feeling quite unhappy. His lewd face was completely distorted. He looked at the blood-red figure that disappeared before him, his mouth twitching incessantly. What kind of monster have I provoked this time? The sudden outburst of the White Knight, although not part of his plan, initially made him confident that he could handle it. However, when Kaki struck White Knight and even stripped away a layer of flesh and blood from him, and yet the opponent showed no reaction and continued to charge at him with a smug face, Kaki began to realize the seriousness of the problem. Especially as time passed, Kaki could clearly feel it. The strength of Bai Ye has been constantly increasing until it surpasses himself. Bang! Jiaji was once again kicked away by the blood-red figure, and after crashing through several houses, he finally came to a stop. He struggled to get up, gripping his treasured sword tightly, with armed Haki enveloping it. He slashed backward. The observation Haki told him that someone was behind him. Clang! What kind of joke is this? Jiaji's expression had completely turned to terror, because the man before him had actually caught his treasured sword with his bare hands. It should be known that his treasured sword is one of the great swords of the 21 Works. Not to mention it was covered with advanced armed Haki. Is there really someone in this world who can catch my sword barehanded? Kaido? Or Big Mom? Jiaji muttered to himself, seemingly still unable to believe it. From the very beginning, you have made me quite unhappy. The treasured sword, which was completely black due to the armed Haki, was held in by Ye's hand, and blood flowed slowly along the blade. Yet he felt nothing at all. Slowly lifting his head, Bai Ye grinned at Jiaji over the hilt of the sword. His voice was deep and terrifying, like a demon from hell. You're quite arrogant, son, thief. The furnace for refining weapons. Nothing cannot be refined. As Bai Ye channeled his energy, the blood-red aura completely enveloped Jiaji's great sword. How is this possible? Jiaji was shocked again. because he suddenly realized that he had lost the sense of armed hockey on his sword. Then the great sword, which he had used for 10 years and had killed countless billion bounty pirates, was being melted right before his eyes. Following that, the molten metal slowly covered Bai Ye's right hand, until it enveloped his entire right arm, forming a layer of thin silver-white armor. Seems not bad. Bai Ye looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. Jiaji stared at the large knife in his hand, which had only the handle left, shaking his head in disbelief. But no matter how hard it was to believe, Jiaji had to accept this reality. The next moment, a silver-white fist shadow grew larger and larger in Jiaji's eyes. Iron block, armed hockey. The distance was too close to use paper drawing, so Jiaji instinctively used iron block and added armed hockey. Bang! Looking at Jiaji, who was knocked away by his punch, Bai Ye looked down at his fist again. He grinned widely and said, "Really, daring to use iron block in front of me? Who gave you the courage?" The smile of the White Knight slowly faded. He could feel that his body had reached its limit. Calculating the time, Luffy and the others should have boarded the Mary and left by now. With no more worries, White Knight looked at the struggling Kaji in the distance. Finally, he murmured, "It's about time." At that moment, Kaji had just stood up when he heard White Knight's voice, as if urging him to his doom. "Please stay here completely." By the end, White Knight's voice sounded like a thunderous roar, fierce and raging. With his right hand raised high, the armor was once again refined and transformed by blood-red spirit energy. At White Knight's wrist, a 3-foot-long short sword was formed. Thunder! As White Knight shouted in anger, the clouds changed above their heads, as if eternal night had suddenly descended. The only source of light was that 3-foot silver short sword. Suddenly, lightning struck. Surrounding the short sword, the silver light danced, resembling a war god. Flame! Where the thunder surrounded, sparks suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, they surged with the wind, surrounding the sword's edge, like a killing god. At this point, White Knight's body cracked again, blood pouring out as if it were free. Even though White Knight bit down on all the pills in his mouth, he could not stop the collapse of his body. But he still maintained a calm gaze. This sword, to eliminate evil. The voice of the White Knight echoed, but to the ears of Jiaji, it sounded like thunder. "Today, I ask you to perish." Slash. On this day, at the port of Alabasta, flashes of blades appeared, crisscrossing for dozens of miles. A city was cleaved apart. This sword punishes evil. "Today, I ask you to perish." Slash. A blood-red blade of light tore through the long sky, splitting the eternal night sky and severing the ground beneath. Boom! In an instant, the earth roared and the sky wailed. Bai Ye stood in the void, closing his eyes. At this moment, he was completely exhausted, lacking even the strength to sense the life and death of Gigi. The blood-red spiritual energy gradually dissipated, and Bai Ye's long hair instantly lost its color. The 3,000 strands of white hair danced in the wind, seemingly reflecting the end of Bai Ye's life. Having consumed the blood demon pill, even a Luo immortal could not save him. This was the information recorded in the Taoist scriptures. Bai Ye murmured to himself, "Really? Is this the end? Don't joke around. I'm someone who has traversed." It seems that no miracle is happening. Before Bai Ye could even finish his self-deprecating words, he completely lost consciousness. In the next second, Bai Ye began to free fall towards the ground. Bai Ye. Just as Bai Ye was about to have a close encounter with the ground, a long figure was rushing over from the other side. It was Luffy. He actually burst out from the flow of shadows. The strange technique of the BUSDUI hexagram in the Chiman art flows like a shadow, adding the characteristic of a swamp to the ground rather than creating a swamp out of thin air. Simply put, it refers to the hardness of the land and the suction of the swamp. Thus, Luffy almost bursts forth from a ground with strong suction. This also results in him, who possesses rubber properties, being covered in wounds from sharp stones underground. However, Luffy pays no attention to the blood on his body. In his eyes, there is only Bua, falling like a kite. Seeing Bua about to hit the ground, Luffy quickly inhales, turning himself into a rubber balloon to catch him. He caught him. Luffy smiled to him. As long as he caught Bua, that was enough. He was just severely injured, and all he needed was for Chopper to treat Bua, and he would be fine soon. There were also the magical pills that Bua always managed to produce. Zoro had been healed many times by him, as had Luffy himself, Nami, and Vivi. All they needed to do was take the pills. It had to be like that. Bai Ye is just injured. How could he die? How could he die? Luffy knelt on the ground, tightly holding Bai Ye. It felt as if the next moment he would receive a punch to his head. Bai Ye complained to himself, "Don't be so forceful, you jerk. It must be like this." The White Knight won't. How could he die? Ah. Luffy finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He looked up at the sky, tears pouring out uncontrollably. His first mate dead? Wudong Bei was a Taoist. Then, let's make some noise for you, Captain. My captain is a man who will become the Pirate King. Seriously, don't casually give me more work, Captain. Luffy, please continue your journey. Bastard. Memories rushed through Luffy's mind in a blur. Finally, he couldn't help but let out a howl to the heavens. Without you, I can't become the Pirate King. Ah! Boom! With that shout, Luffy was pushed to the brink of collapse. Dark red Conqueror's haki surged wildly from his body. The condensed power even caused secondary damage to the surrounding buildings. Luffy? It was only at this moment that Ace, wearing a cowboy hat, finally arrived. Earlier, he had sensed the slash that split the sky. What shocked him was that such power was not inferior even to his own father. This made him even more anxious, desperately wanting to know how his brother Luffy was doing. But when he actually got there, he was stunned by the scene before him. In the middle of a city that seemed to have been plowed through, his brother Luffy was kneeling on the ground, crying out to the sky. The unconscious release of Conqueror's haki made it difficult for Ace, who also possessed it, to move forward. And in Luffy's arms, there was someone who seemed to have lost their life. What on earth happened here? Ace gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure of Luffy's Conqueror's haki, and took a step closer to him. He didn't release his own Conqueror's haki, fearing it would agitate Luffy. As he reached Luffy's side, he saw that Luffy was like a walking corpse, showing no reaction even upon seeing him. At the same time, he recognized the man in Luffy's arms. The Straw Hat Crew's first mate, Tian Sherbei. Ace's pupils constricted sharply. Even without knowing the details, he completely understood why Luffy was so heartbroken. This guy, did he lose a companion right after arriving in the Grand Line? Luffy's appearance made Ace's heart ache immensely. Being a pirate himself, and having once been a captain, Ace understood Luffy's pain. But just then, another voice rang out. Ace. And the Straw Hat Kid. On the other side of the street, Smoker and Tina arrived with soldiers. But soon, because they couldn't react in time, the soldiers behind Smoker were accidentally knocked out by Luffy's unconscious Conqueror's haki, falling to the ground. Only Smoker and Tina managed to push through. When Smoker saw Bai in Luffy's arms, his pupils suddenly shrank. Tian Sherbei is dead? After the shock, Smoker muttered to himself. So it seems it was Akainu's doing? If the Navy headquarters didn't conceal it and sent someone over, the one who could have killed Bai should be that candidate Admiral Akainu. At this point, he realized that slash from earlier was made by Akainu. Smoker instinctively scanned the surrounding ruins, but he discovered an unbelievable sight. A man in a navy cloak, wearing a shit-colored hat, was sprawled on the rubble. A massive cut had split his justice cloak in two. Moreover, it seemed that his right leg and right arm had also been severed by a single blow. Blood flowed from his body, soaking the stones beneath him. It was indeed Vice Admiral Akainu. Only then did Smoker realize the seriousness of the situation. The Straw Hat Crew killed a candidate admiral. That's right, Smoker couldn't bear to think that Bai had killed Akainu single-handedly. So he placed the blame on the entire Straw Hat Crew. With that thought, Smoker didn't hesitate and said to Tina beside him, Tina, prioritize capturing the Straw Hat Kids group. Upon hearing this, Tina nodded. Tina understands. Clearly, she also recognized the severity of the issue. Want to capture my brother? Ace suddenly spoke up, not hiding his displeasure towards the two plotting Navy members. You'd better defeat me first. Brother? Smoker and Tina both froze, realizing that the Straw Hat Kid was Ace's brother. Could it be that guy has a connection to Whitebeard too? If it were under normal circumstances, to avoid conflict with the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy might have truly taken a step back. But with things having developed to this point, the name of Whitebeard was no longer enough to make either of them back down. White Fist Black Gun. Tina and Smoker attacked simultaneously. But in the next second, armed haki covered and hardened, three-sword style Tiger Hunt. Shoulder shoot. Three-sword style Tiger Hunt. Shoulder shoot. Just as Smoker and Tina struck at the same time, two more voices came from behind Ace. Turning around, Ace saw two figures. One was holding three swords, and the other had curly eyebrows. Ace quickly recognized that these two were also Luffy's companions, Zoro and Sanji. What puzzled him was why these two appeared at this moment, and their injuries looked even worse than Luffy's. But before he could think any further, they bypassed him and charged towards Smoker. Zoro executed Tiger Hunt, directly deflecting the incoming black gunfire, then slashed towards Tina with a thunderous momentum. Clang! Tina conjured another black gun and barely blocked Zoro's strike, but the immense force still pushed her back. As for Sanji, he infused his right leg with armed haki and struck Smoker's arm, which had turned into smoke. With great force. Feeling the pain, Smoker could only retract the smoke. Blackleg Sanji, pirate hunter Zoro. Smoker's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that these two had also awakened their armed hockey. He even thought that once he dealt with the situation here, he would need to train his armed hockey as well. At this moment, the two ragged figures, covered in scars, finally made their move. Zoro tied his bandana tighter, his eyes cold, and slowly said, "I absolutely won't allow you." Sanji lit a cigarette in his mouth, raised his right leg high, and flames wrapped around it. "To touch our captain and first mate." Their voices were not loud, but they rarely sent a chill down Smoker and Tina. Even Ace felt a slight unease. It was as if the two in front of them had been ignited by a furious flame. In fact, it was true. After Luffy broke through, Zoro and Sanji also took action. Sanji had instructed Nami to leave directly after reaching the port. They all knew that Bai Ye was left there, almost prepared to sacrifice himself. This was absolutely unacceptable for them. Moreover, since Luffy had charged out, they naturally would not back down. However, when they broke through the ground and rushed back, they only heard Luffy's painful wails and saw Bai Ye in his arms, seemingly lifeless. Just thinking about it was enough to ignite the anger in their hearts. In the next second, Zoro and Sanji leaped again, charging towards Smoker and Tina. Their fierce assault forced the two to confront them. Sanji, possessing arm hockey, unleashed the Diable Jam. The double-layer buff made things quite uncomfortable for Smoker. His 10 hands were ineffective against Sanji, making him even more uncomfortable. As for Tina and Zoro, although Zoro had armed hockey, Tina was the user of the paramecia type Kankank fruit. As long as she wished, she could create many black guns to block Zoro. Although Zoro was in a passive position, he couldn't inflict damage on her for the time being. In that case, Zoro tightened his bandana again and said, "Here, understand the power to cut iron." Saying this, Zoro swung his sword again. On the other side, Ace watched the Battle of the Four and had no intention of intervening. After all, there was a more pressing issue for him. He looked down at Luffy, who was still kneeling, holding Bai Ye, although tears were still flowing. Luffy's mouth was wide open, but no sound came out. The silent cry was the saddest, although Ace could understand. He didn't want to see Luffy sink into despair like this. This couldn't continue. Bang! Ace grabbed Luffy by the collar and punched him hard in the left cheek. "Get a grip, you brat." Luffy's head bounced slightly due to the elasticity of his rubber body. However, he still silently shed tears, completely oblivious to Ace's actions. What a joke. Seeing this scene, Ace shouted again, this time delivering a punch to Luffy's right cheek. "Look clearly, I'm your brother, Ace." Ace. Finally, Luffy reacted when he heard these two words. He looked at the face of the person opposite him, and when he saw the familiar smile and freckles, Luffy's pupils widened suddenly. Looking again, when he saw the face he was most familiar with, now filled with anxiousness, Luffy's tears burst forth once more. He leaped up and tightly hugged Ace's head. Ace. At this moment, he was no longer the bounty of 60 million, nor the man who dreamed of becoming the Pirate King. At this moment, he was just a brother who had just lost his best partner. Bai Ye, he died. Luffy's tears gathered on his face and fell onto Ace's head. And Ace, who had just managed to break free from Luffy's death grip, didn't mind the tears flowing onto his face at all. Instead, he looked relieved. "You really scared me to death, Luffy." "Ace," Luffy said, wiping his tears and choking back sobs, still holding onto Ace's neck tightly. "Bai Ye, he died to save me." Ace's expression also turned sad, as if he thought of something, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and seriously said to Luffy, "This is the sea, Luffy. When you choose freedom, when you choose to become a pirate, you are destined to face such things." Ace's voice was very serious, but for some reason, the expression he had while saying this seemed to be speaking to himself as well. "We are pirates, absolute villains. If you really want to become the Pirate King, you need to be prepared." Ace pulled Luffy off his neck, grabbing his shoulders and saying, "Get stronger, Luffy, strong enough to protect your friends. Never let Bai Ye's sacrifice be in vain." As he said this, Ace pointed towards Bai Ye's direction. "What?" In the next second, Ace's terrified voice rang out. He looked incredulously at the ground where Bai Ye had just been lying. A large white cocoon had appeared. "What?" Luffy's even more terrified voice rang out as he quickly picked up the large cocoon from the ground. Then he threw it aside with all his might, throwing himself on the ground, his voice trembling. "Where's Bai Ye? Did Bai Ye fall too?" It was clearly the cocoon from just now. "You idiot." At this moment, Ace's sarcastic voice rang out, followed by the loving iron fist from his brother. Clearly, Bai Ye was not dead. Ace covered the large cocoon with his hand, feeling the faint but still existing life force inside, and happily said to Luffy. At this moment, Zoro and Sanji, attracted by their voices, turned around in surprise and came to their side. They all looked at the cocoon together. Is this the cocoon? No way. Don't do this to me. When Bai Ye opened his eyes again, he was stunned by the scene before him. Could it be that I was just dreaming? Looking at the familiar setup in front of him, Bai Ye was a bit dazed. This room is exactly the same as the one I slept in before I traveled through time, isn't it? Bai Ye shook his head, still unable to believe it. Memories of the Pirate King world floated in his mind. If it were truly just a fleeting dream, he wouldn't remember such details. Moreover, who dreams of arranging their own death so heroically? It's not like he's writing a novel. Bai Ye felt an abundance of grievances building up inside him, yet he didn't know where to begin expressing them. Suddenly, Bai Ye thought of something. He formed a hand seal for the Sun hexagram, invoking the wind and fireflies. Silence. A deathly silence. The Chiman technique could not be executed, and he could sense not even a trace of the innate chi. Bai Ye began to doubt himself. Could it be that he was really dreaming? After thinking it over, Bai Ye came up with two guesses, one of which was perhaps he really had traveled to another world, but after dying, he had crossed back again. At this thought, Bai Ye couldn't help but think, Luffy and that guy must be very sad. Ha ha ha. It's really great that Bai Ye didn't die. After Ace finished speaking, Luffy looked at the white cocoon on the ground and laughed heartily. Then he clapped his hands and said seriously, "Then, let me save you, Bai Ye." Having said that, Luffy prepared to take action against the white cocoon. Rubber rubber. Bang! X3 Zoro, Sanji, and Ace simultaneously punched Luffy on the back of the head. Are you an idiot? X3, they said in unison. At this moment, the three even exchanged glances, inexplicably feeling a sense of camaraderie. Let's take Bai Ye away first, and let Chopper take a look, Sanji said. Although Chopper might not understand at all, it's at least a plan. Zoro nodded without rebutting. When it came to Bai Ye, he had lost the mood to bicker with the cook. As for Ace, although he didn't know who Chopper was, he didn't ask. Instead, he turned to the side, holding down his cowboy hat, and said, "Before that, let's solve the current problem first." A sound of footsteps approached. The Navy soldiers who had been knocked out by Luffy's Conqueror's Haki had now awakened and gathered, standing behind Smoker and Tina. "Straw Hat Crew, you can't leave," Smoker said calmly while puffing on a cigar. Even a fool could see that the current situation was very unfavorable for the Navy, but he still had to fulfill his duty as a Navy officer. Upon seeing this scene, not only did Ace restrain his smile, but Sanji lit up a cigarette again, and Zoro drew his three swords. Luffy stood in front of Bai Ye's cocoon, pressing his straw hat down with one hand, looking expressionless ahead. The atmosphere was tense. Just at that critical moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky. "Stop!" Then, a bird call was heard. Looking up, it was Princess Vivi who was speaking. And under her was the vice captain of the Royal Guard, Belle, who had eaten the Zoan-type bird fruit, falcon form. In addition, there were several figures on Belle's back. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper. Sanji was surprised. He had clearly instructed Nami and the others to leave on the ship. Now, they not only came back, but were also with Princess Vivi. At this moment, Vivi looked at Smoker and the others and said, "You Navy have destroyed a city just to capture a pirate." Vivi's tone gradually became serious, even carrying a hint of authority. Was she provoking Alabasta? "Here, I, in my capacity as the princess of the world government member state Alabasta, declare." Vivi's gaze became sharper. "You have 1 hour to leave the Alabasta Sea area. Otherwise, you will face the world government's accountability." As soon as she finished speaking, Tina was the first to respond. The Navy acted without consulting the royal family, which is indeed wrong, and Tina has nothing to say. But Tina hopes Princess Vivi can give us more time. After speaking, she pointed at Luffy and the others. Because there are still vicious pirates here, Tina needs to capture them. Before Vivi could respond, Tina's expression changed as she continued. "If Princess Vivi refuses, can Tina assume that you are harboring pirates?" A heart-wrenching attack. Earlier, Princess Vivi had revealed her identity as a member state of the world government, and now she was being restrained by Tina. Tina's expression was full of confidence. It seemed that she believed Princess Vivi would have to make a concession under pressure. At this moment, Ace and the others were also ready to take action. Sanji and the others had no intention of blaming Vivi. As a princess of a country, her assistance amidst a rebellion was already quite benevolent. But what they didn't expect was that Vivi's voice soon rang out. And it was exceptionally resolute. That's right. Vivi stood on Belle's back, looking down at Tina and the Navy with authority. "So what if I harbor them? So what if I don't? Don't forget, this is Alabasta. Here, we have the right to handle any matter. Do you have any objections? If you do, report it to the world government and let them come talk to us." Vivi's voice grew stronger. Or do you think that with just 2 colonels from the headquarters, you can pressure the princess of Alabasta? The last sentence was more of a reminder to Tina than a question. The Navy is the violent enforcement agency for the world government, while Alabasta is one of the member states. If one were to use an inappropriate analogy, the Navy is also a dog raised by the member states. It's just that in this great pirate era, the Navy has a bit more power. This is also why, many times, the Navy feels somewhat lacking in confidence when dealing with member states. Upon hearing Vivi's words, Tina was momentarily speechless, unable to think of a counterargument. She didn't expect that such a young princess could be so astute. Not only did she not fall into the trap Tina had set, admitting her connection with the Straw Hats, but she also turned the tables using her status as a member state. She knew that without orders from the Navy headquarters, if they continued to entangle, it would likely cause significant trouble for herself and the Navy. At this moment, Smoker, standing aside, had already run out of ideas. He could only stare intently at Luffy and the others, pondering whether a surprise attack could quickly resolve the battle. But soon he abandoned that thought, so he could only puff his cigar harder to express his anger. The situation had developed to this point, and both sides could be said to be in impasse. Whether it was Vivi for the Straw Hat crew in Alabasta, or Tina for the Navy's reputation, neither could show weakness first, or rather, neither could take the initiative to show weakness. For a moment, it had become somewhat stalemated. Just then, Bell, who had always acted as a mount, finally spoke. "Gentlemen of the Navy, rather than trying to provoke us, Alabasta, you might as well take the rear admiral over there and leave quickly." Wow! Hearing the big bird under Vivi speak, Luffy was surprised and exclaimed several times, "So amazing." Once again, they were subjected to the joint punishment of Zoro and the others. Tina and Smoker ignored the antics of a few people and turned to look aside. There, naturally, was Kaki, who had been lying there for a long time, ignored by everyone. After exchanging a glance, the two could only nod. At least there was a reason, right? As for why they hadn't paid attention to Kaki earlier, it was because Smoker noticed that although Kaki had his right arm and right leg severed by a sword, the vital parts were unharmed. Moreover, Kaki had used life return to control his injuries. According to Smoker's judgment, Kaki had already escaped life-threatening danger. Therefore, his target was naturally the Straw Hat crew. Since they couldn't fight now, they could only take Kaki away first. After all, Smoker was also very curious about what kind of battle had erupted between him and the Straw Hat crew to cause such severe injuries. And that guy, Bai, had actually turned into a cocoon. What on earth was going on? Bang! Ouch! Bai, you were getting distracted again. An old man with white hair and a youthful face, holding a ruler, looked at the boy in front of him who was holding his head and crying out in pain, shaking his head and saying, "Are you still lost in the dreams from before?" Bai Ye received a strike from the ruler, although it hurt. He did not dare to resist. He simply clasped his hands in salute and said to the old man in front of him, "Master, I just can't understand." At this moment, it had already been 3 days since Bai Ye woke up in his room. During these 3 days, Bai Ye learned about the events that occurred while he had traveled to another world. He had spent several months in the world of One Piece, but only a month had passed in the Taoist temple. In these 3 days, Bai Ye realized that he seemed to have really returned, because this place was exactly the same as the Taoist temple in his memories. "What can't you understand?" The old man stood in front of Bai Ye and asked this question for the 88th time in these few days. There were many things he couldn't understand. Bai Ye looked directly at the old man and slowly spoke, "But the one thing that confuses me the most is just one." Bai Ye looked up at the sky, where the red sun hung high, seemingly illuminating every corner of the world. "Where am I? What? Bai Ye is this thing?" After the Navy left, Nami and Vivi, along with the other two, came to Luffy's side. With tears in her eyes and a hint of choking in her voice, Nami asked where Bai Ye was. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Ace all took a step back, revealing a large cocoon surrounded by a few people. The 4 of them pointed in unison. Right here. Their voices were unusually synchronized, causing Vivi and the others to momentarily fail to react. It wasn't until Sanji explained it again that they had to believe it. The White Knight turned into that thing on the ground. That big white cocoon was actually the White Knight. Vivi found it hard to believe. What did I miss just now? Usopp's eyes widened. Could it be that I guessed right before? Nami pondered. Is the White Knight actually not a person? Did a person turn into a cocoon? Chopper looked confused, almost scaring off his 2 horns. The Dr. Dolly never taught me that humans could do this. Chopper, you have to cure the White Knight and let him out. At that moment, Luffy suddenly leaned in front of Chopper, looking expectantly. But Chopper shook his head and said, "I've never heard of this kind of illness, and I don't know how to treat it." This made Luffy a bit disappointed, mumbling, "Why don't I just pull the White Knight out directly?" Saying that, Luffy was about to make a move again. Then, Nami's iron fist came. Luffy, I'm so sorry. At this moment, Ace couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luffy's friends are really interesting. Meanwhile, everyone else finally realized and turned to Ace in unison. By the way, who are you? A bruised and battered Luffy said. His name is Ace. He is my brother. Brother? Now, the Straw Hat crew was even more shocked. Ace politely reintroduced himself to everyone. My name is Portgas Ace. He placed his hand on Luffy's head, showing a warm smile. I'm this guy's brother. Not at all alike. Usopp muttered, not referring to their looks. But with Luffy's stupid personality, how could he have such a brother? Hearing this, Ace understood Usopp's meaning. He just laughed heartily. Having a stupid little brother is really concerning for an older brother. Speaking of which, you've all worked hard. Thank you for being able to tolerate Luffy. Saying this, Ace rubbed Luffy's head. Hearing this, Luffy, while picking his nose, retorted, White Knight has always been praising me. Zoro and the others. They had no idea. Ace laughed heartily. He knew his little brother's situation quite well. At this moment, his curiosity about the White Knight was at an all-time high. It's just a pity. Ace looked at the big cocoon on the ground, feeling somewhat regretful. But he quickly turned to Luffy and said, although I already know the answer, I still have to ask. Ace tipped his cowboy hat and said seriously, do you want to join our Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard. Usopp was the first to react. ISNT, that one of the 4 emperors in the New World? Oh, that pattern behind you. That's right. Ace smiled. That's my pride. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hearing Ace's words, everyone fell into shock. Luffy's brother turned out to be a senior officer of the Yonko Pirates. No. Luffy picked his nose and directly rejected Ace. I've already found my partners, and I want to be the Pirate King. Ace was not surprised at all. After laughing, he said, Dad is the one who will become the Pirate King. Not you, Luffy. No matter what you say, I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy didn't care about Ace's words, excitedly saying, then, we can duel later. Hearing Luffy's words, Ace also laughed. The way he looked at Luffy became filled with appreciation. Not bad, you little guy. Then, let us meet at the summit, Luffy. Ace looked at the grown and mature Luffy, smiling. Next time, don't cry anymore, Hearing Ace's laughter, Luffy wasn't angry. Instead, he nodded heavily. He looked at the white cocoon, then looked down at the boxing gloves that the White Knight gave him. Clenching his fists, he looked up at Ace with determination in his eyes. Absolutely, I will never let anyone get hurt because of me. I want to protect my friends. In the end, Ace chose to leave. After all, he still had to search for a traitor who killed his comrades. So after handing his life card to Luffy, he bid farewell to everyone and left. By the way, when Ace left, he was discovered by the billionaires under Baroque Works. So they launched a suicide attack on Ace's small boat with 5 large sailboats. Then, they were dealt with by Ace's fire fist. Meanwhile, in the Marine headquarters at Sengoku's office, a thunderous roar sounded. Damn, who else could it be but Sengoku? At this moment, he had just hung up Smoker's snail phone. After hearing the report, Sengoku was so angry that his goat beard stood up. Then bang! Damn you, Garp! Sengoku pounced fiercely towards the sleeping Garp. Sengoku, are you crazy? Garp woke up and was somewhat surprised by Sengoku's intensity. It's all your grandson's doing. Sengoku's voice seemed to echo throughout Marineford. Great Buddha! On this day, the news of the Marine Admiral beating up the Marine hero became the topic of conversation among the Marine soldiers and even some of the generals. It was also on this day that Smoker received Admiral's orders to take the already disabled J-Jai to a secret location. Smoker wanted to refuse and stated that he only wanted to continue pursuing the Straw Hat crew. So Smoker was beaten up by Admiral Sengoku. He stated that the Straw Hat crew must have left Alabasta long ago. No one would stay in place after incapacitating a Marine Vice Admiral. I'm so full. In the Alabasta Palace, Luffy patted his belly with satisfaction. Since arriving on the island, Luffy finally had his first meal. He patted the big cocoon that had been beside him all along. Looking at Chopper, he said with a very sympathetic tone, the White Knight can't eat. Will he be very hungry? Chopper, do you have a way to make the White Knight eat? Upon hearing this, several black lines appeared on Chopper's forehead. Is the focus on eating? Luffy, you idiot. Luffy's eyes widened, looking at everyone. Isn't it? Of course not. All right, everyone. Let's talk about the next actions. Ultimately, it was Nami who spoke up, bringing the topic back on track. She looked up at everyone and said, no one knows the current situation of the White Knight. We also don't know if there will be a significant change next. So the most important thing now is to quickly resolve the matters in Alabasta and then return to Drum Island to find Dr. Dolly for help. That's right. Luffy and the others do not intend to leave. Instead, they plan to find help after resolving the situation in Alabasta. On one hand, according to Chopper's examination, although the reason for the White Knight cocoon is unclear, the current situation is relatively stable. On the other hand, everyone is committed to Vivi. After such a long journey, they have already considered Vivi as a partner on the ship. What they promised naturally needs to be fulfilled. Moreover, they blame Crocodile for turning the White Knight into what it is now. Without him, the Straw Hat Pirates route might not have passed through Alabasta. At the same time, if it weren't for Crocodile's conspiracy that led to the country's rebellion, the Navy wouldn't have sent such strong experts. So in short, it's all Crocodile's fault. At this moment, Nami also analyzed the current situation clearly with everyone. At this point, for some reason, Nami suddenly thought of White Knight. She even felt a bit dazed. In the past, whenever there was an emergency, it was always White Knight standing in front of everyone analyzing the situation. With the fewest words, he explained the circumstances to everyone and arranged the next tasks. Every time, White Knight was so confident and calm, and he always helped everyone solve problems. It was only now that Nami realized how much White Knight contributed to this team. In fact, not just Nami, even Chopper, who just joined the crew, inexplicably felt a sense of losing the backbone. It was only at this moment that everyone realized they had long gotten used to White Knight's presence. More importantly, without White Knight, who else could keep Luffy in check? Then, let us proceed according to White Knight's plan. Just as everyone fell silent, Luffy lowered a straw hat and stood up. He looked at everyone and said, according to the plan? Even Vivi found it hard to believe that Luffy would say such a thing. Given Luffy's usual character, he should be shouting that he wants to fight Crocodile and then rush out. How could he say something like this? After all, it was White Knight's plan, wasn't it? Seeing everyone's expressions, Luffy smiled and said, all along, we've been able to get to this point because of White Knight's plan. After saying this, Luffy patted the large cocoon beside him, as if he were patting White Knight's shoulder. White Knight is sleeping now, but his plan cannot be neglected. Luffy's smile was full of confidence and expectation. After all, he is our vice captain, isn't he? After hearing Luffy's words, everyone present was stunned for a few seconds. Zoro raised the corner of his mouth and grasped his 3 swords. You really know how to talk. The previous battle with that female Navy officer, he couldn't comprehend the iron cut, so let us leave it for this time. Sanji lit a cigarette and exhaled. Finally, you look a bit like a captain, Luffy. Go ahead and give the orders, Captain. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper looked at Luffy with starry eyes. I don't know why, but Luffy looks especially cool right now. Vivi was also infected by the atmosphere and stood up firmly, saying, as the princess of Alabasta, I guarantee to everyone that I will do my utmost to cooperate with you to complete the plan. Hearing everyone's words, Luffy clapped his hands and said confidently, first of all, I need to know what White Knight's plan was before. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and others. Bastard, give me back my enthusiasm from just now, you idiot. In the desert, a turtle wearing a hat and smoking a cigarette was quickly pulling a carriage. This unremarkable turtle is the special waterway transport turtle of Baroque Works, Binji. At this moment, its destination is a city in Alabasta called Rainland. Inside the carriage behind it, there are 5 people. Don't squeeze me anymore. It's all your fault for being so fat, making me suffer all the way. A grandmother with a red afro was furiously scolding the man beside her. The grandmother is none other than one of the senior executives of Baroque Works, Miss Christmas. She has the ability of the Zoan-type mole fruit and has a bounty of 14 million berries. The man she was complaining about has a giant bear-like physique, resembling a blown-up balloon. He is none other than Miss Christmas's partner, Mr. 4. At this moment, he was also struggling to curl up his body and said slowly, I'm sorry. It's hard to imagine that a strong man with such a physique would act so timidly. Mr. 4 is not a devil fruit user, but possesses natural brute strength. His pet, however, is impressive. It is a dog that has eaten the sausage-shaped dog fruit. Hey, Big Bear, old lady, just hang in there a little longer. At this moment, another voice echoed in the carriage. It was Mr. 2, who had already decided to help Luffy and the others. He was currently infiltrating the local area according to the plan. In addition to these 3, there are 2 others in the carriage who are also ranked first among the senior executives. Miss Doublefinger, a stunning beauty with a blue fluffy head, who is a devil fruit user of the paramecia-type thorn fruit, allowing any part of her body to grow thorns. Mr. 1, a bald muscular man with thin eyebrows that are connected, who has eaten the paramecia-type quick-cut fruit. He can turn any part of his body into a blade at will, giving ordinary punches and kicks the power of blades. These 5 are also heavyweight characters in Crocodile's plan. At this moment, as Mr. Two finished speaking, Benji also stopped. The few of them got off the carriage, and what came into view was the most famous and luxurious casino in Rainland, called Rain Banquet. Soon, they followed a guide into a soundproof room hidden beneath the Rain Banquet. In the original work, it is not a soundproof room. This is needed for the plot. In this soundproof room, waiting for them is Miss All Sunday. The senior executives had naturally seen Miss All Sunday before. She was the one who assigned previous tasks to them. So they greeted Miss All Sunday. After Robin responded to each of them, she finally got to the main topic. First, she thanked everyone for coming from afar to gather here. This is also the first time so many senior executives have gathered, making it quite lively. After briefly complimenting everyone, Robin continued. The purpose of gathering everyone here is very simple. Robin scanned the crowd and slowly began to speak. That is to initiate the final battle plan. Hearing this, Miss Christmas and Mr. Four were a bit excited. Mr. Two, on the other hand, wore an expression of anticipation, but there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Mr. One leaned back in his chair, still expressionless, but inside he felt a storm of emotions. Was the long-awaited final battle finally about to begin? After taking in everyone's expressions, Robin smiled like a proper lady and said, "But before that, let me introduce someone to you. Your boss, whom you have never met." As Robin's voice echoed, the sound of dress shoes striking the floor suddenly filled the room. Tap tap, he is Mr. Zero, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The sound grew closer, and a figure appeared before everyone. A man with slick back hair and a long scar across his face. The cigar in his mouth flickered, and the golden hook on his left hand was particularly eye-catching. Looking down at his attire, he wore an orange-plaid long-sleeve shirt and a black fur coat, exuding a 100 gangster vibe. Known as the Sand Crocodile, the king of the desert, Sir Crocodile. The man sat at the head of the table, grinning as he looked at everyone. Slowly, he spoke. The time has come. The final battle plan is officially launched. It is called Paradise. All the people of Alabasta. Meanwhile, at the rebel army's base in Yuba, a full 300,000 rebels were eagerly waiting in the square. The voice they had long awaited finally emerged. I am Vivi, the princess of this kingdom. I am very sorry that this kingdom has experienced such events. In the capital of Alabasta, Vivi stood on the palace battlements. Facing the countless gathered people, she showed no signs of panic. She continued speaking into the transponder snail. On behalf of the royal family, I sincerely apologize to everyone. You have suffered. Even though Vivi knew many people could not see her, she still bowed earnestly. Not for any other reason, but for the lives lost in the past years due to the royal family's inaction. Seeing Vivi bow, not only were the people gathered in front of the palace moved, but even King Cobra, who stood behind Vivi, was astonished. Vivi, she has already become a qualified king, Cobra murmured to himself. Ikelim beside him hesitated to speak. In his heart, he believed that the current Vivi was indeed more suited to be king, or rather, to be a queen. Vivi, of course, did not hear her father's words. At that moment, she carefully took out a transponder snail that had already been connected from her pocket. Next, let everyone hear for themselves who wants to destroy this country. After saying that, Vivi placed the transponder snail in front of the broadcasting transponder snail. At that moment, a voice came from inside. I didn't expect such a big shot, the warlord crocodile. Suddenly, the whole nation was in shock. So you're our boss? After Miss Christmas expressed her shock, Mr. One asked the most critical and obvious question. Hearing this, Crocodile leaned forward, his arms resting on the table. He crossed his hands and looked at Mr. One, his gaze filled with pressure. As cold sweat dripped from Mr. One's bald head, Crocodile slowly spoke. Surprised? Or are you unconvinced? Crocodile's voice was soft, yet made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. There's no disbelief, boss. Mr. One's partner stammered, but still managed to shift the topic. We just don't understand. The warlords are recognized as legal pirates by the government. Why create an organization like Baroque Works? My goal has never been money or status. In the secret room, Crocodile's voice continued to echo. He was completely unaware that this meeting was being live-streamed throughout. Perhaps it was the final step of the plan that made Crocodile a bit carried away. At that moment, he seemed to be immersed in his own fantasies, as if he had completed his plan and obtained the position of the king of the underworld in the historical text. Next, he just needed to find the king of the underworld. He could go and kill that man, the man who had left him with an indelible shame. Crocodile stroked his golden hook, a surge of anger rising within him. His voice grew more boisterous. What I want is only one thing. That is the ancient weapon Pluton, buried beneath this kingdom, capable of changing the world. Crocus, did you hear that? King Cobra. King Cobra did not abandon us. In the square of Yuba, an old man shouted at the rebel leader. He was Crocus's father. From the very beginning, he disagreed with Crocus leading the rebel army, because he knew that the king of Alabasta would never harm his own people. Leader? Could it be a conspiracy of the royal family? At this moment, those beside Crocus hesitated. Some even believed that the broadcast was a self-directed play by the royal family. Don't joke around. Before Crocus could speak, another minor leader chimed in. Although it was only a few words, I can be certain. That was Crocodile's voice. At this point, he hesitated. He looked at Crocus, but didn't know what to say. If the dance powder incident was indeed Crocodile's doing, then what they were doing was not overthrowing a tyrant, but rebellion. In fact, he was not the only one to think of this. Crocus thought of this too, but soon he stood up, facing the somewhat confused army. He shouted loudly, "Did you hear that? The culprit has been found, right?" Crocus's voice carried a hint of excitement. "I know what you are thinking, but everyone needs to be clear about one thing. What is our purpose in forming an army?" Crocus pointed to the sky. "Isn't it to punish those who deserve it? So why hesitate?" At this point, many people had understood Crocus's logic. They stood up excitedly, looking at Crocus. "Next, let that guy Crocodile pay the price." Oh, at this moment, the 300,000 rebels were ready to charge. But suddenly a voice rang out from the sky. "Stop." The newcomer was Bell. He flapped his wings, landed, and transformed into human form. He looked up at the rebel army, who had been ready to fight the royal family just half a month ago, with a sense of nostalgia. If it weren't for Princess Vivi and her companions, what kind of war would this country have erupted into? The rebels felt a bit awkward upon seeing the vice captain of the royal guard and didn't know how to greet him. Fortunately, Bell quickly reacted and said, "Princess Vivi sent me." Hearing this, Crocodile's eyes showed a hint of unease, even a bit of guilt, because in his childhood, he and Vivi were good friends. However, as he grew up, he wanted to kill Vivi's father. "Princess Vivi knew that you would go after Crocodile, so she specially sent me here to stop you." "What?" The rebels, including Crocodile, exclaimed in surprise. "You are no match for Crocodile. Alabasta doesn't need you to make unnecessary sacrifices. Put down your weapons and become part of this country again." After Bell finished speaking, he added, "This is the exact word from Princess Vivi. Alabasta will not blame you. On the contrary, this country is eagerly awaiting your return." The sound of weapons being thrown to the ground echoed. This also meant 300,000 rebels are returning to the kingdom. "Can I ask a question?" At this moment, Crocodile asked Bell, "Princess Vivi is stopping us from attacking Crocodile. But as far as I know, the royal army doesn't have the strength to deal with that guy, right?" Crocodile was somewhat puzzled, but Bell smiled. "Don't worry, Crocodile will pay the price he deserves. Those guys are very strong." Bell looked in the direction of the rain and slowly spoke. Considering the time, they should have arrived. The biggest casino in rainy season, the Rain Feast. Damn, what on earth is going on? At the entrance of the casino, many summoned billionaires looked at each other. Due to special reasons, this casino had already been cleared. Now, those who remained were all members of the Baroque Works. But just now they heard a big news. Their boss is actually one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Moreover, the ultimate goal of their Baroque Works is to steal the authority of Alabasta, and then seek the ancient weapon Pluton. I have to say, for these petty criminals who haven't even received a bounty of 10 million, learning about the grand goals of their organization would leave them somewhat dumbfounded. However, they quickly realized that they were just at the stage of assigning tasks. How did it get broadcasted live? In this situation, should they report to the boss? Just as some people's minds finally turned around and were ready to enter the casino. "Hey, look, who are those guys?" Suddenly, someone noticed a few figures walking from a distance. They walked in a line, moving slowly but with an exceptionally steady pace. They can't be the Royal Army people. It shouldn't be. They aren't wearing the Royal Army's uniform. They can't be idiots who heard the broadcast and came to settle accounts with Crocodile. Haha. As soon as these words were spoken, a cheerful atmosphere immediately spread among the crowd. No way, are there really such idiots? After learning that their boss is one of the 7 warlords, the few people instinctively felt a sense of belonging. They began to act arrogantly. In their minds, even if the plan was exposed, their boss could handle everything properly. So in their hearts, those who were getting closer to them were a group of hot-blooded idiots. "Hey, you guys hurry up and get lost," someone shouted. "To shoot them dead and then inform the boss." Someone was even more direct. As soon as the words fell, he raised his firearm, aimed at the person walking in the front, and pulled the trigger. But in the next second, bang, the shooter was instantly petrified, his mouth wide open and unable to close. The others beside him also widened their eyes. Just now, that man caught the bullet with his bare hands. On the other side, Luffy lowered his straw hat with one hand, releasing his right hand. The bullet slid off his fist. He looked at the few people, stepped forward with his right foot, and spoke slowly with a blank expression, too noisy. Boom! The Conqueror's haki suddenly erupted. Boom! Luffy's Conqueror's haki surged like a tide, instantly enveloping the raucous clowns. As a result, without a doubt, with the sound of people falling to the ground, the rain feast was cleared. Let us go. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and said without looking back. Zoro and Sanji stood beside Luffy with serious expressions. One put his bandana back on, while the other lit a cigarette. Nami and Usopp stood on either side of the three, also calm, gripping their weapons without a word. The Straw Hat Crew's first true battle in the Grand Line has finally arrived. The five of them said nothing more, just stepped forward, walking towards the doors of the Rain Feast. The plan is actually very simple. On the ship heading to Alabasta, Bai Ye looked at the people in front of him and said, after letting the citizens know the truth, just take down Crocodile. Then, Bai Ye looked at the swaying Luffy and said, so, Crocodile will be handed over to you, Luffy. Upon hearing this, Luffy nodded with a smile. No problem, Bai Ye. That guy's all mine. Stepping over the fainted billionaires, the five entered the center of the casino. Soon, Luffy's observation haki captured the hidden secret room beneath the casino. At this moment, the meeting in this secret room was also coming to an end. On the main seat, Crocodile's face flickered in the candlelight. All the tasks you have been executing for so long have been for this day. Once you complete your tasks just one night, Alabasta will become our utopia. Crocodile smirked, his arrogant gaze sweeping over everyone present. This is also your final mission. Eliminate the kingdom of Alabasta. Oh, what a perfect plan, Mr. Zero. Just then, a flamboyant voice suddenly rang out in the secret room. Mr. Two stood up from his seat, spun around in an extremely standard swan dance posture, and then turned to Crocodile with a wink. However, I still have a surprise for you. Saying this, Mr. Two took out a phone bug that had long been connected from his bosom. What? At the first sight of the phone bug, Miss Merry Christmas's eyes widened. But the phone bug was confiscated earlier, right? Crocodile is an extremely cautious guy. He never exposes his identity. Most of the previous communications were done using unfortunate combinations to send letters and issue tasks. Now that senior executives are having a meeting, how could he not think of guarding against phone bugs? However, Mr. Two still brought the phone bug in. So the answer is obvious. Miss All Sunday, have you chosen to betray me again? Crocodile's voice was chilling, like that of a deathly specter. He could never have imagined that this guy would dare to betray him at this moment. Who knows? Robin remained calm. Maybe I'm just acting on a whim. Remembering when Mr. Two had just contacted her, Robin narrowed her eyes as if recalling something pleasant. Oh, Little White Knight told me that Sister Sunday is one of us. She will definitely help me. Why do I trust her so much even though I've only met her once? Robin was filled with doubts and even more curious about White Knight. More importantly, this inexplicable sense of trust felt really great. Just as Crocodile was about to confront Robin, the phone bug on the table transformed into the figure of a girl. A pleasant voice followed. Crocodile, I am Princess Vivi of this country. Hearing this, Crocodile was on the verge of exploding. Another explosive piece of news. Mr. 3 clearly said he had dealt with Princess Vivi. Mr. 2 also claimed he had completed the task of killing Mr. 3. But why was everything different? Does that mean Mr. 3 has betrayed me too? Crocodile's gaze grew increasingly fierce as he scanned everyone in the secret room. Besides Mr. 2 and Robin, the remaining individuals also aroused his suspicion. At this moment, Vivi's voice came again. Above the palace, Vivi was not only talking to Crocodile, but also broadcasting to all the people of Alabasta. We know about your plan. Vivi slowly began. Alabasta will never become your paradise. Upon hearing this, the secret room fell into silence while the entire Alabasta erupted in excitement. At this time, Princess Vivi's popularity reached its peak. Listening to Vivi's roar and the cheers that followed, Crocodile actually laughed, as if the terrifying rage that had nearly consumed him moments before had never existed. Ha ha ha. Crocodile's laughter grew louder and more arrogant, like a demon returning from hell, filled with bloodthirsty fervor. But then it suddenly stopped. Never. Crocodile's voice, like a demon's chant, was transmitted through the small phone bug to Vivi and all the people of Alabasta. What qualifications do you have? The second question followed, the calm yet oppressive tone causing everyone to instinctively hold their breath, as if making a sound would lead to their discovery. What qualifications do you have? The third question thundered like a muffled explosion. As soon as these words were spoken, the phone bug began to tremble, as if it would hang up any second. Outside the palace, among the people who had just been cheering for Vivi, Some had already collapsed to the ground in fear. Yabacoa and Belle stood side by side, listening to Crocodile's voice, falling into silence. Only then did they finally recall the terror of this desert emperor. The Navy will save us, right? When fear reached its peak, people instinctively sought support. That's right, Crocodile is a pirate. The Navy will definitely not stand by. When the first person spoke, emotions surged like a tide. Yes, we still have the Navy. Where's the Navy? Vivi, hearing the voices of the crowd, was about to speak the truth when Crocodile's voice rang out again. The Navy? Ha. Your hope is actually the Navy? Ask your Princess Vivi. She expelled the Navy from this country just a few days ago. Crocodile's reckless laughter echoed throughout Alabasta. Then, he slowly spoke to the phone bug. What does it matter to me to destroy you? Meanwhile, above the Rain Dinner Casino, thunderclouds began to gather. Hey, Luffy, this is the place, right? Inside the luxurious casino, Nami pointed to a spot on the ground and asked Luffy beside her. That's right, I see them, Luffy said nonchalantly while picking his nose. After entering the casino and finding all the rooms empty, Luffy decided to use his observation haki. He finally discovered a secret room hidden beneath the casino, several meters below. At first, Luffy planned to smash down with his fists, but Nami stopped him. Leave it to me, Luffy. I have a faster method for this, Nami said with a confident smile, standing beside the spot Luffy pointed to. She caressed the weather staff in her hand, recalling what White Knight had said earlier. The weather staff has my spell inscribed. With simple operations, I can summon elements. But the attack's power and the extent I can invoke still depend on your own strength. Nami, you can sense changes in the weather with your body, which shows you have an exceptionally keen perception of these elements. Don't be afraid, don't hold back. Remember, the weapon is not the root, your own self is. Nami looked up, her gaze seemingly piercing through the casino's roof to the sky. Use my chi to sense? Nami murmured, instinctively waving her weather staff. As she swung it, the weather staff began to change. Tiny arcs of lightning danced across it. At the same time, something strange happened in the sky. The sound of thunder rumbled abruptly. Dark clouds gathered in an instant, and people dozens of miles away could feel a terrifying thunderbolt, as if it were condensing. Although Nami didn't know what she was, her eyes gradually brightened, her voice becoming clearer and even a bit excited. But I can't see it quite clearly. Thunderstrike. Nami suddenly swung the weather staff down. Boom! The thunder in the sky instantly tore through the dark clouds with an unstoppable force, crashing down towards the direction pointed by Nami's weather staff. The boundless terror of thunder seemed like a giant beast capable of devouring everything. Wherever it struck, nothing could withstand it. Nothing could be destroyed. The roof? Shattered. The ground? Still unstoppable. Nami was surrounded by terrifying arcs of lightning, her eyes seemingly shooting out lightning. At this moment, she resembled a queen commanding thunder, dazzling and striking. Luffy, Nami shouted. At this moment, the thunder had shattered the ground and was charging deeper. Leave it to me. Luffy had already reached the hole created by the thunder, shouting as he adjusted his straw hat and leaped down. Meanwhile, in the secret room, Crocodile had just uttered the words, "Destroying you. What does it matter to me?" This sentence was truly heart-wrenching, causing a look of despair to appear on the faces of the clueless people of Alabasta. If one thinks carefully, it is clear that Princess Vivi dared to openly challenge Crocodile because she had something to rely on. However, after initially putting themselves in Crocodile's shoes, most people could not change their perspective. Yet, the fear of these people would not affect the situation at all, because many times, in the face of crisis, all it takes is for one person to stand up. This person is generally referred to as a hero. Boom! Finally, thunder shattered the darkness, and the secret room exploded open. Accompanying this was the roar of a boy. "Crocodile, I'm going to knock you out." And after this statement, the broadcast abruptly stopped, because the transponder snail had bravely sacrificed itself. But everyone in Alabasta heard that voice. Vivi crossed her arms over her chest, looking towards the direction of the rain. "Luffy, and everyone, you must defeat Crocodile. You must come back safely." In a room of the palace, Chopper was sitting beside the large cocoon. He sat on a chair, his short legs swinging in the air. "White Knight, did you hear that?" Chopper turned his head and said to the white cocoon, "Luffy and the others are carrying out your plan. So, you need to wake up soon. Otherwise, that guy Luffy will be crying." In the room, a reindeer silently wiped away its tears. "Master," in the Taoist temple, White Knight was following his master and continuously asking questions. "Where's the Taoist collection you gave me before?" "How would I know?" "Oh right, master. I forgot the true meaning of Tai Chi you taught me earlier. Can you tell me again?" "Unworthy disciple, I need to practice. Do not disturb me. Hey, master. Don't go. Oh, little straw hat. You come and find me. Mr. Two seemed to be the most excited person upon seeing Luffy, expressing his joy with a flamboyant dance. Little phone, I'm here. Luffy smiled back at Mr. Two, then looked at Robin and said after a moment, you're the one from before. White Knight said you're a good person. Hearing this, even someone as mature as Robin felt a bit embarrassed. This greeting would have been better left unspoken. At this moment, Robin even somewhat regretted it. Was it really a wise choice to stake her life to help this guy? Straw Hat Kid. Just then, a voice rang out in the secret room, filled with 3 parts disdain and 7 parts anger. Is it you, punk? The Baroque Works was seemingly just a bounty hunter organization. As the boss, Crocodile naturally kept an eye on news about other pirates. The Straw Hat crew had not even entered the Grand Line, yet had a bounty exceeding 200 million, which naturally caught Crocodile's attention. But it was only a passing interest. In his view, even that 100 million bounty, Celestial Master White Knight, was not worth his concern. A rookie who hadn't even entered the Grand Line had no idea how terrifying this sea area truly was. And he, the Sand Crocodile, had not long debuted before entering the New World and fought to a standstill against that madman Barrett. He was invited by the Navy to become a Shichibukai, a man who survived under that man's blade. Just a rookie pirate. Just a rookie. Thinking of this, Crocodile became even more furious. How dare you provoke me right after entering the Grand Line? Who do you think I am? As soon as the words fell, Crocodile's black coat began to move without wind. Desert Sword. His right arm suddenly transformed into yellow sand, which in the blink of an eye formed a sharp sword. I am Crocodile. Whoosh. The sword shot out, targeting Luffy, who had his back turned. The next second, Luffy's figure disappeared from the spot. He then appeared on the other side. Such an attack did not even make him feel a bit of panic. The blade missed its target, but its speed did not decrease at all. Boom! The blade struck the wall of the secret room, instantly creating a terrifying crack. Following that, countless cracks began to form. The entire secret room looked like it might collapse at any moment. It seemed just like Crocodile's current situation, already full of holes and on the verge of plunging into an abyss. At this moment, Crocodile had no time to care about such trivial matters, because Luffy's attack had already followed closely behind. Rubber gun. In the face of Luffy's straight punch, Crocodile instinctively used his elemental transformation. After all, dodging an attack was simply too lacking in style, but he quickly paid the price for it. Armament Haki hardening. Bang! Luffy's fist slammed hard against Crocodile's cheek. The gauntlets forged by Bai Ye not only do not conceal the Haki of armament, but instead condense the energy of Haki, significantly increasing its power. Caught off guard, Crocodile was struck by a single punch. His black coat was sent flying, and he was violently thrown backward, crashing into a wall already riddled with cracks. Boom! After another loud sound, the entire secret chamber finally met its end. At the same time, the opening above the chamber began to gradually widen. It was evident that the place was about to collapse. At this moment, the senior officers, still unaware of the situation, chose to flee. Xiao Feng and Robin pulled Luffy through a secret passage. Only Crocodile remained, still lying on the ground, with a somewhat skeptical expression on his face. Haki of armament? Boom! Countless stones and bricks fell, crashing onto Crocodile. Yet, he didn't even think of using his elementalization. He allowed the debris to tear his clothes and cut his skin. A guy who just set sail not only has such speed, but also awakened Haki of armament. At that moment, Crocodile had only one thought in his mind. How is this possible? Crocodile felt as if his worldview had been shattered. Haki is a power that only the strong of the New World can master. That kid has no right. I haven't even learned it myself. As he thought of this, Crocodile suddenly froze. Really? Did I not learn it? Did I really make an effort to learn Haki? Crocodile fell into memories. After being defeated by that man, he had withdrawn from the New World, right? Crocodile recalled. It wasn't that he hadn't learned, but after losing to that man, he hadn't thought about learning Haki. Why was that? At this moment, Crocodile was completely buried under the rubble. But he was still pondering. Yes, I was afraid. Crocodile finally recalled his most unmentionable memory. That day, Crocodile saw a slash that tore through the sky. That was a slash that absolutely no one could reach. That slash not only split the sky, but also shattered Crocodile's courage. The once ambitious Crocodile might have already died under that slash. What was reborn in his shell was a sinister and ruthless man. Since then, Crocodile no longer pursued strength. He couldn't imagine what price he would have to pay to possess power comparable to that man. Since then, Crocodile arrived in Alabasta. By chance, Crocodile learned a secret. There might be clues to the ancient weapon Pluton within Alabasta. Crocodile did not hesitate. Even if it was just a possibility, even if it was just a clue, he would not let it go. The ancient weapon Pluton. As long as he obtained it, he could defeat that man, right? No, not just that man. As long as he obtained Pluton, the entire world would be under his feet. When this thought appeared, it completely occupied Crocodile's mind. He came to Alabasta, and soon discovered an even greater surprise. Alabasta did not just have clues to Pluton. It had the exact location of Pluton. It was written in the historical texts kept by this country. Thus, he established Baroque Works. He captured that demon child, Nico Robin. He initiated the Paradise Project. Next, he would smoothly obtain Pluton, and he would completely dominate the world. That's right. Thinking of this, the buried crocodile finally reacted. What hockey? Human strength is ultimately limited. As long as he obtained Pluton, he could realize his dream. The ruins began to tremble, and countless quicksands surged through the cracks. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. At this moment, Robin, who had just escaped the secret chamber, reacted. Everyone, get out of here! Boom! As soon as Robin's voice fell, the ruins suddenly exploded. Amidst the rising smoke and dust, countless quicksand gathered and gradually formed a shadowy figure. It was none other than Crocodile. The Straw Hat Kid, Princess Vivi, all of them were irrelevant. All he needed was to obtain Pluton. With this thought in mind, Crocodile did not hesitate at all. The quicksand surged again, swiftly sweeping towards Robin. At this moment, only Mr. 2, who was beside Robin, reacted. Miss All Sunday. Mr. 2 wanted to save Robin, but the already mad Crocodile had lost all rationality, sweeping Mr. 2 away as well. The wind and sand swept across the land but quickly vanished, rushing in one direction. Running away? At this moment, Luffy, who had just realized what was happening, opened his mouth wide, looking in disbelief at that direction. Then, instinctively, he wanted to rush out to chase. Whether it was to defeat Crocodile or to save Xiao Feng. He had to go, but he quickly stopped, turning to look at Nami and the others. Before he could speak, Zoro's angry voice rang out. Are you an idiot? Even if Bai Ye is here, he won't stop you from going after him. Seeing Luffy's reaction, Zoro was the first to realize. Because of Bai Ye's death, this guy in front of him cared even more about his companions. Zoro felt relieved about this, but at the same time, he was also angry. Dealing with that guy was your task, wasn't it? As for this place, just leave it to us. At this moment, Sanji also spoke up. A rational Luffy was certainly commendable, but at the same time, a hesitant Luffy was not a qualified captain. That's right, Luffy. We don't need you to defeat all our enemies. Nami raised her climb attack, smiling at Luffy. We are strong. That's right, Luffy. Fighting for your friends is what the Straw Hat Pirates are all about. Usopp rubbed his nose and said this to Luffy. After hearing everyone's words, Luffy's mouth curled into a wild grin. Then, he took out a talisman to activate. Swift Talisman. Feeling the power attached to his body, Luffy no longer hesitated. He charged forward in the direction where the wind and sand had disappeared. After Luffy left, Zoro and the others also turned around. They looked at the few people who had been looking quite grim since earlier. They were also the remaining senior officers of Baroque Works. Hey, you're the person Bai Ye mentioned, right? Zoro looked at Mr. 1, grinning widely, appearing very excited. The one who can help me break through iron cutting. Before heading to Alabasta, White Knight found him a good opponent, the quick/fruit user, Mr. 1, a senior agent of Baroque Works. Although White Knight didn't produce a bounty notice, Zoro could still feel the sharp, sword-like aura emanating from the man in front of him. He was indeed quite a formidable opponent. Upon hearing Zoro's words, the bald-headed Mr. 1 remained expressionless and slowly spoke. I know who you are, Straw Hat Kid. Although I don't know why you wanted to disrupt Crocodile as plans, it doesn't to you really matter. Mr. 1 paused for a moment and began to move his body. His 10 fingers, which were already extraordinarily long, slowly transformed into 10 blades. I'm really fired up right now. Do you want to die, Roronoa Zoro? Don't forget, Mr. 1, before entering Baroque Works, was a top assassin from the West Sea with a bounty of 75 million berries. Now he was being used as a sharpening stone by a newcomer. It was quite infuriating. The next moment, Mr. 1 leaped into the air, his 10 fingers slicing through the air, even creating some sparks from the friction. Master. Mr. 1 rapidly descended, aiming his fingers at Zoro with fierce intent, as if he was about to completely shred this ignorant guy apart. Clang! Zoro's 3 swords were drawn just in time to block Mr. 1's first attack. Feeling the force transmitted through the swords, Zoro slowly looked up, the corner of his mouth lifting into a slight arc while biting down on Wad Ikamanji. You want to kill me? Come and try. Three-sword style, demon slash. So, my opponent can only be you? Sanji lit a cigarette and stood in front of Mr. 4. He glanced at Mr. 1 fighting Zoro, then at the nearby Mr. 2 and Christmas, and said, as a gentleman who believes in chivalry, I cannot lay a hand on a lady. So, be ready for me.